Chapter 1. Arrival in the Beast Realm. The trees grew lush and verdant, exuding a refreshing coolness, while sunlight filtered through the layers of branches, casting dappled light upon the forest floor. Occasionally, the air was filled with the crisp calls of birds. Qin Tong held a slender stick in one hand, curiously poking at the underbrush, while her other hand grasped a book, the cover boldly emblazoned with the word encyclopedia. In the wilderness, one must use a stick to prod the grass, to probe the way ahead. Qin Tong read aloud, her eyes scanning the text. After walking for nearly half an hour, she could no longer persevere. She found a sunny spot beneath a tree, retrieved a pack of tissues from her backpack, and laid them out neatly before settling down. From her bag, she pulled out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. She then took out her phone from her pocket and fiddled with it, only to discover there was no signal. She raised her phone high, attempting to catch a signal. Minutes passed, and she ultimately surrendered, sitting quietly on the ground. As she absorbed the profound silence of the forest, a sudden pang of fear gripped Qin Tong. However, the thought of her senior quelled her urge to flee. Her senior adored wilderness survival, and thus, she too must cultivate a fondness for it. If she could embrace the wilderness, perhaps her senior would no longer reject her. With this resolve, Qin Tong's gaze hardened, filled with newfound confidence. She rose from the ground and continued deeper into the forest, her slender stick playfully tapping against the leaves, humming an unknown tune. Nightfall in the woods arrived swifter than anticipated as the light dimmed. Qin Tong's trepidation grew, her eyes darted towards the grass, frequently glancing back over her shoulder. A chilling autumn breeze rustled through the leaves, producing a mournful rustle, while the moon was shrouded by dark clouds. In the heart of the forest, visibility was reduced to mere inches, with only the beam of her flashlight piercing the darkness. That beam, however, was insufficient to illuminate her path ahead. Suddenly, an unfamiliar animal call echoed through the air, causing Qin Tong, a delicate girl, to emit a sharp scream. Her fear reached a crescendo as she scanned her surroundings, and the more she looked, the more terrifying they became. With another animal cry, the sound drew closer, sounding as if it were right next to her. Startled, Qin Tong bolted forward, unable to suppress her tears, disregarding the stinging branches that whipped against her face, desperate to escape this terrifying place. As she ran, everything began to shift. The pitch-black forest transformed into an inky abyss. The sharp branches vanished from her sides, and the trees morphed into towering giants. The humidity of the forest increased, and an eerie silence fell over the surroundings. Yet, Qin Tong, lost in her panic, remained oblivious to the changes. A thick, erratic fog enveloped the woods, creating an uncanny stillness, where her sobs pierced the quiet with unsettling clarity. Suddenly, an unknown creature with long tusks lunged at Qin Tong. But it was indeed unrecognizable. Its terrifying fangs and massive form left Qin Tong bewildered, as she had never encountered such a beast at the zoo. Frozen in fear, she felt paralyzed, and as the creature lunged closer, her only instinct was to close her eyes. Just when she thought the monstrous being would tear her apart, a deafening roar reverberated through the air. This sound struck her heart, exuding an aura of dominance that commanded submission. Unable to resist her curiosity, Qin Tong cracked her eyes open a fraction, and what she beheld left her utterly astounded. If the previous creature could be deemed a behemoth, then the majestic being before her, rending its throat, was undoubtedly the progenitor of giants. The colossal beast stood robust and regal, its golden mane billowing. With a final, earth-shaking roar, the battle ceased. Qin Tong gazed up, awestruck by the magnificent creature above her. Blood dripped down in front of her, and overwhelmed, Qin Tong fainted. Before she could regain consciousness, the sounds of various animal roars filled her ears. Drowsily opening her eyes, she was met with the visage of a gargantuan beast head, and with a shriek, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. What is wrong with this little female beast? Could it be hunger? I think she is too frail. The surrounding beasts began to converse excitedly. Return to your dens, lest you frighten the young one. A female pushed aside the encircling males and approached Qin Tong. With her command, the males retreated, though they did not obediently return to their lairs, instead lurking nearby. It had been ages since their tribe had welcomed a female beast, and now, With one suddenly appearing, they instinctively guarded her vicinity. A female beast was a precious rarity, easily coveted. Most males withdrew, but one remained still. Gulan glanced at Mose, who lay nearby. Seating himself beside Qin Tong, Gulan reached out to stroke her cheek. Mose, could she truly be an abandoned cub? Gulan questioned. How could a tribe forsake a female beast? Even if she were awakened to her lineage, females were far too valuable to be discarded. Mose offered no reply, yet his beastly gaze flickered with a low growl. Gulan's hand glided down Qin Tong's face. What is this? Beast skin? Gulan remarked, puzzled by Qin Tong's attire. Gulan's hand morphed into a claw, its sharp tip slicing toward Qin Tong's garment. Tilting his head, Gulan peered curiously beneath the fabric. It was raised. His expression shifted, and his claws descended again. The strawberry-patterned dress tore, breaking free from its constraints, bouncing a few times. Mose, who had been observing from the side, stood up in curiosity at the unfolding scene. What race is this? Mose inquired. Orangutan tribe? Mose shook his head, dismissing his own conjecture. As they deliberated, Qin Tong gradually regained her composure, her first sight being the colossal beast before her. A scream erupted once more, as she finally comprehended that this was no dream, a monster truly existed. Qin Tong turned and dashed into Gulan's embrace, clinging tightly to him. Animals possess remarkably acute senses, and both Mose and Gulan could easily detect Qin Tong's fear. They regarded her with perplexed expressions. Gulan raised his hand slightly, realizing the little female beast was genuinely terrified. What is the matter? Gulan asked gently. Qin Tong's scream had summoned the beasts outside, and they surged into the small cave, filling it with their varied forms. This only intensified Qin Tong's terror, her limbs trembling uncontrollably. She burrowed deeper into Gulan's arms. At last, Gulan discerned the root of the problem. Was the little female beast afraid of the beast forms? Everyone step outside and wait, Gulan commanded. The beasts obediently exited, leaving the cave spacious once more. Mose, the little female beast may be afraid of beast forms. Afraid of beast forms? Mose replied, his tone laced with disdain, before transforming into his human form with a lengthy hiss. Upon witnessing Mo's transformation, Gulan finally pulled Qin Tong from his embrace. Qin Tong cautiously surveyed her surroundings, and upon realizing the beast had vanished, she let out a sigh of relief. Is this your pet? She whispered to Gulan. Gulan tilted his head, puzzled. Mo shared the same confusion. Even the beasts eavesdropping outside were similarly intrigued. Their keen ears could easily catch the words exchanged within the cave. What was the little female beast saying? As she awaited a response, Qin Tong blinked, her eyes filled with uncertainty. After 10 minutes of disjointed conversation between Gulan and Qin Tong, she arrived at a conclusion. Why are there wild people on the mountains and the suburbs? She exclaimed, bursting into tears. Her sobs came in waves, and as her tears flowed abundantly, she instinctively reached for her sleeve to wipe her eyes, only to realize she had none. Looking down, Shakespeare. Chapter 2. The Silver-Haired Fairy. Qin Tong hugged her arms tightly across her chest, suppressing her sobs as she gestured toward Gulan, tugging at her skin and then looking at him. This time, Gulan understood her actions and pointed toward the corner. Following his gaze, Qin Tong spotted her backpack and clothes. She sprang to her feet and dashed over. Thank goodness, my phone is still here, she muttered to herself. Qin Tong retrieved her phone from her pocket, her heart brimming with anticipation as she turned it on, only to feel a wave of disappointment wash over her as it hung limply at her side. Indeed, there was no signal. Unable to contain herself, she burst into tears once more. However, a sudden roar interrupted her cries as Mose transformed back into his beast form. Whereas Qin Tong had been fearful before, now she was engulfed in terror as he morphed into an animal right before her eyes. Earlier, when Mose had shifted into his human form, Qin Tong had been nestled against Gulan's shoulder, completely unaware of the transformation. But now, she was wide-eyed and astonished, her gaze fixated on him. She could not accept this reality had it not been said that monsters could not attain sentience after the establishment of the nation. Qin Tong turned her head to glance at Gulan, who was seated on the beast's skin. At that moment, she noticed Gulan's silvery hair and his silver-gray eyes. Her lips trembled. Gulan sensed Qin Tong's fear. Mose, how can you be so rude to the little female beast? Upon hearing Gulan's words, Mose tempered his demeanor, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Tong before lazily exiting the cave in his beast form. Mo's departure alleviated some of Qin Tong's anxiety, but with Gulan still present, she remained on edge. Qin Tong's gaze remained fixed on Gulan, wary of any sudden movements that might lead him to pounce and sever her throat. If it were merely a wild man she encountered, perhaps the situation would not seem so dire, however. This is a monster. Qin Tong firmly believes that this is undoubtedly one of those formidable creatures from Journey to the West, the kind that devours humans whole, leaving no trace behind. Her mind struggles to comprehend the reality before her, and a fleeting, desperate thought crosses her mind: could this possibly be a prank from a variety show? Yet, such a notion lacks any semblance of credibility. Before her stands a living being transformed into a beast. It is impossible to dismiss this as mere jest. What kind of show would even be able to pull that off? Qin Tong recalls an adage she encountered online. If one were to encounter a tiger in the wild, one should maintain eye contact, as this might prevent an attack. She vaguely remembers the gist of it, uncertain whether this tactic would be effective against a monster. The beast men possess an extraordinarily keen sense of perception, and the moment Qin Tong adopted a defensive stance, Gulan sensed her trepidation. He rose to his feet and approached her. Is this ineffective? Indeed, it seems futile against monsters, Qin Tong muttered, trembling uncontrollably. As Gulan drew closer, her shivers intensified, her limbs quaking beyond her control, her heart racing as if it might cease altogether. Gulan observed the small female beast curled up in a ball, quaking with palpable fear. He leaned down. Qin Tong, terrified, tightly shut her eyes as a warm tongue grazed her face, sending her heart racing to the brink of collapse. Once again, she fainted gloriously. Gulan straightened, pondering. Does it not appreciate this form of comfort? He vaguely recalled how his mother had once soothed him in a similar manner during his youth. When Qin Tong awakened once more, it was daylight. Sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, illuminating the previously dim cavern. Peering outside, she was startled into another shudder. The beasts beyond were a bizarre assortment. Yet they all shared one striking trait: they were disproportionately large. Upon noticing Qin Tong's awakening, the male beasts surrounding the vicinity crowded towards the cave entrance. She instinctively recoiled. Do not frighten the young female beast. At Gulan's command, the male beasts parted, allowing him passage through their ranks. Spotting Gulan, Qin Tong felt a slight easing of her anxiety. Although she remained uncertain about the nature of this creature, at least he had not devoured her, which was a more reassuring prospect than the monstrous beings outside. To Qin Tong's eyes, those gigantic beasts appeared capable of swallowing her whole with a single bite. Thus, in this light, the silver-haired monster seemed humanoid. The human form rendered him less intimidating, suggesting the possibility of communication. Harmony is paramount. Moreover, he possessed an extraordinary beauty. How to describe it? He resembled a fairy, strikingly enchanting. For someone like Qin Tong, who was enamored with aesthetics, a beautiful visage equated to a kind heart. She mused inwardly that perhaps this fairy-like creature would be reasonable, leading to a mutually beneficial outcome. Just as Qin Tong indulged in this hopeful reverie, a large, blood-soaked piece of meat materialized before her. The scent of blood nearly caused her to faint. Her previously constructed fantasies shattered in an instant. What was this silver-haired monster planning? Did he intend to cook her alongside the meat? Much like a braised duck or a yellow braised chicken. In that case, did she occupy the role of a mere vegetable in this monster's lair? She was far from lacking in substance. How could she possibly be deemed a mere garnish? As Qin Tong's thoughts spiraled into absurdity, Gulan continued to hold the meat before her. Noticing her indifference, he grew anxious, gesturing for her to eat. Qin Tong struggled to decipher his motions, but after several attempts, she finally understood. Furrowing her brow, she shook her head. Eat? How could that be possible? There would be bacteria. Raw meat, especially one still dripping with blood, was inedible. Gulan, observing her refusal, approached her with urgency. He regarded Qin Tong's diminutive frame and surmised that she must be a newly mature cub, having assumed human form, and if she did not eat soon, she would starve. It was no wonder she appeared so frail and discarded. A few beasts lingered at the cave entrance, watching from the sidelines. Witnessing Qin Tong's refusal to eat, One of the lurking bias of fear's cat sprang away at an imperceptible speed, determined to fetch Mose. Gulan persisted in his patient gestures, urging Qin Tong to consume the food. She remained resolute in her refusal. The beasts outside were so anxious to assist that they almost ventured in, yet without Gulan's command, they dared not intrude. The scarcity of females made it a grave offense to offend one, and thus the few male beasts outside could only fret helplessly. Thud, thud, thud. A subtle tremor accompanied by a resounding thump echoed through the cave. After all that had transpired, Qin Tong had become easily startled. Now, even the slightest rustle could send her into a panic, and this ominous sound was no exception. She instinctively drew closer to Gulan, her eyes fixed intently on the cave entrance, her body tense with apprehension. What emerged was a strikingly handsome figure. His face was exceptionally attractive, with golden hair and chiseled features, his deep-set eyes captivating. If Qin Tong had scrutinized closely, she would have noticed that his irises were also gold. Even in a perilous situation, Qin Tong could not help but admire his beauty. Such a visage could not be mere happenstance. Beneath that exquisite face lay a robust physique. Every inch of his skin revealed defined muscle lines, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. Perfection in every aspect rendered him a being of unparalleled beauty, one that even figurines could not replicate. Qin Tong gazed in a daze as the handsome figure approached, her eyes wide with wonder. The fabled gentleman from her fairy tales had not materialized instead. The beautiful man seized the raw meat from Gulan's hands and swiftly thrust it into Qin Tong's mouth with astonishing speed. Chapter 3. The golden-haired monster. Ugh, ugh. The sounds of retching echoed through the air. Qin Tong had gone over 20 hours without sustenance, unable to expel anything further. She wept and heaved, overwhelmed by nausea. Mose, clutching a piece of meat, furrowed his brow. This was the tenderest cut available, yet it was wasted. He tossed the meat into his mouth, chewing with indifference. Qin Tong caught a glimpse of his actions from the corner of her eye, prompting her to retch even more violently. What a handsome man, a monster! They were all monsters. Gulan approached Qin Tong with concern, gently stroking her head. At that moment, Qin Tong finally comprehended that despite being a den of monsters, this silver-haired creature seemed somewhat reasonable. At the very least, he would not shove meat into her mouth. Qin Tong turned, tightly embracing Gulan, sobbing uncontrollably while pointing at Mose. She believed the silver-haired creature could certainly subdue this golden-haired monster. Whenever the silver-haired one spoke, the beasts outside would part ways, indicating he was the leader. In her heart, Qin Tong felt a surge of conviction that her assumptions were correct. Gulan, surprised by Qin Tong's transformation, addressed Mose. Mose, you should leave. The little female is somewhat frightened by you. The frail creature like her likely cannot survive. Mose lazily cast a glance at Qin Tong before exiting the cave and transforming back into his beast form. Departing, witnessing Gulan's swift dismissal of the golden-haired monster filled Qin Tong with delight. She felt she had truly latched onto the right support. This was the first genuine smile Qin Tong had shown in this place. Gulan took note of her smile, affectionately patting her head, and was astonished to discover that the little female's fur was remarkably soft and pleasant to touch, prompting him to caress it repeatedly. Qin Tong lifted her gaze to Gulan, gently moving his hand away from her head. She then hurried to the corner where her bag remained, emptying its contents onto the ground. After rummaging through a pile of useless items, she finally found what she sought. Ripping open the packaging, she waved at Gulan. Curious about the little female's actions, Gulan watched intently as Qin Tong gestured for him to crouch down. Complying with her request, he knelt. Qin Tong extended the lollipop in her hand toward Gulan, who blinked in confusion. Mimicking the gesture he had used to encourage her to eat meat, she urged him to partake. Gulan hesitated, gazing at Qin Tong, but after another encouraging gesture from her, he finally placed the lollipop into his mouth, crunching down with surprise at the flavor. His eyes widened in astonishment as the delectable taste caused his ears to manifest. The white-gray appendages perked up, appearing irresistibly soft. With newfound courage, Qin Tong reached out to grasp the lively ear. However, it felt less plush than anticipated. The fur was thick and sturdy, lacking the softness of a toy. In an instant, the ear sprang away from her grip. Qin Tong withdrew her hand, casting an apologetic glance at Gulan, murmuring, I'm sorry, in novels, it is often written that one must marry if they touch another's ears. Surely this monster does not adhere to such customs. Yet, seeing his swift reaction made her wonder if touching his ears was taboo. As she reflected on her actions with regret, Gulan lightly touched her. His expression one of childlike curiosity, pointing at his mouth. Qin Tong chuckled. It really is delicious, isn't it? I actually brought many, but I finished them all on the way. There are only these two left. With that, she handed him the last lollipop, forgetting that Gulan might not understand her words. Jilan remained silent, watching Qin Tong with intrigue as she continued to sift through the scattered items. Eventually, she decided to sit on the ground, using her backpack as a cushion, and beckoned Gulan to sit beside her. Grabbing the last pack of chips, she tore it open, the crisp sound echoing as she tossed a piece into her mouth. As Qin Tong offered a piece to Gulan, she turned to find him nibbling on the stick of the lollipop, preparing to consume it. Quickly, she reached out to retrieve it from his mouth, shaking her head and making a gesture of disapproval. You can't eat that. She then placed the chip into Gulan's mouth. He chewed a few times, frowning and shaking his head. You don't like this? Qin Tong scratched her head, continuing to rummage through the items scattered on the ground. She carried only a single backpack, which was not heavily laden, and most of its contents had already been consumed during her journey. All that remained was an apple and a few packets of rather unappetizing compressed biscuits. She picked up the last apple and offered it to Gulan, who shook her head, indicating that Qin Tong should eat it herself. Gulan, being the most astute female beast of the tribe, had come to a realization. The young female was not ill. Her reluctance to eat might be akin to Like's preference for a herbivorous diet. Like belonged to the tribe of the mighty tusked elephants, and despite his colossal size, he was indeed a devoted herbivore. However, Gulan was puzzled. She had yet to discern what kind of beast this young female was, as both her scent and characteristics were entirely unfamiliar to her. Qin Tong took a fruit knife from the ground and sliced the apple in half, offering one half to Gulan. Upon witnessing Qin Tong's actions, Gulan's attention was wholly captivated by the glimmering object in Qin Tong's hand. After placing the apple in Gulan's grip, Qin Tong clumsily peeled the other half with the fruit knife. It reminded her of how her mother used to peel apples at home, though her own efforts often resulted in a less than pristine appearance. Determined to finish peeling this half first, she intended to give it to the silver-haired fairy, feeling somewhat embarrassed by its current state. Elan, observing the clumsy peeling process, momentarily set aside her curiosity, assuming it was a tool akin to a bone needle, albeit with a different sharp edge. The sweet aroma of the apple wafted through the air, prompting Gulan to take a hearty bite. With a rapid blink, her ears perked up once more. Qin Tong chuckled at Gulan's reaction as she devoured the apple in mere bites, leaving no core behind. To Qin Tong's surprise, the silver-haired fairy had such a fondness for apples. She extended her half-eaten apple to Gulan, who instinctively withdrew her hand, realizing she could not consume everything belonging to the young female. Qin Tong offered it again and picked up a bag of chips from her feet, indicating that she still had this treat. Only then did Gulan hesitantly accept the apple, munching on it while her ears twitched as Qin Tong munched on her chips. She scrolled through her phone, attempting to find a signal. Jilan, having finished the apple, sat beside her, intently observing Qin Tong's actions. Jilan felt that this young female was exceptionally unique. Her scent was delightful, hinting at a potentially robust reproductive capability. Yet, she was so frail and diminutive. Such a weak creature would struggle to withstand the harshness of winter. Fortunately, there was still some time before winter set in, allowing for the possibility of nurturing the young female to a stronger state. Once a mobile device loses its signal and internet connectivity, it becomes less useful than a brick. Qin Tong set her phone aside and picked up a hefty encyclopedia. She had inquired about survival in the wild online, and the encyclopedia had garnered the most praise, leading her to believe it would be beneficial. Hastily, Qin Tong flipped through the pages of the encyclopedia. Chapter 4 sent her into a panic. As time passed, her patience dwindled, and her page-turning became increasingly frantic, culminating in a sense of urgency. Jilan, sitting nearby, was perplexed by Qin Tong's behavior. When she reached the final page, Qin Tong set the book down and burst into tears, lamenting the absence of any advice pertinent to her current predicament. "They're all liars," she cried, recalling the posts that claimed the encyclopedia was the ultimate guide for wilderness survival. Ji Lan, taken aback by the outburst, felt at a loss as to how to respond. The male beasts outside the cave, alerted by the cries, gathered around but dared not enter. This book represented Qin Tong's last glimmer of hope. She longed for home, regretting her feelings for the senior and yearning to escape the wilderness. Overwhelmed by despair, Qin Tong wept until she was utterly exhausted. Ji Lan watched anxiously, having never witnessed a female beast so distraught. Unsure how to soothe the young female, Gu Lan remained by her side, filled with concern. Perhaps wearied or simply finding no joy in solitary tears, Qin Tong finally quieted her sobs and tore open a packet of compressed biscuits. "I am so hungry," she murmured, taking a bite. The biscuits were dreadful, and she had previously discarded a packet on the bus, unable to endure their taste. Yet, just one day later, faced with hunger, she savored them, realizing that no matter how unpalatable they were still preferable to raw meat. Qin Tong picked up her personal water bottle, which contained only a meager amount of water. After consuming the biscuits, she disregarded her previous hesitations and drank greedily from the bottle. Having filled her stomach, she leaned her hands against her face, staring at the chaotic array of items strewn about. She reflected on the snacks she had packed for her journey, realizing that she had taken mostly treats. She had consumed half of them before even reaching her destination, leaving behind only useless items. Besides her wallet, she had brought along a Mickey, the reason for which she could not fathom. If only she had replaced the space taken by Mickey with an extra bag of chips, at least then she would still have a snack to enjoy. Regret washed over her, particularly for not heeding her friend's advice against embarking on this wilderness survival adventure. Despite her remorse over bringing Mickey, she retrieved him from the ground, brushed off the dirt, and cradled him in her arms. This toy was essential for her comfort at night. Without Mickey, she would find it impossible to sleep. Gu Lan watched Qin Tong nervously, fearing another outburst. Sensing Gu Lan's gaze, Qin Tong returned a look of distress. As the moment lingered, she recalled an important detail she had overlooked, her clothing. With determination, she clutched Mickey tightly and fixed her gaze on Gu Lan, who remained baffled by the young female's intentions, unable to decipher the sudden shift in her emotions. Just moments ago, she had been fine. What had changed? Only then did Qin Tong realize that the silver-haired fairy was not wearing any clothes, merely wrapped in a small piece of animal hide around her lower body. It dawned on her that she had forgotten something crucial, her own garments. She needed to put on her clothes quickly. Upon gathering them from the ground, she discovered they had all been torn to shreds. The urge to cry welled up within her again, but this time, she merely let the tears flow silently. Her situation was truly dire. This holiday should have been spent at home, indulging in snacks and watching dramas. Instead, she was left to endure the harshness of the wilderness. Encountering monsters was one thing, but being exposed before them was another. Qin Tong tied the tattered clothing around her waist, fashioning a makeshift skirt. Luckily, she had packed a windbreaker that remained intact in her bag. Just as she finished her makeshift covering, jubilant roars echoed from outside, rising and falling in a rhythmic chorus. The thunderous sounds made Qin Tong instinctively shrink back. Ji Lan, unmindful of Qin Tong's fear, hurried outside. Indeed, it was like returning with food. He had been away from the tribe for some time, and Gu Lan had been worried, especially since he had taken a few young cubs along to forage. Despite Like's presence, she could not shake her concern for the newly matured cubs, surrounded by a throng of male beasts. Like basked in their praise. "Like, you've brought back an abundance of food," they exclaimed. Swishing their tails in admiration, hearing their compliments, Like raised his long trunk and trumpeted, filling the air with his resonant calls. Though fear gripped her, Qin Tong inched closer to the cave entrance, her eyes wide with astonishment at the sight before her. What manner of creatures were these? Her mouth fell agape in disbelief. These beasts were unlike any she had encountered at the zoo. They were twice the size of ordinary animals, the immense figure at the center. A giant elephant appeared even larger, its tusks remarkably long, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Many of these creatures were entirely alien to her. Had she not been supporting herself against the cave wall, she might have collapsed from sheer shock. Even though she managed to remain upright, her knees felt weak. As soon as Qin Tong emerged from the cave, all the males turned to gaze at her. Under the scrutiny of such formidable beasts, she felt as though her heart might leap from her chest. The younger males who had just returned, catching a whiff of the unique scent of a female, let out excited howls, accompanied by a subtle sound of water splashing. While the beasts were known for their keen hearing, their sense of smell was equally acute. They detected an unfamiliar fragrance wafting through the air and turned their attention toward it. Chim Tong looked down, noticing a puddle on the ground that revealed what had just transpired. She realized, to her horror, that she had been so frightened. She had lost control of her bladder. Suppressing her cries, she bit her lip, attempting to hold back her tears in front of these creatures, beasts, monsters, fairies. Before me, a most embarrassing incident occurred. I truly feel mortified. Should I cry further, my shame would only deepen. In the animal kingdom, scent serves as a vital form of communication. For instance, one can discern whether a female is receptive to males, detect the timing of her fertility, and even ascertain if she is with offspring. Consequently, the males have caught wind of the alluring fragrance emanating from this young female. A juvenile, lacking self-control, lunged directly at Chim Tong, and although it was a young creature, its size was double that of Chim Tong. Before Chim Tong could react, she was knocked down by the gray wolf cub. Gulan instinctively transformed into his beast form and rushed over to intervene, but alas, he was a moment too late. Chim Tong had already fallen. Fortunately, the cub's body did not land atop Chim Tong. Otherwise, she might have faced dire consequences. The gray wolf cub had landed in a puddle instead. Dilon scolded the cub a couple of times, causing it to lower its head and retreat. Chim Tong, of course, could not comprehend the reprimand, for it was entirely in the language of beasts, distinct from the words Gulan spoke when in human form. Dilon promptly shifted back to his human shape. Mindful that this young female might be frightened by his beast form, and he wished not to startle her as Chim Tong rose from the ground, she warily observed the towering beasts around her. Apprehensive of a second assault, once Gulan had finished speaking, the adult beasts all transformed into their human forms. Chim Tong's eyes widened. Chapter 5. The Revelry of Beasts. A glance around revealed nothing but muscular, imposing figures, each with chiseled features and towering statures, undeniably pleasing to the eye. After her initial astonishment, Chim Tong tightly shut her eyes, realizing they were all devoid of clothing. Do not look, she muttered incessantly. Gulan took Chim Tong's hand, leading her out of the cave, and in an instant, she found herself encircled by the towering beastmen. This female is rather diminutive, one observed. What is this on her body? Qi Sanjie remarked, extending his claws and effortlessly tearing open Chim Tong's clothing. Feeling a sudden chill on her abdomen, Chim Tong glanced down and wished to cry out, yet fear kept her silent as she clutched her clothes tightly. In that instant, the males noticed her two exposed features. Is she an orangutan beast? Yudo questioned. No, she bears no scent of the orangutan beast. Some males, still uncertain, approached again, claws raised, prepared to strike at Chim Tong. This time, Chim Tong was ready. She swiftly dove into Gulan's embrace. All right, the young female is frightened now, Gulan remarked. Hearing his words, a few unwilling beasts remained undeterred. From atop a tree, Mose let out a howl that exuded a chilling aura. Only then did several males realize their leader had returned. Upon hearing the leader's warning, those who had displayed their claws retracted them. With Gulan's protection and Mose's warning, no one dared to harm the young female. Nevertheless, their curiosity about Chim Tong was insatiable. It was no exaggeration to say that the moment Chim Tong stepped away from Gulan, she would be surrounded. The scent of this female was simply irresistible, and the absence of other males' fragrances indicated she had no mate, presenting an opportunity for all. Their blood surged with excitement. Who would not desire to leave offspring, especially with the sudden emergence of such a fragrant female? The sweeter the scent, the stronger the female's reproductive capabilities. Females were already scarce, and a female with such an alluring aroma was even more coveted. Countless species in the Maloka jungle had faced extinction due to the rarity of females. Thus, the arrival of a new female sent them into a frenzy of excitement. Thanks to Rek and their fortunate find, the tribe had gained a new female, igniting a fervor among the beastmen. Though Chim Tong could not understand their words, their expressions conveyed joy. She surveyed her surroundings, only to realize a troubling fact. There were no females present, not a single one hesitant to gaze too long at their naked forms. She felt a genuine fear of being objectified. Only a few among them wore hides around their lower bodies. The males proudly raised the food they had hunted, roaring with delight, while several of them transformed their hands into claws to divide the spoils. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tong covered her mouth, fearing she might vomit. Ji Lan watched her with concern. Qin Tong clung tightly to Gu Lan's arm, unwilling to let go, sensing his movements and following closely. Not wanting to be left alone among these beasts as they exited the throng, they found Rex seated on the periphery, in his human form. Rex was also imposing, with gray hair and a full gray beard that lent him a fearsome appearance. Upon seeing Gu Lan approach with Qin Tong, Rex paused his meal. Rex, share some food with the young female. She seems to be a herbivore, Gu Lan suggested. Qin Tong, frightened by the robust figure before her, hid behind Gu Lan, peeking out. I thought you would never speak to me again, Rex complained to Gu Lan. This female is truly quite the bully. She initially expressed a desire to join the tribe, and I agreed to her terms, yet she has not responded. Now that she brings it up again, she ignores me entirely. It's quite vexing. Yet, despite his words, he obediently offered tinder leaves to Gu Lan. Gu Lan, ignoring Rex's grievances, accepted the food and turned to offer it to Qin Tong. She shook her head, refusing. From a distance, Qin Tong observed this hulking figure munching on leaves and quickly understood Gu Lan's intentions. She had no desire to eat leaves, especially those previously consumed by another. Do eat, young female. Without nourishment, you cannot grow strong, and you will struggle to survive the winter, Gu Lan urged. Qin Tong gazed at Gu Lan, his words incomprehensible to her. However, seeing him mimic the act of eating, she resolutely shook her head. I will not eat leaves, she pouted. Gu Lan regarded her with a troubled expression, and Qin Tong mirrored his unease. The language barrier rendered reasoning futile. Qin Tong gestured emphatically, signaling her refusal. Watching this exchange, Rex was less patient. He stood up, seized the tender leaves from Gu Lan's hand, and stepped closer to Qin Tong. Qin Tong covered her mouth with both hands, fearing another brutish act. Observing her resistance, Gu Lan understood that the young female likely disliked eating such offerings. Rex, that is not acceptable, he asserted. With Gu Lan's command, Rex reluctantly relented. Mose, perched in a tree, observed the entire scene and gracefully leaped down, landing not far from Qin Tong. She looked up in astonishment. He had jumped from such a height without a care. These creatures were truly extraordinary. However, upon recognizing Mose's face, she instinctively recoiled closer to Gu Lan, for he appeared even more savage. It was he who had forcibly pried open her mouth and shoved a bloody piece of meat inside. If given the chance, she would certainly retaliate by stuffing a smelly sock into his mouth. As the male beasts divided their food, the most tender portion was saved for last, intended for the newcomer, only to find her absent. Two males, clutching a large chunk of meat, followed the scent trail to Qin Tong. Young female, this is the most tender piece, reserved for you, Fuyali proclaimed, brandishing the meat before her. Qin Tong regarded the golden-haired creature and the meat held by the beast-man behind him, fearing he would once again attempt to force food upon her. Mose cast a disdainful glance at Qin Tong. Sensing her complete aversion, he turned to Fuyali, saying, share this with the other females. Fuyali was momentarily taken aback, nodding in agreement. Although she did not comprehend the reason behind it, the leader had spoken. Qin Tong observed them muttering among themselves, and the one holding the meat departed, causing her taut nerves to relax slightly. Mose approached Qin Tong, and she feared she had offended him. She wrapped her arms around the goblet, feeling emboldened by her proximity to a strong ally. Mose regarded the wary little female with a casual demeanor, extending the object in his palm towards Qin Tong. Qin Tong gazed at the crimson fruit in his large hand. Shaking her head, she had no desire for it. After all, gifts from demons could very well be poisoned, and the vibrant red hue seemed suspiciously toxic. She dared not consume it. Gobin shot a surprised glance at Mose. Realizing why Mose had taken so long on his patrol today, he was seeking sweet fruits for the little female. Mose caught the implication in Gobin's gaze and responded coolly. He was merely concerned that this female might starve and seek the beast god. Nothing more. Gobin reached out to take the fruit from Mose's hand and placed it into Qin Tong's palm. Once Mose saw that the fruit had been transferred to Qin Tong, he took his leave. Gobin continued to gesture for Qin Tong to eat, repeating his insistence with unflagging patience. While he remained undeterred, Chim Tong grew weary of his persistence. Eventually, she relented and took a bite of the fruit. Chim Tong grimaced at the astringent flavor, finding it quite unpalatable. She struggled to suppress the urge to spit it out, now suspecting that the golden-haired demon intended to poison her. However, upon seeing the expectant gaze of the silver-haired sprite, she swallowed it down, only to discover that the initial bitterness gave way to a hint of sweetness. Among the beastmen, Chim Tong felt like an outsider, not only due to her petite stature but also because of her pervasive wariness. While the male beasts reveled in their festivities, many of them still cast lingering glances in her direction. Sitting closely beside Gobin, she focused intently on the vibrant fruit in her hand. Though it was not as distasteful as she had anticipated, it was still not to her liking. Chim Tong lowered her head in contemplation, pondering whether to explore the area from whence she had come, in hopes of discovering some clues. Yet, venturing forth alone could very well lead to her demise. She raised her gaze towards Gobin, finding him amiable. She wondered if he would be willing to accompany her. "Gobin, won't you join me for some meat?" A slender beast man approached. This little female seemed somewhat frightened. "Let me soothe her," Gobin said, casting a gentle look at Chim Tong. Just as Chim Tong hoped to engage further with Gobin, someone interrupted. The slender beast man, intrigued by Gobin's words, scrutinized Chim Tong before plopping down beside her. As he settled, Chim Tong instinctively shifted closer to Gobin, feeling a surge of anxiety. Gobin gently patted her, attempting to reassure her. "It appears she is genuinely frightened," Muin and I remarked, leaning closer to Chim Tong while inhaling her scent. "Gobin, she smells absolutely delightful." It was as if he had discovered a new world. Chim Tong was terrified by Mu and Ni's proximity. Gobin sensed her trepidation but did not intervene. He believed Chim Tong needed to assimilate with the others. "Do not be afraid," he finally spoke, offering comfort. As Chim Tong realized Muin and I posed no threat, her anxiety lessened slightly. Muin and I leaned in closer, gazing at Chim Tong with keen curiosity. Once the danger had passed, Chim Tong began to observe Muin and I as well. She noted that this demon was quite handsome, draped similarly in a hide like the silver-haired sprite. Chim Tong surmised that he, too, might be a reasonable creature, as he exhibited decorum unlike other beastmen who roamed indiscriminately. He must have received some education, making him a good demon in her eyes. She offered Muin and I a faint smile, which he readily reciprocated with a broad grin, and Chim Tong felt the warmth of his goodwill. Muin and I continued to gaze at her with unabashed curiosity, making Chim Tong feel somewhat bashful. She then extended the fruit in her hand towards him. Muin and I was momentarily taken aback, pointing at himself. Chim Tong nodded in affirmation. With some hesitation, Muin and I accepted the sweet fruit. And upon receiving it, he suddenly enveloped Chim Tong in a hearty embrace, startling her. His excitement stemmed from the rarity of such sweet fruits, which beastmen seldom shared, especially with females. It was not out of selfishness. Females were inherently protected, with males prioritizing their well-being and sustenance. In the lives of females, sharing food with others was an inconceivable notion. Muin's tail, fluffy and vibrant, wagged vigorously with joy. Still in a state of bewilderment, Chim Tong watched as Muin and I devoured the fruit, his tail swaying as he relished it. Chim Tong fixated on the tail, tempted to reach out but refraining, for she dared not touch. She was curious about what creature he might be, pondering whether he could be Fox. As the male beasts filled their bellies, they began to engage in playful scuffles. Soon, two of them were embroiled in a fierce tussle, prompting the surrounding beastmen to clear a space for their brawl. After exchanging blows, the two briefly separated. "Tyler, if I win, I will have the first claim on the little female," Fuya declared, determination gleaming in his eyes. Tyler, opposite him, scoffed, "Fuya, you are destined to lose." Desire for victory ignited in both their gazes as the surrounding beastmen erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. Sitting at the periphery, Chim Tong was drawn in by the ruckus. Curious about their commotion, though she could not discern its meaning, Muin and I, unable to remain still, darted into the fray. With a low growl, Tyler advanced toward Fuya, who had already braced himself for the attack. Beastmen were inherently warriors. Their combative nature was ingrained in their very essence, and their fighting prowess came not only from genetics but also from experience. Both combatants were formidable, possessing exceptional abilities. Tyler, a purebred red wolf, was swift and cunning in his attacks, whereas Fuya, a deer porpoise, faced a disadvantage in speed. However, Fuya possessed his own unique talents, notably his long fangs and remarkable resilience to toxins. Although Fuya, in his human form, lacked the advantage of his fangs, he was still a capable adult male. Yuan and I emerged from the circle and settled beside Qin Tong. "They are fighting for your favor," he remarked with a smile. Gobin, upon hearing this, glanced thoughtfully at the gathering beastmen. Qin Tong blinked, unsure of whether the fox was indeed addressing her, and even if he was, she could not grasp his words. Yuan and I took Qin Tong's hand, attempting to pull her toward the skirmish. Initially, she cast a glance at the silver-haired sprite before looking at the fox holding her hand. Uncertain of his intentions, Yuan and I pointed towards the raucous crowd, where cheers erupted anew. Although Qin Tong felt trepidation, her curiosity piqued, compelling her to follow Mu and I. As the male beasts noticed the presence of a female, they parted to grant her passage. Qin Tong beheld the two hulking figures engaged in combat. However, their lack of clothing made her feel bashful, even as the brutal exchange was undeniably captivating. Qin Tong squinted, wincing at the sight of fists colliding with flesh, feeling an empathetic pain merely from observing. The male beasts, once jubilant, fell silent as they became enraptured by the proximity of the fragrant female. Suddenly, a hand reached towards Qin Tong's prominent bosom. She shrieked, her voice piercing through the cheers. The two battling beasts were momentarily disrupted by her shriek. Fuya, caught off guard, stumbled forward, his face hitting the ground. "There are perverts," Qin Tong exclaimed, huddling closer to Mu and I. "These ruffians dared to grope a girl, and so forcefully. I am certain I have turned crimson. These demons were not only lewd but also brutish." The shriek drew the attention of all beasts, and Gobin rushed to Qin Tong's side. Upon seeing Gobin, Qin Tong felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Someone touched me," she exclaimed, clutching Gobin tightly. "Please scold them on my behalf." The male beasts, bewildered, had no idea what had transpired, nor did they comprehend the little female's sudden outcry. Even the one who had groped her was confused by her reaction. After relaying her grievances, Qin Tong noticed Gobin remained curious but did not respond. Merely observing her, she sighed deeply, realizing that the language barrier rendered her complaints unheard. What a sorrowful predicament. Qin Tong felt as though she were akin to an illiterate individual. Jilan tugged Qin Tong back to the stone where they had just sat, with Mu and I following closely behind. Jilan, unable to comprehend Qin Tong's intentions, could only offer a comforting pat on her head. Still seething with anger, Qin Tong resisted Gu Lan's gesture, pushing his hand away from her head. Pouting, she declared that she would pack her belongings and seek a way home. She could not bear to stay even a moment longer. Taking Gu Lan's hand, Qin Tong ventured into the cave, gathering the scattered items before securing her backpack. With a firm grip on Gu Lan, she started towards the exit. Although Gu Lan did not grasp Qin Tong's thoughts, he could interpret her actions. He remained still. "Little female beast, where do you intend to go? It is perilous outside," Gu Lan patiently urged Qin Tong. Standing with her hands on her hips, Qin Tong, unable to understand, pulled on Gu Lan once more. However, with her petite stature, she could not hope to budge Gu Lan, who stood nearly 6 feet tall, especially when he did not resist her efforts. After a few minutes of futile tugging, she angrily tossed her backpack to the ground. Qin Tong was truly furious, scolding him, yet he remained oblivious to her words, rendering communication impossible. Observing Qin Tong's abandonment of her belongings, Gu Lan mistakenly believed his persuasion had succeeded and once again led Qin Tong out of the cave. Outside, the male beasts were engaged in playful antics, frolicking and laughing together. Jilan hoped that Qin Tong would soon acclimate to the group. After her outburst, Qin Tong seemed somewhat less agitated, but she resolutely kept her distance from the other beastmen, choosing instead to remain close to Gu Lan, seated at the periphery. Qin Tong surveyed her surroundings, where towering trees stretched skyward, seemingly reaching the heavens, their trunks thick and straight. The azure sky, adorned with fluffy white clouds, created a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. Regrettably, for Qin Tong, reality was far from the enchanting world of fables. Suddenly, a snow-white creature leaped into Qin Tong's arms, licking her face vigorously while emitting sounds. Had Qin Tong understood, she would have surely exclaimed in shock, for the little beast incessantly repeated, "Little female beast, be my mate." Chin Tong, sensitive to tickling, found the slobbering affection unpleasant and frowned as she forcefully pushed the creature away. With a smile at the corners of his mouth, Gu Lan intervened, lifting the white ferret from Chin Tong's embrace. "Niao Ao, you wish to pursue a female beast before reaching maturity?" Gu Lan teased. The lifted little creature growled softly, "Wait until I mature. I shall court this little female beast." Laughter erupted among the beastmen at this remark. "Niao Ao, by the time you mature, this little female beast might already have cubs." Qi Sangjie mocked with a smirk. Upon hearing the laughter, Niao Ao wriggled free from Gu Lan's grasp and lunged at Qi Sangjie, who had mocked him. The result was predictable. Before he could reach his target, he was sent flying with a swift kick. It was not an exaggeration to say he soared through the air like a projectile. Chin Tong's jaw dropped in astonishment. Was their own kind truly this ruthless? Would they treat her in the same manner? It appeared that the silver-haired fairy was the gentlest of them all. After being kicked away, the beastmen showed no concern. It seemed an entirely ordinary occurrence. Just as Chin Tong worried for the little creature, she saw the white ferret returning, scampering joyfully back towards her, completely disregarding Qi Sangjie and heading straight for Chin Tong. The sight of the ferret, reminiscent of a fluffy Samoyed, pranced back, yet it was more exquisite than any Samoyed she had seen, with its flowing white fur and expressive eyes, making it hard to resist, at least for Chin Tong. She could not bring herself to refuse. Summoning her courage, she reached out to stroke the ferret's head. Niao Ao leaned into her palm, melting her heart with its adorableness, from maintaining a distance to now being nestled in her embrace. What Chin Tong remained oblivious to was that Niao Ao was thoroughly enjoying the closeness, burying its face into her chest, while she remained unaware of its contentment. The male beasts watched with gritted teeth, vexed by the cunning little creature that utilized its beast form to endear itself to the little female. Ulan had claimed that little female beasts were fearful of beast forms. Why then was Chin Tong not afraid of Niao Ao's juvenile form, instead cradling it so affectionately? A few beasts even began to doubt whether their beast forms were unappealing to the little female, as none had yet garnered her favor. Finally, unable to bear the sight any longer, Heller approached and lifted Niao Ao from Chin Tong's arms. "Let go of me," Niao Ao protested, struggling in vain, despite its efforts. Even employing its tail, it was ultimately futile. In the face of strength, Niao Ao's tricks were ineffective. Chin Tong watched helplessly as her cherished pet toy was whisked away. Meanwhile, the beastmen struck rhythms with bones and blew on leaves, creating sounds that, though not melodious, radiated a joyful spirit that began to infect Chin Tong. Watching them dance and celebrate, her trepidation eased slightly. Ji Lan was the first to notice Chin Tong's change. It was precisely this reason he had endeavored to integrate her with the group. He was uncertain how to facilitate her acceptance, but believed that being together would gradually help her blend in. As nightfall approached, the visible light diminished. In this primeval forest, night was truly night, enveloped in pitch darkness. For Chin Tong, this was exceedingly inconvenient. Unlike the beastmen, she lacked the ability to see in the dark. When vision was lost, instinctive fear arose, especially in such an unfamiliar setting. Her hand clung tightly to Gu Lan's, unwilling to let go. However, it was not devoid of any light. Within the darkness, numerous eerie dots sparkled. Those were the eyes of beasts that had yet to transform into their human forms. Their eyes reflected a strange glow, resembling glass orbs in the dark. Chin Tong felt a shiver run down her spine, yet the night was not solely filled with terror. There was also the beauty of the starry sky, a spectacle unseen in the city. Yet, at that moment, Chin Tong was not in the mood to appreciate such a breathtaking view. Chapter 8. The night descends. The silver moon adorned the deep blue night sky. The darkness resembling a vast curtain draped over the jungle. The onset of night signified that it was time to rest. Just as Chin Tong fretted over how to spend the night, Gu Lan summoned Mos. That moment, Chin Tong felt akin to a blind person. Although the stars twinkled above, the towering trees surrounding her cast an impenetrable darkness, rendering her as sightless as a blind individual. Though she could not see, her other senses heightened, and Mos, upon approaching Chin Tong, quickly took notice of her. However, she was unaware of the golden-haired monster's identity. "Mos, I entrust the little female beast to you." Gulan said softly. Moses' initial reaction was to refuse, but Gulan did not allow him the opportunity to do so. Mose, the reproductive capacity of the little female beast is exceptionally strong. This single statement silenced Moses' objections. As an exceedingly rare hybrid of tiger and lion, Mose was aware that its reproductive abilities were extremely limited, so much so that it was nearly non-existent. This was the reason Mose had never sought a mate. With no prospect of reproduction, there seemed little point. While tiger-lion beasts were considered the kings of the jungle, undefeated in battle, their poor reproductive capabilities often left them shunned by female beasts. Yet, there was not a single male beast who did not yearn for offspring, and Mose was no exception. Hearing Gulan's words, Mose hesitated for the first time. Moreover, he had another concern. Keeping the little female beast in his cave would indeed be more advantageous. Noticing that Mose had ceased to oppose, Gulan passed Chin Tong's hand to him. Just as Gulan extended her hand, Chin Tong instinctively withdrew it. Little female beast, go rest with Mose in the cave. Gulan gently reassured her, once more attempting to take her hand. Yet, Chin Tong remained vigilant, pulling her hand away and refusing to allow Gulan to grasp it. Mose, however, was not so patient. With a fierce roar, he transformed into his beast form, seizing Chin Tong and tossing her onto his back before leaping away with remarkable speed. In the distance, Gulan's voice echoed, "Mose, be gentle with the little female beast." However, there was no response from Mose, yet Gulan was certain that Mose would heed his words. Chin Tong, already fearful due to her impaired vision, was utterly terrified by Mose's presence, as if her very soul was about to be snatched away. The touch of the beast's fangs against her skin made her feel as though a mere nibble would shatter her entirely. The moment she was tossed onto the back of the tiger lion. Her instincts compelled her to cling tightly to Moses' fur, her mind racing in confusion, the sound of rushing wind filling her ears. Chin Tong had no idea where this creature intended to take her, surely not to some secluded spot to devour her. As she pondered how to respond, Mose unceremoniously flung her to the ground, and she landed painfully, sitting on the earth. Mose, indifferent, lay down to rest without uttering a word. Squinting her eyes, Chin Tong attempted to discern her surroundings. But with her limited sight, she could see nothing, only sensing that it felt like a cave, silent, as if enclosed in a confined space. Mose had not reverted to human form and remained in his beastly guise. Chin Tong was on high alert, too afraid to move. Mose simply closed his eyes to rest, completely ignoring her presence. Time dragged on as Chin Tong held her position, only gradually allowing her guard to lower when she assured herself that there was no imminent danger. After a day filled with tension, the tranquil environment lulled her into a deep sleep, her head falling to the ground. Once she was asleep, Mose opened his beastly eyes, taking in the sight of Chin Tong. This little female beast seemed remarkably different. Her pale skin and delightful scent intrigued him. Mose approached slowly, inhaling her fragrance deeply, fixated on the rise and fall of her chest. The garment that had been torn by Ji Sang during the day had been hastily tied. But after Mose's earlier antics, it had loosened, revealing a hint of her curves. Unbeknownst to him, the sight of her partially exposed form captivated Mose. Unable to resist, he used his sharp claws to tear away the obstructing fabric. Thus, Chin Tong's little rabbit was unceremoniously liberated, all unbeknownst to her. Curiosity piqued, Mose gently pressed his paw against her rabbit, stunned by the softness of the touch. It felt so pleasant that he wondered what would happen if he sank his teeth into it. Alarmed by his own startling thoughts, Mose was taken aback. Meanwhile, Chin Tong, feeling a sudden warmth beside her, instinctively leaned closer, thinking she had awakened. Mose, however, believed he had roused her and feigned sleep, but the little female merely rolled onto him. Showing no signs of waking, Mose cautiously opened his eyes once more to observe Chin Tong. She slept soundly through the night, and when morning came, she stretched languidly, murmuring her contentment before she finally opened her eyes. Only to be met with a sea of golden fur. When did I get new bedding? She mused, reaching out to touch it. Mose lowered his head, and at that moment, Chin Tong fully awakened, letting out a startled scream before abruptly halting. Realization washed over her as she discovered she was sprawled atop this creature. Quickly, she sprang to her feet, retreating to a corner, apologizing profusely. "I didn't mean to." Recalling the events of the previous night, She realized her poor sleeping habits had likely led her to crawl onto him. Mose rose as well, and Qin Tong sensed something amiss. Why did it feel so cool? Looking down, she confirmed her suspicions. Glaring at Mose, she accused, "You did this, didn't you?" Mose turned his lion head aside, as if to say, "It was you. You scoundrel. There are claw marks all over," she continued, but her words fell on deaf ears. For Mose could not understand her. Yet, it was not that he was entirely oblivious. Despite the language barrier, he grasped her meaning through her gestures. Observing the irate female, he cast a guilty glance away. As Qin Tong picked up her torn clothing, she lamented the transformation of her attire from a perfectly normal garment to a mere crop top, now reduced to a strapless piece. Despair washed over her at the thought of being left bare-chested. The mere idea of her exposed form, with her rabbit-like features flailing, sent shivers down her spine. Mose, taking the initiative, lay down, inviting Qin Tong to climb aboard. He'll avoid being carried in his mouth again. She complied and clambered on. This time, Qin Tong truly felt the swiftness of Mose, and if she were to return to her own time, she would regale her friends with tales of riding a beast. It felt exhilarating, and she reveled in her newfound sense of power. Mose moved elegantly, drawing the attention of the surrounding beastmen. "Did you rest well last night, Mose?" the males teased. Mose cast a fleeting glance their way but offered no reply. Initially, Qin Tong had thought these creatures towering and formidable, but perched atop the beast, they seemed significantly shorter. Spotting Gulan, Qin Tong eagerly urged Mose to set her down, tapping his back, "Let me down." Just as they reached their destination, Mose transformed back into human form. The sudden loss of weight caused Qin Tong to yelp, but before she could hit the ground, Mose effortlessly caught her, cradling her in his arms. Chapter 9. Resignation. Startled, Qin Tong clung tightly to Mose, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, but upon looking up, the words caught in her throat. His golden hair, strikingly handsome features, and chiseled jawline radiated a rugged charm. Illuminated by a soft halo in the backlight. Staring at this captivating sight, she found herself at a loss for words. "Put me down," she managed to say, lightly patting Mose's arm. Once she leaped down, she dashed towards Gulan. "You bullied me. Why did you let him take me?" she exclaimed. "Do you know how terrified I was last night?" With her hands on her hips, she launched into a tirade against Gulan. Gulan regarded the fuming little female with a soft smile. Once Qin Tong finished her complaints, she fell silent, finding the lack of response rather dull. Within Gulan's cave, she retrieved her phone, which he had been curious about since yesterday, intrigued by its ability to emit light. After Mose had whisked her away, Gulan had taken a peek but remained clueless about its nature. Now, watching Qin Tong hold it, his eyes were glued to her. Qin Tong raised her phone high, only to find no signal. She took a few steps forward, oblivious to the beastmen observing her peculiar behavior from afar. "What is that, little female?" Gulan inquired, stretching his neck to get a better view. Qin Tong turned to see Gulan's curiosity flicker in his eyes, and a mischievous thought crossed her mind. Waving him over, she waited for him to approach before opening the camera. Click! She pressed the shutter, but she did not capture a photo of Gulan as intended. The moment he saw the camera's display, he instantly transformed into his beast form, his fur bristling as if charged with electricity. Qin Tong turned in surprise, her gaze falling upon a gigantic silver fox. This was her first glimpse of Gulan's beastly shape, and it left her momentarily stunned. Nearby, the other males, witnessing Gulan's reaction, crowded around in curiosity. Feeling a rush of anxiety, Qin Tong realized she might have caused a commotion. She had no idea the silver-haired sprite would be so frightened. After a moment, once Gulan sensed there was no danger, he reverted to human form, and the other males dispersed, returning to their previous activities. Gulan approached Qin Tong once more, but she dared not take another photo. Now wary of his reaction, seeing that he was unscathed, she resumed her search for a signal, holding the phone aloft until her arm grew weary, yet there was still no response. With a heavy heart, she accepted the truth. This was no longer her original world. With her phone's battery dwindling, Qin Tong clutched it tightly, seated herself upon a nearby stone, and stared at it for several minutes. Taking a deep breath, she powered it down, finally recognizing that she had entered an unknown realm from which she could never return. This time, she did not weep, even though confusion engulfed her. Crying would serve no purpose. Gulan sat beside her, observing with curiosity as her emotions fluctuated rapidly. Suddenly, Qin Tong lifted her head. "My name is Qin Tong," she announced, extending her hand toward Gulan. Even knowing the silver-haired sprite would not comprehend, she desired to introduce herself. Gulan tilted his head, perplexed by her actions. Unfazed, Qin Tong took his hand, giving it a gentle shake. "I look forward to working with you," she said, since she would be living here. Her first priority was to mend her clothing. She simply could not abide being inadequately covered. Mu and I emerged from the cave, spotting Qin Tong and leaping toward her. Qin Tong, sensing the approaching figure, quickly hid behind Gulan, fearing Muin and I might knock her over. Muin and I halted before Gulan. "Little female, how could you do this?" Muin and I lamented that Qin Tong was rather pleased with her arrival, as she held a favorable impression of this orc. Qin Tong took Muin's hand, wishing for her to guide her around. However, Muin and I expressed disdain for Qin Tong's slow pace. Qin Tong, unaccustomed to traversing such treacherous paths, stumbled along, and perhaps it was an exaggeration to even call it a road, for it bore no resemblance to one. With each step, Qin Tong exclaimed in surprise. For not only were the animals abundant, many of which she had never encountered, but the same was true for the plants. The creatures were of considerable size, as were the flora, and Qin Tong, akin to a city dweller exploring the countryside, was filled with curiosity about everything, though not touch. Muin and I suddenly shouted, halting Qin Tong from reaching for a plant on the ground, rushing over to pull her away from a pink specimen. Startled by Muin's alarmed expression, Qin Tong inferred that the plant might be dangerous, yet she was captivated by its delicate, pastel hue, finding it exceedingly beautiful. Before long, Qin Tong felt parched and gestured to Muin and I for water. Initially perplexed, Muin and I gradually understood after several attempts at communication. Nodding, she pointed in a direction and took Qin Tong's hand, leading her through a thicket until they arrived at a river. The autumn breeze, accompanied by the gentle sun, rustled the treetops, creating ripples along the riverbank. Upon seeing the water, Qin Tong broke free from Muin's grasp and scampered to the river's edge, where a sandy stretch awaited her, revealing crystal-clear depths. She crouched down, splashed her face with the refreshing water, and felt invigorated, finding it cooler than she had anticipated. After a brief cleansing, she collapsed onto the sandy shore. Muin and I stood nearby, gazing at Qin Tong in awe. In the sunlight, the young female orc's skin radiated brilliantly, a beauty unlike any other. Muin and I approached and mimicked her, sitting on the ground beside her. Qin Tong cast a glance at Muin and I before turning her attention back to the river's surface. Her purpose for venturing out extended beyond mere exploration. She sought familiar sights, yet none emerged. For this place bore no resemblance to the suburbs she once knew. However, upon quiet reflection, the beauty of the surroundings became apparent. The blue sky, the white clouds, and the breathtaking landscape. Despite the aesthetic allure, the underlying sorrow remained unaltered. Aside from the picturesque environment, little else was favorable. Life here was inconvenient, with the potential for hunger, inadequate warmth, and even the threat of being devoured by monstrous creatures. The most terrifying thought of all was the prospect of consuming raw meat. The image of Moses' face involuntarily surfaced in Qin Tong's mind, prompting her to grimace in distaste. "What?" Muin and I, unable to comprehend, looked at her in confusion. After a moment of silence, Qin Tong softly suggested, "Teach me your language." Muin and I shook her head, indicating her lack of understanding. Defeated, Qin Tong stood up, brushing off the sand from her clothes, and waded into the river. This sudden action startled Muin and I, who hurried over to pull her back. In a surprising twist, Qin Tong splashed water onto Muin and I, stifling a giggle at her success. Not one to be outdone, Muin and I retaliated swiftly. Qin Tong's playful attempts soon seemed feeble in comparison, and she found herself fleeing from Muin's splashes. As Qin Tong reveled in her playfulness, a group of orcs emerged from the shadows of the forest. This was not an intentional pursuit, but rather a customary practice. The presence of females in the tribe was of paramount importance, often attracting competition, necessitating the protection of females by several males. Qin Tong, unperturbed by the sudden appearance of the orcs, noticed Muin and I joyfully splashing water towards them from a distance, prompting her to join in. The orcs, drawn by the sounds of merriment, eagerly engaged in the water battle. Chim Tong's keen eyes spotted the silver-haired beauty standing by the riverbank, and she playfully splashed water in that direction. Dilan, true to form, joined the fray as Chim Tong retreated from the splashes. She stumbled into deeper waters, and just as she feared she might fall backward, an exquisitely handsome face appeared before her. Standing upright, she pulled away from the supportive hand, muttering a quick thank you before rushing off to find Gulan, leaving Mose watching her with a detached gaze. After their playful skirmish, Chim Tong's fear of the orcs diminished significantly on their return. She no longer walked but rode on Gulan's back, no longer startled by the experience. As she caressed Gulan's fur, she found it immensely comforting. Upon reaching their destination, she hesitated to dismount. When mealtime arrived, the male orcs presented the remnants of yesterday's meat. Upon sighting it, Chim Tong squinted. Her body radiating resistance, Dilan approached her with the meat in hand, but Chim Tong shook her head, covering her mouth. Despite the cool climate preserving the meat, the thought of consuming it raw was beyond her. Having been left out overnight, she worried about the potential for bacteria or infestations. She was no creature with robust digestive capabilities. If she were to eat it, she feared it could spell her demise. Gulan, troubled by the situation, pondered what this little female orc would consume, given her refusal of both meat and vegetables. Her stomach grumbled, prompting her to touch her belly in hunger. Stealing a glance at the meat held by the silver-haired beauty, it appeared quite appetizing. Yet, the prospect of eating it raw was unbearable, no matter how hungry she felt. Just as she hesitated, a thought struck her. She had brought a lighter with her during her browsing of survival websites. She had learned about essential outdoor gear, including climbing ropes, knives, and fire. While she had neither the climbing rope nor an appropriate knife, she had indeed brought a lighter, which she had packed for convenience, making it a fortunate choice. Leaping to her feet, she dashed into the cave to retrieve the lighter, her face alight with joy upon finding it. Elon had grown accustomed to the little female orc's fluctuating emotions. Yet he was curious about the mysterious object in her hand, as her belongings always seemed extraordinary. Chim Tong gathered some dry twigs. Although the nearby orcs were unaware of their purpose, they willingly assisted her. Eagerly collecting more, "That's enough, that's enough," Chim Tong quickly called out, realizing they had amassed quite a pile in no time, their enthusiasm remarkable. The male orcs, not understanding, continued their efforts. Chim Tong gestured for them to stop, her lips twitching slightly. This stack of dry twigs could not merely be used for roasting meat, but could also suffice for a bonfire. Squatting on the ground, she arranged some hay, feeling somewhat clumsy as it was her first attempt at igniting a fire. Mu and Inai chewed on meat behind her, curiously observing. With a few clicks, the lighter ignited a flame. The surrounding orcs, startled by the flickering fire, scattered in panic. Chim Tong cast a puzzled glance at them before continuing to ignite the flame, which quickly grew larger, transforming into a small blaze. The orcs stood frozen, with Mu and Inai dropping her meat in fright, while Gulan retreated to a safe distance. "Are you afraid of fire?" Chim Tong inquired, bewildered. Before she could elaborate, the males roared, some even shifting into their beast forms. Jilan rushed over, grasping Chim Tong's hand. "How did you do that?" Chim Tong, caught between confusion and excitement, was unsure whether to be alarmed or pleased. Gulan's expression was one of exhilaration, his grip trembling slightly as he held her hand. "It's fire seed! Fire seed!" the orcs exclaimed. Chim Tong remained oblivious to the significance of fire seed to the orcs. Possessing fire seed meant a reduction in winter fatalities among the beasts. Their tribe had once owned fire seed, though that was a distant memory, back during the reign of the previous leader, Sa Fu. They had obtained it by traversing the One-Ike jungle to barter with the Yuanxing tribe. However, the fire seed soon vanished, and since then, the tribe had never reclaimed it. Chim Tong, uncertain of their excitement, took the meat from Gulan's grasp, skewering it on a stick and placing it over the fire to roast. Yet Gulan swiftly pulled her away from the flames. "You could be destroyed by the fire seed." Orcs are oblivious to the art of wielding fire, holding it in reverent fear. To them, fire is both sacred and sinister. A single misstep could ignite their fur, hastening their demise to meet the beast god. The consequences could be dire, potentially ravaging entire forests. Indeed, there have been jungles that succumbed to flames, including the one wherein Liza once dwelled, now obliterated by fire. Yet, Qin Tong remains unfazed by these ominous tales. Unable to comprehend their significance, she resumes her task, returning to the fire pit with meat in hand, crouching down to roast it over the flames. Golan watches in astonishment as Qin Tong exhibits no fear of the fire. Could she be a shaman? Only the shamans of the tribe possess the ability to control such flames. As the male orcs discern the absence of immediate danger, they gradually approach, albeit cautiously, wary of the flickering embers. Especially the beast-shaped orcs, who keep a considerable distance. Within minutes, the meat emits an alluring aroma. Munani descends from the trees, having been startled into his beast form only moments prior, scrambling up the trunk in haste. Tentatively, he edges closer to Qin Tong, but a nearby male orc pulls him back, reluctant to allow him too close to the flames. It's all right. Look, the little female is unharmed. Munani protests, shaking off the grip. The meat soon reaches a state of readiness and Qin Tong, satisfied, wafts its scent before her nose. It smells delightful. Though tinged with a hint of char, Qin Tong does not mind, taking a hearty bite. Exerting all her strength to tear off a piece, it is tough, but still better than nothing. Munani, enticed by the fragrance, gazes hungrily at Qin Tong, his mouth watering. Startled by his eager demeanor, she wonders if he might consider her as a meal. But reassures herself that his gaze is fixed upon the meat. Is it truly that delectable? She muses, glancing at the charred morsel in her hand. Here, take some. It is rare for someone to appreciate her culinary efforts so greatly. Munani's eyes widen in delight as he accepts the roasted meat, devouring it eagerly. Qin Tong pouts, puzzled by how easily he consumes it. In this primitive society, humans are indeed at a disadvantage. Munani savors the meat, quickly finishing the piece and licking his fingers clean. Afterward, Munani retrieves his own meat, offering it to Qin Tong in hopes that she would roast it for him, as he finds the flavor distinct from what he usually eats. With her newfound experience, Qin Tong manages to cook it slightly better this time, the result not as charred as before. Moss, perched atop a tree, observes Qin Tong with keen interest, his eyes reflecting a blend of curiosity and intrigue. The orcs, torn between desire and trepidation, are drawn to the fire yet remain hesitant to approach. After roasting Munani's meat, Qin Tong extinguishes the flames with soil, inciting gasps of astonishment from the orcs. How could the fire simply vanish? Golan is the first to rush to Qin Tong's side, anxiety etched across his features. Where has the fire gone? He inquires, the other orcs crowding around, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the precious flame. Where did the little female's fire go? Kisanji tugs at Qin Tong's hand, seeking answers. Moss leaps down from the tree, joining the fray. Qin Tong, utterly perplexed, furrows her brow and pulls her hand away, exclaiming, "That hurts." "You barbarian!" In her frustration, she steps hard on Kisanji's foot. Golan grips her shoulders, compelling her to meet his gaze. Where is the fire? For the orcs and their tribe, fire is of paramount importance and exceedingly difficult to procure. To obtain it, one must navigate perilous jungles and barter with food. Even if one manages to acquire fire, bringing it back is fraught with challenges. If one has never possessed it, there would be no longing. Yet, having tasted it only to see it vanish is a bitter pill for Golan to swallow. In his haste, Golan forgets that Qin Tong cannot comprehend his words, repeatedly asking, "Where did the little female's fire go?" Each time, Qin Tong responds with a look of confusion. Golan gestures towards the extinguished fire pit, and realization dawns on Qin Tong. "Oh, you mean this? What's the matter?" While she understands that the silver-haired creature refers to the fire pit, the specifics elude her. The orcs, increasingly agitated, especially Munani, recall the delectable meat that once sizzled over the flames. Without fire, the prospect of savoring such delights seems bleak. Yet, regardless of their frantic chatter, Qin Tong remains seated on a nearby rock, bemusedly observing the orcs as they gesticulate wildly. Resting her chin on her hand, she watches the handsome warriors perform a silent pantomime, feeling somewhat embarrassed, given their lack of attire. Through Golan's persistent efforts, Qin Tong finally grasps their meaning that it's extinguished. What's the fuss about? Such peculiar creatures, she muses, rising to return to the cave for a compressed biscuit to quell her hunger. Moss intercepts her path, furrowing his brow. Can you make the fire reappear? Qin Tong, harboring no fondness for Moss, regards him warily as he blocks her way. Upon hearing Moss's query, Golan sees merit in his words, wondering if the little female possesses the means to conjure fire once more. Can you do it, little female? Golan asks, his eyes filled with anticipation. Qin Tong, observing the silver-haired creature's animated gestures, produces a lighter. With a flick, a flame ignites, causing the orcs surrounding her to leap back in astonishment. Retreating 2 meters, Golan stands speechless, while the others share his awe. Moss's brow furrows, his golden eyes glinting with a hidden delight. Qin Tong, puzzled by their reactions, questions, "Isn't this what you wanted to see? After all that gesturing, why retreat now?" With that, she strides into the cave, leaving the orcs in stunned silence. Voya strikes Talger with a fist, exclaiming, "This little female is one we might both envy." Talger, uncharacteristically, concurs with Voya's assessment, though he has no desire to possess the little female himself. Once Golan regains his composure, he lets out a triumphant roar, prompting the other orcs to follow suit. Just as Qin Tong takes a bite of her compressed biscuit, the cacophony of roars startles her, causing her to choke momentarily. The roars persist, and Qin Tong, fearing some calamity, rushes out of the cave. Upon seeing her emerge, the orcs hoist her into the air, cheering and howling. Terrified, Qin Tong cries out, "My biscuits! Put me down! I've dropped my biscuits." When she is finally set down, her hair is disheveled, and she continues to lament, "My compressed biscuits." A hand extends towards her, clutching the very biscuits she had been fretting over. Gratefully, she accepts them, exclaiming, "Thank you." Looking up, she finds herself face to face with the golden-haired creature, Moss. When her biscuits fell, they had landed conveniently near him, and he had caught them deftly. Fortunately, the biscuits are still intact. Qin Tong remarks, taking a bite, only to notice something amiss. "Why is there such a large bite missing?" Staring at the biscuit, she grimaces, finding the bite marks unfamiliar. Lowering her gaze to inspect the biscuit and then glancing back at Moss, she realizes he is avoiding her gaze. "It was you?" Qin Tong accuses, pointing at Moss. Noticing his guilty demeanor, she feels vindicated. Truly, what a decline in societal morals, stealing a child's biscuits, with a fierce bite of her biscuit. She glares at Moss, as though she were not consuming a snack but rather exacting revenge upon him. Golan rushes over, enveloping Qin Tong in a tight embrace. "Little female, you are truly remarkable with you in the tribe. Winter will no longer instill fear." Qin Tong, feeling suffocated, pushes Golan away. She dislikes being held so tightly and cannot fathom the source of their exuberance. Deep down, Qin Tong feels the sting of cultural ignorance. Wishing to vent her frustrations, yet the orcs remain oblivious to her plight. Golan is convinced that the little female must be a shaman, for only shamans can command fire. Yet, he ponders which tribe she hails from, fretting about what might happen if they come to reclaim her. While joy mingles with anxiety, Golan knows that their tribe also possesses a shaman, Jingya. However, Jingya is currently out foraging herbs and has yet to return. Though a shaman, she has only learned to heal, never having been taught to wield fire, as their tribe has long been without it. Tribes that possess fire are typically formidable, which adds to Golan's unease. If the little female's tribe seeks to retrieve her, conflict is inevitable. The prospect of convincing them to return her seems nearly impossible now that she is integrated into the Daifin tribe. Moss shares Golan's concerns, yet the orcs remain oblivious to the tension brewing between them. Golan is baffled as to how a tribe could allow the little female to wander alone, his worries intensifying. Meanwhile, Qin Tong appears as an outsider, seated on a stone in the corner, nibbling on her biscuit. Suddenly, Munani pops his head up beside her. "Little female, you are truly impressive." He nudges her affectionately with his head. Qin Tong hesitates, then tentatively reaches out to pat Munani's head. His joy is palpable as he sits beside her, chattering excitedly about who knows what. With each bite of her biscuit, Qin Tong grimaces in distaste. While Munani gazes curiously at the treat in her hand, it is the first time he has encountered such a thing. Feeling Munani's gaze, Qin Tong pulls back her biscuit. "Wait, you want to eat this too?" Qin Tong hesitated for a moment while holding the biscuit, but eventually broke off a piece and handed it to Mu and Nimu, and Ni received it, took a bite, chewed a couple of times, and suddenly spat it out. "What is this for a little female beast?" Mu and Ni extended her tongue, wiping her mouth with her hand. Qin Tong covered her mouth, laughing, "You are so foolish to trust me like that." However, The meat I roasted will undoubtedly be more delectable than the biscuit. After all, you managed to eat that lump of charred matter. Are you really afraid of compressed biscuits? It seems they are not particularly fond of processed foods. Even the silver-haired fairy despises chips. Having consumed half a biscuit, Qin Tong felt extremely thirsty. She had refrained from drinking raw water by the river earlier, recalling how her teacher at school had warned that drinking untreated water in the wild could lead to illness. The water in her bottle had long been depleted, and she wished to boil some water. But did such a place possess a pot? She poked at the stone beneath her, quickly abandoning that thought. Without tools, it was futile. Sighing deeply, Qin Tong observed the beastmen still engaged in their primitive dance, even beginning to accompany it with music. Resting her chin on her hand, she envied them. They seemed to live so joyfully. What a pity for these creatures. If they arrived in modern times, they would undoubtedly outshine countless celebrities. Qin Tong tapped her head, realizing that this was indeed a tool. These creatures had transformed into monstrous forms, each robust, their claws serving as knives, far more effective than hammers. Qin Tong sprang up from the stone and searched among the beastmen for Gulan. Aware of the language barrier, she drew a simple diagram on the ground and pointed at the stone. The nearby male beasts paused, curious about what the little female beast intended to do. This was truly a challenge for Gulan, as he comprehended nothing at all. Fuya spoke first. The little female beast keeps pointing at the stone. Does she wish to move it into the cave? Look, the ground is round, resembling the entrance of a cave. Qin Ergu nodded in agreement with Fuya's assertion. Ji Lan appeared skeptical. Is that really the case? One of the beastmen was the first to lift a stone, and seeing them carry the stone, Qin Tong assumed they understood her. However, the next moment, she witnessed the beastmen transporting the stone into the cave. Prompting her to call out, "Stop! Where are you taking my pot?" She quickly shook her head, indicating that it was not the case. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tong reminded herself not to lose her temper. One must be courteous when asking for help. After rejecting the beastman's numerous guesses, finally, one beastman grasped her intent. MOC had been observing for quite some time and seemed to grasp what the little female beast was trying to accomplish. Noticing her flustered demeanor, MOC tugged at the corner of his mouth and approached the stone, using his claws to dig into it. Upon witnessing someone finally understanding her, Qin Tong was overjoyed and rushed to the stone. Directing MOC to continue digging, together, they crafted the first pot in the beast realm. Ji Sanjia watched the oddly excavated stone in confusion, pondering what the little female beast was attempting to achieve. Was she planning to hatch eggs inside it? To Ji Sanjia, this object resembled a bird's nest, and he couldn't comprehend why the little female beast was so delighted, continually circling the nest with laughter. Qin Tong was simply ecstatic. The first pot in this primitive society had been born. Now, she could drink water and make soup or stew meat. The thought made her mouth water. She directed MOC to move the pot and wash it in the river, also filling it with water. Due to the language barrier, this process was exhausting, relying solely on gestures and confusion. After fetching the water, she noticed the sun was already high in the afternoon sky, and she was nearly parched. As the pot was successfully placed over the fire, it was nearly evening. The beastmen, who had initially been perplexed, soon realized that the pot was used for transporting water, and they admired the little female beast's ingenuity in devising such a method. They had always gone to the river to drink. Never had they considered the possibility of bringing water back. However, when they saw the little female beast placing the water over the flames, they were once again confused. Qin Tong squatted by the fire, waiting for the water to boil. A pot of this size would not heat easily. This demonstrated just how strong these creatures were. They could lift such large stones filled with water. Finally, the water began to bubble. Qin Tong hurried back to the cave to retrieve her water bottle and filled it with the steaming liquid. After drinking the hot water, she couldn't help but reflect on how she missed the first day of civilized society. In this primitive world, even sipping hot water was a challenge. The beastmen observed Qin Tong as if she were a monkey, and Gulan craned his neck to get a better view. Qin Tong extended her water bottle toward Gulan, urging him to drink more hot water. Ji Lan looked at the object in the little female beast's hands, feeling the heat, and quickly recoiled. Not understanding life, drink more hot water and you'll avoid illness. This was a saying her mother often repeated. Mealtime arrived once more, and it was raw meat again, but Qin Tong no longer felt as resistant, for she desired the meat. Perhaps because it was yesterday's meat, it no longer dripped with blood and seemed less grotesque. Qin Tong stood up, nudging Gu Lan's arm and pointing at the meat. I want that. Ji Lan was pleased with Qin Tong's decision. As long as she was willing to eat meat, there were no issues. Eating meat was essential for strength, to withstand the harsh winter, and to bear offspring. Ji Lan personally fetched a large chunk of meat for Qin Tong. Qin Tong did not accept it. Instead, she instructed Gu Lan to place it on a clean stone and pulled out her fruit knife. Attempting to cut the meat, whether it was due to the dullness of the knife or the toughness of the meat, Qin Tong struggled to slice through it. Using all her strength, she finally managed to cut off a small piece and quickly tossed it into the pot. Mo Si smirked slightly. The foolish female beast had made a mess of it and approached to deftly chop the meat into smaller pieces. Qin Tong widened her eyes, repeatedly marveling at how convenient their claws were for cutting meat without the need for knives. Muin and I approached her with the meat, saying, "Little female beast, help me make it black." As Muin and I spoke, she pointed at the fire as she addicted to it. Qin Tong was momentarily taken aback by Muin's behavior. Touching her chin, she pondered if her culinary skills had improved since arriving here. At last, she had shed the title her friends had bestowed upon her, kitchen scientist, also known as the kitchen killer. Her meat would likely take a while longer. It was rare for someone to trust her so much, and Qin Tong confidently accepted the meat. Is it really that delicious? Gu Lan inquired of Muin, and I nodded vigorously. It's different from the meat we usually eat, Gu Lan. You should try it too. The beastmen sat at a distance around the fire, curiously observing the stone pot suspended over the flames, perplexed as to why the transported water was placed over the fire and why meat was added to it. Yet, they felt that the little female beast must have her reasons since she could control the fire. She was clever and wise. After some time, a fragrant aroma wafted from the pot. What is that delightful scent? Ji Sanjia asked. The other beastmen sniffed eagerly, ultimately realizing it emanated from the fire. Chapter 13. Stewed meat. Qin Tong also caught wind of the enticing aroma wafting from the pot and quickly returned the nearly cooked meat to Muin and I. She produced 2 long sticks, fashioned from her fruit knife, to serve as chopsticks. Standing before the stone pot, she used the chopsticks to retrieve a piece of meat. The aroma was intoxicating. Qin Tong grinned widely as she took a bite, finding the meat somewhat tough. Nevertheless, it was incredibly delicious, a flavor unlike beef or lamb. An indescribable delicacy. Muin and I took a couple of bites of her charred meat, but upon seeing Qin Tong's dish, suddenly lost her desire for her own. The meat from the pot seemed to smell even more enticing, and she casually handed her meat to a nearby male beast while striding towards Qin Tong. However, due to the fire, she dared not get too close. Little female beast, I want to eat the stone meat. Qin Tong turned upon hearing the voice, one hand gripping a stick with a sizable piece of meat skewered on it. Turning back, she realized it was that creature again. Had she become addicted to eating? Muin and I pointed at the meat in Qin Tong's hand. Qin Tong shook her head. No, this is mine. After saying this, she turned her gaze back to the stone pot, continuing to place the meat onto the stick to cook. Qin Tong felt the intense gaze behind her had not faded but had instead intensified. Turning around, she found Muin's tear-filled eyes fixed upon her. Qin Tong was thoroughly defeated. She selected the smallest piece of meat and handed it to Muin and I. Upon receiving the meat, Muin and I beamed, and as soon as she took it, she opened her mouth and stuffed it in with a startled cry. The meat fell to the ground, leaving her with nothing but a slick stick. Qin Tong hurried over to Muin and I extended her tongue, her eyes glistening with tears. Upon seeing Qin Tong approach, she quickly pointed at her mouth. Realizing that she must have burned herself, Qin Tong tiptoed to inspect her mouth. It didn't appear to be serious. She shook her head, indicating that everything was fine. Muin and I licked her lips, discovering that the pain had subsided in the blink of an eye. Her tongue no longer hurt, and she laughed. The next moment, however, her expression soured as she realized her meat had fallen. She swiftly retrieved it from the ground. The meat had rolled around, and it was no longer hot, so Muin and I swallowed it in one gulp before Qin Tong could even stop her. You ought to be more hygienic. Swallowing hard, she muttered. At least you should blow off the dirt first. The male beasts, drawn by the enticing aroma, were drooling. Qin Tong glanced around. What good was drooling? This was her dinner. Jelen approached from behind, His curiosity piqued as he observed the stone. Qin Tong, with a stick in hand, prodded a generous portion of meat and handed it to Jelen, taking the considerate step of blowing on it before presenting it. Jelen took a hearty bite, momentarily taken aback, his eyes lighting up as a radiant smile broke forth. How could this little female beast be so delicious? Upon hearing this, the male beasts gathered around, their faces clearly expressing their desire to partake as well. Qin Tong, feeling somewhat exasperated, raised her brows. Fuyali, gathering his courage, edged closer to the fire, still a bit wary of it, and stretched out his hand cautiously. A low growl escaped him as Qin Tong turned, only to discover he was reaching into the pot. Fuyali quickly withdrew his hand, his face flushing as he caught sight of the little female beast's glare. He offered an awkward smile. Jelen regarded Fuyali sternly, chastising him. Fuyali, how could you do that? Fuyali, realizing his mistake, lowered his head and retreated. Qin Tong grabbed a stick and poked at the meat, savoring the flavors. Although she couldn't identify the type, it was undeniably delicious. This was, without a doubt, the best meal she had enjoyed in the past 2 days. Even without seasoning, it was exceedingly palatable. The meat was so substantial that she felt full after just 2 pieces. Qin Tong poked a few more pieces for Mu Annie, as she feared he might drool all over the ground if she delayed any longer. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a figure leaning against a tree and made her way over, offering him some meat. Mose leaned against the tree, his eyes gently closed, golden fur cascading carelessly along the side of his face. The setting sun casting a warm glow upon his sculpted features. As Qin Tong approached, Mose sensed her presence and finally opened his eyes to regard her. She extended the meat towards him, and for a rare moment, he appeared momentarily stunned. Noticing his reluctance to accept it, she pressed it into his hand and turned to leave. Mose watched the little female beast depart, a faint smile gracing his rugged face. This little female was indeed different. He had never witnessed a female beast share food with a male. There remained a considerable amount of meat in the pot, and Qin Tong beckoned Jelen to join her in eating, eagerly distributing portions to the male beasts nearby. This prompted the males to hastily search for sticks to skewer the meat. Qin Tong sighed, realizing there wouldn't be enough to go around. However, observing the group of strapping young males, each wielding a small stick, was rather amusing, as anticipated. The meat proved insufficient, yet the males who had not eaten did not appear disheartened. Instead, they began to jostle for a share, and chaos ensued. Qin Tong leaned against Jelen, watching their playful antics, and she couldn't help but feel their joy seep into her own heart. As night fell, the crackling fire illuminated the darkened surroundings. The twilight was shrouded in mystery, flames flickering in a dance of light and shadow, their outlines wavering amidst the swirling smoke. The beastmen, though not feeling the chill, gathered closely around the fire, still in disbelief that their tribe now possessed a flame. There had been no casualties, nor had food been bartered for it. Their disbelief kept them close, as they wished to behold the flame, fearing it might vanish if they looked away. Mu Annie finished his meat, sitting beside Qin Tong and licking his paws, as a feline beast. This was instinctual. He always groomed himself after a meal, though it appeared somewhat odd in human form. Qin Tong regarded him with a look of distaste. Once Mu Annie had cleaned himself, he asked, "Little female beast, why does it still smell so good inside the stone?" Qin Tong followed his gaze to the pot, incredulous. "Really? You can even drink the broth?" Scanning the area, she found nothing suitable to serve it in. Glancing at the water jug by her feet, only to quickly dismiss the idea. After all, that was her drinking water. She couldn't lower her standards for survival. Jelen looked on with curiosity, his expression reflecting his intrigue. Qin Tong gestured animatedly, but her explanations fell short, leading her to abandon the effort. Instead, she dipped a stick into the broth and offered it for Jelen to taste. He mistakenly thought she was offering him food and took a hearty bite. Qin Tong, astonished at the now shortened stick, marveled at his strong teeth. Hastily, she extracted the stick from Jelen's mouth, realizing her own progress as she dared to reach into a beastman's mouth. The taste of the meat? Jelen exclaimed, his eyes shining. Qin Tong stood before the pot, lamenting the loss of such a splendid broth. She silently resolved to create a vessel for it the following day. Seating herself next to Jelen, she asked him to teach her how to speak, clumsily mimicking the strange pronunciations of the beastmen. Her awkward attempts elicited laughter from the nearby beastmen, and she couldn't help but smile sheepishly. Mu Annie took her hand, urging her to watch him. "Let me teach you." Qin Tong gazed at Mu Annie with a gentle smile. He chattered away excitedly, likely sharing amusing stories, causing the nearby males to chuckle heartily. Amidst the playful banter, Qin Tong leaned against Jelen and fell asleep. Chapter 14. The Needle's Eye. Little female beast. Little female beast. Qin Tong had not fully awakened when Mu Annie shook her. Half opening her eyes, still in a haze, she sat up for a moment before collapsing back onto the animal hide. However, she soon remembered the primitive nature of her surroundings. There was no mattress, and the sudden fall caused her to jolt awake. The flame has vanished," Mu Annie exclaimed nervously, pulling Qin Tong towards the cave entrance. Outside, the beastmen were gathered around the fire pit, chattering excitedly, and parted ways as Qin Tong approached. Dazed, she looked up at the sky, estimating that it was barely past 6 in the morning. The atmosphere was still hazy, just enough to make out figures. "What on earth are they doing?" Qin Tong muttered through gritted teeth. She had been lost in a delightful dream. Clutching a piece of fried chicken, just about to take a bite when she was roused. The male beasts gestured animatedly at the fire pit, their voices rising in excitement. Having learned from her previous experience, Qin Tong grasped the meaning of their gestures. She retrieved her lighter, squatted down, and reignited the fire, yawning as she returned to the cave. Unbeknownst to her, the beastmen behind her regarded her with admiration. By the time Qin Tong awoke again, the sun was high in the sky. Most of the beastmen had dispersed, but 2 males remained near the fire pit, busy with their hands around the flames. Are they trying to warm themselves? Qin Tong wondered aloud, puzzled by their actions under the bright sun. The 2 males looked at Qin Tong with expressions that seemed to plead for assistance. "The flame is about to go out," one of them urged, nodding vigorously in agreement. Observing their animated gestures and fervent chatter about the flame, Qin Tong tossed a nearby log into the fire. "What do you expect? You can't keep the fire alive without adding fuel." Flame was a term she had only learned last night. If she hadn't understood those 2 words, she would have had no idea how long those 2 dimwits would have gestured. "I am truly clever. Thank goodness I can comprehend them," she muttered to herself, praising her own wit. Last night, Qin Tong had slept in Jelen's cave, but now she had lost track of his whereabouts. Standing outside the cave, she surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, Mu Annie emerged from behind her. "Little female beast, you've slept for quite a while. Good morning, Mu Annie." Qin Tong replied with a gentle smile. Mu Annie only recognized its own name. Failing to understand her greeting, last night, Qin Tong had managed to memorize a few words, including Mu Annie's name. Today, Mu Annie introduced her to a new beastman, one slightly shorter than those she had previously encountered, yet still taller than herself. At least not all of them were hulking giants. Yaya appeared somewhat shy, hiding behind Mu Annie. Qin Tong waved enthusiastically, but Yaya only retreated further. Mu Annie's timing was perfect. She had been wanting to wash her face, but didn't know the way to the river. Grabbing Mu Annie's hand, she headed in the direction of the water. The sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with wispy white clouds, and the air was infused with the refreshing scent of grass. Standing by the riverbank, Qin Tong gathered a large handful of flowers. "What do you want those for?" "They aren't edible," Mu Annie remarked, clutching a flower. Once Qin Tong could no longer hold the flowers, she emerged from the grass and sat down, deftly weaving a flower crown. Placing it upon her head, she turned to Mu Annie, asking, "Do I look pretty?" Mu Annie's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the flower crown. "What is this?" he inquired as he approached Qin Tong. She motioned for him to lower his head before placing the crown upon him. Mu Annie reached up to touch the flower crown adorning his head. "Little female beast, you are too kind." Yaya watched with eager anticipation as Qin Tong turned to him, her dark eyes filled with curiosity. "Do you want one too?" It was unexpected that the boys here were so keen on looking good. It was quite a unique trait. Quickly, Qin Tong fashioned a crown for Yaya as well. On the way back, she effortlessly hopped onto Mu Annie's back. Upon returning to the camp, she discovered that the male beasts had also returned. As soon as Mu Annie set Qin Tong down, he dashed towards a large male among the group. "Li Jiang, do I look good?" Mu Annie twirled around for him. Li Jiang, upon being asked, nodded vigorously. Qin Tong stood rooted in place, utterly bewildered as she watched Mu Annie embrace another large male. her confusion only deepening. What did this mean? A male with another male. It is no wonder that this entire nest is composed of males. Rather, it should be articulated as being filled with males. Suddenly, Qin Tong pondered whether she might be ostracized due to her gender. Even when Gulan appeared, Qin Tong remained in a state of shock, unable to regain her composure. Ji Lan brought back sweet fruits for Qin Tong. Gazing at the fruit in her palm, she felt somewhat reluctant to accept it, as it was rather astringent. However, one cannot subsist solely on meat. A balance of both meat and vegetables is essential. Ultimately, she accepted the fruit. Qin Tong scrutinized Gulan's face, marveling at his handsomeness, and wondered if he might have a boyfriend. Ji Lan, could you possibly share a space with me? She inquired. She yearned for a personal nook, for she had not slept well in Gulan's space the previous night. The den was merely filled with a pile of hay, topped with a piece of animal hide, making it rather uncomfortable for rest. Communicating with the local beastmen required at least half an hour of vigorous gesturing, as it involved the use of both hands and feet, which was not only vocally demanding but also physically exhausting. Gulan assumed that Qin Tong wished to return to her den for some rest, and thus, understanding her intent, he carried her towards the hill. Qin Tong clung tightly to Gulan's fur. Upon arriving at the entrance of a massive den, she was momentarily taken aback. Is this cavern truly for me? Even before stepping inside, she could tell it was quite spacious. Peering in, she noticed the darkness and wondered if there might be snakes lurking within. Yet, having encountered monstrous beings, she felt little trepidation over a mere snake. Qin Tong surveyed the interior of the den, finding it indeed large, albeit somewhat dim. Strangely, it struck her as vaguely familiar. Tilting her head, she glanced around, observing the landscape outside the entrance. Is this the lair of the golden-haired creature? She thought, I desire my own den, she murmured, shaking her head and commencing another round of gestures. Gulan grasped Qin Tong's meaning but insisted that this was his den. How could a young female beast reside alone? For her safety and the future offspring of their tribe's leader, Gulan would not permit Qin Tong to dwell alone. Realizing she could not persuade Gulan, Qin Tong resigned herself to the situation. She began to arrange the hay within the den, twisting it into ropes and bundling it into neat squares. With Gulan's assistance, the task was completed swiftly. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Qin Tong settled onto her freshly piled bed of hay. Patting it down, now, all that remained was a piece of animal hide. Qin Tong pointed to the hide draped over Gulan's lower body. Elan. She called out. Elan assumed the young female beast desired the hide for herself and reached to remove it. No, don't take it off, she quickly interjected, inwardly grumbling about the inevitable embarrassment to come. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed through the art. Ji Lan perked up, his expression shifting dramatically as he transformed into his beast form and dashed toward the direction of the main camp. Qin Tong, perplexed by his sudden departure, wondered if he had forgotten her. Embarrassed, she gripped the branch in her hands tightly. The roar of the beast below continued, startling the birds from the trees. Furrowing her Mose expressed his bewilderment regarding the behavior of the young female creature, pondering the utility of water with a meaty flavor that was not derived from meat. Qin Tong, unable to comprehend Mose's lament, mistakenly assumed he was inquiring about the situation. She touched her forehead with the back of her hand, then checked her own, concluding that she likely did not have a fever. Mose, confused, mimicked Qin Tong and felt his own forehead, tightening his palm. Although he possessed a degree of intelligence, he was not entirely devoid of foolishness. After Mose uttered this thought, Gulan's silhouette appeared at the cave's entrance. Chapter 16. Interest, what are you talking about, Mose? Gulan's voice was almost icy. Nothing, Mose replied, his jaw tense, revealing his unease. Elan cast a sidelong glance at Mose before looking past him at Qin Tong. Offering her a fleeting smile, come with me, he said, his tone imbued with an authority that brooked no refusal. Mose suddenly realized his faux pas, taken aback by the coincidence that Gulan had overheard him. Upon exiting the cave, Gulan transformed into his beast form and departed, with Mose closely following until they reached a hill where Gulan abruptly halted. Do you not like the young female? He queried. Not at all, Mose replied, his voice rising unexpectedly. Ji Lan turned to face him, stating, Mose, you have grown in the future. You are destined to lead the Defan tribe to greater strength, much like the former leader. Sa Fu. The mention of Sa Fu weighed heavily in Gulan's tone. The young female is a gift from the beast god. You must not be so disrespectful. I am not, Mose insisted urgently. Feeling compelled to clarify that his earlier sentiments did not reflect any disrespect towards the young female. He wished to explain but found himself at a loss for words with the young female. Our tribe will no longer need to sacrifice lives for fire. Such a blessing. What if we anger her and she leaves our tribe? Gulan's questions pierced sharply. Have you considered how many beasts will perish without fire when winter arrives? Mose grasped the gravity of the situation, his gaze chillingly resolute. Not just now. Your treatment of the young female has been lacking overall. Has it? I don't believe so, Mose pondered. Gulan scrutinized Mose's frowning visage. You must leave a legacy, preserve the bloodline of the Tiger Lion King, and ensure the tribe continues to thrive. How will the young female consider you as a mate if you behave thus? Inside the cave, Qin Tong sat atop a pile of hay, her brow slightly furrowed in realization of her oversight. She had forgotten to ask Gulan for a hide. Feeling the prickly hay beneath her, she surmised that lying down would likely lead to discomfort. Glancing at the beast lying beside her, she noted the bright moon hanging in the sky, casting a gentle light upon the darkened night. With sparse stars twinkling above, the moonlight poured into the cave, allowing Qin Tong to see just enough. Mose, in his massive beast form, lay on the ground, uncertain if he was asleep or merely resting with his eyes closed. Qin Tong quietly navigated around him and settled by the cave's entrance. The moonlight blurred, and the starry sky enveloped her. Propping her chin on her hand, she gazed up at the night, feeling herself observed in turn. The beast behind her, unbeknownst to her, had opened its eyes and was intently watching her slender silhouette at the cave's mouth. Unfamiliar sounds from the jungle echoed, and upon hearing a familiar noise, Qin Tong scoffed. It was precisely because of such peculiar animal sounds that she had ended up here. Just a few days had passed, yet she no longer felt terrified, likely due to the imposing presence of her giant protector. Qin Tong was quite resistant to the idea of sharing a cave with the golden-haired creature. During the day, while arranging the hay, it all seemed manageable, allowing the creature to sleep on the ground while she nestled in the hay. However, upon returning with the golden-haired beast, she felt a wave of trepidation. Throughout their journey back, her mind spiraled with thoughts. Did this count as cohabitation? After all, she was still a young girl. Even if it were cohabitation, it would be with a person, not a beast. What did that entail? It felt exceedingly awkward, especially since the golden-haired creature was not like Gulan, who donned a hide. He was, after all, a peculiar being. Upon entering the cave, he maintained his beast form, sparing Qin Tong from any embarrassing moments. After all, sharing a cave with Guanan would be far too awkward. She wished to stay in Gulan's cave, but with the injured one now occupying it, she could not linger there any longer. Rising to her feet, Qin Tong felt her legs tingle from sitting too long. She stood abruptly, slightly unsteady. The golden eyes behind her narrowed, and the creature began to rise. Quick on her feet, Qin Tong steadied herself against the cave wall. Mose, thinking the young female was preparing to return to the cave for rest, lay back down, but she walked toward the exit instead. Where are you going, young female? Mose's voice was swift, startling Qin Tong. Why do you walk so silently? She exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart to steady her racing pulse. Return, please. I need to relieve myself, she said, heading into the bushes. Mose looked up at the moon with concern before following her. It's dangerous, especially at night. You cannot venture out alone. Qin Tong turned and bolted. In an instant, her hand was seized. You're a weirdo. Do you need to watch a girl go to the restroom? She exclaimed, colliding with a solid wall of muscle as she turned. Go back, she ordered, pointing toward the cave. Mose shook his head, his expression serious. It's very dangerous, especially at night. The young female cannot go out alone. Qin Tong spun on her heels and ran, but in the blink of an eye, he grabbed her hand. Let go, she protested, glancing back at Mose with disdain. Realizing she could not escape, she relented and turned to face him. Turn around, Qin Tong commanded, hands on her hips. Mose, fearing the young female might flee again, remained resolute, his gaze fixed intently on her. Qin Tong circled around to stand behind Mose and crouched down. As the sound of flowing water reached Mose's ears, he finally understood that the young female intended to relieve herself. As the sound persisted, he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar, fragrant aroma, which stirred a strange sensation within him, causing him to shake his head in bewilderment. Mose held his breath, his eyes betraying a complex mix of emotions. The young female had awakened an unfamiliar desire within him. After Qin Tong resolved her physiological need, she turned to head back to the cave, completely disregarding the imposing figure standing stiffly behind her. Mose stood beside the puddle, digging into the earth to cover it up. Noticing that the golden-haired creature had not followed, Qin Tong curiously looked back, only to find him standing right in front of her. Fury surged within her, and she spun away in embarrassment. What a pervert! You followed me just to spy. Feeling unfortunate to be living with such a deviant, she resolved to tell Gulan about him the next day. Having buried the evidence, she quickly rejoined Mose, who had kept his gaze fixed on her. He was filled with many questions. What was the true form of the young female? This was currently Mose's greatest intrigue. Not only could she control fire, but her scent was also intoxicating. Most astonishingly, she had incited a desire within him, which was utterly incredible. Tiger-lion creatures were exceedingly rare and nearly incapable of reproduction, which explained why they were not favored by females. It was not due to their lack of strength. On the contrary, they were incredibly powerful, often surpassing both lions and tigers in this world. There were no females who did not admire a strong male beast. Yet, despite being a powerful tiger lion, Mose found himself undesired by females, as tiger lions did not exhibit signs of mating even in spring, a fact that all females found unacceptable. A smirk curled at the corners of Mose's mouth, his gaze sharpening with interest. This young female was increasingly captivating to him. If she could evoke such feelings outside of the mating season, it indicated that he indeed had the potential to leave behind offspring. His eyes glimmered with determination. As Qin Tong noticed Mose had caught up, she quickened her pace. The moonlight cascaded down upon the pair, casting their shadows on the ground. Chapter 17. A flurry of feathers. Qin Tong sat atop the haystack, regarding Mose with a wary expression. I warn you, do not attempt anything inappropriate with me. I will never develop feelings for a monster. And you must not harbor any for me either. I absolutely will not fall for a creature, she shouted, drawing closer to Mose's face before realizing he remained unfazed, prompting her to retreat awkwardly. Regardless, I prefer humans, she muttered softly, returning to her resting position amidst the hay. Mose watched Qin Tong's antics with a smile. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and turned to the still-standing Mose. What are you doing? Why haven't you transformed yet? Mose stood with his back to the cave entrance, towering over 2 meters, and the moonlight streamed in, illuminating his lower half. Qin Tong squinted, frowning. Oh dear, you truly are a nuisance. People are trying to sleep, yet you stand here basking in the moonlight. With Mickey in her arms, she rose and stood atop the haystack, barely managing to meet Mose's gaze. Transform already, she insisted, pointing at him. Mose, perplexed as to why he had angered the female, remained silent. Qin Tong, wielding Mickey, struck Mose's head. You sneaked out to frolic with birds at night and followed me like a lovesick fool to the restroom. You are such a lewd creature. Her words trailed off as she momentarily lost her train of thought, yet her hand remained raised, and she delivered another playful swat. Mose did not flinch, allowing her to strike him without resistance. To him, her feeble attempts felt akin to a tickle. He grasped Qin Tong's hand, saying, Young female, I will undoubtedly strive to win your affection. Qin Tong was taken aback by Mose's unexpected reaction, pondering whether he might be angry. It seemed a bit absurd that he would resort to violence so soon after their encounter. She worried that he might transform into a ferocious beast and devour her. Thus, that night quietly concluded amidst her swirling thoughts. The following day, Qin Tong awoke from a restless night filled with nightmares, her skin dotted with numerous red marks inflicted by the hay. Meanwhile, Mose slept soundly, having stealthily climbed onto Qin Tong's haystack after she had drifted off. Upon seeing Gulan for the first time, Qin Tong immediately lamented, urging Gulan to observe the red welts adorning her thighs and arms. You must give me a piece of beast skin, she implored, her dark, bright eyes fixed upon Gulan. Gulan affectionately ruffled Qin Tong's hair, finding her to be quite charming. Gulan initially misinterpreted Qin Tong's plea as an invitation to admire her fair legs. Realizing their communication was futile, Qin Tong hurried off to check on the injured beast man. After a night had passed, Jingya remained unresponsive, causing Qin Tong to feel a twinge of concern as she reached out to touch his forehead. Thankfully, he showed no signs of fever, yet she fretted over his continued unconsciousness. Could he have sustained a head injury? She pondered. Kneeling down, she inspected Jingya's head, probing it with her hands, cradling it gently. Just then, Gu Lan entered, momentarily taken aback by the peculiar sight. "What are you doing, little female beast?" Gu Lan inquired, bewildered. Embarrassed, Qin Tong lowered her head, feeling that although her intentions were innocent, the scene felt strangely awkward, akin to being caught in a compromising position. Amused by her own peculiar imagination, Qin Tong chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. With a sheepish grin, she exited the cave, reassured that Jingya bore no injuries and that his head seemed perfectly fine. Yet, as she pondered, if it isn't a head injury, could it be a result of excessive blood loss? She felt she was inching closer to the truth. If he has lost blood, perhaps he should consume some chicken soup. But are there any chickens in this world? Sitting on a stone, she rested her chin in contemplation, grappling with the question of whether chickens existed in this realm. The thought of not being able to enjoy eggs for the rest of her life was indeed a frightful notion. "What are you rambling about now, little female beast?" Muin and I gently tapped Qin Tong on the shoulder. Qin Tong lifted her gaze to Muin and I, feeling unable to meet his eyes. The image of two burly men embracing flashed in her mind. Despite their attractiveness, she had always regarded Muin and I as male, only to discover he was, in fact, a sistard, a bird soared overhead. Capturing Qin Tong's attention, she nudged Muin and I with her elbow, exclaiming, "Quick, help me catch one." The bird alighted upon a treetop. Muin and I shook his head, declaring, "That one isn't worth eating. Tai Gu and the others will be back soon, and we'll have meat to feast upon." He gently lowered Qin Tong's pointing hand, shaking his head in disapproval. Undeterred, Qin Tong pointed toward the branches again. Unable to dissuade her, Muin and I transformed into his beast form, swiftly leaping to the treetop, poised to pounce. Qin Tong watched in awe, her heart racing at his agility. Beastmen truly possessed remarkable prowess. With a swift dive, Muin and I seized the bird in his jaws. "Be careful," Qin Tong exclaimed anxiously. However, in his eagerness, Muin and I found himself with no branches beneath him. Qin Tong held her breath, her eyes wide with apprehension. Yet, in a show of remarkable agility, Muin and I landed gracefully atop another tree, eliciting a sigh of relief from Qin Tong. She had assumed that catching a bird would be a simple task for a beastman, but the danger had taken her by surprise. With a proud, feline grace, Muin and I approached, flicking his tail in triumph. As a fierce cat, capturing a bird was child's play for him, and he delighted in the sparkle of admiration in Qin Tong's eyes. Having few opportunities to hunt, he was pleased to discover that his skills remained sharp. Muin and I tossed the bird before Qin Tong and settled beside her, grooming his fur. Qin Tong felt a surge of satisfaction. "No chickens? Well, bird soup should suffice. They both have 2 legs and wings, so their benefits should be similar." She cast a furtive glance at Muin and I, who was busy preening, and slyly reached out to stroke his already groomed fur. Muin and I swiftly withdrew from her touch, baring his teeth playfully. "Little female beast, you're learning mischief." Qin Tong chuckled lightly. By the riverbank, Muin and I and Qin Tong stood side by side, both wearing expressions of concern. Muin and I, "Don't you catch birds without killing them?" she wondered aloud, perplexed. "We brought it all the way to the river, yet it still flew away. They say a duck in hand is worth 2 in the bush. So why did the bird escape?" Muin and I, equally astonished that the bird had evaded capture, retorted, "Why didn't you transform into your beast form to catch it?" He had merely stepped away for a drink and returned to find the bird had flown off. Both of them, unable to understand each other's perspectives, simultaneously blamed one another for the bird's escape. The initial plan had been to bring it to the riverbank for a clean kill, but now the prospect of bird soup seemed utterly hopeless. The river flowed quietly, shimmering under the sunlight, and a gentle breeze rippled across the surface. Qin Tong picked up a stone and tossed it into the water. "Do you think there are fish?" she mused. Today, she was determined to procure something to eat. She was tired of the same old meat and craved a change in flavor. Finally, she revealed her true motivation, her weariness of meat and desire for variety. With the injured beastman being only a minor concern, Muin and I found her reasoning amusing and imitated her by tossing a stone into the river. Noticing Mu and Ni's actions, Qin Tong glanced over. Relieved that he had not thrown a boulder, however, it was still rather large. She took off running, but ultimately, she could not escape the inevitable. Mu and I was simply too quick. Qin Tong ended up drenched. As did he. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter, finding Mu and Ni's current appearance hilariously reminiscent of a drenched chicken. Uncertain of what made Qin Tong laugh, Mu and I grinned as well. Delighted to see the little female beast so joyful. The two engaged in a playful chase along the riverbank, their laughter ringing out in melodious echoes that drifted far and wide. Chapter 18. Grilled fish. The trees by the river were lush and verdant, and the gentle breeze rippled the reflections on the water's surface. Qin Tong urged Mu and I to wade into the river to catch fish, but Mu and I was averse to water and adamantly refused to venture into deeper waters. The shallow areas Qin Tong had checked yielded no fish. After several futile attempts to catch fish, Qin Tong, dripping with sweat, conceded, "This method isn't working." She procured a branch and sharpened one end with her knife. Wading into the water, with the aid of her new tool, her success rate improved significantly. She quickly speared several sizable fish, returning triumphantly with her catch. Extracting her knife, she skillfully gutted the fish and cleaned them before stringing them together with resilient grass. Holding the hefty bundle of fish, she inhaled the fresh air, feeling invigorated. This sensation of comfort made her exquisite features reveal a languid expression of enjoyment. Indeed, it was a pleasure. She was mounted atop a swift steed, effortlessly gliding along. Upon seeing the little female beast return, Fuya hurried over, asking, "Where have you been?" Mu and I ignored him, bypassing Fuya, his attention solely on Qin Tong, who appeared to have forgotten him entirely. Previously, she would inquire about him daily, but now she seemed oblivious. The beastmen who had gone hunting returned, gathering to process their catch. Qin Tong's gaze fell upon Mose, who stood beside a white tiger. Excitement bubbling within her as she urged Mu and I to approach. Sliding off Mu and I, Qin Tong rushed over, casually handing her fish to Mose, squatting beside the corpse of the white tiger. She marveled, "Goodness, you've captured a national-level creature." She couldn't resist stroking the tiger's fur, pondering its taste. "I wonder if it's as good as bird meat," she mused, tapping the tiger's body. "The meat seems firm. It must be a well-exercised ingredient and should taste delightful." With the wound located on the tiger's neck, its pelt remained largely intact. Qin Tong was exceedingly pleased with this catch, nodding in approval and expressing her admiration. "Can I have this?" she asked hopefully, gazing at Mose. Mose, his expression darkening, stared at the item in his hand, wondering if he had returned too late. Had the little female beast gone hungry from consuming only these meatless fish? Rising, Qin Tong tugged at Mose's hand, pleading, "Please, can I have it? Is that all right? Don't be silent." The nearby male beast laughed at Qin Tong, while Qi Sangjie turned his gaze, asking, "Little female beast, are you starving? Is Mose failing to feed you?" The male beasts teased, "If Mose can't take care of the little female beast, then let me have her. I promise she won't go hungry. Since Mose is still young, it would be better to hand her over to me." Tire Gu chimed in, playfully punching Yudo. "You old beast, you should step aside. What's that supposed to mean? Are you looking for a fight?" Yudo shot back, muscles bulging as he glared at Tire Gu. "Bring it on. Let us see who ends up crying." The raucous laughter drowned out Qin Tong's pleas as Mose furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the ruckus among the beastmen. Qin Tong tugged at Mose's arm, gesturing animatedly, "Please, give this to me." Mose's eyes, deep as a frigid pool, sparkled with a flicker of amusement. This endeavor was originally intended for the little female beast, and thus it could be offered to her. Qin Tong extracted a fruit knife from her strapless top and bent down to commence her cutting, exerting considerable force before switching hands to continue. The quality was rather commendable, however, it proved resistant to her efforts. Mose stifled a laugh behind his fist, his eyes brimming with mirth. Ultimately, he conceded defeat, and Qin Tong wiped the sweat from her brow, left with no choice but to solicit Mose's assistance. Watching him deftly separate the white tiger's skin from the flesh was a blow to her pride. She could not manage it herself. And how convenient it must be to possess claws. Once the tiger skin was successfully divided, Qin Tong's eyes sparkled with joy. Such an enormous pelt, entirely genuine, a true treasure of fur. Not only could she fashion a garment for herself, but she had also unexpectedly donned real leather in this primitive society. Had there been law enforcement, she might have found herself in trouble. Mosi's expression softened, his gaze lingering on Qin Tong's radiant smile, which in turn captivated the nearby male beasts. With the tiger skin and new ingredients in hand, today was a fruitful harvest. Using a large leaf, she enveloped the fish and placed it in the fire to roast. Mu Annie sat beside Qin Tong, eagerly anticipating what the little female beast would concoct. Surely, whatever she made would be delicious. Merely thinking of it made her mouth water. From a distance, she beckoned Ya to join them. Ya, timid and apprehensive, eventually made her way over, encouraged by Mu Annie's warm invitation. Stealing glances at Qin Tong, she quickly retreated behind Mu Annie when noticed. The fish cooked faster than the meat, releasing an enticing aroma. Alongside the fragrance of fish, the peculiar scent of the leaves emerged, creating an unexpectedly delightful combination. Qin Tong retrieved the fish from the fire, unwrapping the leaves to reveal a rich and fragrant dish. Upon catching the delicious scent, Mu Annie could no longer contain herself, pacing anxiously around the fire, reluctant to approach. The aroma of fish held an irresistible allure for the wildcats, and Mu Annie's anticipation caused drool to fall to the ground. Qin Tong sampled a piece first, savoring the firm, delectable flesh. She quickly extracted several more pieces, lifting a chunk of fish to her toes and offering it to Mu Annie. After tasting it, Mu Annie nodded enthusiastically, her tail wagging in delight. She adored this dish. Standing beneath the tree, Mosi's expression darkened as he observed the scene. What a mischievous little female beast. Just moments ago, she had smiled so beautifully at him. Yet now she fed another beast. One by one, the other male beasts received their share of fish, and Mosi's scowl deepened. Why was he left out? Qin Tong feigned nonchalance as she approached Mosi, her smile radiant. Mosi had sensed her presence long before, yet he maintained his aloof demeanor, keeping his eyes shut. Qin Tong blinked, asking, "Would you like some fish?" Only then did she remember that the golden-haired creature could not comprehend her words. She reached out, tugging at Mosi's arm. He pretended to be oblivious, only then acknowledging her arrival. Mosi took the fish, his fingers delicately selecting a piece to taste, encountering a flavor unlike any he had experienced. Observing him eat brought a smile to Qin Tong's lips, and Mosi's gaze fell, studying her expression, his striking features radiating a gentle warmth. Yet he remained unaware of the effect he had on her. The male beasts devoured the fish without spitting out the bones, swallowing them whole. The few fish Qin Tong had prepared were hardly sufficient to satiate them. She picked up a stick to instruct them on how to roast meat. Most of the male beasts were hesitant to approach, while others used exceptionally long sticks to poke at the meat, prompting laughter from Qin Tong as she watched them struggle. The meat kept 3 meters away from their bodies. Chapter 19. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, the flames danced hungrily, consuming the serene darkness of the night. A gentle breeze coaxed the flames higher, causing them to flicker and sway. After adding more firewood, the flames roared to life, startling the beasts into hiding. Some exaggeratedly cowered behind trees. Qin Tong doubled over in laughter, having uncovered one of their weaknesses. Perhaps they were not as invincible as they appeared. Gu Lan observed the flames with trepidation, anxiety gnawing at him. Qin Tong pulled Gu Lan closer, encouraging him to experience the joy of roasting meat, explaining that fire was not as fearsome as he imagined. Gu Lan took hold of a piece of meat but hesitated to step closer. Qin Tong approached the flames, her hand brushing against the fire briefly, eliciting a chorus of beastly howls. "You will be destroyed, little female beast." Mosi's brows furrowed with concern, his posture tense as if ready to spring into action. If he were in beast form, one would see his fur bristling with alarm. Lan longed to intervene but was too fearful. His face betraying his anxiety, Iya shut her eyes tightly, unable to bear the sight. Qin Tong chuckled, reassuring them that the fire was not as perilous as they believed, as long as they learned to control it. Realizing that the little female beast had indeed not been harmed, the beast's apprehension began to wane. Qin Tong extended the meat towards the flames, demonstrating for them. Yudo, gathering courage, inched forward, placing his meat near the fire while howling triumphantly, seemingly unafraid. Gradually, other bold souls followed suit, positioning their meat over the flames. Though they claimed to be closer, they still maintained a distance of about a meter, extending their arms and using sticks to bridge the gap. Compared to their earlier hesitance, this was certainly progress. The beasts gazed at the meat with eager anticipation. Little female beast, the meat has turned into fire. Hearing the commotion, Qin Tong hurriedly instructed Yudo to drop the meat before the flames consumed his stick. She face-bombed, realizing the arduous journey of teaching them to roast meat lay ahead, as several charred pieces were cast aside. A true waste. Astoundingly, they were even worse at it than she was, with the meat burnt blacker than her own attempts. Once the meat cooled slightly, a male beast boldly tossed the charred remains into its mouth. Qin Tong grimaced, fearing they might be poisoned. Delicious, came the muffled response, crunching through the burnt texture. The male beasts gradually began to enjoy the process. Though sweat dripped from their brows as they roasted their meat. Observing their newfound understanding, Qin Tong turned her attention to her stone pot nearby, where it bubbled continuously. Stirring it with chopsticks, she inhaled the aromatic broth and found it quite satisfying. The soup appeared rich and nutritious, eliciting her approval. She filled a bowl with soup and made her way into the cave, with Mosi following closely behind. Mosi frowned at the liquid in Qin Tong's hands, wondering if she intended to offer it to Jing Zha. When she had discreetly pulled Mosi aside during the skinning process, gesturing for him to cut the male tiger's appendage, he had been perplexed by her motives. However, upon witnessing her place the severed pieces into the stone pot along with plenty of bones, Mosi finally grasped her intention to use it for consumption. Stunned, he found himself momentarily speechless. Was this truly edible? The male beasts only resorted to such measures when food was scarce. Otherwise, none would willingly consume such things. Qin Tong glanced back at the golden-haired creature lingering nearby. What are you waiting for? Come help. Mosi's mind raced, imagining Jing Zha's reaction upon awakening and discovering he had eaten something from another beast. He feared it would incite a rage. He reached out to stop the little female beast. This isn't right. Giving water was one thing, but offering this concoction was entirely different. Mosi gestured in vain, trying to dissuade her. Qin Tong scoffed, "You don't understand. This is a powerful tonic. This is a tiger's whip, far more nourishing than a common hen's. Plus, it's been stewed with bones. Drinking it will surely aid recovery." Considering Jing Zha's potential reaction upon waking, Mosi hesitated to assist the little female beast. Qin Tong's eyes narrowed, and she barked, "Hurry up." The previously defiant Mosi complied, helping to raise Jing Zha. Qin Tong watched with satisfaction as Mosi poured the nourishing soup down Jing Zha's throat, her heart swelling with pride at her own cleverness. Surely, fish soup could not compare to the benefits of tiger whip broth. In the modern world, such a delicacy was worth its weight in gold, coveted by many who would risk capture to acquire it. These beasts knew nothing of its value. After finishing the broth, Mosi regarded the still sleeping Jing Zha with a mix of emotions. It was his failure to restrain the little female beast. It was he who had brought back the tiger. If Jing Zha woke, he would have to face the consequences of his actions. The male beasts gradually grasped the allure of roasted meat, gathering to debate who had prepared the best dish. As Qin Tong emerged from the cave, she was immediately confronted by two beasts. "Which of our meats is more delicious, little female beast?" Yudo brandished his meat proudly, while the opposing Fuyali argued, "Mine is the best." Before Qin Tong could interject, the two beasts began to bicker fiercely. "You're bullying beasts, aren't you? Look how plump and large this meat is, far superior to your puny offering," Fuyali shouted, raising his piece of meat. Yudo waved his own in response. "You little beast, how could yours possibly compare to mine?" Fuyali's chest heaved with indignation. "You old beast." The two beasts were on the verge of confrontation, while Qin Tong stood bewildered, witnessing the two giants squabbling beside her. Although she could not comprehend their words, their tone and body language conveyed their fierce rivalry. "Little female beast, you decide." "Yes, let the little female beast choose." Before Qin Tong appeared two pieces of meat. Her lips twitched in apprehension. Surely, they could not be competing, could they? Glancing from side to side, she found it exceedingly difficult to distinguish between the two. Each had its merits. The two orcs, noticing the silence of the little female beast, brought the meat closer to Qin Tong's face. Startled, she recoiled in terror. Mose pushed the meat back slightly with his hand, and Qin Tong cast a grateful glance at the golden-haired creature. Returning her gaze to the two lumps, which could barely be called barbecued meat. She scrutinized them closely. One was on the verge of becoming a charred fossil, while the other, sighing, she thought, could only be described as crispy on the outside and tender on the inside if one wished to phrase it more elegantly. Truly, it was crispy on the outside and tender within, with the exterior dark and unappetizing, yet the interior still oozing with blood. She could hardly discern which was preferable. The two orcs insisted that Qin Tong offer her opinion. Little male beast, take a bite and then speak. It is quite delicious, Yudo urged, presenting the meat to her. Fuyali was anxious, insisting, surely, mine must be the first to be tasted. Observing the brewing argument, Qin Tong bent down and stealthily slipped away from the meat. It was far too perilous. She placed a hand on her chest, her heart still racing, when yet another dark mass appeared before her. Surely not, again? As the blackness shifted, it revealed Mu Annie's radiant smile. Qin Tong exhaled in relief. Little female beast, this meat was prepared over the fire by Li Jiang, Mu Annie proclaimed, showcasing the meat in her hand. Li Jiang is quite remarkable. He dares to approach the fire. Qin Tong looked with disdain at the meat in Mu Annie's grasp, for it too bore the same dubious quality of being crispy on the outside and tender within. A glance at the orcs by the fire revealed that most of their meat shared this unfortunate trait. Yet, they seemed to relish it, their lips twitching with delight. They truly were not picky eaters, making them easy to please. Chapter 20. An embarrassing incident. The sky radiated a gentle glow, clear yet ethereal, akin to an endless tranquil azure sea, shimmering under the intense white light as if ripples were dancing upon its surface, while a refreshing breeze caressed the air. Qin Tong lay leisurely on a stone beneath a tree. After several days of smooth living, she gradually adapted to her surroundings, waking to meet each day, engaging in playful banter with Mu Annie, and enjoying a life of leisure. However, the injured orc had yet to awaken. After days of care, Qin Tong finally learned his name from Gulan. The orcs slowly began to master the art of controlling the heat, improving their meat cooking skills, although they still held a strong fear of fire. Their previous panic had lessened, but they maintained their preference for meat that was crispy on the outside yet bloody on the inside. This method of consumption was something Qin Tong could not accept. She insisted on thoroughly cooked meat. Nevertheless, the orc's style of cooking, while still somewhat unsettling, appeared more appetizing than raw meat. According to Gulan, the exterior bore a peculiar meaty aroma, enhanced by the tenderness within. Qin Tong feared they might suffer from stomach ailments due to such undercooked fare. The tiger skin, after days of drying, was finally ready for use. Previously, she had been unaware that animal hides required extensive processing to avoid unpleasant odors and unsightly appearances, as well as shedding. Seeing the tiger's skin laid out on the ground filled her with joy. She would no longer have to sleep on a pile of straw. Delighted, she rolled around on the tiger's skin, burying her face in it and inhaling deeply. Ah, the scent of sunshine. Little female beast, Mu Annie called, prompting Qin Tong to look up. Are you not accompanying your boyfriend today? Mu Annie twitched its nose. Puzzled, little female beast, I still do not understand. Recently, it had been learning to speak with Gulan daily, yet the majority of what the little female beast uttered remained incomprehensible to them. Qin Tong beckoned Mu Annie over to test her new mattress. She had devised a plan for the large pelt, to cut a piece for clothing and use the remainder for a mattress. The current weather did not necessitate a blanket, and with any leftovers, she intended to craft a garment for the golden-haired creature. She was nearing her limit with his incessant bird-chasing antics. One could almost get a needless eye from it. She wondered if he was doing it on purpose. Now that he often assumed human form in the cave, perhaps he should learn from Gulan and Mu Annie. Why emulate the good when one could only replicate the bad? All the materials for sewing were prepared: bone needles, string, and the needles had been borrowed from Gulan, while the string was the result of many experiments, finally successful thanks to the guidance of a book. Otherwise, she would have been troubled over how to create clothes. When the orcs returned from their hunting expedition, cheers erupted once more. Qin Tong glanced at the game and dashed over to inspect each catch. Her brows furrowed as she noted, "Why is it all females?" The male orcs, sensing the little female beast's discontent, hesitated to tease her. Qin Tong pointed at Mose, questioning why there was none of the male variety. Mose, feeling anxious, covered himself with his hand, fearing the little male beast might want to take it away. The male orcs erupted in laughter as they saw Qin Tong point at Mose. "Look at me. I am stronger than Mose. Look at me," Yudo clamored from the back, pushing forward. Qin Tong's face darkened in irritation. What were these perverts up to? She turned and fled, leaving Mose to breathe a sigh of relief. He understood the little female beast's intentions. It was all about the thorny issue. He was unaware of her thoughts. Every time she saw one, she wanted to take it. Thus, he had deliberately refrained from hunting males, knowing that the little female beast would simply seek out the food brought back by other males and demand to take it. Consequently, he instructed the male orcs not to hunt males for the time being, using the excuse that the little female beast recently found males to be tough and unappetizing. Sitting beside the tiger skin, Qin Tong tore at the leaves, pondering the situation. Why could they not catch a single male? Did they dislike females, or were the females simply more active lately? Without a whip, how could one prepare a nourishing soup? Qin Tong was quite distressed. This was her first attempt at healing. No, treating beasts. Success was the only option. The orcs were busy preparing food, and feeling somewhat bored, Qin Tong sought out Mu Annie. After scanning the area without success, she was on the verge of giving up when she discovered Mu Annie concealed beneath a tree. Perhaps it was sneaking a snack. Sometimes she envied the orcs for their ability to eat without gaining weight. Unlike herself, who seemed to have gained a bit after only a few days of meat consumption. Stealthily, Qin Tong approached, planning to surprise Mu Annie. Wow! Upon catching sight of the scene beneath the tree, Qin Tong froze, her hand still raised in surprise. Realizing her blunder, she quickly turned away, muttering, "One must not witness such things. One must not witness such things." I didn't mean to. Blushing, she fled, and Mu Annie was indeed quite bold. Engaging in such antics beneath a tree, it hardly resembled the gentleman she had encountered days prior. Not having seen clearly, she only caught a glimpse, and now she dared not run around recklessly. It was better to seek out Gulan instead. Ji Lan had been spending these days in the cave with Jing Jia. Upon seeing Qin Tong enter, Gulan exclaimed, "Tong." Qin Tong forced a smile, surprised that he remembered her name after only teaching him once. Gulan looked at the orc on the hide with a concerned expression. Qin Tong sat beside Gulan, who wore a gloomy countenance. "Gulan, could this be your boyfriend?" Qin Tong inquired, her gaze shifting between them. They both shared silver fur and bore a resemblance. Surely not. Was there such a thing as couple-s resemblance? "Tong, when will Jing Jia waken?" Gulan's long lashes fluttered as he spoke. Observing Gulan's demeanor, Qin Tong couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Truly, handsome boys seemed destined to belong to other boys. "Tong." Ji Lan's hand waved before Qin Tong's eyes, pulling her from her reverie. She replied. Ji Lan repeated his question. Qin Tong could only understand her name along with Jing Jia's. Based on Gulan's expression and tone, as well as their names, she inferred what he wished to convey. Qin Tong placed a finger over Gulan's lips, saying, "I understand." She patted Gulan's shoulder reassuringly. "It's all right. Your boyfriend will surely recover." Although she spoke those words, her heart was filled with uncertainty. She could not admit to him that she lacked the ability to heal. It was essential to instill hope in the family and provide them with comfort. At mealtime, Mu Annie appeared beside Qin Tong once more. Upon seeing Mu Annie, Qin Tong pulled him into a corner. "You are far too bold. Do you not fear your boyfriend discovering this?" she whispered. Mu Annie, perplexed by her hushed tone, seemed to misunderstand her intent. Qin Tong, exasperated, pointed towards the gentleman Mu Annie had been with moments ago. Mu Annie followed her gesture and beamed with a smile. The other seemed to notice and returned a grin to Mu Annie. Qin Tong's alarm heightened. She quickly pressed Mu Annie's head down. "Your boyfriend is also here." Chapter 21. His name Little Female Beast. "What are you doing?" Mu Annie removed Qin Tong's hand from its head. "Behave. Let us not be so blatant, or we'll make it difficult for someone to save face. I know how fierce the orcs can be with their own." Li Jiang called over the cooked meat, and Mu Annie, not wanting to miss out, dashed over, disregarding Qin Tong's words. Qin Tong clicked her tongue. What a good man in a moment of mischief. Mose presented the roasted meat to Qin Tong. For the past few days, Qin Tong had indulged in the savory delights prepared by Mose. "Thank you," she replied instinctively upon receiving the meat. Sitting close beside Qin Tong, Mose was enveloped by a familiar, fragrant aroma that seemed to cling to her. His gaze lingered on her as he extended a large hand, gently brushing his fingertips through her dark hair. The delicate sensation caused his fingers to tremble slightly. "Would you like to share a meal?" Qintong suddenly turned her head. Startled, Mose swiftly retracted his hand, the exquisite touch still lingering on his fingertips. Concealing his large hand behind his back, he couldn't resist the urge to subtly fidget, hoping to etch the sensation into his memory. Qintong lifted the piece of meat in her hand, but Mose shook his head. "This cut is tender. There are only a few pieces like it on a single beast. Naturally, it should be reserved for the female beasts." Qintong bit into the meat with fervor, creating a stark contrast to the carefree manner in which the other beastmen consumed their meals. Her keen eyes caught the interaction across the fire, and she squinted, momentarily losing interest in her meal. What is going on? She wondered, observing the dynamics between Muani and her two companions. Noticing Qintong's gaze had shifted from the meat, Mose followed her line of sight. Qintong beckoned him with a wave, and Mose leaned in closer. "What is happening?" Qintong asked, her expression one of bewilderment. Mose, shaking his head in confusion, responded, "It's just those three. Frantic." Qintong pointed directly at Muani. After a laborious explanation from Mose, Qintong finally grasped the situation. Both individuals were Muani's boyfriends. Stunned, she exclaimed, "Incredible! I never would have guessed. This place is quite open-minded. I was worried Muani might get discovered." After finishing her meat, she promptly went to pull Muani over. "Little female beast, hold on, let me finish my meat first," Muani protested, her mouth still stuffed. Once they were in a secluded area, Qintong remarked, "You, of all people, with two boyfriends, you may appear a bit clueless at times. But you've surprised me." She gave Muani's arm a hearty pat. "You're the most impressive friend I've made so far in another world. I couldn't find even one friend. You truly bring me pride." Muani, engrossed in her meal, paid little attention to Qintong's chattered eye in the cave. The entrance was spacious and tidy, with several large stones placed outside. After a few days of tidying up, Qintong had made the space considerably more comfortable. The stones had been transported by Mose from the riverside, appearing one morning and startling Qintong. It turned out that Mose had observed the little female beast sitting on these stones by the riverbank and had moved them. Believing Qintong had a fondness for them, Qintong was at a loss for words. She appreciated the tranquility of the riverside, but had not anticipated that the golden-haired creature would bring those stones to her. She asked Mose to help her bring the tiger skin back into the cave, laying it atop a pile of grass. The excess material was to be cut using the readily available scissors, which were, of course, in Mose's possession. After measuring the remaining tiger skin, she sewed it together, limited by her skills to create a halter top and a skirt. Compared to a strapless design, the halter top was much safer. Given the current weather, too many layers would only lead to discomfort. The halter was just right. Qintong quickly resolved her clothing dilemma. Now it was Mose's turn. She scrutinized the golden-haired creature, noting, "You require quite a bit of fabric." Mose, feeling somewhat anxious under her gaze, was aware that whenever the little female beast looked at him like that, it stirred a peculiar blend of emotions within him. With a thin string in hand, he stood atop the stones. "Come here." Qintong beckoned, a playful smile adorning her lips. Mose, momentarily entranced, found her smile captivating. As the thin string glided across his sun-kissed skin, Mose felt his muscles involuntarily quiver. Qintong noticed the subtle tremor in his chest muscles. Under the sunlight, his bronzed skin glistened with a fine sheen of sweat. She furrowed her brow, taking precise measurements, wrapping the string around his chest. Due to her shorter arms, she struggled to bring her hands together behind him, holding her breath as her heartbeat quickened. Uncertain whether the statement referred to herself or Mose, the unique scent of the little female beast flooded his senses, stirring Mose's instincts as a virgin beast man. His heart raced uncontrollably despite his efforts to suppress it in no time. The measurements were complete, excluding the lower half. A longer beast skin skirt would suffice. Drawing from her prior experience, Qintong found that although Mose's skin was more intricate, the process moved along much faster. After finishing, she urged Mose to wear it. The endeavor proved challenging, requiring Qintong to maintain her composure numerous times before successfully dressing Mose. With her chin resting on her hand, she mused, "What do we have here?" Tilting her head for inspection, she remarked, how unattractive it was evident that she lacked any talent for garment making. Her attempt to add sleeves had failed miserably. Initially, she had intended to fashion a halter for the golden-haired creature, But gazing upon his striking visage, she found it impossible to proceed. Even the most handsome of men would appear odd in a halter. Surely, she couldn't waste such a face. Although unattainable, she could still admire it. Ultimately, she decided to settle for a beast skin skirt instead. Upon realizing that the beast skin sewn by the little male beast was meant for him, Mose wore an expression of complexity, especially after putting on the peculiar garment, which left him visibly displeased. Qintong stifled a laugh behind her hand. Once he removed the upper layer of beast skin, he appeared much more agreeable. His well-defined muscles and perfectly proportioned lines, combined with his sun-kissed skin, accentuated his sharp, deep-set features and high nose, with golden irises radiating an air of supremacy. He resembled a striking figure from a distant land, or perhaps a beauty from a primordial society. Mose contemplated removing the beast skin he wore, but when Qintong noticed his intentions, she called out, "No, you mustn't take it off. I made this with my own hands. We must uphold civility, understand etiquette, and possess a sense of shame." Her earnest gaze met Mose's. Unconsciously, he nodded in agreement. Seeing his response, Qintong beamed with satisfaction. Standing atop the stones, she affectionately ruffled Mose's hair, declaring him a good child. "Mose," she called, momentarily taken aback when the golden-haired creature spoke unexpectedly. "I am called Mose," he reiterated. Although Mose could not comprehend Qintong's words, he was keenly aware of her intent. He had been preoccupied with this matter for several days. The little female beast had learned several names of beasts, but had never uttered his. As Qintong rambled on, he suddenly yearned to hear her say his name. After repeating it a few times, Qintong tentatively attempted, "Mose?" "Yes," he replied, a smile glimmering in his eyes. Understanding dawned upon Qintong as she beamed brightly. Calling out, "Mose?" "Yes," he responded, and they engaged in a playful exchange, as if partaking in a delightful game. Chapter 22. The mockery under Qintong's insistence, Mose reluctantly donned the beast skin skirt. The moment he appeared among the beast men, he was immediately surrounded. "Mose, is your bird injured? Why the concealment? You don't seem as robust, embarrassed to show yourself?" Curious gazes from the male beasts pierced Mose. "Could it be that my skills are too exceptional, and they envy me?" Watching the sudden attention directed at Mose, Qintong's first instinct was to surmise that the beastmen had noticed his skirt. "What can I say? I am a genius," she mused, tossing her hair with confidence. It was uncertain whether she recalled the tiger skin short sleeve when making such a statement. Clearly, her memory had faltered. In the center of the crowd, Mose's brows knitted tightly, his eyes cold as he was clearly displeased by the comments surrounding him. Each jibe intensified his irritation. Wherever there was commotion, Muani could be found. After eavesdropping on the banter, she approached Qintong, struggling to contain her laughter. "What is going on with that little female beast?" Muani inquired. Pointing at Mose's beast skin skirt, Golem, equally intrigued, joined in. Qintong proudly lifted her chin, declaring, "I made it. Isn't it beautiful?" To ensure Golem and Muani understood, she patted her chest, indicating that the skirt was her handiwork. Once they comprehended, Golem and Muani stared at Qintong in astonishment. Momentarily taken aback, "You made this for Mose?" Golem stammered, realizing why Mose appeared so irate and had not removed the beast's skin despite his displeasure. Is the little female beast truly oblivious to this? "It is common knowledge that only females wear beast skins," Golem remarked, glancing at Mose with sympathy. Muani explained to Qintong, "Mose will be ridiculed for wearing that." Qintong, puzzled, retorted, "But you wear one too. Why aren't you mocked? Do you hold a double standard?" she questioned, directing her gaze towards Mose, who radiated an aura of chill, his brow furrowed in evident impatience. Fired up, Qintong picked up a twig from the ground and charged into the throng. "Have you no shame? It's one thing to lack civility, but to mock others is disgraceful. You enjoy ridiculing, do you? Watch me make you squawk." If that slender twig were to strike any other part of the orc's body, it could merely be considered a gentle scratch. However, when it lands upon the delicate form of a small bird, the scenario is drastically altered. The male beasts, upon being struck, scurry about in a frenzy. Males are not inclined to exert force upon females, especially since Qintong is a shaman who brings forth the spark of fire. They can only evade her wrath. What provoked the little female beast? Who, indeed, has riled her? "Not I," came the responses from the males in unison. Qin Tong, unfazed by their chatter, felt a surge of indignation as they mocked the skirt she painstakingly sewed. Even ridiculing Mose, such behavior is reprehensible and must be corrected. If they continue to mock, how shall others dare to don garments again? Shall they all resort to flying like birds? Previously, they were all boys. But now they must consider her as a girl. Why does the little female beast only strike at me? Mused Wu Tuo with a hint of grievance. Tossing aside the twig, Qin Tong retrieved a fruit knife from her waist and made a slicing motion towards the orc's bird. The male beasts recognized the object in her hand. Having witnessed her use it before, they were reminded of the gruesome scenes where a small male beast had severed something. They saw her mimicking that action. A collective instinct prompted them to shield their precious treasures with both hands. Once Qin Tong had pulled Mose away from the camp and ventured far, she finally spoke. "If they mock you again, I shall assist you in dealing with them and sever their birds," she declared, her fists clenched. "We can stew them for Jingya to consume. It would be a fitting use." Fortunately, Mose was oblivious to her words, or else his current cheerful demeanor would have dissipated instantly. Mose raised an eyebrow as he observed the little female beast standing defiantly before him, confronting those who had mocked her. His chest swelled with a peculiar feeling. As if something were lodged within, he noted that the ones she struck most fiercely were precisely those who had laughed the loudest and spoken the most. A thin mist enveloped the surroundings, soft and ethereal, floating gracefully through the forest, while sunlight streamed through the interlaced branches like strands of golden silk, casting dappled patterns upon the grass. Glancing around, they realized they had strayed far from the camp. It was still early, and with a bodyguard beside her, Qin Tong thought it prudent to explore the area, leisurely wandering through the jungle. Being but a child, she felt compelled to touch and observe everything, squatting down to investigate peculiar plants. Several times, she nearly encountered toxic flora, but Mose was always there to halt her. Girls are often captivated by beautiful things. Upon encountering a vast expanse of blooming flowers, Qin Tong found herself unable to move, insistent on collecting some to place in their dwelling. Not only would it elevate her spirits, but it would also freshen the air within. She cast a sidelong glance at Mose. Orcs do not possess the habit of bathing daily. Indeed, even Qin Tong herself lacked the means to do so, managing only a brief wash by the river each morning. Sometimes, when orcs congregated by the riverbank, she could only wash her face. It was high time to use flowers to scent their dwelling. Clutching a bouquet, Qin Tong walked ahead of Mose with a buoyant step, humming a cheerful tune. Mose's demeanor softened further, his lips curving into a smile. They rounded a massive tree root, revealing a lush, green expanse with branches heavy with brownish-green fruits. "What is that?" Qin Tong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Fruits, fruits. Could fortune truly be smiling upon her? She was in dire need of fresh produce, having consumed an excess of meat these past few days, and her bodily issues had become less than pleasant. Desperate for greens, Mose intervened, stating, "Those are not edible." Yet Qin Tong was not one to heed warnings. Since Mose had not forcibly restrained her, it indicated that the fruits were indeed safe. Whether they were palatable remained to be seen, but at this moment, her standards had dwindled. Initially disdainful of sweet fruits, she now relished them. Such fruits were indeed rare, having been in short supply for many days. After placing the flowers into Mose's arms, she darted forward on tiptoe. Plucking 2 fruits, biting down with all her might, she soon found herself unable to break the skin. In that case, I must resort to my indomitable modern weaponry. Drawing the fruit knife from her waist, she pierced the fruit with vigor. Turning, she raised the fruit to Mose's mouth, and he obediently took a bite. With a satisfying crunch, the fruit split open. Mose had become quite adept at this, having honed his skills over several days of cohabitation. Qin Tong had effectively transformed him into her multifunctional tool. As the fruit opened, a viscous liquid oozed out, revealing several brownish seeds resembling nuts. Cautiously, she leaned closer to inhale the scent. It felt strangely familiar. But I have never encountered such a fruit before. Qin Tong's eyes widened in realization. Inside, something akin to a chestnut was nestled, though it lacked the prickly exterior typical of one. Should I taste it first? Caution was paramount. Just because the orcs consumed it without ill effects did not guarantee her safety, and there was no doctor here to aid her in the event of poisoning. Tentatively, she extended her tongue. only to retract it again in fear that Moses' gaze was fixed intently upon her, as if he regarded her with incredulity. What a fool I must appear, she thought, feeling rather foolish. She spat and wiped her tongue with the back of her hand. Mose could not contain his laughter, the low, melodious sound echoing through the serene forest, resonating distinctly in the tranquility. Chin Tong shot him a glare. Mose quickly stifled his laughter, as she examined the object in her hand. A sense of familiarity washed over her. The taste was reminiscent of something she couldn't quite place. Focusing her gaze back on the tree, she scrutinized it for 2 minutes. "Is this not a tea tree?" she exclaimed, glancing at the seeds within the fruit. "These are tea seeds." The seeds in her hand were significantly larger, making them harder to recognize. After all, everything in the primitive world seems to be oversized. Upon closer inspection, she noted some differences. The color was slightly lighter, and the shell was harder, but these seeds were undoubtedly tea seeds. Having already verified this, she confirmed it by chewing on a handful of tea leaves. Not a fruit, she mused with some disappointment, yet the discovery of tea seeds lifted her spirits. With tea seeds, she could create many things, and having tea to drink was no trivial matter. Just the tea seeds alone were a treasure, as they could be transformed into tea oil and tea pomace. Tea pomace was precisely what she needed at this moment, for her hair was nearing a tangled state, in urgent need of nourishment. Summoning Mose to assist her in gathering, she declared, "Little female beast, this truly is inedible." Yet Chin Tong paid no heed to Moses' protests. She insisted he lend a hand. Upon hearing her command, he promptly put down the flowers and assisted her. Soon, a small mound had formed on the ground. That's enough, she said, satisfied. However, the next dilemma arose. How to transport the haul back? Should she strip down and wrap it up? Rolling her eyes at her own suggestion, she dismissed the thought of parading about naked in the wild, which would be rather indecent. The primitive world offered little convenience. There were no containers for carrying goods as she gazed at the vines climbing the tree trunks. She felt as if fortune had favored her once more. Glancing at her fruit knife, she deemed it unwise to struggle against the vines. "Mose, lend me your claws." In no time, they had gathered a bundle of vines. And Chin Tong sat down beside Mose. Although she had only observed others weaving baskets, she had never attempted it herself. Now, she could only hope for the best. There must be a technique to this, she pondered. First a cross shape, then a pick and press. I believe that's how it goes, and then layering new materials before sealing it. After several unsuccessful attempts, she felt disheartened. Chin Tong, accustomed to a pampered life, had never engaged in such labor before. The vines were tough, and as she pulled them, her slender fingers became sore and reddened from the friction. Observing her struggle, Mose sat nearby, uncertain how to assist the little female beast. "Let us give it one final try. I feel I have gleaned some understanding," Chin Tong encouraged him with a smile. This time, success came more readily. The vines had softened after several attempts, making them easier to manage. As the base began to take shape, her joy was palpable. "Failure is indeed the mother of success," she proclaimed, paying homage to Phillips. Pausing, she questioned, "Did he really say that?" Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. It mattered not that as the basket gradually took form, Chin Tong felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. In her elation, she overlooked the wounds on her hands. Her once fair fingers were now marred with both redness and blood. Mose quickly noticed, seizing her hand and licking the blood clean with his tongue. Chin Tong attempted to withdraw, but her efforts were in vain. "That's filthy," she protested, turning her head away, feeling a bit shy. Releasing her hand, Mose picked up the unfinished basket and began to replicate her earlier methods. Chin Tong watched in astonishment. "You learned just by watching? How clever you are." Mose worked swiftly, demonstrating the advantages of his strength. Each day, Chin Tong found herself in awe of the various talents possessed by the orcs. The final product brought her great satisfaction, though it seemed somewhat oversized. The tea seeds filled the basket to the brim, leaving plenty behind. They would have to return tomorrow to collect more. With so many available and no orcs inclined to consume them, she need not worry about theft. Mose hoisted the basket, while Chin Tong held onto the flowers. And together they prepared to return. Chin Tong had a tendency to chatter to herself, and Mose found no annoyance in this. Rather, he relished hearing her speak, even if he did not fully comprehend her words. At this moment, she declared, "Mose, I must tell you that these tea seeds are truly marvelous, especially the oil extracted from them. Qin Tong's petite mouth kept moving incessantly as long as Mose understood her name. She was content, knowing that the little female beast was speaking to him, which brought him joy. Suddenly, Mose came to a halt. Qin Tong turned her head. What's wrong? Can't carry me anymore? Mose offered no response. Unlike his usual languid demeanor, he now appeared vigilant, his eyes dark and penetrating. Qin Tong was no fool. She immediately fell silent, turning her attention to their surroundings. Mose's expression filled her with dread, sending shivers through every pore of her being. What could possibly have sparked such a reaction from a creature like Mose? His golden eyes were fixed intently on a single point, his ears perked up as faint sounds reached his ears, rhythmic and deliberate. He smelled it, that familiar, repugnant odor that made one recoil. Mose transformed into his beast form, crouching low to allow Qin Tong to climb onto his back. She discarded the items in her hands and swiftly ascended. Little female beast, hold on tightly. Do not let go. Mose's voice was unusually deep. Gripping his fur firmly, Qin Tong would have done so even without his urging, for fear had rendered her entire body trembling. Then, a cacophony of harsh sounds erupted from all directions. Qin Tong's body tensed, Mose's eyes narrowed sharply. A colossal roar escaped him as he leapt into action, swiftly fleeing. Qin Tong dared not lift her head. Pressing tightly against Mose's back, the sounds that filled her ears clarified just how terrifying their speed was. The sensation of imminent danger sent tingles across her scalp. Around them, other animals roared, emitting a terrifying symphony that Qin Tong had never encountered before. Sharp, jarring, and instilling primal fear. Mose moved with remarkable speed, leaping and landing with such force that Qin Tong felt as though she might be thrown off at any moment. Yet, she clung tightly, unwilling to loosen her grip, terrified of being cast away. The roars intensified, drawing closer. Leader Mose, we meet again. A chilling voice rang out. Chapter 24. Tension escalates. The eerie sounds reverberated around them, and tears welled at the corners of Qin Tong's eyes. Upon hearing the noise, Mose halted. Already surrounded, a massive figure emerged from the shadows, its hide adorned with irregular patches of yellow-brown and dark-brown fur, a stout jaw, and jagged fangs that rendered it grotesque. After Mose came to a stop, the opposing creature mirrored his movements, advancing slowly yet deliberately. Mose flicked his massive head, his gaze filled with disdain. A mere hyena was hardly worthy of his concern. The hyena clan was a sworn enemy of the lion clan, as deeply ingrained in their genetics as it was in the history of the Defan tribe. The hyenas had long harbored ambitions against the Defan tribe, and since the days of Chief Safu, their conflicts had never ceased. Under normal circumstances, Mose would have charged into battle, but for the first time, he hesitated in the face of hyenas, with the little female beast by his side. He was unwilling to risk her safety. The hyenas had proven themselves formidable adversaries, not to be underestimated, despite Mose's contempt for their breed. They were like malevolent spirits, appearing suddenly to wreak havoc, showing no mercy to either cubs or females. For them, slaughter was merely sport. Mose had assumed the hyenas had vacated the Maloka jungle, as the tribe had not encountered them in a long while. To his surprise, they were still present, seemingly having grown in number. Mose refrained from initiating an attack, fearing for the little female beast on his back. Should she fall into the paws of a hyena, it would likely lead to her brutal demise. If the tribe's male beasts were aware of Mose's current hesitation, they would certainly mock him. Yet, in this situation, any male beast of the tribe would find themselves in a similar predicament, for all would protect the females and would hesitate to fight with full force, fearing they might fail to safeguard them. Mose had always fought with the resolve to meet the beast god, but this time, he did not. With a roar, the hyenas charged. This was their nature. They always attacked in packs. Mose was acutely aware of his weaknesses, as well as those of his foes. If he could tear apart the hyena king, the rest would scatter. He had but one chance. His claws swiped through the air, rending one hyena's body apart. Mose evaded continuously, determined not to be caught by the hyenas. Besides their pack mentality, they possessed another innate advantage. Their molars, short yet robust, capable of crushing the bones of a male beast with ease. Mose was beginning to tire. Although the explosive power of the lion-tiger beast was formidable, Its endurance could not match that of the hyenas, placing him at a disadvantage against a group. His reluctance to unleash his full might stemmed from the presence of the female beast. As a hyena charged directly at him, it was predictably torn apart by Moses' jaws, several hyena corpses already littering the ground. Mose fixed his gaze upon the remaining hyenas, their filthy kind, whose blood stank of decay. The hyena king bared his teeth upon hearing Moses' words. Had Qin Tong witnessed this scene, she would surely have cried out in disgust. The king's short, dark mouth twisted in anger, revealing uneven fangs and a disfigured face. A visage of unspeakable ugliness. It seemed that the Defan tribe was soon to change leadership. With confidence, the hyena king proclaimed that the Defan tribe might soon vanish entirely to meet the beast god. Mose roared in response, suggesting perhaps the entire hyena clan would follow suit. As soon as Moses' voice fell silent, the chilling cries filled the air. Qin Tong pressed tightly against Mose, terrified to move, speak, or even glance upward, striving to diminish her presence. She could not afford to cause any disruption. She sensed Moses' tension, aware that her very presence weighed heavily upon him. Were he to engage in battle, she would surely be flung off. Mose was beginning to tremble slightly. Qin Tong could not discern whether he was injured or simply fatigued. Cold sweat dripped down her body. The hyena king seems to have caught the scent of a female. Standing beside Mose, a hyena sniffed the air, clearly detecting the alluring scent of a female. The mere mention of a female ignited a frenzy among the hyenas. Their blood surged, eyes glinting with murderous intent, thick drool spilling from their mouths. Mose understood that true slaughter was imminent, for the hyenas' keen noses could not be deceived. The little female beast must be terrified now. Mose had already sensed it. The little female was either exhausted or overwhelmed by fear, her enticing aroma becoming more pronounced. Qin Tong could feel Moses' tremors. He too was acutely aware of her quaking. The hyena king, the little female, is on Moses' back. A sinister laugh escaped the hyena king, his eyes gleaming with malice. Such a delightful female, is she your mate? If so, we shall ensure she lives a little longer. Otherwise, how would we repay you? Repay you for the eyes we've torn from you. The Lion King's mutilated visage was marked by a single eye, which was now gradually turning crimson. The mere mention of the lost eye caused the Lion King's remaining eye to redden even more swiftly. Surrounding the void where the eye once resided were distinct claw marks. Just by observing these scars, one could surmise the ferocity of the battles that had transpired. Moss's gaze was icy, for it was resolute in its preparation. The sound of a low growl served as a signal, prompting the lion beasts to launch their swift assault. Moss reacted with equal swiftness. The air was filled with the sounds of roars and the rush of claws slicing through the wind. The Lion King adeptly dodged, yet Moss failed to deliver a fatal blow, and its body was perilously close to colliding with a nearby tree. In a deft maneuver, it twisted its form, claws tearing into the trunk. Landing with ease, however, the tree now trembled, shedding leaves as its trunk was stripped away, teetering on the brink of collapse. Qin Tong was nearly flung off, her mouth filled with fur. The carnage persisted, with Moss's claws either rending the flesh of the lion beasts or leaving horrifying marks nearby. What had once been a tranquil jungle had transformed into a battleground, marked by the ravages of claws. Several trees had already succumbed, lying across their path. With each tree that fell, Qin Tong's heart tightened. The tremors of the collapsing trunks reverberated through her, heightening her sensitivity to sound. The more destruction and howling there was, the more panic enveloped her. The fighting continued, yet Moss's movements were visibly slowing. Moss had fallen into a trap. The lion beasts excelled in prolonged warfare and encirclement. With a low growl, Moss suddenly hesitated. In that brief moment of stillness, another growl resonated. One of Moss's legs knelt, its entire form affected. Qin Tong could no longer suppress her sobs. She climbed atop Moss's back. In that moment of elevation, all the lion beasts caught sight of Qin Tong. Upon seeing her, the lion beast's drool increased. It was Qin Tong's first encounter with these fearsome creatures, whose terrifying appearance matched their dreadful roars. Despite having seen many beasts from the Defan tribe, she had never encountered such grotesqueness. Their fur appeared as if it had been partially shed, mottled with black and yellow, resembling a condition akin to mange, patchy and unappealing. It was evident they would be utterly unpalatable, likely ignored even by dogs. were it not for her position atop Moss. She would have surely retched. The Lion King's eyes flickered with delight upon seeing Qin Tong. He had not anticipated that Moss would indeed possess a female beast, let alone one from the tribe. His initial intent had merely been to deal with Moss, but this revelation filled him with unexpected joy. "Tear Moss apart and consume its eyes," commanded the Lion King. Moss trembled as it rose. Adopting a combat stance, "Little female beast, I shall ensure you do not meet the beast god." Moss let out a prolonged howl, its golden pupils gradually obscured by other colors. "Moss, we are here." A voice interrupted Moss's impending action. Chapter 25. Stitching. All gazes turned toward the source of the voice. Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, illuminating the various forms of beasts, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. The golden sunlight adorned them with gilded edges. The diverse array of beasts materialized before Qin Tong and the lion beast tribe. This was Qin Tong's first genuine glimpse of the majority of the Daifin tribe's combat strength. The shock within her was inexpressible, accompanied by a profound submission to power. As she beheld the warriors before her, Qin Tong grasped for the first time the insignificance of humanity. Among them, the most striking was the beast form of Like, a colossal saber-toothed elephant with protruding tusks. Even Moss, relatively large in its own right, appeared diminutive in comparison. Upon the elephant's back stood several smaller beasts. They were not truly small, merely appearing so in juxtaposition to Like. Most notable among them was the humanoid figure in the center, Golan, with silvery hair billowing in the wind. Qin Tong had never witnessed such a solemn Golan. Typically gentle, he now seemed unfamiliar and imposing. With no opening remarks or pleasantries exchanged, Fuya charged headlong into the fray in beast form, followed closely by Tyrge. The moment the lion beasts from the Daifin tribe emerged, the Lion King's regret was palpable. It was not for having attacked Moss, but for the prolonged engagement that may have cost him the chance to obliterate Moss. The growls intensified. The lion beasts found themselves in a state of utter subjugation. Qin Tong's ears were nearly deafened, the cacophony of her allies' roars mingling with the terrifying sounds of the lion beasts, causing her head to throb. The greatest harm came from her own kin, whose roars were particularly thunderous, resonating deep within her heart. At that moment, Qin Tong was too consumed by fear to heed the sounds or any other concerns. She slid down from Moss, realizing that at some point, Moss had succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin Tong, oblivious to the reality, discovered Moss's eyes had closed. Terror gripped her. Fearing for Moss's life, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Golan appeared behind her, enveloping her in a reassuring embrace. "Tong, do not fear. We have arrived." "Golan, Moss? It seems he has died." Qin Tong sobbed, and with the arrival of her support, her fear finally transformed into tears. Li Zhang stood guard beside Golan and Qin Tong, refraining from joining the battle. In the form of a dire wolf, it remained vigilant, its murderous intent swirling in its eyes. Qin Tong's tears flowed incessantly. Had she not drawn Moss out, none of this would have transpired. The chaos of battle commenced, with the male beasts of the Daifin tribe forcefully entering the fray, overwhelming the lion beasts with their sheer strength. The lion beasts employed underhanded and treacherous tactics in their assaults, even in a state of subjugation. Enlisha was ambushed from behind, a perverse and humiliating attack. The rear of each beast was surely their most vulnerable point, a favorite tactic of the lion beasts. Enlisha struggled to break free from the lion beast's clutches, pivoting to pierce it with its horns. The Lion King observed the melee with fury, letting out a low growl. It was determined not to miss the chance to eliminate Moss. Focus on tearing Moss apart. "Moss is of utmost importance," it roared. Upon receiving the command, the lion beasts disregarded all else and retaliated ferociously. Trees in the jungle toppled one after another, startling the birds and beasts within. The stench of blood hung heavily in the air, invigorating the beasts while repulsing Qin Tong. She battled against nausea, gripping a fruit knife tightly out of fear. The Lion King's orders intensified the conflict, with the male beasts encircling Moss for protection. The Lion King, concealed behind its minions, stealthily shifted directions. Golan shielded Qin Tong closely. The lion beasts, frenzied in their offensive, diverted all their attention to Moss, allowing the Lion King to quietly approach Qin Tong from behind. That eye, already corroded by slaughter, fixated menacingly on her back. The Lion King crouched slightly, poised to strike. Qin Tong shivered, inexplicably feeling a chill. Her heart raced with anxiety. Seizing the moment, the Lion King launched its attack. Golan was no novice, however. The instant the Lion King lunged toward Qin Tong, he sensed the impending danger. The Lion King's murderous intent was palpable. Beasts were acutely sensitive to emotions, and the surge of killing intent was difficult to conceal. Almost simultaneously with the Lion King's lunge, Golan turned, embracing Qin Tong in the moment before danger struck. His golden eyes widened. Golan held Qin Tong tightly, facing the Lion King without the luxury of further reaction. Suddenly, a lion's roar erupted. The king, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, awakened with a formidable howl. That roar instinctively commanded submission, embodying the majesty of the tiger and lion beasts. It was an ancestral dominance that compelled all beasts to bow down. Moss's roar startled the Lion King, redirecting its attention and altering its trajectory. That hideous, ghastly face turned towards Moss. The Lion King realized it had missed the opportunity to slay the female beast and redirected all its efforts toward Moss. Claws were drawn, teeth bared. Moss swiftly shielded Golan and Qin Tong, and in the ensuing clash, a mark appeared on the Lion King's face. Moss adeptly parried the Lion King's onslaught, expending its final ounce of strength to topple the Lion King to the ground. The Lion King's crimson eyes fixated on Moss, radiating a fierce, murderous intent. The rhythmic growls intensified, prompting the lion beasts to retreat rapidly, as if a tide had receded. "Fuya, do not pursue," Tyrge called out, halting Fuya's advance. With the threat diminished, the massive beast collapsed heavily to the ground. Qin Tong rushed forward, pushing against Moss's form, tears cascading like pearls onto Moss's body, until they returned to the camp. Qin Tong remained in a state of shock. Yet, she knew she must compose herself. Several male beasts had sustained injuries, and they depended solely on her. With the tribe's healer, Jingya, still unconscious, it fell upon Qin Tong, who had barely any knowledge, to step up. Among the injured beasts, Enlisha required urgent attention. It had been savaged by a lion beast from behind, leaving a gaping wound from which blood flowed profusely. Qin Tong urged the beasts to hasten to the river for water to boil. Rummaging through tattered clothing to extract some threads, her mind was in turmoil, fixated solely on this task. She placed the extracted threads and a bone needle into a stone pot, boiling them in the heated water. Golan trailed closely behind, pondering how he might assist. "Tong, what are you doing?" Gulan was perplexed, pondering the necessity of placing items within a stone only to retrieve them later, in Gulan's mind. The young female beast was merely putting things inside a stone, ultimately to drink the water contained within. The water from the bone needle? The orcs encircled nearby, their expressions laced with concern as they gazed at Enlisha. The blood was simply too abundant, painting the ground a vivid red. After rinsing his hands with cool boiled water, he grasped the animal bone needle and addressed Gulan. "Hold him down." Enlisha lay prostrate upon the animal hide, firmly restrained by several male beasts. Wasn't this unnecessary? Would the orcs truly fear such mild discomfort? Ah, ah, ah. The cries reverberated throughout the cavern as the male beasts exerted their strength to subdue the struggling Enlisha. Gulan stood by, his visage painted with terror as he watched Qin Tong, the young female beast, deftly stitching Enlisha as one would mend animal hides. Enlisha remained oblivious to Qin Tong's actions. Yet the surrounding orcs bore witness, their astonishment rendering them speechless for the first time. The cavern, aside from Enlisha's cries, fell into a hushed silence. Even the usually raucous Utua had lost his voice. Qin Tong meticulously sewed the gaping wound shut, reminiscent of the times her grandmother had stitched her trousers in her childhood. Her hands were steady, though her countenance was ashen. Author: Enlisha, you are releasing gas. Enlisha: nonsense, pure fabrication. We orcs absolutely do not fear pain, especially not me. This is slander. Author: I do not believe you'd. Enlisha: disbelieve? I shall prove it to you right now. The male beasts: Enlisha, do not act rashly. She may sever your feathers. Enlisha. Chapter 26. Growth. Little female beast, please cease. Enlisha could no longer endure the pain. Struggling ineffectually, urging Qin Tong to stop, he could not comprehend why the agony was so intense, surpassing even the bites of the hyena beasts. Tying knots and severing threads, At long last, everything came to a close. As Qin Tong completed the procedure, the orcs stood in awe, their mouths agape in astonishment, witnessing the bleeding finally cease. They erupted in cheers, their gazes toward Qin Tong filled with profound respect. Blood was a common occurrence for orcs. Many had met the beast god due to excessive bleeding in the past. Given Enli Sha's predicament, with such severe wounds and profuse blood, even Jingya could not have salvaged the situation. They had lost hope, only to be astounded by the young female beast who had staunched the flow of blood. The male beasts hoisted Qin Tong aloft, tossing her in jubilant celebration, the cavern echoing with their cheers. "Put me down!" Ah, ah, ah! Qin Tong was terrified, the cavern walls looming close. With each rise and fall, she feared that in their exuberance, they might lose control and send her crashing against the ceiling. Enli Sha lay limp upon the animal hide. Akin to a lifeless creature, Elan hurriedly instructed the exuberant orcs to set Qin Tong down. After several calming breaths, Qin Tong finally regained her composure. She cast a glance at Enli Sha's wound. This was the consequence of not donning clothing, yet thankfully, it had not struck a vital area. Enli Sha would likely be unable to sit for the next fortnight. It was Qin Tong's first time observing another's posterior for such an extended period. Fortunately, the artery had remained intact. Otherwise, she would have witnessed Enli Sha bleed to death, and injuries in this place were perilously serious. After tending to Enli Sha, there were still 2 more orcs to attend to. But fortunately, their injuries were minor and easily bandaged. Yet, the moment for relaxation had not yet arrived. The truly challenging trials lay ahead. On the return journey, Mose regained consciousness briefly, only to faint again upon transforming back into his human form. His external injuries were few, with only a few bite marks on his legs. The most prominent were the claw marks on his face. Thankfully, they had not grazed his eyes, though they had come perilously close. Resting just above his brow, the bleeding had ceased. Now, though Mose was unconscious, his external wounds appeared minimal. However, the fear of internal injuries lingered. If he had sustained internal damage, there would be no remedy, no matter how hard Qin Tong might try. Cautiously, she probed Mose's abdomen, feeling for any changes. She had heard that internal injuries would cause the abdomen to swell, yet it appeared normal at present. Uncertain, she scrutinized him for a long while but saw no apparent issues and shifted her focus to his legs. She distinctly recalled Mose nearly collapsing during the battle. The bite marks on his legs were deep enough to expose bone, and some blood trickled forth slowly. Cleaning his leg with warm water, Qin Tong noticed that the bone seemed fractured. It was astounding that what appeared to be merely a few bite marks could have broken the bone. Considering all factors, that pack of beasts must have been hyenas. She had watched documentaries on wildlife. Hyenas, known as bone crushers, possess incredible bite force and enjoy gnawing on certain types of prey, thus confirming their identity. It was shocking how fearsome and unattractive they were. They were far less appealing than those depicted in wildlife documentaries, which made them seem like the pinnacle of beauty among their kind. Instructing the orcs to procure several wooden planks and cut strips from animal hides, they bound the fractured leg. Qin Tong stood nearby, perplexed. Why had he fainted from merely a leg injury? Observing the wounds on Mose's face, she couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Such a handsome face had been marred by those hideous beasts. The mountains were shrouded in a thick veil of night, the earth resembling a vast curtain, warmed only by flickering flames beneath the darkened sky. Lei Ku and Tai Gu returned after managing the aftermath, bringing along several carcasses of hyena beasts. Lei Ku had yet to decide how to dispose of these bodies, opting to return with them for the moment. Leaving the carcasses in the forest would easily attract other ferocious beasts, as this territory belonged to them, necessitating precautions to avoid endangering the female beasts. After treating the injured, Qin Tong sat despondently upon a stone. This evening lacked the roasted meat that Mose typically delivered punctually, and she missed his presence beside her, acting as a guardian. It felt rather odious. Elan, filled with concern, took a seat beside Qin Tong. Tong, what troubles you? He gently caressed her head. The orcs, seemingly unfazed by the recently concluded battle, continued to jest and frolic. Even the few injured beasts joined in, save for Enli Sha, who remained isolated in the cave, as per Qin Tong's request for solitude to recuperate. After all, the stitches had been crafted from thread taken from clothing, and the orcs were far too boisterous. Qin Tong feared that Enli Sha might feel no pain and act recklessly, risking the thread's integrity. Qin Tong observed the orcs cavorting and feasting by the fire. Gulan, will they blame me? Gulan's gaze turned toward her. If only I hadn't taken Mose out. Clear eyes met Gulan's in reflection, Muin and I sensed Qin Tong's melancholic disposition, gently nudging her arm and offering the sweet fruit she had treasured. Qin Tong shook her head. She had no appetite at present. Her mood was palpable, causing the jovial chatter to diminish as curious glances turned toward her. Qin Tong was not one to harbor her troubles. She struggled to articulate her concerns through fragmented words and gestures. Upon understanding, Gulan was momentarily taken aback, as were all the orcs. They instinctively gathered around her, gazing as if witnessing something extraordinary. Why would the young female beast harbor such thoughts? Why would she blame herself? From the moment orcs were born, their lives were steeped in conflict. Every orc must fight from birth until they meet the beast god. Perhaps even engaging in battle up until that fateful moment. Even if the young female beast had not ventured out with Mose, the hyena beasts would have still attacked the Defane tribe. For they were sworn enemies. The very presence of hyenas in Defane's territory indicated their intent to launch an assault. What astonished the male beasts most was that the young female beast felt it was her fault. Throughout the entirety of the Marilaka jungle, and even in other jungles, no female beast would ever concede to being in the wrong. In the realm of female beasts, they were never at fault. Females were exceedingly rare and precious, leading male beasts to fiercely compete for their affection. Thus, whatever a female declared was deemed correct, and the males would acquiesce. In many tribes, it was the females who held leadership positions. Although the Defane tribe was led by a male, the status of females remained remarkably high. From birth to maturity, males catered to their every whim, hence they never entertained the notion of being wrong. Qin Tong's expressed sentiments left all the orcs in a state of shock. Dilan gazed at her, bewildered, as a cacophony of voices erupted, each vying to speak. None yielding, Dilan silenced them, declaring, "You all be quiet. Return to the cave and rest." Once calm had settled, Gulan took Qin Tong's hand. "Tong, you hail from that jungle. How could you entertain such thoughts? Females ought not to think this way." That night was a sleepless one. Gulan and Qin Tong conversed for an entire evening, most of their communication consisting of gestures. Jilan successfully comforted Qin Tong, and she gained much from this night. Qin Tong realized that even without venturing out, there would come a time for battle. This thought lightened her heart considerably and made her aware of the world's harsh realities. The leisurely life she had led in recent days had led her to believe that the life of a beastman was merely about hunting, feasting, playing, and sleeping. Little did she expect that this world was so unforgiving, that survival required enduring countless life and death struggles, a hellish abyss that Qin Tong had never experienced. Chapter 27. The return of the broth Rek planned to transport the corpse of the hyena to another location to bury it in a pit. For now, food was relatively abundant, and there was no pressing need to consume the hyena, as its stench was unbearable. Rek called upon Tyrge to assist him in this task. Qin Tong mustered her courage to glance at the pile of hyena corpses and said to Rek, "Cut off their birds and give them to me." Rek cast a significant look at Qin Tong. He had long heard that this little female beast had a penchant for such actions, and had thought it merely a jest among the male beasts. He shook his head firmly in refusal. The odor of the hyena was overwhelming, and he could not comprehend the little female's request. Seeing that Rek was unwilling, Qin Tong quickly grabbed his arm, forbidding him to leave. Tyrge, with a glint in his eyes, said, "Rek, you should heed the little female's words." Rek was about to scold Tyrge when the latter interrupted with, "If you do not comply, I shall inform Gulan." Rek glared angrily at Tyrge. "Will you do it or not?" Tyrge wore a mischievous smile, adding, "I wonder if Gulan would come to dislike you for ignoring the little female's requests." With a frustrated grunt, Rek hurled the hyena corpse down and got to work. Qin Tong grinned widely, exclaiming, "This is it. Today they will surely be overwhelmed." As they feasted, Tyrge's smile was unceasing. "Tyrge, what are you laughing about?" Fuya inquired curiously. At that moment, Yudo joined in, saying, "I've noticed too. Whenever Tyrge has that expression, he is up to no good." Tyrge narrowed his eyes slightly, his smile deepening. Yudo shivered and quickly distanced himself, not wishing to incur Tyrge's wrath. Previously, when Tyrge had pursued a female beast, he had merely remarked that the red wolf was not strong. Tyurge had then taken the opportunity to relieve himself in the river while Yuto was drinking water. After preparing the broth, Qin Tong intended to bring it to Enli Sha, who had been calling out from the cave for quite some time. She hurried to provide him with food, hoping to quiet his pleas to be let out. Tyurge took the stone bowl from Qin Tong, saying, "Little female, allow me to assist you." "Thank you," she replied, appreciating that this beast man was quite considerate and knew how to help a lady carry heavy items. Upon seeing Qin Tong, Enli Sha's cries intensified. "Little female, I am well now. Let me out." He had no choice but to plead with her. Last night, he had attempted to sneak out but was caught. Leading Gulan to assign Yifu to keep a watchful eye on him, Tyurge, standing behind Qin Tong, chuckled at Enli Sha's words. He drank the water made by the little female. "It has a meaty flavor." "I do not wish to drink water. I want to eat meat," Enli Sha protested. "You must drink first." The little female insists that this will help your body recover. A crafty glint flickered in Tyurge's eyes. "If you remain unwell, you shall have to stay in the cave indefinitely. After all, Yifu will keep you company, and you should find that quite enjoyable." Enli Sha shot a glance at Yifu, who sat quietly in the corner, gritting his teeth. "Bring it to me. I will drink." Qin Tong watched as Enli Sha quickly finished the water and left. Tyurge, still holding the stone bowl, followed Qin Tong outside, bursting into laughter as they exited the cave. Qin Tong looked at Tyurge, puzzled. What is so amusing? She feared that his laughter might become so uncontrollable that he would drop the bowl, so she promptly took it from him. With the bowl in hand, Qin Tong departed, leaving Tyurge still chuckling heartily. Inside the cave, Enli Sha cautiously glanced at Yifu. "Did you hear that? Why is Tyurge laughing so joyfully?" There was no response. Yifu remained with his eyes closed in the corner. "Thank you," Qin Tong said as she saw Li Jiang leaving. Mose had already returned to the cave on the hill, and Muin and I instructed Li Jiang to carry Qin Tong back. Qin Tong entered the cave with the broth, settling on a pile of grass. She glanced at Mose, who was still in a deep slumber. She wondered what could be the matter. Why was he not awakening? Was he to remain unconscious like Jingya? As Qin Tong mumbled to herself, Mose finally stirred, his golden eyes opening. "Little female," he rasped. Qin Tong's heart leaped with joy. "You are finally awake." Seeing her concern, Mose smiled. "You are still smiling after scaring me half to death. Do you know that? Jingya has yet to awaken, and if you do not rouse yourself, I shall be overwhelmed with caring for both of you." Qin Tong sighed. "If you remain in this state, I will be unable to find birds to make broth for you." She mused that perhaps it was because the males had all been captured. As recently, only females had returned, leaving not a single male in sight. It could also be that the females were more active lately, seeking out their lost partners. With a smile, she added, "Birds?" Mose's expression turned serious. He had heard Qin Tong describe what she called birds many times and had etched that memory deep into his mind. Such an indelible memory was one he wished to forget, but could not. Mose glanced at the water in the stone beside him, shivering slightly. "Surely not." Qin Tong continued to chatter excitedly. "Fortunately, today we caught 6 birds." She raised her fingers to signify 6, though they may be unsightly. "They are quite nourishing," she said earnestly. Upon hearing the term birds once more, Mose nearly confirmed his suspicion, his countenance darkening. Qin Tong raised the bowl and declared, "Drink this nourishing broth. You shall surely regain your vitality." Mose shook his head repeatedly. "Little female, I do not require it. I am quite well. You should give it to Jingya." He even patted his chest to demonstrate his good health. Qin Tong understood Mose's meaning. "Jingya would also need it." "You are quite humble," she remarked, inching the stone bowl closer. Mose, alarmed, shifted in an attempt to rise. "You cannot move. Your leg is broken," she urged, quickly guiding him back down. "It is no longer hot. I know you fear the heat. It has cooled." She glanced at the broth, realizing that while it was cool, it still had a peculiar scent due to the absence of ginger. "You beasts who consume raw meat should not be afraid of it," she reasoned, lifting the bowl once more. Mose, startled, attempted to rise again. "What is the matter with you?" Qin Tong questioned, observing the troubled look on his face. "Are you unwell?" She touched his forehead. It was not feverish. "You do not need to relieve yourself, do you?" Qin Tong pointed toward Mose's lower half. At that moment, Mose, reacting instinctively, covered his privates with the animal hide. His reaction led Qin Tong to believe she had guessed correctly. I shall summon someone. I cannot carry you myself. She was not foolish enough to overestimate her strength. Attempting to do so might exacerbate Moses' injuries. He was a large beast, and she, a mere girl, would not be able to assist him effectively. Wait for me. I shall return shortly. Qin Tong dashed down the hill toward the main camp. Mose glanced at the water beside him, moved his legs, and cautiously crawled out of the cave. Extravagant interlude. Jingya. What nonsense are you spouting, Mose? I said nothing. Who told you to fall into a coma? Jingya. Author. I promise this is the last time. May I now lower my claws? Enli Sha and Jingya simultaneously lowered their claws from around their necks. Chapter 28. Learning I shall tear you apart. Enli Sha struggled to rise, but Yi Fu held him down. You wicked beast. Tyurge stood nearby, laughing heartily. This is the water I took to the river. I washed it very thoroughly. The words very clean were pronounced with exaggerated emphasis. You are too wicked, Enli Sha retorted angrily. It was the little female who said that drinking this water would restore my health. Tyurge maintained his smile, adding, Enli Sha slumped dejectedly onto the animal hide, unwilling to engage with the wicked beast. He wished to learn from the female beast's tears. Tyurge approached and gently patted Enli Sha's head. Oh, not worry. The chief will drink it with you. Enli Sha lifted his head to look at Tyurge, while Yi Fu surprisingly showed interest in the matter. Tyurge pondered for a moment. The little female has taken the water into the cave. A mysterious smile crossed his face. Enli Sha's mouth twitched. Tyurge was remarkably bold to contemplate such matters concerning the chief. Qin Tong returned to the cave with Rek. You did not wet the bed, did you? She had run far too slowly, uncertain whether Mose could still hold it. Rek hoisted Mose and exited the cave. Qin Tong glanced at the animal hide. It was quite clean. She was relieved to have made it in time. Yet, she could not fathom why Mose chose to reside on this hill, so distant from everyone else. Was it because standing high allowed one to see far? Inconvenient, to say the least. Qin Tong furrowed her brow, pondering whether it was a sign of solitude. In truth, the distance was quite negligible for the orcs. Yet it felt considerable to Qin Tong that Moses' choice of this cave was indeed deliberate. It stemmed not from the isolation Qin Tong suspected, but rather an innate instinct. Both the lion and tiger clans are accustomed to residing at elevated heights, and thus Mose, as a hybrid of the two, naturally inherited this trait. Living in such heights facilitates the ability to detect distant movements, a survival mechanism that allows for the prompt recognition of danger. Qin Tong glanced at the empty bowl, her eyes shifting as she stroked her chin, questioning if Mose was truly in urgent need. Recalling Moses' headshake, she wandered around the cave, particularly near the pile of grass, even lifting a hide to take a peek. Overthinking, she mused. After all, orcs are generally quite simple-minded and unlikely to devise such schemes. Once outside, Mose hurriedly instructed Mok to set it down. Aren't we going? Like inquired. Moments ago, a small female beast had dashed over, panting, eager to lead them here. It took a considerable amount of gesturing before it grasped the meaning. Who exactly returned from hunting the males? Mose stated with a stern expression. Like quickly understood, realizing there were no male beasts. Then how did those things come about? He asked in a low tone. They are from the hyenas. What? Moses' voice suddenly rose. Like shot a sidelong glance at Mose, clarifying, they are indeed from the hyenas. Moses' face transformed into a vivid palette of emotions, leaving it utterly speechless, while secretly relieved that it had abstained from drinking. The mere thought of hyenas conjured images of their grotesque and filthy appearance, along with their foul stench. Had it actually consumed any, it would have felt compelled to seek the beast god immediately. Did Jingja drink? Mose inquired. Like pondered for a moment, perhaps it did. He had seen the small female beast carrying stones towards the cave. Moses' golden eyes darkened. This was information that must remain undisclosed to Jingja. Otherwise, it genuinely feared that Jingja might go on a rampage and tear the small female beast apart. After Like escorted Mose back to the cave, he departed. Why did you take so long? Qin Tong asked with curiosity. Mose reclined on the grass pile, gazing intently at Qin Tong, reveling in the present moment, relishing the concern reflected in the small female beast's eyes. Qin Tong smacked her forehead, feeling foolish for not comprehending. After a series of gestures, she realized that Mose still seemed perplexed, leading her to abandon the effort. Perhaps it was best to focus on learning. communication through language proved to be a significant barrier. Lacking verbal interaction, she resorted to miming like a mute, requiring nearly her entire body to convey meaning, hands and feet in motion, accompanied by exaggerated expressions. It truly was exhausting. Rewinding 10 minutes, Mose had expressed concern. Like, you should patrol the territory more frequently. What if the hyenas return? Its apprehension was warranted, as the hyena clan had grown in number. After losing several orcs, they were likely to retaliate. Hyenas are known for their vindictiveness and will undoubtedly seek revenge. Like had already anticipated this, assuring, I will. Qin Tong waved her hand before Mose's eyes. What are you daydreaming about? I'm asking if you want to eat meat. Instinctively, Mose grasped the hand that waved before it. Qin Tong was momentarily taken aback, then pulled her hand away, exclaiming, What are you doing? With wide eyes. Mose snapped back to reality, suppressing its worries. It needed to trust like. Shaking its head, Mose replied that it wasn't in the mood for meat. Especially after hearing such nauseating news, It preferred to drink the water boiled by the male beast. How had the small female beast even thought of that? If you don't want to eat? How about going outside to bask in the sun? Qin Tong suggested. Mose typically adored sunbathing on trees or rocks. Recalling Enli Sha's demeanor, she figured that orcs might not be suited to remain in a cave all day. However, since Like had already left, she regretted not having asked him to place Mose on the rock outside. After some gestures, Mose shook its head, not wanting the small female beast to run off again. The alluring scent of the small female beast had intensified. If it ran again, Mose feared it might lose control. It also wished that the small female beast could stay longer to accompany it. Since Mose had no desire to bask in the sun, Qin Tong decided against further excursions and instead pulled out an encyclopedia to read. After the events of yesterday, she realized that she needed to acquire more knowledge and become smarter. In terms of strength and combat, she was of little help. It seemed that her only contribution would be in managing ailments. She wondered when Jing Jia would awaken. If it remained unconscious, the role of healer would fall to her. Yet, she lacked even the most basic medical knowledge, making her aspirations of assuming the role far-fetched. Hence, further study was imperative. Fortunately, she had brought along an encyclopedia, and while it didn't cover everything, she was confident that much of the knowledge within would prove useful. This book was comprehensive enough to offer her some reassurance. This time, she vowed to read it thoroughly, to internalize its content, rather than resorting to frantic page-turning in times of crisis. Qin Tong lifted her gaze to Mose, feeling a pang of guilt as she glanced at the wound on its face, a scar that should have been hers. She was acutely aware of what had transpired that day and recognized that Mose had shielded her from Golong. Mose touched the wound, which had already scabbed over. The earlier conversation with Like regarding the small female beast had startled it. It was hard to believe that the small female beast would express such sentiments. However, now, gazing into the eyes of the small female beast, Mose realized that everything Like had said was undeniably true. It believed. Qin Tong quickly averted her gaze, bowing her head to focus intently on her reading. While Qin Tong immersed herself in her book, Mose observed her. Chapter 29. Ferns. The sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting a delicate glow upon the girl. Her fine hair shimmered in soft yellow hues as Mose tiptoed out of the cave. Captivated by the sight, it was a mystery how the small female beast managed to ensnare its gaze so completely. Raising its eyes from the book, Mose remarked, How can you walk again? It takes 100 days to heal from injuries. The girl's brow furrowed in discontent. Mose nervously supported itself against the stone wall, realizing with dread that the small female beast was once again upset. Qin Tong quickly approached, assisting Mose to sit on a stone. You are truly incorrigible, she chided. You, and Enli Sha as well. Qin Tong frowned, recalling how Enli Sha had transformed during the night while Yi Fu was away hunting, dashing out in beast form. This had horrified Qin Tong. Fearing a bloodbath, but fortunately, it had only resulted in a minor bleed. Qin Tong had grossly underestimated the orcs. Their physical resilience was indeed formidable. In merely 2 days, Enli Sha's wounds had nearly healed. Still, Qin Tong believed it wise for them to rest a few more days. Mose remained silent, listening attentively to Qin Tong. It wasn't that Mose had nothing to say. Rather, it had discerned the patterns of the small female beast's emotional fluctuations. At this moment, it recognized that any attempt to speak might only exacerbate her anger. It was better to remain quiet and listen. Mose lowered its gaze to the items on the stone, puzzled as to what was so fascinating. Did the small female beast do anything besides eat meat, sleep, and gaze at this? As expected, after a few moments of silence, Qin Tong resumed her chatter, but upon receiving no response, she fell silent and continued reading. Small female beast, what is this? You've been looking at it for quite some time. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Tong looked up, puzzled, directing her gaze at Mose. Mose pointed at the object in Qin Tong's hand. You mean this? She lifted the book. With a smirk, she elaborated. This is power. Do you understand? Power, Qin Tong repeated in the orc language. Mose shook its head, its gaze fixed on Qin Tong's hand. Power? This thing hardly seems powerful, it thought, bemused. Seeing the perplexed expression on Mose's face, Qin Tong chuckled softly. You're rather adorable, as she spoke. She playfully pinched Mose's cheek. Mose swiftly reacted, pulling Qin Tong's hand away. It disliked that gesture, feeling somewhat like a female beast. The curious expression on Mose's face was genuinely endearing. The contrast between its puzzled demeanor and its usual stern appearance was striking. Qin Tong turned at the sound, realizing it was Golong. Behind Golong trailed several male beasts, each carrying an assortment of leaves. As you instructed. I gathered leaves that resemble the ones you described, Golong announced, directing the male beasts to place the leaves before Qin Tong. Golong remained unaware of the small female beast's intention for the leaves. Was she planning to eat them? Upon seeing the leaves on the ground, Qin Tong's eyes brightened. She rushed over, embracing Golong, exclaiming, Golong, you're amazing. Your efficiency is impressive. She had only asked Golong for assistance the night before, and now he had accomplished it. The male beasts set down the leaves and departed, while Golong lingered out of curiosity. The leaves varied in shape and size, and Qin Tong referenced her book, comparing each illustration. After matching several leaves, she finally found the one she sought. This one, Golong. Qin Tong exclaimed with excitement, holding in her hands a leaf from a fern, a plant whose history is extensively documented in encyclopedias. It is said that ferns have existed since the age of dinosaurs. Although Qin Tong was uncertain whether dinosaurs roamed this area, such an ancient plant should certainly be present. The ferns were precisely what Qin Tong needed at that moment. The texts indicated that ferns had a myriad of uses. They could be consumed as food and utilized for medicinal purposes, both of which were of great interest to Qin Tong. The specific type of fern she had instructed Golong to find was known as tree fern, also referred to as dragon bone wind. After meticulous comparison with her book, Qin Tong concluded that this fern was indeed larger than those depicted within its pages, yet similar in every other aspect. Moss's leg bore a deep wound, still oozing blood even after 2 days. Given the formidable healing abilities of the orcs, one would expect that Moss's wound should have begun to scab by now. The persistent bleeding hinted at a possible infection. Tree ferns were known to invigorate blood circulation, reduce swelling, and alleviate pain. It was imperative to administer treatment before a genuine infection set in, which could lead to dire complications. The tree fern that Golong had returned with was perfectly suited for the task at hand. Golong leaned towards Qin Tong's book, his curiosity piqued by the plant, which still bore leaves adorned with a multitude of tiny black specks. I just need to find a stone mortar, Qin Tong mused. There are plenty of stones around here, but who will do the digging? Her gaze shifted between Golong and Moss, finally settling on Moss. You shall do it. Moss's eyes flickered with confusion. What's wrong with being pointed at? Qin Tong's reasoning for assigning the task to Moss was rather peculiar. It was solely because Golong appeared slender and delicate. It was also due to Moss's experience, which would expedite the process. Most importantly, she simply couldn't bear the thought of someone as gentle and handsome as Golong toiling away. Moss was, in essence, a reliable tool. However, digging something resembling a bowl was an effortless task for him. He crushed the tree fern into a paste and applied it to his leg. Golong observed Qin Tong's actions intently. Is this a form of treatment, little female beast? Although he was not a shaman, he had witnessed healing practices before. He had never seen such herbs employed in treatment. It seemed the little female beast possessed a wealth of knowledge, perhaps surpassing even that of the shaman. Moss gazed at the greenish concoction with considerable reluctance, disliking both its appearance and odor. When Qin Tong applied it, he grimaced, wanting to withdraw his leg. She cast a casual glance at his face. You have not even bathed and yet you exhibit a fear of dirt? I warn you, if this infection worsens, I shall be unable to assist you. There are no antibiotics or anti-inflammatory medications here. After a pause, she added, perhaps I might consider amputating your leg. Qin Tong spoke through gritted teeth. Moss sensed the tension in her demeanor and dared not retract his legit. Was not that Qin Tong was fierce. Rather, the orcs here were notoriously disobedient, with Enli Sha being the most prominent example. Moss was also somewhat unruly, often sneaking about on tiptoe despite being told to rest. Orcs were indeed brave. Although their recovery capacity was astonishing, they still needed ample time to heal, especially considering that Moss had started moving about before his leg had fully healed. What if his bones set incorrectly? Such a handsome face reduced to a limp? After applying the medicine, Qin Tong secured a splint around Moss's leg. Could you please take this wood away? It is uncomfortable. Moss pointed at the splint. Qin Tong, without uttering a word, tightened the bindings, giving a forceful tug at the end. Moss pressed his lips together. How painful yet. A male beast should never whine in front of a female beast. Such behavior was deemed disgraceful. Chapter 30. Jing Jia wakens Yefa. Hold him down, Qin Tong instructed, brandishing a fruit knife. Enli Sha struggled vigorously against her grip. Yefa, release the beast. Enli Sha's voice grew louder as he noticed Qin Tong inching closer. Turger strolled in leisurely with Fuya. Enli Sha's eyes lit up. Fuya, come help me. Upon hearing this, Fuya prepared to step forward, but Turger swiftly restrained him. Fuya, a little female beast might not appreciate your interference. But Fuya hesitated. Turger, you wicked beast. Fuya, please come assist me. The little female beast intends to cut off my Turger held Fuya firmly, jesting, perfect from now on, you shall be the female beast. Since you seem fond of whining. With a sigh, Qin Tong wondered if this were a drama. All she intended was to remove a stitch. Who would have thought Enli Sha would attempt to flee upon seeing her? Naturally, she had to allow Yefa to restrain him. What is all this commotion about? Qin Tong glanced at the two orcs who had suddenly entered the cave. Turger had come again. He had taken a liking to visiting her lately. Through their brief interactions, she had discerned that he was rather mischievous. Unbeknownst to her, Enli Sha became even more agitated at Turger's words. Seeing Enli Sha in such distress, Qin Tong hastily ushered the troublemaking Turger out. What a nuisance, Enli Sha, with a distressed expression, pleaded, little female beast, I promise to lie quietly in the cave. Please do not cut it off. Qin Tong pretended not to hear, carefully extracting the stitches with her knife. The orc's healing abilities were indeed remarkable. How could such a short span of days lead to such recovery? Moss's wound, however, was not healing as swiftly. Qin Tong speculated that the difference in their injuries was the reason. Enli Sha's wound was a laceration caused by a bite, which would heal in time, while Moss's injury was a result of multiple punctures, likely leading to infection due to inadequate disinfection. Hyenas, being scavengers, harbored numerous bacteria in their mouths. Enli Sha looked puzzled. Aren't you supposed to be cutting something? After the stitches were finally removed, Enli Sha gazed at Qin Tong with a look of surprise, as if to ask if that was all there was to it. Yefa, release Enli Sha, Qin Tong instructed, observing his expression. Suddenly, she decided to tease him. No, surround him with animal skin. She pointed at the animal skin draped over her own body. I will cut off your. She gestured towards his most prized possession. Qin Tong spoke in the orc language, and her gestures made her meaning abundantly clear. Enli Sha quickly yanked the animal skin from beneath him, covering himself in a panic. Fear etched across his face as he dared not breathe. With a stern expression, Qin Tong departed, and once outside the cave, she couldn't help but chuckle. After leaving Enli Sha's cave, Qin Tong turned towards Gu Lan's dwelling, adhering to her routine of checking on the comatose Jing Jia. His leg had healed completely. She just couldn't fathom why he remained unconscious. She began to suspect there might be some intracranial bleeding involved. Pondering deeply, she recalled hearing that waking a comatose individual required either the presence of family or some external stimulus. It seemed worth a try. With a swift motion, she produced her civilized weapon and gestured towards Jing Jia, but upon seeing the knife, she reconsidered. It might be a bit excessive. She then picked up a bone needle from Gu Lan's cave. Deeming it suitable, let us establish a pact first. If you awaken, you must not hold a grudge. She clasped Jing Jia's hand, tapping it lightly. With the bone needle in hand, she positioned herself at Jing Jia's feet. Reminding him, Remember this. As she spoke, the needle fell. Although not exceptionally sharp, it had drawn blood. Qin Tong stood up, scrutinizing Jing Zha's face, which remained unresponsive. Is this method ineffective? Qin Tong felt disheartened. With her hands on her hips, she concluded that she needed to learn more. Perhaps she would try again next time. As she turned to leave, Jing Zha's eyes suddenly flew open, revealing silver-gray irises that narrowed sharply. Qin Tong glanced at the bone needle. Realizing she had forgotten to put it away, as she turned around, a pale face appeared before her, causing her to instinctively step back, clearly startled. The silver-gray eyes locked onto her, unwavering. Qin Tong stammered, You're awake." The other party remained unresponsive, their icy gaze sending shivers down her spine. "You aren't angry, are you? I only did that to save you," she spoke softly. Jing Zha praised her with a detached expression, which gradually deepened into something eerily unsettling. Having dealt with orcs for a considerable time, Qin Tong recognized the wariness emanating from Jing Zha. She could practically feel his intent to retaliate. Veins bulged on his arms as he slightly shifted his head. Qin Tong's pupils dilated. It seemed he truly harbored a grudge. She promptly turned and fled. Jing Zha pursued her swiftly, but after a few steps, he felt a sharp pain in his foot. Strangely, his body felt heavy, yet he pressed on, determined to chase after her. "Elan, Gulan!" Qin Tong shouted, calling for him. Ji Lan was walking alongside another orc when he noticed Qin Tong's distress. "Tong, what's wrong?" he asked, hastening towards her. Seeing Gulan felt like a rescue to Qin Tong, she swiftly hid behind him. "Your boyfriend wants to kill me." Fearing Gulan would misunderstand, she called out in the orc language. Jing Zha, pointing in the direction of the cave. At that moment, Gulan spotted Jing Zha emerging, his expression brightening. "Jing Zha, you're awake." Jing Zha's gaze shifted to Qin Tong, who was concealed behind Gulan, and his demeanor shifted ominously. "Elan, you must protect me." Qin Tong whispered softly as Jing Ya's eyelashes drooped, her expression indifferent as she cast a fleeting glance towards Qin Tong. Qin Tong, feeling a surge of anxiety, clutched Golan's hand tightly. Golan, in a gesture of reassurance, gently patted Qin Tong's hand, murmuring, "Do not be afraid. Jingya is a gentle beast. Jingya, this is the new little female beast of our tribe. She is the one who will assist in your healing." Upon hearing the mention of healing, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Jingya's lips. "Jingya, I shall inform everyone that you have awakened," said Golan before transforming into her beast form and departing. Jingya nodded, and as soon as Golan left, Qin Tong felt bewildered. Why did she leave without taking me along? Qin Tong's nervousness escalated, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Indeed, the moment Golan was gone, Jingya's entire demeanor shifted dramatically, akin to the abrupt transition from a warm spring to a frigid winter. What had once radiated warmth now emanated an icy coldness. Her gaze sharp and menacing. The other beastmen who had been accompanying Golan had already slipped away, leaving only Jingya and Qin Tong in the cave. Jingya had yet to utter a single word. And sometimes, the silence was even more terrifying than speech. Sweat trickled down Qin Tong's forehead as Jingya smiled. "Ah, what a delightful little female beast you art." If Qin Tong were to describe her voice, it would be imbued with an enchanting allure, the tones slightly elevated, carrying a beguiling quality. Yet, this voice was chilling, resonating with an essence that seemed intent on luring one into the depths of despair. "Why are you so fearful? Are you afraid, little female beast?" Jingya suddenly leaned closer, her breath warm against Qin Tong's ear. Qin Tong felt her face flush, frowning as she hastily retreated 2 steps, feeling weak and drained, as if she were on the brink of collapse. Chapter 31. A beautiful scene in the days that followed. Qin Tong remained in the cave. Yuan and I had not seen Qin Tong for several consecutive days. And she brought roasted meat prepared with the paddle. "Little female beast, look at the blackened meat I have brought for you." Qin Tong raised her gaze from the book, her heart gladdened by Mu and Ni's arrival, and beckoned her to sit upon the grassy mound. "Mo's dismantled the splints yesterday. He is already able to move swiftly." Observing that there were no issues, Qin Tong decided not to impede his recovery, knowing that beastmen possessed astonishing recuperative abilities. Thus, the cave was left with only Qin Tong. "Little female beast, why do you not come out of the cave?" Muin and I inquired curiously. Qin Tong had begun to understand some simple phrases, such as when her name was called and other basic daily expressions, albeit still somewhat haltingly. She could not answer Mu and Ni's question, for she could not admit that it was due to her fear of Jingya. Eagerly, Mu and Ni offered to share the charred piece of meat in her hand, a gesture she had learned from Qin Tong, who had previously always shared with her. However, Qin Tong shook her head in refusal, unable to accept the charred meat, which was crispy on the outside yet tender within. The trees stood silently beneath the vast azure sky, golden rays of sunlight filtering through layers of leaves like grains of sand. Two colossal beasts swiftly soared through the jungle, their imposing presence causing the birds to take flight. Upon reaching their destination, the two beasts came to a halt simultaneously. "Mose, you were slow this time," Jingya remarked lightly. Mose gave a low growl and transformed back into his human form. Upon seeing the beast skin skirt adorning Mose, Jingya's eyes flickered with intrigue. "Why did you specifically summon me?" Mose inquired directly. "Let us discuss that little female beast in your cave." Since Mose had been forthright, Jingya decided to dispense with pleasantries, knowing that Mose preferred straightforwardness. Upon hearing Jingya mention Qin Tong, Mose's golden eyes sparkled with delight. "What did you say?" After awakening, "I have heard quite a bit about that little female beast," Jingya continued, redirecting her gaze from Mose. "I have learned many remarkable things about her." Mose ground his teeth in impatience. "Speak plainly. Are you trying to drive me mad with your roundabout way of speaking? Such a female beast. Why has she come to the Daifin tribe?" Jingya posed her first question. Mose had expected a different line of inquiry. "The female beast was brought back to the tribe by me. She was under attack by a ferocious beast at that time." Jingya's brow furrowed slightly, clearly dissatisfied with this response. Why would such an astute female beast be left to wander alone? Mose sensed Jingya's suspicions regarding the little female beast. He too had pondered this question. Yet after observing her for so long, he had not detected anything amiss. If anything raised his suspicions, it was the little female beast's beast form and the alluring scent that seemed to evoke desire. "I do not know," Mose replied candidly. Jingya's tone rose slightly. Her fingers twirled a few strands of her silver-white hair, a glint of something fleeting across her gaze. Yuan and I, unable to remain still, encouraged Qin Tong to accompany her outside. Qin Tong hesitated. Having been cooped up for several days, perhaps it was time to stretch her legs. Upon hearing Qin Tong's agreement, Muin and I was elated and, without further ado, transformed into her beast form, bounding down the hillside. Qin Tong stood there in confusion. Weren't we just going for a stroll? Before she could gather her thoughts, Muin and I returned shortly, accompanied by two unfamiliar beast men. With a beaming smile, Muin and I grinned widely. "Little female beast, they wish to join us. Is that all right?" Qin Tong numbly nodded. "Little female beast, they are eager to play with you." Muin and I added, and Qin Tong continued to nod vacantly. Muin and I took the lead, transforming into her beast form first. As Qin Tong stood by, she swallowed hard. Although she had witnessed the transformation of beast men numerous times, the sudden change before her still startled her, especially when the other two beast men transformed into what appeared to be wild bulls. Yet, Qin Tong could not be certain, as they were indeed quite large and intimidating. Their long, sharp horns adding to their fearsome appearance. The three beasts gazed intently at Qin Tong. "Little female beast, hurry and transform," Muin and I urged, breaking the silence. Qin Tong understood but felt her mouth twitch. She could not transform. She was a mere one-stage beast. She only had one form. Yet, she could not admit this to the beastmen, fearing they might see her as an anomaly. Qin Tong shook her head. The nearby beastman spoke up. "Shall I carry you?" Qin Tong glanced at the two large wild bulls, and then at Muin and I, pointing towards her, indicating she would ride with Muin and I. This was primarily because she was more familiar with her, and also because Muin and I was the more suitable mount. Their fur looked sturdy, suggesting that sitting on them might be uncomfortable. Climbing onto Muin Ni's back, the three beasts charged forth. Qin Tong clung tightly to Muin and I, alarmed. "Didn't we agree to just stroll around the small hill? Where are we going at such a breakneck speed?" It was too late to voice her concerns. She was already on this wild ride. As they reached their destination, the pace gradually slowed. Qin Tong dismounted from Muin and I, and quickly steadied herself against a tree. Feeling nauseous, the last time she felt this way was on Mose's back. Muin and I looked at Qin Tong with concern. "Little female beast, are you all right?" Qin Tong waved her hand, needing a few moments to recover. Finally, she lifted her gaze to take in her surroundings. Instantly, she was awestruck by the breathtaking scenery before her eye in the sunlight. A small patch of blooming flowers dazzled vibrantly. The sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, illuminating a section of flowers that glowed with vivid colors, the soft yellow light cascading directly upon them, creating a dreamlike and enchanting scene. Qin Tong stood mesmerized. The three beastmen approached the flower patch, beckoning Qin Tong to join them. Still entranced by the beauty, Qin Tong remained transfixed until Mu and I came over and pulled her towards the flowers. "Little female beast, can you make that flower crown for me?" Mu and I pointed at the nearby beastmen, who expressed their desire to have one as well. Qin Tong sighed, realizing that Mu and I had coaxed her outside for this very purpose. Noticing Qin Tong's silence, Mu and I grew anxious, having already collected their sweet fruits. If Qin Tong was unwilling, it would pose a problem. Looking at the flowers at her feet, which were truly exquisite, Qin Tong hesitated to pluck them. She gestured to Mu and I, indicating her reluctance to harm the flowers. Mu and I looked at Qin Tong in confusion, but they will eventually wilt anyway. When that time comes, they will cease to exist. Qin Tong found herself at a loss for words against Mu and I's reasoning. In the end, all three of them got their wish. Qin Tong also gathered a handful to take back. Moses' conversation with Jingya finally came to an end. Transforming back into his beast form, he prepared to return to the camp, but instead, he sprinted off in the opposite direction. "Mose, where are you going? You should head back. I still have a place to go." Chapter 32. Tea oil. When Mose returned, he first noticed the flowers in the cave. Staring at Qin Tong in astonishment, "Little female beast, haven't you been reluctant to leave the cave recently? How did flowers come to be here?" Qin Tong, stammering as she spoke, replied, "Mu and I went together." Mose nodded, knowing where these flowers thrived. However, the location was somewhat distant from the camp, and he was curious as to where the little female beast had ventured. "Little female beast, follow me." Qin Tong followed closely to the cave's entrance. Where a pile of items lay scattered on the ground, in disbelief, she cast a glance at Moss, who had surprisingly brought back the tea seeds. How wonderful! She had felt quite disheartened when the tea seeds were lost. Yet she had never contemplated returning for them, as it seemed far too perilous to encounter that pack of dogs again. To her astonishment, Moss had ventured out and retrieved them today. Moss relished the sparkling gaze of the little female beast upon him, revealing a gentler side to this imposing figure. Reunited with her precious treasure, Qin Tong's smile was unwavering, eager to process the tea seeds. The intricate crafting process for the tea seeds had already been meticulously rehearsed in her mind. With little entertainment at night, the darkness either offered a view of the stars and moon or compelled one to retire early, a situation that left Qin Tong, accustomed to the comforts of modern civilization, struggling to adapt. In the past, she would not sleep until the moon had set, often lying on her animal hide, mentally revisiting the books she had read during the day. The thought of the tea seeds lingered, for they represented a means to finally wash her hair, a desire she could not shake off. However, her smile abruptly faded as she recalled that processing the tea seeds required a pot for grinding and steaming to extract the essence. This meant a trip down the hills. "Little female beast, is this item undesirable?" Moss inquired anxiously. Qin Tong hesitated, torn between her reluctance to abandon the idea and her frustration with her dirty, oily hair. Steeling herself, she caught a glimpse of Moss's concerned expression and resolved to proceed, reassured by the presence of her bodyguard. Ji Lan was elated to see Qin Tong finally willing to emerge from the cave. Since her withdrawal, the area around the campfire had become notably quieter. Typically, when dusk fell, Qin Tong would sit by the fire, encouraging the orcs to gather around, engaging in playful antics and laughter. Without her presence, Mu and I also refrained from appearing. As an orc, he found the warmth of the fire uncomfortable in this non-winter season. The orcs beamed upon seeing Qin Tong again, their faces lit with smiles, feeling as though it had been ages since they had last seen the little female beast. "Little female beast, you smell increasingly delightful." Yudo suddenly appeared behind Qin Tong, uttering this remark. Qin Tong understood the implication of delightful, her lips twitching involuntarily. Was this a veiled mockery? Moss had frequently uttered this phrase in the cave, but after being rebuffed by Qin Tong a few times, he had ceased. The orcs curiously eyed the items in Moss's possession. Moss, what is this? How can it hold things? How did you manage that? What do you intend to do with this fruit, which is quite inedible? They chattered excitedly, their curiosity primarily focused on the basket designed for holding items. This is the little female beast's idea, Moss replied calmly. Ji-Lan turned towards Qin Tong. Standing outside the circle of orcs, Jingya, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze towards Qin Tong amidst the orc crowd. The orcs, after hearing this, looked at Qin Tong in astonishment, marveling at her brilliance and intellect. Curiously scanning her surroundings, Qin Tong noticed the absence of Muin and I. The lively atmosphere felt remarkably novel without him. However, she quickly spotted Jingya and averted her gaze, pretending not to see him. Jingya, having noticed her reaction, smirked slightly, finding it amusing. The orcs, upon learning of Qin Tong's plans to create something, became exceedingly enthusiastic, eagerly offering their assistance. The task of peeling the tea seeds proceeded seamlessly, each orc skillfully using their claws to place the seeds into the stone pot for rapid crushing. Their immense strength made Qin Tong fear they might shatter the pot. Especially Enli Sha, who relentlessly pounded the seeds with a large wooden stick, causing the pot to rattle. Observing Enli Sha's fervor, Qin Tong couldn't help but smile, delighted at his remarkable recovery. Reflecting on her past boldness in stitching meat, a task she had never attempted before, she marveled at how quickly he had bounced back after losing so much blood. It was evident that while orcs possessed robust physiques, her nourishing soup had played a significant role in his recovery. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, prompting her to nod in approval of her own cleverness. Little female beast, what wondrous creation are you about to unveil this time? A gentle voice emerged behind Qin Tong. Upon hearing this voice, she shivered and swiftly stood up from the stone. Did I frighten you? Jingya asked with a warm smile. Ji-Lan approached, and Qin Tong instinctively pressed herself against him. Seeking refuge, Ji-Lan cast a curious glance at Jingya before turning to Qin Tong. Tong, what is the matter? It had been a while since he had sensed her fear. What are you afraid of? Is it Jingya? Gulan soothingly stroked Qin Tong's head, eyeing Jingya with confusion. Jingya shook his head, signaling he did not comprehend the situation. Qin Tong met Gulan's gaze, noting their similar features, but swallowed the words she had intended to voice, ultimately shaking her head. It's nothing. With the orc's assistance, the tea seeds were soon ready. Only the final step remained. Extraction. Fuya and Enli Si struck the tea cakes against the stone with a large wooden beam. Lacking straw, Qin Tong used dry grass as a substitute, merging the crushed tea seeds with the dry grass to form rudimentary tea cakes. Whether due to their strength or the excellent quality of the tea seeds, oil began to flow forth rapidly. The orcs nearby watched in astonishment as droplets of fragrant liquid dripped from the grass clump. Enli Sha, let me have a go. Tai Ergu stepped forward to snatch the wooden beam. Enli Sha was pushed aside. Tai Ergu, what are you doing? The little female beast asked me to do this. Not you, he exclaimed, attempting to reclaim the beam. The other orcs also expressed eagerness, wanting to try their hand at this amusing task. Tong, what is this? Gulan inquired, intrigued by the aromatic liquid. Qin Tong pondered how to explain. This liquid, when added to meat, enhances its flavor, she clarified, gesturing to emphasize her point. Fearing her explanation might lead to misunderstanding, Ji-Lan was taken aback, realizing that this previously inedible fruit held such potential. Observing Gulan's incredulous expression, Qin Tong chuckled softly. It can even be used for skincare. Gulan failed to grasp her meaning. After Qin Tong elaborated extensively, Gulan finally understood. So, your skin is so smooth because of this? Qin Tong found herself amused yet exasperated by his question. Seated nearby, Jingya regarded the unrecognizable remnants on the stone with skepticism. Is it truly so remarkable? The quality of the tea seeds was undeniably excellent. A single basket yielded 2 large bowls of oil. Leaving Qin Tong exceedingly satisfied, Ji-Lan, having learned of this liquid's wonders, stood by, studying the slightly yellowish substance, doubtful that it was as extraordinary as the little female beast claimed. Qin Tong picked up some tea bran and asked Moss to boil a pot of water. Gulan, still pondering the liquid's properties, watched as Qin Tong placed the tea bran into the stone to cook. Tong, is this edible? Gulan inquired. Qin Tong shook her head. No, but it has significant uses. You'll see shortly. Once cooked, Qin Tong took Gulan by the hand and led him to the riverbank. The absence of Muin and I was notable as he had not shown up at all. Qin Tong first demonstrated the process to Gulan, who stood in disbelief as he watched her wash her hair. Qin Tong then guided Gulan's hand to feel her newly softened locks. "This is incredible!" he exclaimed in a W. Gulan hesitated to dip his head into the water, ultimately relying on Qin Tong to wash his hair for him. Afterward, Gulan touched his hair, exclaiming in delight. "It feels wonderful, just like yours, Tong. Is it?" Qin Tong reached out to touch Gulan's hair, noticing its coarse texture. "Orcs tend to have hair like this, but with regular washing, yours will become as soft as mine." Gulan nodded, convinced, as a gentle breeze tousled Gulan's silver locks. Qin Tong leaned her chin on her hands, gazing intently at him. Gulan resembled an ethereal being, with his silvery hair, delicate features, and silver-gray eyes. Not only was he handsome, but he also exuded a gentle aura that made one yearn to possess such beauty. Gulan, noticing Qin Tong's unwavering stare, turned his head away, feeling somewhat bashful. "Tong, shall we return?" Upon returning to the camp, it was evident to everyone that Gulan's hair had undergone a remarkable transformation after a visit to the riverbank. After explaining this to a group of orcs, they immediately rushed towards the ground, clamoring for the tea cakes scattered about. Some orcs even went so far as to shift into their beast forms. As Fei Chen approached, Qin Tong quickly covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Be careful with my oil." Seeing Qin Tong's anxious gesture towards the stone, Mose hurriedly went over to remove it. Qin Tong took a quick glance and was relieved to see that no sand had fallen inside. Observing the chaotic scene among the orcs, Qin Tong sighed wearily, pondering why they felt the need to fight over something that was not particularly scarce. After Mose set the stone down, he stood beside Qin Tong, subtly reaching out to touch her hair, which was dark, smooth, and strikingly beautiful. Most orcs had lighter hair, and even those with darker shades did not possess such a pure black color. This hair enchanted Mose. Qin Tong, pulling away from Mose's touch, retorted, "Why are you touching my hair? Do you want it to be smooth too? I never expected the boys here to be so vain." Muin and I, adorned with a floral crown, merrily strolled over. The melee had finally come to an end, and Enli Sha sat on the ground, reluctant to rise, covered in dust. "You wicked beast, Tiger, how could you stuff things into my pelt?" She huffed in indignation. From atop a tree, Tiger chuckled. "Isn't that what the pelt is for, to be tossed about by beasts?" Enli Sha's ire only intensified. "What does that mean, Tiger? I was told by a little she-beast that if anyone doesn't wear it, they'll be cut off." Tiger flicked his tail and sauntered away without a backward glance. Just as this commotion subsided, Muin and I finally made her leisurely entrance. Upon spotting Qin Tong, she rushed over, her eyes alight with joy. "Gulan, how did you achieve such smoothness? You look just like a little she-beast." Muin and I marveled, running her fingers through Gulan's silver hair. Realizing that it was Qin Tong's doing, she hugged Qin Tong tightly, exclaiming, "Little she-beast, I want some too. Had you been here earlier, perhaps you would have received some." Qin Tong replied, noticing the marks on Muin and I's body and feeling a bit embarrassed. "Ah, well, it's all the folly of love," she added. Muin and I, puzzled by Qin Tong's words, sensed a hint of laughter directed at her. As Qin Tong patted her shoulder, she said, "I'll make sure to help you out more in the future." Muin and I lowered her hands from her shoulders and clasped them together. "I want to become like Gulan." Qin Tong nodded, promising, "I will help you become even more beautiful, so that your boyfriend will adore you even more." From a distance, Jingya cast a curious glance at Qin Tong. As Qin Tong moved closer to Gulan, she asked, "Is your boyfriend feeling jealous?" Not comprehending why Jingya harbored hostility toward her, she wondered if it could be jealousy. "What is a boyfriend?" Gulan inquired, mimicking Qin Tong's pronunciation. "It means mate." Qin Tong explained. "Jingya, you, mate?" she continued, intending to elaborate further. Gulan looked at her with a complex expression, stating, "Jingya is not my mate. Really?" Qin Tong was momentarily bewildered. "But you seem so similar." Gulan chuckled. "Jingya and I are of the same kind. We are both silver foxes." Qin Tong nodded, partially understanding. "So, being of the same kind means you cannot be mates?" she asked. Gulan regarded Qin Tong as if she were a simpleton, gently patting her head. "It's possible." But, Gulan interjected, Jingya is my raised cub. My previous mate has gone to see the beast god. I apologize for bringing up a painful memory, Qin Tong said softly. Ji Lan, unable to comprehend, continued, Jingya's mother passed away shortly after giving birth. So I raised him. Jingya does not yet have a mate. In a meaningful tone, Gulan added. I hope you understand. Qin Tong nodded, indicating comprehension. Ji Lan shared a wealth of knowledge with Qin Tong, who listened attentively. Finally, after much contemplation, Qin Tong posed a question that had long piqued her curiosity. Why are there no females in our tribe? Realizing she had inadvertently mixed her languages, she corrected herself. I mean, why are there no she-beasts? She gazed at Gulan, filled with curiosity. Ji Lan appeared taken aback, while Muin and I struggled to understand. Jingya, approaching from a distance, wore a puzzled expression, and Mose gaped in astonishment. I am a she-beast, Gulan stated with confusion. Qin Tong stood up in shock, exclaiming, How is that possible? Her voice rose in disbelief as she pointed at Gulan. You are a female? Gulan nodded. Chapter 34, Amnesia. How could you possibly be female? Qin Tong exclaimed in astonishment. The orcs, hearing her exclamation, turned their curious gazes toward them. Ji Lan affirmed once more, I am indeed a she-beast. Qin Tong pointed at Gulan. Then why do you not possess that? She gestured to her own chest. Most orcs do not have it. Jingya coldly remarked. Why is that? Qin Tong was taken aback, struggling to comprehend how Gulan could be female. Her thoughts became a chaotic whirlwind. Most orcs only develop this after bearing cubs. Some may not even have it after giving birth, Gulan explained patiently. The upper body typically has 2 mounds. That is a trait of the orangutan tribe. Initially, the orcs doubted whether the little she-beast belonged to that tribe, but the scent was not similar. The orangutan tribe has a peculiar odor that the little she-beast lacks. And her skin is not dark, but rather exceptionally fair. Qin Tong endeavored to grasp Gulan's explanation, realizing that it meant females here only develop breasts after having cubs, not before. How strange. Does that not make it easy to mistake genders? She inquired. How then do you distinguish between males and females? Jingya nonchalantly replied, Those wrapped in beast pelts are she-beasts. She then casually glanced at Mose's lower half. Mose, catching Jingya's gaze, shot back a sharp look. What? So those wrapped in beast pelts are females. Does that mean Muin and I is also a female? So it's not just males on males? Oh heavens, this is shocking. She had always thought those adorned in beast pelts were merely ceremonial wearers, unaware of the true nature of gender differences. Until nightfall, Qin Tong struggled to accept this reality. Learning that Jingya was not Gulan's boyfriend had initially brought her joy, but that happiness was short-lived upon discovering Gulan was female. Indeed, it seemed that exceptional individuals were always out of her reach. Tong, are you really that upset that I am not a male? Gulan, sitting beside her with a piece of meat, inquired. Qin Tong forced a laugh. I'm not that unhappy, is that so? Then why do you look so fearsome while eating meat? As if you are tearing something apart? Gulan questioned, genuinely curious. Why do you lack even basic knowledge? Qin Tong became anxious at this line of questioning. Was Gulan doubting her origins? If they discovered she was not a beast, would they consume her? She needed to keep her true identity hidden. Perhaps I suffered from amnesia in the past, Qin Tong offered as an excuse. Amnesia? Gulan asked, puzzled. What is that? It means I've forgotten everything from before. Qin Tong awkwardly elaborated. I see. That is why you were lost, even forgetting the way back to the tribe, correct? Gulan responded. Yes, that's right, Qin Tong affirmed. Ji Lan frowned slightly. Will you regain your memories in the future? Gulan understood amnesia as similar to not remembering things from long ago, but one day possibly recalling them again. The little she-beast condition seemed more severe, leaving her with little memory. Qin Tong found the situation absurd, feeling it was hard to believe. After a long pause, she hesitantly said, I suppose it's possible. Gulan pondered this, her expression thoughtful. As night deepened, Qin Tong rode on Mose's back, returning to their den to rest. Mose, wouldn't he wearing that beast pelt invite ridicule from other males? She recalled the events of that day, so Muani's comment about orcs mocking Mose stemmed from this reason. The beast pelt was indeed a feminine garment. Had she inadvertently caused Mose to be ridiculed? Lying on Mose's back, her voice muffled, she mused, they wouldn't he dare. Mose, detecting the little she-beast's dejection, reassured her. For me, it is a serious matter. They may joke. But it's all in good fun. No one would truly mock me for it. Then why not just remove the beast pelt? Qin Tong could imagine how humiliating it must be, as she had essentially forced him to wear it. Because you insisted, Mose replied. Qin Tong felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing it was indeed her who had pressured him into wearing it. And Enli Sha, I feel quite guilty, she admitted. From now on? Do as you wish, she said sheepishly. Mose chuckled softly, surprised that after so long, knowing the truth still made her feel remorseful. He had never seen a she-beast act like this. The little she-beast truly was special. Wearing the beast pelt is quite fine, Mose remarked. Really? Qin Tong asked, intrigued. Indeed, he affirmed. Sitting down is neither easily punctured nor prone to causing pain when tossed aside. Most importantly, the hide is stitched by a young female beast. Upon hearing this, Qin Tong felt somewhat reassured, grateful that no serious troubles had been inflicted upon others. The moonlight elongated the shadows of both the individual and the beast, casting them against the tranquil backdrop of the forest. Jingya rummaged through his den, oblivious to the arrival of Gulan, who did not even lift his head. Jingya, is there a way to help the young female beast forget her past? Gulan inquired. Jingya looked at Gulan in surprise, as he was typically the gentlest of the tribe's females. Such a question was unexpected. I fear that the young female beast may recall her former life. Her tribe's affairs, if she remembers, she will leave the Defane tribe. Such an astute female beast cannot be allowed to depart from her tribe. Thus, it is imperative to prevent her from recalling her past. Did she mention forgetting her previous experiences? Jingya asked, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Yes, she claimed to have forgotten many things. She must not be allowed to remember, Gulan replied anxiously. Jingya spoke softly, is that so? If she truly has forgotten, I shall ensure she never recalls. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips in the pitch-black den. Jingya's smile vanished in an instant. Unnoticed by Gulan.it, seems the young female beast is quite afraid of you. What have you done? Gulan recalled the young female beast's reaction upon seeing Jingya. Jingya twirled a tea seed in his hand, remarking, perhaps she has never encountered a male beast as handsome as I. Gulan furrowed his brow, sensing Jingya's insincerity. I have raised you since you were a cub. I know your character. The young female beast is truly unharmed, Gulan expressed his concerns. Jingya did not respond. Unharmed? A female beast inexplicably found herself wandering the Defane tribe. Females are so precious. How could that tribe be so careless as to let one stray? He had witnessed the cleverness of this young female beast, which could transform even the most unattractive fruit into something useful. Moreover, only a shaman could control fire. Would the flames allow a female beast to venture into another tribe? Fire is far more valuable than a female. One can discard a female, but what of the flames? Now she claims to have forgotten her past. Clearly, she can still skillfully create these peculiar objects. Jingya raised the tea seed to his face, pondering, this young female beast is more intriguing than I initially imagined. Chapter 35. Testing the water's sunlight streamed through the thin clouds, illuminating the vast expanse of verdant jungle. Standing atop a small hill to admire the sunrise was indeed a most delightful experience. Qin Tong stretched, and the colossal beast beneath her felt her movements. Its golden eyes fluttering open. Young female beast, is the sun truly so captivating? It queried, not understanding her behavior. The young female beast had been waiting here for quite some time, her eyes having closed repeatedly. Reluctant to return to the den, Qin Tong slid down from Mose's back and stood before the beast's head. She tiptoed, attempting to stroke Mose's forehead, but each time she tried, she fell short, ultimately giving up after several unsuccessful attempts. Mose observed her efforts, refusing to lower its head to accommodate her, as it felt that the young female beast's behavior resembled that of a cub or another female. It was determined to deny her this satisfaction, as it aspired to be the young female beast's mate. It's so beautiful, she mused, a soft and gentle smile gracing her lips. She cherished the first rays of sunlight each day, full of beauty and hope. Yesterday's troubles would be swept away by the night, and the dawn brought forth only goodness. Mose rose from the ground, shook its fur, and transformed into human form. Just as Qin Tong was about to speak, she was momentarily rendered speechless by the stunning visage before her. The morning light illuminated his chiseled features, highlighting his striking beauty, with piercing golden eyes beneath elegantly arched brows. What captivated her most was the aura he exuded, proud and commanding, radiating an air of dominance that seemed to challenge the heavens. In that instant, Qin Tong finally understood why Mose was the leader. He was not merely her protector but a formidable chief. During this time, Mose had been so obedient to her wishes that she had nearly forgotten how exceptionally powerful he truly was. Mose did not interrupt the young female beast's enthrallment. He too admired her beauty. "Are we about to enter spring?" A gentle voice floated through the air. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Qin Tong snapped back to reality. Turning around, she found it was indeed him. Mose redirected his gaze to Jingya. "What brings you here? Now that you have a young female beast, am I no longer welcome in your den?" Jingya sighed softly. Upon seeing Jingya, Qin Tong instinctively wanted to retreat. "Rek is looking for you," Jingya stated seriously. Mose frowned and turned to Qin Tong. "Stay here by yourself for a moment. I will return shortly." Before she could refuse, Mose had already transformed and departed. Qin Tong felt a chill run down her spine. Why did this keep happening, leaving her alone with Jingya? "Why are you so afraid?" Jingya asked gently, a faint smile gracing his face. The more he spoke, the more frightened Qin Tong became. She felt as though this creature was experiencing a severe personality split. His demeanor had shifted dramatically from terrifying to warm. "I am not." "That's good to hear." Jingya nodded. "Shall I escort you down?" Qin Tong understood his intent and quickly shook her head. She would rather die than ride on his back. After Jingya transformed and left, Qin Tong let out a deep sigh once she confirmed his departure. "Who needs you to escort me? I can descend on my own," she muttered. Now, Qin Tong was significantly stronger than when she first arrived, yet descending the hill remained a challenge. This place, though referred to as a hill, felt as daunting as a mountain to her. Since she was not overly hungry, she took her time, walking slowly and stopping frequently. Having gained more confidence, she recalled Mose mentioning that this area was all part of the Defane tribe's territory, thus relatively safe. Feeling secure, she ventured forth, eager to explore. A desire she had long harbored, it was the perfect opportunity to test her knowledge. After studying encyclopedias for so long, could she identify any plants without a book? Just as she was reveling in her exploration, a figure appeared behind her. Jingya observed Qin Tong with a scrutinizing gaze. "Were you not intending to descend? What are you doing here?" The young female beast was indeed quite interesting. Before long, Qin Tong had a stroke of luck, spotting a vine adorned with fruits resembling grapes. She tiptoed to reach them but found them just out of grasp. Scanning her surroundings, she sought a longer branch but could not find one. After several failed attempts at jumping, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How fortunate the beastmen were. They could effortlessly leap and pluck fruit from the vines. Jingya watched Qin Tong's endeavors from the shadows, his eyes narrowing as he noted her determination to obtain the fruit. Could it be that she had indeed discovered his presence? Yet, her demeanor suggested otherwise. Jingya picked up a small branch and struck the fruit, causing several to tumble down. Upon seeing this, Qin Tong's eyes sparkled. "Is this truly possible? What incredible luck!" She picked up the fruit, cautiously sniffing it. Upon breaking it open, it bore a resemblance to passion fruit, both in appearance and scent. Taking a tentative lick, she exclaimed, how tart." Although it resembled passion fruit, it was likely not, though it could very well be an ancestral variant yet to evolve into a more palatable form. Despite the sourness, Qin Tong decided to indulge. Previously, she had detested sour foods, but now she found it rather enjoyable. Here, aside from meat and grass, one could only feast upon the astringent yet sweet fruits. The sudden introduction of a new flavor was quite delightful, even as she grimaced while eating. Observing this scene, Jingya's narrowed eyes squinted further. Could it be true that she had genuinely forgotten? Even beastmen would suffer from stomach troubles after consuming such fruit, or perhaps she was deliberately testing him. Jingya resolved to continue observing her. Qin Tong gathered several of the passion fruit-like fruits, intending to bring them back for Golan to sample. The morning dew still clung to the branches, and mushrooms were just beginning to peek out from beneath the trees. Elated, Qin Tong set down the fruits and began to pick them. Adhering to her principle of not collecting unfamiliar items, she gathered a handful of chicken mushrooms. Jingya grew increasingly perplexed, nearly convinced that the young female beast had indeed noticed him. He emerged from the shadows. "You managed to find me." The Silver Fox tribe's methods of concealment were exceptionally advanced. It was surprising that this young female beast had easily seen through them. He had hoped to test whether she truly remembered. But now it seemed she was mocking his leniency by only using the fruit that caused stomach issues as a means of probing. Just as Qin Tong was diligently picking, she heard Jing Ye's voice behind her, causing her to scream in surprise. Upon turning to see his face, she dropped the mushrooms in fright and fled. This tactic had worked when Jingya had just awakened, but now he was far too agile. He lunged forward, effortlessly capturing Qin Tong and pinning her against the tree. "Where do you think you're running off to? Are you so afraid of me?" Qin Tong's hands and feet trembled, her teeth chattering in fear. Jingya scrutinized her for a moment before suddenly releasing his grip. When he spoke unexpectedly, the little female beast was indeed startled, appearing as though she had not realized his presence. Chapter 36, The Male Harem. Jingya observed Qin Tong with curiosity, who, in her fright, tightly shut her eyes. Why did she not transform into her beast form to flee? Surely that would allow for a swifter escape. Sensing the little female beast's continued tremors, radiating an aura of dread, Jingya's demeanor shifted. "What troubles you? Are you frightened?" His voice was gentle and soothing. After a while, Qin Tong sensed the absence of further disturbances and cautiously opened her eyes. Upon seeing Jingya still before her, she quickly shut them again, startled by his persistent presence. How could he be so unyielding? Carrying mushrooms and fruits, Qin Tong descended the hillside, rejecting Jingya's offer of assistance. She had no desire to ride this peculiar individual, who could predict when he might have another fit. As Jingya incessantly inquired about the purpose of her gathered items, Qin Tong chose to ignore him. Upon returning to the camp, she was greeted by the return of Mose and Like. "What has happened?" she asked, noticing Mose's furrowed brow. Mose shook his head, reluctant to disclose the details to the little female beast, fearing it might frighten her. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Tong ventured, "Is it about that pack of dogs?" Mose, bewildered by Qin Tong's words, thought she had misspoken. "What dogs?" he echoed. "Dogs? What are those?" Mose inquired curiously. Qin Tong was momentarily at a loss. Was there no classification for dogs in this realm? After some contemplation, she recalled the grotesque creature from that day. Mose, realizing the connection, patted Qin Tong's head, questioning her attachment to the mushrooms. He smoothly changed the subject, asserting that female beasts should not concern themselves with such matters, as the males would handle them. When Mose mentioned the mushrooms, Qin Tong enthusiastically elaborated on their culinary value, though most of what she said was lost on Mose, who only grasped one phrase. He wanted to eat. Mose was taken aback, insisting, "You mustn't consume that." "Why not?" Qin Tong queried. "Consuming it could lead to meeting the beast god," Mose replied anxiously, trying to persuade Qin Tong to dispose of the item. "Is that so?" Qin Tong pondered, wondering if the mushrooms were indeed toxic. Perhaps it was merely their inability to prepare it correctly. Realizing the truth, Qin Tong concluded that consuming it raw was undoubtedly unwise. The beastmen observed as Qin Tong prepared to cook the mushrooms on a stone, their expressions predominantly tense. Even the usually composed Golan wished for Qin Tong to abandon the endeavor. However, there were some who supported her. Notably Muin and I, who believed that anything crafted by the little female beast would surely be delicious. Even Enlisha approached with curiosity, peering into the pot. "Little female beast, may I partake?" Seeing his eagerness, Qin Tong readily assented, as the mushrooms and meat simmered. Qin Tong sat beside Muin and I, who, until now, had been an enigma to her in terms of gender. Now enlightened, Qin Tong felt a surge of curiosity. "Muin and I, how do you maintain balance between two male partners?" The little female beast struggled to comprehend. Muin and I prompted her to clarify, and Qin Tong realized she had reverted to speaking in the common tongue. "I meant, how do your two mates coexist without conflict?" Muin and I replied naturally. "What do you mean by balance?" Qin Tong was momentarily taken aback. "I mean, do they ever fight?" Muin and I shook her head. "No. So you possess a certain skill in managing relationships?" Qin Tong remarked. Muin and I continued. "Every female beast has many male partners. They do not fight." Qin Tong blinked in disbelief. Had she misheard? Many? How many is many? Aren't two already quite sufficient? I'm still young, so I only have two for now, but I will have more in the future, Muin and I said cheerfully. Just yesterday, she had encountered a shock, and now another revelation struck. Was this a trend for male harems? Golan, observing Qin Tong's confusion, approached to clarify, it is indeed challenging for female beasts to conceive, so they often have multiple male partners to expedite reproduction. Qin Tong remained perplexed. So, it implies that females find it difficult to become pregnant, thus they seek many male partners to increase their chances. How glitch. Yet if pregnancy is difficult, having more partners won't necessarily help. There are too few female beasts. Hence multiple male beasts protect each one, Golan explained, realizing Qin Tong had forgotten this concept and striving to elucidate it further. How many partners does the little female beast intend to have? Muin and I inquired. Golan nodded in agreement, eager to know. Qin Tong choked on the question. How many? That inquiry is rather precarious. Enlisha leaped up. The little female beast has already attracted attention. Qin Tong hastily rose, distancing herself from those with such dangerous notions. While the soup was still hot, Qin Tong quickly prepared 2 bowls, with the surrounding beast men watching her nervously. Despite her repeated assurances of its safety, they hesitated to partake. The soup was exceptionally flavorful, devoid of seasoning, showcasing its pure essence. Enlisha and Muin and I refrained from eating, not out of fear of poison, but rather due to the heat. They could not comprehend how the little female beast managed to consume such scalding liquid. As the beastmen observed Qin Tong's apparent well-being, they too became curious to try. The soup in the stone pot had cooled slightly, prompting a few male beasts to surge forth in eager competition. Fuya leaned down to take a sip directly from the pot. Fuya, you drank so much in one go, Yudo protested. Targ appeared from behind Yudo, remarking, even if you drink less, you won't get any. Impossible, Yudo retorted, attempting to dive toward the pot, only to be firmly restrained by Targ. The commotion resumed, as if one could not enjoy a meal without a bit of noise. Jingya, holding a horn-like vessel, poured himself a cup of soup and settled on a tree branch, savoring the taste. This water is rather delightful. Jingya carried Qin Tong into the cave, where she slipped into unconsciousness. He examined her openly, his claws glistening as he unveiled her skin. Mo stood anxiously outside the cave, while Golan reassured him, the little female beast will be fine. Jingya is here, I told you not to consume that water. All the beastmen believed that Qin Tong had been incapacitated by the mushrooms, but only Jingya knew the truth. He sought to uncover the origins of this little female beast and her beast form. As he beheld the expanse of her fair skin before him, a rich fragrance enveloped him. Jingya's eyes subtly shifted in color as he continued to observe her, seizing a nearby liquid that shimmered with an eerie green glow. Swiftly pouring it into Qin Tong's mouth, suppressing his own agitation, he stood by, awaiting her transformation back into her beast form. The potion she had consumed was designed to restore a beast man to their original form, concocted specifically by Jingya. After a lengthy wait without witnessing her transformation, he instead found himself roused by Qin Tong's waking. Dazed, she opened her eyes to find Jingya before her, shaking her head as a wave of confusion washed over her. Something felt amiss, as if she had indulged too much, and why did she feel slightly chilled? Squinting, she looked down and gasped, Jingya, you scoundrel. Chapter 37. The Ant. Mose, hearing her scream, rushed in. Qin Tong sat upon the beast's skin, arms crossed, her face flushed with indignation, whether from embarrassment or otherwise remained unclear. Jingya, you lecher. What peculiar fascination do you all have with stripping others at a moment's notice? Unperturbed by her scolding, Jingya regarded her with indifference, seemingly oblivious to her outrage. He found himself perplexed as to why the little female beast had yet to revert to her beast form, lifting the horn cup to his nose for a whiff. Confirming he had not erred, Mose, still concerned, entered to discover that Qin Tong had regained consciousness. The little female beast seemed lively, indicating she was unharmed. Qin Tong shook her head, feeling as though she had imbibed too much. Before her stood 2 Mose figures, the world spinning disorientingly. Mose approached. Little female beast, are you well? As she gazed upon the handsome face, multiple images seemed to materialize. Qin Tong reached out, only to grasp at empty air. Mose, noticing her disorientation, turned to Jingya, who knelt to examine her. Qin Tong's eyes lacked focus, her cheeks flushed. Golan approached anxiously. Is she poisoned? A fleeting moment of stillness crossed Jingya's face. The little female beast had merely consumed water he had enhanced. The herb would only induce sleep. Nevertheless, he was uncertain why she had reacted this way. Qin Tong absent-mindedly caressed Mose's face, Handsome. Which department are you from? Wow, not one handsome face, but three. I'm done for. Where's my phone? Qin Tong fumbled around. I need to call my classmates. Jingya, what is wrong with the little female beast? Jingjia found himself in a predicament, utterly bewildered, for he had never encountered a situation quite like this. Ordinarily, consuming that substance would merely induce transformation. He had never witnessed anyone drinking something that could evoke such passion. To Jingjia, it appeared as such. The young female beast now exuded a fragrant aura, unmistakably indicative of being in her heat. Rising to her feet, she suspiciously sniffed the horned cup once more. Jelen, let us depart. We must leave the cave for Mose and the young female beast. Jelen, having caught the scent, stood up and cast a worried glance. He sniffed intently, then curiously inquired, Jingjia, have you sustained an injury? Jingjia shifted his gaze from the cup, replying, No, what about you, Mose? At that moment, Jingjia too detected the aroma, a sweet, metallic scent of blood. Mose was aware he was unscathed, and when Jelen questioned him, he could not be the source of the scent. Then it must be the young female beast, Mose concluded, lowering his head to inspect. Between her legs, a crimson hue had appeared. Jingjia, look here, Mose pointed out. 3 pairs of eyes turned towards the sight. How could this happen? Jelen asked anxiously. The pale skin was stained with a rosy tint. Her slender back leaning against Mose. Jingjia had never seen such a wound. His gaze grew serious. The orc outside the cave had also caught the scent of blood. Several orcs burst into the cave, exclaiming, Is the young female beast injured? Some became frenzied at the scent, eager to rush inside. Rek, drive them away, Mose commanded. Rek transformed into his beast form, blocking the orcs from entering the cave. Terj perched on a branch, his wolf-like eyes filled with concern. The scent of the young female beast was far too distinctive. Even from such a distance, he could detect that intoxicating aroma, and he felt as though he had unwittingly entered his own heat cycle. Previously, he had merely found the young female beast pleasant. Today felt altogether different. Below the tree, several young beasts had succumbed to madness. Fuya stood beneath the tree, calling out to Terj, Is there a problem? Terj shook his head, Not yet, but if this scent does not dissipate, it may become an issue. The Moroka jungle was not inhabited solely by their tribe. He feared this scent might attract others. Within the cave, Jingjia was sweating profusely. His Silver Fox clan was known for their cold disposition, breeding only once a year. Yet the scent of the young female beast's blood was proving too overwhelming to suppress. Most of the orcs were tense, but there were exceptions, such as Muani, who, intoxicated by the scent, had completely let go, successfully securing a third mate, a brown bear. Originally, Muani had planned to pursue this after the spring, having long taken a liking to her, but the brown bear clan only entered heat in the summer, unlike the lynx clan, which could breed year-round. Jingjia was determined to eliminate this damned scent quickly. If not, he would lose control of his transformation. Originally, it was meant for the young female beast to transform, but now he found himself on the brink. The 3 orcs in the cave were most affected by the scent of Qintong's blood. Even Mose, who hardly experienced heat, was nearly losing control, a clear testament to the terrifying potency of Qintong's blood. Qintong seemed dazed, her mind half awake, half oblivious, as Jingjia rummaged through the cave for something to staunch the bleeding. He appeared beside Qintong with a handful of supplies. Qintong shook her head, confused. Jingjia? She questioned, pointing at him. Don't move. I need to stop the bleeding, he instructed. Bleeding? Qintong looked at Jelen. What bleeding? Her eyes drooped, as if she might fall asleep at any moment. Young female beast, you are injured, Mose gently reassured her. Upon hearing she was injured, Qintong's awareness sharpened slightly, though she felt no pain. Jingjia approached her with a lump of dark substance. Frowning, Qintong forcibly withdrew her hand from Jelen's grasp. Pointing at Jingjia's offering, What is that? It's for treating the bleeding, Jingjia replied, his lips pressed together. Oh, it's a hemostatic. Qintong nodded, acknowledging her understanding. Only then did she realize, where did she get this blood? Dazed, she looked down, seeing the crimson between her legs, momentarily disregarding her embarrassment, hastily avoiding Jingjia's ministrations. Are you going to do something about my aunt? She retorted, her mind nearly back to normal. I curse your whole family. Qintong swiftly rose from Mose's side, wrapping herself in a pelt. You're a pervert. Young female beast, you are injured and need treatment. You must trust Jingjia, Mose urged. Curse you? Qintong pointed at Mose's face. I warn you all. Do not meddle with my aunt. Having regained her senses, she wondered if these orcs had ever seen a menstruation before. Insisting on helping her staunch the bleeding, as she observed Jingjia approaching, tension coursed through her. Her body instinctively tensing. The dim light within the cave made her acutely aware of Jingjia's gaze upon her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. I do not require treatment, she firmly rejected, using words Jingjia could comprehend. Yet the three gazes bore an unmistakable insistence that she could not refuse. Qintong, you will bleed out and die if you do not receive treatment, Jelen remarked, puzzled as to why the young female beast was resistant to care. I will die if you treat me, she retorted, her beast language flowing fluently, evidently afraid these three orcs would forcibly tend to her wounds. Chapter 38. The might of Auntie under the scrutiny of three intense gazes. A vivid crimson spread from her ears to her back, adding depth to the existing hue. Qintong resembled a ripe shrimp. Jingjia, still unwilling to relent, was nearing the edge of his restraint, eager to eliminate that damned scent. Qintong clutched the pelt tightly, her body taut with tension. Mose, make him stop, in her mind. Mose was the only one she could rely on to handle the frantic Jingjia. However, Mose chose not to heed Qintong's plea, declaring, the young female beast is compliant. This brief affirmation revealed his stance. He too wished for the scent to vanish swiftly. Qintong had retreated to a corner, her back against the stone wall, with nowhere left to flee. Jingjia approached with calm determination. This is customary for our clan. You cannot refuse me treatment, Qintong hastily explained. Upon hearing this, Jingjia halted his advance. Mose and Jelen exchanged puzzled glances, having never heard such a thing before. Qintong swallowed hard, continuing her fabrication. This signifies the maturity of our female beasts. As she spoke, she anxiously monitored their expressions, which reflected skepticism regarding her claims. Is this mark that confirms adulthood and growth? She added. The three gazes remained silent. Qintong forced a smile, assuring, in a few days, it will be fine. There's no need for treatment. A few days? Jelen questioned in horror. Will she not perish from bleeding for days on end? He was deeply suspicious that the young female beast was deceiving them. Qintong nodded affirmatively. Jingjia's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean it will take days to stop? My entire being is on the verge of exploding. Mose shared his concern, realizing how difficult it would be to conceal this scent. What if it attracted other tribes? Jingjia, dismissing whether Qintong's claims were true or false, refused to believe that he could not staunch the bleeding. If it was blood, he was certain he could control it. He stepped forward, tearing away the pelt. Qintong gasped, trembling as she resisted Jingjia's hold, but her petite frame was no match for him. He forcefully restrained her. Raising his hand to act, Qintong burst into tears, her cries resonating loudly enough for the beasts outside to hear. Enliza glanced towards the cave. Rek, did you hear the young female beast's wails? Rek shot her a sidelong glance. Knowing full well he had heard, he was stationed right at the cave entrance. Shall I go take a look? Enliza tentatively suggested. Rek ignored her. Enliza sighed, it's not that I don't want to help you. I just can't take on Rek. Qintong cried with such sorrow, as if she were releasing all her grievances from coming to this place. Her tears softened Mose's heart, and Jelen stepped in front of Jingjia. You must trust the young female beast. Yet, Jingjia remained anxious. Mose reassured, it's all right. I'm here. Even if the young female beast's blood does attract other tribes, it's fine. I will drive them all away. Jingjia looked at Mose and Jelen before conceding. Qintong, still sobbing, wrapped the pelt around herself again. Until she returned to the cave on the hill, her tears did not cease. She felt utterly miserable, having been stripped bare several times since arriving in this wretched place. These orcs exhibited no respect for women whatsoever, and her resentment towards Jingjia grew immensely. For the next few days, Qintong remained within the cave, requesting numerous pelts from Mose to serve as makeshift sanitary pads. Though she detested the idea, the only option available to her was the pelts. While they were relatively soft for clothing and bedding, they were particularly coarse for such purposes, prompting Qintong to weep countless times. Yet, that was not the only matter she found intolerable. Unbeknownst to her, the orcs had become restless, gathering outside the cave, both day and night. To make matters worse, Muani had brought her boyfriend to the cave entrance to engage in a display of affection, forcing her to endure a live broadcast of their antics. Such methods of seeking excitement are hardly appropriate, are they? And as for the orcs nearby, they too engage in self-indulgence. It was never observed that they behaved in such a manner before. Although they were lewd, they were not so brazen. T long last. Another night falls. Qin Tong listens to the sounds of applause for love outside, gritting her teeth as she earnestly inquires of Mose. Why are they engaging in such activities at the cave entrance? Upon hearing this, Mose reveals a look of confusion. This? Just that. Qin Tong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, elaborates, I don't understand it, it's just that. Rolling her eyes, Qin Tong exclaims, mating, do you comprehend? Mose suddenly understands. It's because the scent of the young female beast is particularly enticing. Holding his breath, he continues, what kind of theory is this? You mean to say they are mating at my doorstep? And I am to be blamed? Qin Tong expresses her indignation. What kind of logic is that? With the scent of the young female beast wafting about, they have prematurely entered their mating season. Mose explains, different races of orcs have varying times for their mating seasons, but there is an exception. In spring, all orcs will enter their mating phase. Apart from specific times, they do not mate. Now, having caught the scent of the young female, they have entered their mating season early, he adds. It is quite torturous for them inside the cave. Even one who rarely mates has succumbed to the scent. Were it not for the young female's warning that mating during menstruation could be fatal, he would not have been able to withstand it. This was the first time Mose had heard of such a terrifying notion regarding blood. After listening to Mose's explanation, Qin Tong's lips twitch uncontrollably. The power of menstruation is truly formidable. The males outside the cave are not entirely up to no good. They have spent the past few days lingering in the forest. Despite their playful banter, they are actually quite tense, having prepared for battle. Like patrols the outer fringes of the woods, and even Jing Jia, who usually avoids conflict, has taken to guarding the perimeter. All orcs are influenced by Qin Tong's presence. Unbeknownst to her, she is protected within a protective circle, her only concerns being the ruckus outside in Mose. For the past few days, Qin Tong has merely eaten and slept, and due to excessive rest, her nights have become restless. Initially, she did not notice anything amiss, but after several nights, she began to feel something obstructing her movements in her sleep, and in a haze, she sensed something licking her. She feared she had been abducted by some creature, only to discover it was Mose. This was the first time she had caught him, unaware of how many times it had happened before. Previously, she had thought Mose quite proper, only to realize he sneaks into bed at night, stealing kisses. Qin Tong is filled with indignation. She had always believed Mose slept on the ground, but now she wonders if that is indeed the case. Once doubt arises, evidence appears everywhere. For instance, the grass outside is now flattened, clearly lower than it was when she first arrived, and the ground is no longer as smooth as it once was, indicating it has not been slept on for some time. Finally, Qin Tong sees through Mose, this repressed orc. Chapter 39. Birds soup the sun streams through the clouds, casting golden rays upon the land. Qin Tong gazes at the scenery before the cave, stretching lazily. Enliza peeks out from the trees. Good morning, Enliza. Qin Tong greets with a smile. With the oppressive presence of her menstruation finally gone, her spirits are naturally lifted. Upon hearing Qin Tong's voice, the male orcs emerge from the forest. Wow, do you all enjoy my company so much that you sleep in the trees every day? Qin Tong exclaims, startled to see they have not left after all this time. Their health is remarkable. The Muanri have only been here for 3 days, yet these orcs have stayed until the end. Enliza beams a massive smile at Qin Tong. The males, having finally lost the enticing scent, gradually disperse. Watching them depart, Qin Tong reflects, the nightly live broadcasts have finally come to an end. Wrinkling her nose at the foul odor lingering near the cave entrance, she complains, how unsanitary. I feel like crying. It is so overwhelming. However, what Qin Tong is unaware of is that it is not a matter of neglecting hygiene. They are doing it intentionally to somewhat mask the lingering scent. With her menstruation gone, the first thing Qin Tong longs for is a bath. Calling upon Mose, she carries a pot to the riverbank, where she sets up to bathe. Finally cleansed, Qin Tong feels rejuvenated, and the campsite returns to its lively state. Gulan looks at Qin Tong with concern, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Tong, are you all right? Of course, with my menstruation gone. I feel much better. Qin Tong replies. Your race is quite extraordinary. She observes, looking up. Is it? Golan responds, I think your race is fascinating as well. Elan believes Qin Tong is jesting. The Silver Fox clan cannot simply bleed for days and survive. Qin Tong's expression momentarily falters. That is true. Only humans endure such dire circumstances. Menstruation is truly frightening. It's unpleasant when it arrives, and even worse when it departs. Muonri strides over, looking quite pleased. Hello, young female, how are you feeling? Upon seeing Muonri, Qin Tong loses her composure. I'm fine, but are you happy or not? Muonri is caught off guard, her face contorted with indecision over how to respond. Not bad, she is very happy. I am well, and can enjoy meat with the young female. Qin Tong rolls her eyes, knowing full well. You had better nourish your body. What does that mean? Muonri asks. Qin Tong forgets. After the recent upheaval, although her speech has become fluent, it does not mean the orcs comprehend her modern terms. It means you ought to eat more meat. Muonri nods in agreement. I have been rather tired lately. I should indeed eat more. Facepalming, Qin Tong thinks. This is not something a child should hear. Should I catch a bird for you to nourish yourself? She asks playfully. And Liza, passing by, nearly jumps out of her skin at Qin Tong's words, hastily distancing herself. Tai Urge glances at the frightened Liza beside him. Did you do something bad? And Liza, biting into the meat in her hand, retorts, You think it's you, you scoundrel? How am I bad? Tai Urge inquires with a mischievous grin. You suggested I eat a bird. That's quite wicked. And Liza can hardly contain her disdain. Is it tasty? And Liza, who prefers not to recall such matters, stands up in anger. Tai Urge, I will stab you with my horns. She growls. Tai Urge is unfazed, instead reveling in the provocation. And Liza is merely venting. She would not act on her threats. You just love to mock me. Go ahead and tease Jingjia. He eats the most. Tai Urge does not respond. He is not foolish enough to provoke Jingjia. Their banter is overheard by Jingjia, who is perched in a tree. Bird. Why is there such an uproar over eating birds? While they may lack meat, they are quite tasty. And Liza, however, is not easily angered. Jingjia leaps down from the tree, landing behind Liza. What is a bird? And Liza blurts out, It's what's under the male orc. She unwittingly responds before noticing the look Tai Urge shoots her. After answering, Liza realizes it is Jingjia's voice and is paralyzed with fear. Jingjia's gaze, previously lowered, now sharpens, as he places a hand on Liza's shoulder. His brow furrowing, what happened? His voice is gentle yet clear. Tai Urge, standing opposite, rises from the ground, shedding his previously carefree demeanor. Tai Urge's face pales, and he dares not speak. The more Jingjia maintains his composure, the less Tai Urge feels he can say it's all this foolish Liza's fault for dragging Jingjia into this. It's also his fault for not noticing Jingjia was in the tree. The Silver Fox clan has a remarkable talent for hiding. He had not sensed a thing. It would be best to prepare to flee, perhaps to hide for a while, preferably until spring before returning. Although Liza is frightened, she will not disclose that it was the young female who saved her. After all, the young female had rescued her. Jingjia tightens his grip on Liza's shoulder, urging, Speak up. Liza, with a woeful expression, replies, Jingjia, this has nothing to do with me. Huh? He glances at Tai Urge. Tai Urge takes a couple of steps back, shaking his head. It's not me either. Liza's eyes dart. Realizing if someone must take the blame, why not Tai Urge? It was Tai Urge who did it. Tai Urge glares at Liza. Liza smirks back defiantly. It was you. Jingjia's grip on Liza's shoulder tightens, his knuckles whitening as he radiates fury. Liza bends over, exclaiming in pain, It really wasn't me. I drank it. I wouldn't do that. After hearing this, Jingjia relaxes his grip slightly and turns his gaze back to Tai Urge. Tai Urge, under that scrutiny, nearly reverts to beast form, forcing himself to hold back. I cannot conceive of such a thing. Jingjia clearly harbored doubts, her gaze increasingly sharp. Tailge was enveloped in a chill, his mind urging him to flee. Yet his legs felt paralyzed. He pondered whether he could outrun Jingjia. The explosive power of a purebred red wolf surpassed that of the Silver Fox clan, but what of speed? Tailge, upon hearing Jingjia call his name, His body instinctively bent slightly, adopting a stance prepared for an attack. Neither beast was willing to admit their involvement, yet they both shared an unspoken reluctance to reveal Qintong. They understood that if Jingya discovered it was the young female beast responsible, she would show no mercy. Qintong approached from a distance, carrying a bowl of meat soup, and curiously glanced at the trio as she passed by. "Aren't you going to eat the meat?" Enliza discreetly gestured to Qintong, urging her to depart swiftly. Unfortunately, Qintong misinterpreted the signal, thinking he was merely suffering from a twitch. Tailj, under Jingya's scrutinizing gaze, dared not react. Qintong, puzzled, wondered if a fight was about to ensue. Casting a sidelong glance at Jingya, who wore a displeased expression, surely they wouldn't bully their companion, though it seemed somewhat unlikely. "What are you discussing?" she inquired, bird. Jingya coldly uttered a single word, tilting her head. She sipped from her bowl. "Are you all craving bird soup? Recently, Moe's has only brought back female birds, so there's no bird soup available. Next time, I'll prepare some for you." Qintong smiled, surprised at their discerning taste. "Indeed, a keen eye," Enliza remarked, as Jingya stiffly turned her head. "More for you." Jingya's piercing gaze shifted to Qintong. Assuming Jingya was eyeing her soup, Qintong shielded the bowl. "This is venison soup, not bird soup." At last, Jingya grasped the situation. Curious, she wondered when she had consumed that dish, initially believing Enliza was jesting about it, never considering it was consumed in such a manner. This little female beast had somehow turned that substance into a drink. Was it during her unconscious state? "Bird soup," Jingya echoed Qintong's words. Qintong shook her head. "That's not it." Jingya closed her eyes, striving to suppress the fury rising within. "You made me drink bird soup?" Qintong turned her gaze, noting Jingya's grave countenance. "It seemed there might be some truth to it." Jingya took a deep breath, perplexed as to why she could not comprehend the female beast's words. Despite her speaking in beast language, veins bulged in her neck, struggling to contain her mounting rage. Enliza hurriedly positioned himself in front of Qintong. "Jingya, if you're angry, direct it at me." He was resilient. The young female beast, however, was not. Tailj, who had long desired to flee, now stood protectively in front of Qintong. "Jingya, that's good for your health. The young female beast meant well to save you." Jingya remained unconvinced, questioning how a shaman could be unaware of what is beneficial for the body. Tailj was now capable of uttering any words. The beastmen often claimed that foxes were sly, and in his view, wolves were not much different. To defend this female beast, he was willing to say anything. Qintong softened her brow, parting the two beastmen before her. "Are you bullying them?" Jingya, unable to grasp the meaning of bullying, regarded Qintong with a complex expression. Indifferent to Jingya's perplexity, Qintong, holding her stone bowl, occasionally lowered her head to sip. "Let me tell you, I protect them. Do not bully them." Qintong was relieved that the three beastmen could not understand her words. Otherwise, they would surely be taken aback in an audacious move. Qintong turned to pat Enliza on the shoulder. "I'll protect you." Jingya, who had been seething with rage, nearly found humor in Qintong's declaration of protection for Enliza. After the incident involving Jingya tearing off her clothing, Qintong had classified her as a perverse rogue. When faced with an unknown individual, fear might arise. Yet when confronting a rogue, even one with formidable might, the sense of dread diminished. Moreover, Qintong was aware that Jingya would not kill her, which emboldened her reckless demeanor. However, having only recently encountered Jingya, how could she fully comprehend the depths of her menace? Enliza, anxious, pulled Qintong behind him. Jingya could no longer contain herself, advancing toward Qintong with an intimidating posture. "Jingya, please don't be angry," Enliza nervously implored. "It's really not a big deal. Just a little sip won't harm." In truth, it was quite palatable, but upon meeting Jingya's fierce gaze, Enliza fell silent. The atmosphere grew tense, yet Qintong beamed, oblivious to the turmoil. Noting Jingya's darkened expression, she felt a sense of delight. Let him be perverse and strip her of her clothing while also attempting to staunch her bleeding. Qintong's laughter utterly infuriated Jingya. Enliza and Tailj braced themselves, prepared to revert to their beast forms at any moment. Tailj admired the audacity of this young female beast. Even facing Jingya's wrath, she continued to provoke her. "I will send you to meet the beast god," Jingya declared ominously. Qintong felt a jolt of fear. Was she serious? Clutching her bowl, she turned to flee. Jingya lunged forward to seize her, only to be obstructed by the two male beasts. Jingya, she's a female beast. Don't be angry. Exactly, Enliza echoed. Tailge was now thoroughly exasperated. It was all Enliza's fault. The chief had warned them not to let Jingya find out, and yet here they were, foolish beasts. Are you two going to assist her? Jingya inquired coldly. Tailge remained silent. But his imposing form blocking the way spoke volumes. With a thunderous roar, the three beast men transformed into their beast forms. Jingya seldom fought in her beast form, for as a shaman, it was not her greatest advantage. She was, after all, the only beast man in the tribe who preferred not to resort to violence for resolution. Disliking it did not imply weakness. The capabilities of the Silver Fox clan were not to be underestimated. The open arena was suddenly filled with the three beast forms, and Qintong gazed in astonishment at the three colossal beasts, her heart racing. Regardless of how many times she had seen them, the sight of such giants instilled a deep-seated fear within her. In a 2-on-1 confrontation, the odds heavily favored the Toot. The beastmen gathered around, cheering and encouraging, for battles among beastmen were commonplace, and they saw nothing amiss. Roars echoed, startling the birds from the trees. The clash of giants shook the ground. Those unaware of the truth might have thought an earthquake had struck. Jelen stood beside Qintong. What is happening? Qintong shrugged. Discussing bird soup, and now they're angry. Jingya really has a bad temper and a strange disposition. Why resort to violence? Shaking her head, she concluded that this beast was no good, not a worthy beast at all. Jelen gazed blankly at Qintong. Is it that bird soup you mentioned? Did the young female beast not realize the severity of the situation? What bird soup? Jelen pressed on, unconvinced. Qintong clicked her tongue. They want to drink bird soup. But I told them I don't have any lately. I'll make it next time. Although her explanation lacked context, Jelen pieced together the scenario. Seeing Jingya's furious demeanor, it was evident she was aware of the bird soup matter. With a resounding crash, Tailge was toppled, colliding with a nearby tree, causing it to sway violently from the impact. The force was immense. Qintong anxiously observed Tailge, concerned he might have sustained a fracture. Fortunately, Tailge swiftly righted himself and re-entered the fray. Now with earnest determination, he truly wished to test whether he could best Jingya. He refused to believe that the Silver Fox clan could surpass the purebred Red Wolf clan. His disbelief and defiance fueled his resolve. With a howl, he charged forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Mose appeared on the scene, his eyes scanning the center of the fight. Upon noticing Mose's arrival, Qintong approached cautiously, wondering if they would be all right. Mose's golden eyes narrowed. They were all taking this seriously. Tailge felt a surge of elation, thrilled that Jingya would engage in combat in her beast form. In terms of raw power, he would not concede. This was the pride of the purebred Red Wolf. He had never acknowledged the Silver Fox clan as superior. Both Jingya and Tailge employed cunning strategies in their assaults, fundamentally different from Enliza's direct approach. Now, each faction fought for their respective causes. Enliza, being a brute force fighter, found himself at a distinct disadvantage, already bearing several claw marks. Tailge and Jingya did not consider Enliza as their target, rendering his presence somewhat extraneous. Enliza sensed their intentions, fury igniting within him as he charged recklessly, colliding with any beast form he encountered. Much of the dust was raised by Enliza's rampage. Why should the three beasts engage in battle while he was sidelined? A particularly enthusiastic voice rang out from the crowd. Enliza, go for it. Don't be afraid. If you get hurt, I'll make you bird soup to help you recover. Hearing this cheer, Enliza momentarily lost focus and crashed into a nearby tree, his horn creating a gaping hole in the trunk. Qintong was astounded. She hadn't expected such a seemingly dull horn to leave such a significant mark. She rushed over to observe. Enliza, can you still manage? Do you need help? Enliza shuddered slightly, feeling an inexplicable chill. Hastily transforming back into her human form, she dismissed the need for assistance. The words of the young female beast were intimidating to her kind. With Enliza absent, the arena felt more spacious, and the two combatants fought with greater ferocity. The golden sun dipped low, painting the horizon in resplendent hues, and everything seemed so beautiful. If only the two colossal beasts engaged in battle would cease their tumult. Initially, Qintong had been alarmed by the overwhelming noise, but now she felt utterly numb. Were these two not exhausted? The onlooking beastmen gradually dispersed. Within the cavern, Qin Tong warily observed Mose, forbidding him from approaching her. Mose's gaze darkened. Since the young female beast uncovered his secret of sleeping on the grass, she had grown increasingly wary of him. It seemed he would need to exert more effort to win her as a mate. As night deepened, the lion-headed beast beside the grass pile suddenly lifted its gaze. The young female beast appeared to be asleep. Mose shifted into his human form and was just about to settle onto the grass when Qin Tong abruptly sat up, pointing an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "Finally caught you! You insufferable beast! After pretending for half the night, I nearly fell asleep, thinking you had changed, but it turns out you're still the same old stubborn creature." Qin Tong wore an expression of "I knew it all along." Suddenly, she felt overwhelmed by the complexities of life. Outside lurked a band of lecherous beastmen, and she had to share her night with an insufferably repressed beast. Caught in the act, Mose felt a twinge of embarrassment. Listening to the steady breaths of the young female beast, he had thought she was sound asleep. To Qin Tong's accusation, he begrudgingly transformed back into his beast form and lay down. Qin Tong shot him a glare before anxiously lying back down. She was no longer a child. She understood what Mose's actions implied. Yet, her affections lay with humans, not beastmen, as Qin Tong drifted off into a restless slumber. The beast that had long awaited this moment climbed onto the grass pile once more. The night was devoid of moonlight, casting the cave into darkness. Even in such obscurity, it mattered not to Mose, who could still clearly see the sleeping visage of Qin Tong. Mose gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind Qin Tong's ear, cradling it in his palm. The hair felt almost non-existent in his grasp. Yet the soft sensation was vividly clear. Mose gazed intently at Qin Tong, sensing her reluctance and even doubt. Did she disdain him for being a tiger-lion beast? He was the leader of the tribe, meant to embody strength and dignity, yet as a tiger-lion beast, he was not favored by females. Before them, he had never felt particularly confident. Due to the absence of a mating season, he had never contemplated seeking out a mate. But this time was different. This young female was unlike any other. Her fur was exquisite, her scent delightful, and she brought with her the spark of fire. She was intelligent. Most importantly, her attitude stood apart. Unlike other females, she cared about the feelings of males. Theo Mose, the young female beast, radiated warmth like the sun, and it was precisely because she embodied that sun-like brilliance that he felt compelled to tread carefully. For the first time, he experienced a yearning to possess the young female, yet he had never pursued a mate before, believing that mere compliance would suffice. However, this particular young female was different. The more he obeyed her, the more it seemed she eluded his attention. She treated him as if he were a mere cub, or perhaps as a female, but certainly not as a male. Unlike Mu and Ni's playful camaraderie with Li Jiang, there was no such rapport between them. Qin Tong endured a night filled with nightmares, imagining herself wed to a beast man, birthing a grotesque creature with a beast's body and a human head. Upon awakening, she incessantly reminded herself to never associate with beastmen. This dream left her feeling discontented throughout the day. Another source of discontent was Mose, who, along with Jisong, was out hunting with the males. During their expedition, Jisong turned to glance at Mose several times before finally inquiring, "Mose, what's the matter?" Mose shot him a sidelong glance, causing Jisong to flinch and quickly turn away, too intimidated to ask further. It appeared Mose had channeled his frustration into hunting, swiftly dispatching animals in the forest until Jisong called a halt. The pile of food resembled a small hill, and Mose had more than enough. He paused, somewhat reluctant, to groom his fur elegantly. When the beastmen returned with their bounty, they erupted in exuberant cheers, creating a festive atmosphere akin to a celebration. Qin Tong, having been in a gloomy mood all day, found her spirits lifted by the vibrant scene. Gazing at the fresh meat, a new idea sparked within her. Tired of the monotonous routine of roasting or boiling the meat, she proposed a change. Tonight, they would prepare grilled meat on a hot stone. Though lacking an actual iron plate, they had plenty of stone slabs. Filled with excitement, Qin Tong rushed over to Mose, requesting he cut her the tenderest piece of meat. Whenever there was something delicious, Muan and I was always the first to appear, as if she had surveillance on Qin Tong. This time, she not only arrived but also brought a companion. Qin Tong had become adept at distinguishing genders. Any beast wearing a skirt was undoubtedly female. Upon closer inspection, this newcomer resembled one of the wild cows they had encountered during their last flower-picking expedition. Armed with her civilized weapon, Qin Tong began slicing the meat into smaller pieces on a cleaned piece of wood. "Young female beast, why are you cutting the meat into such tiny bits?" Muin and I queried, picking up a small piece of meat and tossing it into her mouth. Meat is best enjoyed in large bites. Observing Mu and Ni's actions, Qin Tong frowned deeply, concerned about bacteria. Surely, she would end up with worms in her stomach. "It's much tastier when cut smaller," I said. Muin and I was skeptical, again pinching a piece of meat the size of a leaf and chewing it carefully. It does seem more tender, but it's still not as satisfying as a big bite." Qin Tong inhaled deeply. "If you don't find it tasty, then stop. There's plenty left for you." "So what do you mean by that?" She lifted the entire piece of wood, rotated it, and continued cutting. Uncertain if it was intentional or not, Muin and I mirrored her movements, shifting direction along with her, naturally reaching for the meat. Qin Tong set down her civilized weapon and shouted, "Muin and I, put down my meat." Hearing her voice, Muin and I dropped the piece of meat onto the ground. "Young female, it's just that this meat smells so good. I couldn't help myself." Qin Tong glared at her. "You need to exercise some self-control." Muin and I stood awkwardly to the side, watching as Qin Tong continued to slice the meat with her civilized weapon. "Young female, how about I help with the cutting? I feel a bit guilty after eating so much meat." Upon hearing this, Qin Tong set down her weapon, thinking, "Now that's more like it." With Mu and Ni's assistance, the process became noticeably quicker. Chapter 42. The Revenge of Jing Jia. The meat sizzled on the stone slab, emitting an enticing aroma. Mu and I mimicked Qin Tong, attempting to use 2 small twigs. Yet she struggled to manage the meat like Qin Tong did. She contemplated using her hands but hesitated, having already burned herself once on the hot stone, when the slab was freshly heated. Mu and I curiously pressed her entire hand against it in that moment. Every eye in the camp turned her way, drawn by her exclamations of pain. Mu and Ni's 3 mates rushed over, enveloping her in a protective embrace, their expressions filled with concern. Li Jiang scooped her up, intent on seeking out Jing Jia. Qin Tong, as a solitary observer, watched as Mu and I was whisked away by her mates. Did she feel envy? Perhaps not. Did she not feel envious at all? Yet she couldn't help but think Mu and Ni's life seemed rather splendid, and no longer was she merely embraced on one side. She had one mate on her left, another on her right, and yet another in her lap. Most importantly, all 3 were strikingly handsome, towering 2 meters tall. When it seemed Mu and I would not return, she reappeared shortly after. Her hand had escaped serious harm, merely reddened. Her loud cries were born of fear rather than injury. Qin Tong mused, "What men? In the eyes of a true foodie, is the food the most important?" Qin Tong deftly spread the previously extracted tea seed oil on the stone slab and meticulously arranged the meat pieces. Before long, the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Tailger, drawn in by the scent, approached, saying, "Young female beast, I want to eat too. I'll eat first." "I want some too. I'm a female beast, so I should eat first," Muin and I shouted enthusiastically. "There's enough for everyone." Qin Tong thoughtfully placed the grilled meat on leaves, allowing them to eat with their hands. After all, teaching beastmen to use chopsticks would be quite a challenge. "Isn't the food made by the young female beast delicious?" Muin and I exclaimed to the nearby beastmen. Tailger, evidently unfamiliar with the concept of sharing meat, merely nodded in response. Qin Tong finally learned the names of these wild cows. One was called Lai Wu, and the other Lai Wei. They were siblings, born of the same female beast, and were not wild cows at all, but rather yak. The unique method of grilling meat and its enticing aroma quickly attracted a crowd of beastmen. Even those who were typically indifferent to meat, like, squeezed their way over. "Young female beast, put that piece on the stone," Furiali exclaimed, lifting a hefty chunk of meat, hoping Qin Tong would grill it for him. Qin Tong swiftly dodged the hefty piece of meat. "Aren't you going to help?" Jing Jia's gaze was directed towards the lively scene, and Mose also cast his eyes in that direction. "You seem displeased," he remarked. "Did you notice?" Jing Jia raised an eyebrow in surprise, as if it were rare for him not to be aware of the expression on his own face, which was decidedly unhappy. "The little female beast does not seem to like me." Mose stated. Jingjia replied lightly. Mose turned his head. What does it mean? Jingjia felt the weight of Mose's gaze. She lacks your scent, he indicated, referring to that particular aroma. Jingjia had already experienced the terrifying nature of that scent emanating from Qin Tong. So he would not attribute Mose's current mood to a lack of sunshine. Mose's expression darkened. Could it be that she dislikes my beast form? In truth, Mose wished to voice his concern that Qin Tong might not appreciate his tiger-lion hybrid nature. But he could not express it outright. After all, he was the leader and wished to maintain some dignity, opting to leave the implication for Jingjia to understand. Jingjia's eyes were fixed upon him. If you can brighten her mood, it has nothing to do with that. Perhaps, Mose replied. Perhaps what? She simply does not like you. Jingjia averted his gaze nonchalantly. Mose furrowed his brow. Is that so? Is it due to my inability to win the little female beast's favor? Jingjia, teach me how to pursue the little female beast, Mose said flatly. Upon hearing this, Jingjia nearly toppled from the tree. You want me to teach you how to court female beasts? Surely, I must have misheard. I have never pursued a female beast, but many female beasts are fond of you, Mose insisted earnestly. That may be true, Jingjia admitted, a hint of pride gracing his features. In Jingjia's eyes, Qin Tong was reflected amidst a crowd of beast men, busily roasting meat. Very well, I shall agree to assist you. The following morning, as soon as Qin Tong opened her eyes, a handsome face appeared before her. Startled, she gasped. Few could remain unfazed by such an unexpected sight. Regardless of its charm, Mose's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Regaining her composure, Qin Tong awkwardly greeted him. Good morning. Mose presented her with a bundle wrapped in leaves. The leaves unfurled. A cacophony of horrified screams reverberated throughout the cave and beyond. Mose was momentarily flabbergasted by Qin Tong's reaction. Does the little female beast not like it? For this, he had endured countless insect bites. Qin Tong distanced herself from Mose, eyes tightly shut. Get it away. Quickly, but little female beast, do you not appreciate this delicacy? It possesses a hint of sweetness, Mose coaxed. What more is there to say about eating? Have you lost your mind? Remove it at once, or I shall take drastic measures. Qin Tong felt her mood plummet to an abysmal low. Mose sensed her genuine fear and promptly exited the cave with the offending item. In the forest, Jingjia awaited Mose. The little female beast does not like this, Mose remarked, struggling to suppress his irritation. Jingjia cleared his throat. Perhaps she is simply different from other female beasts. The others relish this bee larva, which is tender and sweet. The fact that this little female beast does not enjoy it indicates her exceptional nature. He continued to elaborate. Jingjia felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. He had come to a realization. Since this female beast was well-liked within the tribe, she would not be subjected to direct retaliation. However, through Mose, the situation could be manipulated to his advantage. Jingjia had long suspected that the female beast would not appreciate such offerings, perhaps even fear them. He had once observed her avoiding crawling insects from a distance. Now, having tested his theory, he found it validated by her terrified shrieks, which brought him immense joy. After a moment of silence, Mose, though skeptical, considered Jingjia's words. The latter's popularity among female beasts lent weight to his perspective. What has you so pleased? Mose inquired. The little female beast remains dissatisfied. What joy is there in that? Jingjia suppressed his delight. I have devised a better plan. In the cave, Qin Tong was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of expletives. The mere sight of creatures resembling maggots filled her with dread, conjuring memories of being frightened by male classmates in her youth. Since then, the sight of wriggling insects sent a chill down her spine. What is Mose thinking, bringing such horrors upon me? Before Qin Tong could recover, Mose burst into the cave again, clutching yet another package. Alarmed, she jumped. What do you intend to do now? This time, it is not bee larva. It is a gift for you, Mose replied nervously, his eyes brimming with hope. As Qin Tong's racing heart began to calm, she thought, as long as it is not something that wriggles, peering at the crouching Mose surrounded by grass. She noticed the eagerness in his golden eyes. Perhaps she could trust him once more. This leaf appears rather large. It should not contain any insects. As she leaned closer and lifted the leaf, her expression froze. Had she inadvertently offended Mose recently? Why did he persist in frightening her with such items? This time, she refrained from screaming. though the sight of the mouse-like creature made her stomach churn. Grabbing her Mickey doll, she hurled it at Mose. "Do you seek a beating? Little female beast, do you not like it?" he queried. "Should I?" she retorted, frustration boiling over. "Who would gift such a thing to a lady? Take it away, and do not bring me anything else." Mose hesitated, perplexed. These are delicacies that female beasts enjoy. Why does the little female beast not appreciate them? They are tender and delicious, favored by female beasts. Albeit rare to find, perhaps Jingjia was correct. This little female beast was indeed unique. He needed to ascertain her preferences to avoid future misunderstandings. "What does the little female beast enjoy?" Still fuming, Qin Tong shot back. "I enjoy fried chicken." Mose raised an eyebrow, repeating her words. "Fried chicken? What is that?" "It is my favorite food," she exclaimed loudly, realizing the futility of it all, especially since Mose had ruined her appetite with his earlier offerings. The hairless creature emitted a horrid sound, prompting Qin Tong to recoil in disgust. "It is utterly revolting. Red all over, covered in a layer of gray fuzz, and that pointed snout is especially repulsive, just like a mouse, only larger." Holding her mouth in revulsion, she urged him to dispose of it. Jingjia claimed this would be well received by female beasts. Mose murmured, confusion evident in his voice. His words landed squarely in Qin Tong's ears. After 2 failures, Mose's expression soured. Observing Mose's demeanor, Jingjia felt a sense of satisfaction. He had not heard any screams this time, leading him to believe that the plan had succeeded. Mose emerged, casting a cold glance at Jingjia. "The little female beast does not like it, and now I am vexed." Jingjia concealed his amusement, pondering whether to attempt this again. Mose's gaze turned sharp, prompting Jingjia to take a breath. He realized it was best not to press his luck. However, before Jingjia could finish his thought, Mose departed, exuding an icy aura that suggested he had truly angered the leader. Qin Tong, fuming, sought out Jingjia. "Was it you?" Jingjia reclined on a stone, casually lifting his gaze. "What do you mean? Was it me?" He knew full well, feigning ignorance. "You had Mose deliver those items to me," she accused, piecing together the puzzling situation. Her growing ire was palpable as she picked up a branch and swung it at Jingjia. However, Jingjia was not like Mose or the other males. He would not yield to her. Instead, he nimbly leaped aside, evading her strike, and swiftly climbed to a tree branch. Qin Tong, infuriated, tossed the branch to the ground, challenging him. "If you are so brave, do not come down." In her cleverness, she sought assistance from Gu Lan. With a quivering voice, she exaggeratedly recounted her grievances to Gu Lan. Ji Lan, accompanied by Lei Ku, stormed to the base of the tree. "Jingjia, come down. When did you learn to bully female beasts?" The term bully was a recent addition to Gu Lan's vocabulary. Jingjia froze, momentarily taken aback by Gu Lan's arrival. The cunning female beast had orchestrated this. Qin Tong beamed at Jingjia's sudden change in demeanor. She flashed a triumphant grin, revealing a gap-toothed smile. Jingjia clenched his jaw. "What did I say to you?" Gu Lan implored from below. "Female beasts are to be protected. They are precious. You know this, yet you still choose to mistreat them." "But she started it by serving me bird soup," Jingjia protested. Jingjia gritted her teeth and spoke. "Damn it, I haven't been able to eat meat for several days because of that wretched she-beast." Ji Lan was taken aback. "But you shouldn't bully the she-beast." Qin Tong found herself bewildered. "What do you mean by giving her bird soup first? Is it because he doesn't like bird soup? Is that why he wants to bully her? My goodness, is this a bloody incident caused by a bowl of bird soup?" Perhaps Qin Tong had forgotten that it was not just one bowl, but many. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling guilty as this seemed to imply it was her fault. However, she quickly suppressed her feelings of guilt, convincing herself that the bird's soup was for his own good. Without her bird's soup, who knows if he would have even woken up? Moreover, she had saved him. He was such an ungrateful scoundrel. The more Qin Tong thought about it, the more resolute she became. "It's for your own good," she grinned, baring her teeth. Jingjia realized that this she-beast was truly adept at provoking beasts, to the point that she felt like charging down to tear her apart. This scene attracted a large crowd of beastmen. Tailj stood behind Qin Tong, closely observing her reckless behavior. Seeing Jingjia in such a furious state, Tailj felt an immense sense of joy. Qin Tong was determined to persist in her self-destructive antics. "Honestly, the bird soup is quite delicious." Would you like to try it again? You actually drank quite a lot of it before you woke up. Why not give it another go? Who knows, you might have already developed a taste for it. With each of Qin Tong's words, Jingzha's expression grew darker. Tailj cast a terrified glance at Qin Tong, slowly distancing himself from her. Elon, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, said, Tong, you really dare to say anything. Qin Tong could not shake off the psychological trauma inflicted by the bee pupae, her anger for revenge intensifying. Jingzha's veins throbbed. Mose heard about the incident at the camp and hurried back. But it was too late. Qin Tong had thoroughly offended Jingzha. Elon quickly covered Qin Tong's mouth to prevent her from speaking further. Little she-beast, you mustn't say any more. Qin Tong, determined to continue her self-destructive path, pushed Gu Lan's hand away. Lycan. Qin Tong's mouth was covered by Like, who was nearby. Chapter 44. Crisis averted. Lycan. Jingzha slowly turned her head, her eyes filled with a cold, murderous intent. What do you mean by Lycan? I can't comprehend. With Like's hand covering her mouth, his grip was so large that it also covered her nose, preventing her from breathing, causing her face to redden. She struggled against Like's grip, but he mistook her actions for a fight and paid no heed. Gulan caught sight of Qin Tong's predicament out of the corner of his eye and quickly urged Like to release her. Gasping for air, Qin Tong exclaimed, Like, are you trying to suffocate me? Taelj's expression darkened. The matter had escalated. Qin Tong felt the weight of gazes directed at her and shivered. Realizing she had gone too far in her moment of anger, she dared to act recklessly. But now, with the fear settling in, she felt regret. Jingzha narrowed her eyes. Jingzha, Gulan's tone was serious. Any beastman could sense Gulan's anger, including Jingzha. Ignoring Gulan, Jingzha gracefully transformed into her beast form. Gathering strength in her limbs, Jilan furrowed his brow, casting a cold stare at Jingzha. With a roar that reverberated with authority, the giant form descended with agility. Qin Tong recognized it as Mose's beast form. She had thought she could keep it a secret, but ultimately, Jingzha had discovered it. Mose emitted an aura of pressure, his golden eyes reflecting a hint of seriousness, and he crouched low, also gathering strength in his limbs. Jingzha's gaze tightened as she focused on Mose's movements, unable to believe that Mose would fight her over a strange she-beast. With a flick of her eyes, she dismissed the notion of hierarchy. Even if he was a tiger-lion beast, she held no fear and was eager for a contest. She was no longer the cub she once was. Jingzha, descend, Gulan commanded sharply. Jingzha glared sideways. The atmosphere was tense for several minutes until Jingzha's momentum deflated, and she leaped down, returning to her human form. Jilan cast a cold glance at Jingzha and turned to leave. Jingzha obediently followed. What had initially seemed like an earth-shattering crisis had passed just like that. Mose followed suit, and the three departed. Taeljh finally relaxed, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Tong. This little she-beast was quite a handful. Like, seeing that the situation had been resolved, naturally slipped away. Qin Tong stood awkwardly in place, suddenly feeling a sense of relief after the storm. She lightly slapped her own cheeks, reminding herself that no risk, no reward. Annie looked at Qin Tong with admiration. Little she-beast, you are truly remarkable. You actually dared to provoke Jingzha. Qin Tong responded with an awkward smile, her legs feeling weak. Jilan took Jingzha to a secluded spot, his eyes trained on her back, fully aware that Mose would certainly come. Mose did not revert to his human form and ambled over from a distance. Now that we're all here, Jingzha, do you realize your mistake? Gulan's voice was different from his usual gentleness. Jingzha maintained a stern expression, unwilling to respond. The rarity of a she-beast, do you not understand? Jingzha, I know you are suspicious of Tong's origins, but you also saw that she possesses no combat ability. What problem could arise from this? Gulan sighed. Mose lazily reclined beside them. Of course I know that she has no combat ability, Jingzha retorted, but her origins remain unclear and highly suspect. Jilan could likely guess Jingzha's thoughts. Having raised her since childhood, Jingzha, she saved you. If it weren't for her, we would have lost you. As there is no shaman in the tribe in light of her saving you, do not hold the bird soup incident against the little she-beast any longer. Jingzha remained silent. Mose tilted his head. Jingzha, Gulan intended to continue, but Jingzha abruptly interjected, fine. She begrudgingly agreed, knowing that if she did not comply, Gulan would likely begin recounting tales of past leaders. As he always did whenever she made a mistake, you've agreed, so you cannot retaliate any longer. Understood, Jingjia quickly interrupted, assuring that she would not act against her word. Ji-lan nodded in satisfaction. Also, do not harbor such animosity towards Tong in the future. She is a gift bestowed upon us by the beast god. Jingjia cast a sidelong glance, her lips curving. A gift? Surely, it cannot be a nightmare. Mose noticed Jingjia's expression and stood up. Jingjia, I have considered those things as well. As the leader of the tribe, I must think of the beast men. I could not overlook the origins of the little she-beast. Thus, I kept her in my den. Initially, I had many doubts, but a frail she-beast poses little danger. This is absolute confidence in the face of strength. I know the little she-beast is clever, but in the face of strength, she is nothing. After observing for a short time, Mose concluded that the little she-beast posed no threat, not only due to her lack of combat ability but also because she couldn't even find her way. She needed guidance even to reach the river, otherwise, she would get lost in the jungle. It was no wonder she ended up wandering. Jingjia cast a skeptical glance at Mose, thinking he was a fool lost in admiration for the she-beast. I understand. Jingjia did not refute Mos. Ji-lan inferred Jingjia's tone and responded with an understanding, rather than a serious reply, indicating that she would no longer be hostile towards Tong, no more frightening her. No more hostility, Gu-lan insisted, directly imposing two no's to compel Jingjia's promise. Jingjia turned her face away. Fine. She dared not provoke Gu-lan. Mose transformed back into his human form, standing beside Jingjia, playfully punching her shoulder. If you're still angry, take it out on me. Jingjia shot him a glare. The she-beast hasn't even taken a liking to you yet, and you're already so protective of her. Mose felt a flush creeping up his face at the mention of Qin Tong and turned his head away bashfully. Jingjia cast a disdainful look at Mos. Ji-lan felt a bit helpless. After all this time, Mose still hadn't managed to pursue a she-beast. What a disgrace. What's wrong with you, Mose? Although he criticized Mose for being slow, he still felt the need to ask. They're still young, and they need guidance. Jingjia, you should also be looking for a she-beast. He thought Qin Tong was just right. Her reproductive capabilities were strong, and after spring, she would surely be able to bear cubs. The Silver Fox clan was on the brink of extinction, and he genuinely hoped Qin Tong could leave offspring for them. Mose was at a loss for words. He couldn't very well say that the little she-beast was resistant to him, nor did he understand why she didn't like him. Had he known, he wouldn't have sought Jingjia's help. Trying to please her had only led to angering the she-beast. You must treat the she-beast well and be gentle. He turned to Jingjia. And you too, Jingjia. Jingjia wore a complex expression. What does that have to do with me? As long as I don't act against her. Do I still have to be gentle? Ji-lan shot Jingjia a glare. Jingjia, you should also be looking for a she-beast. I think Tong is quite suitable. You two grew up together. Isn't it better to seek a she-beast together? Strive to have cubs by next spring. Ji-lan decided this, quickly leaving to prevent Jingjia from having the chance to refuse. By the time Jingjia snapped out of this dreadful conversation, Gu-lan had already walked far away. Mose observed Jingjia's expression seriously, and seeing only displeasure on her face, he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Jingjia did not like the little she-beast. Otherwise, he feared he might not be able to compete with her. Jingjia nudged Mose's arm. Does this count as talking? Eh? Let me give you a beating in an instant. A golden flash darted past with incredible speed. Jingjia watched Mose's retreating figure, her brow furrowing. Who taught you to be so cunning? As her words fell, an image of a black-haired figure flashed through her mind, causing her expression to freeze. Chapter 45. Are you okay? The remarkable feat of Qin Tong was nothing short of dazzling to the orcs. The usually timid Yeyu approached, her eyes filled with admiration for Qin Tong. Lai Wu and Lai Wei also drew near, with Lai Wu expressing her astonishment. You dare to provoke Jingjia? Truly, she admired this little female beast. Provoking Jingjia was unwise, for she was a shaman, an esteemed figure, and moreover, Jingjia held a notorious grudge. Qin Tong chuckled softly. What was the point of avoiding conflict now that it had already occurred? Listening to their comments felt like daggers to her heart, as if they were saying, you are doomed for having angered someone formidable. Mose returned to the camp, Jingjia appearing behind him. Upon seeing her, Qin Tong felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety, yet she could not show fear. After all, the several female beasts who had just admired her were still watching. Holding her breath, she endeavored to appear as composed as possible. However, unbeknownst to Qin Tong, no matter how well she masked her exterior, the orcs were perceptive enough to sense her unease. This facade was destined to falter. Fortunately, the female beasts were not drawn to Qin Tong due to her prowess, but rather, they respected her audacity in challenging Jing Jia, not because they genuinely believed she was unafraid of her. Jing Jia merely cast a fleeting glance at Qin Tong before moving on, allowing Qin Tong to exhale in relief. It was unclear what Gulan and Mose had done to appease Jing Jia, but she seemed unfazed now. Excited, Qin Tong waved at Mose, who returned the gesture with a smile in his eyes. It appeared this tempest had passed for the time being. Yuan and I insisted that Qin Tong assist her in enhancing her fur, wishing to achieve a look as splendid as Gulan's. During the last venture, they had acquired numerous items that could beautify their fur, but she was unfamiliar with their use. Lai Wei shared this sentiment, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she regarded Qin Tong. She too wished for a more attractive coat. Previously too timid to approach the little female beast, she now felt emboldened by Mu and Ni's encouragement. Having narrowly escaped a predicament, Qin Tong was in high spirits and readily agreed. Accompanied by Mu and Ni and Lai Wei, Lai Wu carried a stone pot toward the riverbank. Qin Tong glanced at the timid Ya and inquired, "Would you like to join us?" Ya gently nodded. Their procession to the river was quite grand, for they moved in their beast forms, creating a considerable stir. This time, Qin Tong rode on Lai Wei's back, and as she had surmised upon first encountering Lai Wei's beast form, it was indeed less comfortable than riding with Mu and I, whose form was smaller and less imposing than Lai Wu's. Upon reaching the riverbank, Mu and I set out to gather dry twigs. Qin Tong squinted, observing Lai Wu lift the stone pot with a slight tremor at the corner of her mouth, truly majestic. Once the pot was positioned, Qin Tong retrieved her lighter. She examined the lighter as fuel. A sudden thought struck her. What if it ran out of gas? It seemed she would need to devise a solution for that issue later. For now, her focus was on introducing the art of hair washing to these enchanting beings from a primitive world. Though she referred to them as beauties, she felt somewhat insecure, for their features were quite pronounced, and their upper bodies were quite flat, rendering them reminiscent of handsome males. This day, Qin Tong had yet to acclimate to their appearance. While waiting for the water to boil, the orcs began to frolic in the water. Lai Wu and Lai Wei, being water buffaloes, were particularly fond of Mu and I, however, was less enthusiastic. She was fine in shallow waters, but feared the depths. Exhibiting a pronounced trepidation, Qin Tong sat nearby, chuckling softly. Their behaviors were rather easy to decipher. Mu and I was likely akin to a cat, averse to water, while Lai Wei and the others resembled water buffaloes. As for the timid Ya, Qin Tong had no clue, having yet to witness her beast form. Upon arrival, she had sat on Lai Wu's back to help steady the stone pot, thus remaining in her human form. Qin Tong turned her gaze toward Ya, noting her timidity and reticence. Was it possible for orcs to be timid? She had always assumed they were all like Mu and I, bold, fiery, or at least boisterous, but encountering such a timid individual felt incongruous. He seemed even more like an outsider than Qin Tong herself, who had grown accustomed to her surroundings and was no longer as fearful. An absurd thought flashed through Qin Tong's mind. Could she also be a time traveler, inexplicably brought to this place, and having never shown her beast form? Qin Tong frowned at the ridiculousness of the notion. Ya, having already noticed Qin Tong's gaze, shyly lowered her head. Qin Tong suddenly leaned closer and asked, "Are you okay?" Ya looked up in confusion, unable to comprehend the words spoken. Qin Tong clicked her tongue, realizing her assumption was unfounded, and shifted slightly away. Yet, she could not help but steal glances at Ya, finding her peculiar again. An idea struck Qin Tong. Could she be from ancient times? Leaning in once more, she found Ya still with her head bowed. Using her peripheral vision, Qin Tong observed her bashful smile, which seemed devoid of teeth, a rather endearing shyness. Before my bed, the bright moonlight, Qin Tong recited a line of poetry to Ya. The confusion in Ya's eyes deepened. She could not fathom Qin Tong's behavior, finding it exceedingly strange. Qin Tong awkwardly chuckled, deciding it was best to simply ask, "What kind of beast are you?" At that moment, Mu and I dashed over from the riverbank, exclaiming, "Little female beast, what are you doing?" Qin Tong stood up, sensing that her proximity made Ya increasingly anxious. I just wanted to inquire what kind of beast Yaya is. Muin and I smiled and replied, Yaya is a long-haired rabbit beast. Qin Tong paused for a moment, astonished that rabbits existed in this world, in a wonder. Rabbits were notoriously timid. This explanation rationalized Yaya's behavior. Perhaps in her beast form, she was even less formidable than in her human form, hence her preference for remaining human. With a smile, Qin Tong asked, Yaya, may I see your beast form? She was genuinely curious about what a rabbit in this world looked like and whether it would be adorable. Yaya looked up at Qin Tong, who noticed a hint of distress in her expression. Never mind, I don't need to see it. Please don't be afraid. However, in the next moment, a white, long-haired rabbit appeared before Qin Tong. She covered her mouth in astonishment. Did this world have rabbits of normal size? Who could explain why a rabbit towered over a human? It was utterly absurd. Yet, it appeared so soft and fluffy. Qin Tong rushed over and embraced the rabbit. Yaya trembled in surprise. Oh, soft! Qin Tong exclaimed as she pressed her face against Yaya's fur, marveling at its texture. Acting rather mischievously, Qin Tong's hands roamed over Yaya, akin to petting a dog, yet now she was petting a rabbit. Wow, you're so plump. I could really go for some spicy rabbit bites. Thankfully, Qin Tong expressed this in Mandarin. Otherwise, Yaya might have fainted in shock. Yaya remained still, allowing Qin Tong to pet her. Muin and I stood back, feeling a tinge of displeasure. The little female beast had never shown such affection toward her. Chapter 46. Jealousy arises eventually. Qin Tong had her fill of petting and withdrew from Yaya. Upon transforming back into her human form, Yaya's cheeks flushed a bright red. Muin and I pouted. Little female beast, you've never petted me like that. Qin Tong nearly choked on her own saliva. Why, dear? You have 3 mates. Do you think it's appropriate for me to pet you? Let Li Jiang do it instead. I want you to do it, Muin and I insisted. The more Qin Tong protested, the more unwilling Muin and I became. Why could she pet other female beasts but not her? After all, her beast form was quite stunning. And Li Jiang always praised her appearance. With a resigned look, Qin Tong watched as Muin and I nuzzled into her embrace, her hand instinctively stroking her fur, akin to petting a cat, though this particular cat was rather large. When Lai Wei and Lai Wu emerged from the river, they were greeted by the sight of Muin and I purring contentedly, an expression of bliss as she lay beside Qin Tong. While Yaya sat blushing nearby, if Qin Tong were to describe it, it resembled the aftermath of a wedding night. Lai Wei and Lai Wu were utterly bewildered by the scene before them. What had transpired? Qin Tong ceased her affectionate gestures, for the water had boiled. Reluctantly, Muin and I stood up, remarking, little female beast, that felt so wonderful. I don't know how you do it, but you're even better than Li Jiang. Qin Tong was completely taken aback by this statement, nearly choking on her saliva again. Someone, please, take this little devil away. Such indecent remarks. She's still a child. After placing the tea bran in the boiling water and extinguishing the flame, Qin Tong waited for it to cool before preparing to wash their hair. As the water would take a while to cool, she decided to organize a game for everyone to play. Qin Tong instructed them to watch her as she explained the rules. 1 hand equals 5, 2 hands equal 10, 3 equals 15, and 4 equals 20. We'll show our hands and see who can guess correctly. Lai Wu, perplexed, asked, what is 5? Qin Tong face-bombed. Did orcs not understand numbers? It's claws. Guess how many claws there are. I have 4 claws. The others continued to look utterly lost. After multiple explanations and attempts to teach them the game, Qin Tong felt utterly defeated. Why was it so challenging for them to comprehend? Did her language skills still require refinement? Ultimately, she abandoned the idea and opted to engage in conversation instead. Qin Tong found herself particularly intrigued by Yaya, for while she understood that rabbits were timid, this level of timidity was excessive. Curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, Yaya, how did you end up here? Yaya revealed, I was abandoned by my tribe and ended up in the Dfan tribe. Lai Wu elucidated, with Yaya's head slightly bowed. Qin Tong cast a sympathetic glance at Yaya, while Muin and I deliberately leaned her body to obstruct Qin Tong's line of sight. What is the matter with this little female beast? Why does she keep gazing at other female beasts? Is she no longer appealing? Previously, she only had eyes for her. Qin Tong, oblivious to Muin Ni's thoughts, continued to inquire of Lai Wu, why is that? Lai Wu fell silent, and Yaya's head drooped even lower. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Qin Tong hastily stood up, declaring it was time to wash their fur. Better not to inquire further. It was evident this resembled a tragic tale. And if that rabbit were to feel distressed, she wouldn't be the one to console her. Qin Tong intended to wash Yi first, but Muin and I swiftly intervened, refusing to allow Yi to be washed. Thus, Qin Tong had no choice but to assist Muin and I first, initially considering that Yi's white fur might get tarnished if she washed her after the others. The last time she had bathed Galan, it had been quite a challenge to cleanse her fur. They had no concept of washing their hair. Their usual grooming consisted merely of licking their fur. However, in human form, it was rather difficult to groom one's hair, leading to tangles and accumulation of dirt, which was quite normal. Muin and I sat beside the pot, requesting Qin Tong to help her scrub her hair. "Little female beast, do you no longer like me?" Qin Tong took a deep breath, pondering why Muin and I was behaving this way today. Had she suffered a heartbreak? She seemed to utter astonishing remarks. "Not at all," Qin Tong gently replied. "So, you do like me?" Muin and I inquired, her spirits lifted. Qin Tong nodded. "Are you saying I am your favorite?" If the little female beast dared to declare her fondness for Yi, Muin and I would scratch her and then no longer favor her. Qin Tong found herself increasingly inclined to suspect that Muin and I had indeed suffered a heartbreak. What could such words possibly mean? Her thoughts were muddled, and she needed to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Observing Qin Tong's prolonged silence, Muin's expression shifted slightly. "I like you the most, for you are my good friend." Upon hearing this satisfactory answer, Muin's smile returned. "Little female beast, what does good friend mean?" "Well, it means something like this." Muin and I still did not quite grasp the meaning of good friend, but she felt assured that the little female beast was surely speaking well of her. One by one, Qin Tong diligently washed their heads, exhausting herself in the process. Their hair was quite difficult to cleanse, with numerous tangles that required careful scrubbing to detangle. Qin Tong believed they were in dire need of a comb, as she was too. Lately, she had merely been managing her hair with her fingers. Yi was the last to finish her wash. Indeed, rabbit fur is soft and easy to manage, and fortunately, the water remained relatively clear, sparing Yi's fur from becoming discolored. They had first washed by the river with river water several times, followed by a cleansing with tea husk water, and finally rinsed with river water, resulting in a remarkably clean finish, albeit exhausting. Muin and I and Lai Wu had been running about, attempting to catch the wind in their fur. Qin Tong smiled and beckoned Muin and I to approach. Grasping Muin and I's fur, she skillfully braided it, while Lai Wu and Lai Wei observed nearby, even the timid Yi watching curiously as Qin Tong worked. "Little female beast, that looks splendid. I want one too," Lai Wu exclaimed. Lai Wei, unwilling to be left out, chimed in. "I want one as well." Muin and I, unable to see, kept shaking her head, eager to know what was so beautiful, curious about what the little female beast was doing. Qin Tong braided the hair on either side of Muin's forehead and finally secured the two braids at the back of her head. "Lai Wu, go fetch me a blade of grass." Lacking rubber bands, Qin Tong resorted to using grass as a substitute. It may not be particularly sturdy, but it would suffice for securing the braids. Once Muin and I was tied up, she kept reaching to touch her head. "No touching, or it will get messy," Qin Tong cautioned Muin's inquisitive nature. She asked Lai Wu to sit still and tied a braid for her as well, so that Muin and I would know what it looked like. "Yeah, do you want me to braid your hair?" Qin Tong gently asked. Yi lifted her gaze to glance at Qin Tong, then quickly looked down again, finally giving a slight nod. Muin and I was particularly excited, thinking the little female beast was incredibly skilled at transforming hair into something so lovely. She pulled Lai Wu along the riverside to gather many flowers, hoping Qin Tong would weave them into a flower crown for her. On their way back, they were all in high spirits, except for one person, Qin Tong, who was too exhausted to speak. Upon returning to the camp, Muin and I immediately dashed toward Lijiang, akin to a dog spotting a bone. Rushing over, Qin Tong turned her head quickly, remarking on the power of love. Chapter 47. Injury. The love of the beastmen is often impulsive and fervent. Qin Tong still found it challenging to acclimate to the unabashed intimacy displayed among the beastmen. Muin and I remained as bold as ever. Feeling utterly drained, she lay prostrate on a rock, the warm sunlight dispelling some of her fatigue. "Little female beast, I heard from others that you nearly got beaten up by Jing Jia." And Lisha returned with food and, upon seeing Qin Tong sprawled on the rock, couldn't resist teasing her. It was surprising to find that beastmen enjoyed gossip as well. Qin Tong barely mustered the energy to open her eyes. Responding lazily, Enlisha, brimming with interest, perched on the rock beside her. Little female beast, what type of beast do you fancy? Qin Tong finally lifted her gaze, glancing at Enlisha before letting her head droop once more. Initially thinking she had mistaken her for someone else. Are you playing matchmaker? Enlisha scratched her head, puzzled by the little female beast's peculiar words. Matchmaker? Yes. What is a matchmaker? Qin Tong lay there like a lifeless dog, disinterested in engaging with Enlisha. However, Enlisha persisted. Little female beast, what do you think of He-Er? Enlisha succumbed to the temptation of He-Er's abundant food. Qin Tong sat up, genuinely curious about who He-Er was. As she had no memory of this beastman. He-Er is? Enlisha hesitated, unable to finish her sentence. A fleeting glance from across the way caused Enlisha to close her mouth. Qin Tong noticed the change in Enlisha's countenance and turned her head, only to see Mo-Si's piercing gaze approaching, his tall figure looming closer. Qin Tong felt the pressure and grew anxious, wanting to turn to Enlisha to inquire about the situation, but upon turning, she found no trace of Enlisha. Inwardly cursing Enlisha, she thought, You want to know about He-Er? Mo-Si's voice came softly, yet an inexplicable air of jealousy lingered in the atmosphere. Qin Tong tilted her head, confused by Mo-Si's intent. Mo-Si wasn't seeking an answer, naturally settling down beside Qin Tong. They shared a silence, each harboring their own thoughts. Qin Tong was no fool. Mo-Si's intentions were glaringly obvious, and she could hardly pretend otherwise. Initially, she might have attributed it to the nature of the beastmen, but after the events of that night, she began to observe Mo-Si's interactions with other beastmen more intentionally. The more she observed, the clearer it became that Mo-Si's feelings for her were unique, a distinction that, for her, was less than favorable. As a superficial admirer, it was indeed challenging to reject such exquisite beauty. Yet reason cautioned her against it. Even though she understood that returning home was a futile hope, even though she resigned herself to stay here, a flicker of yearning still lingered within her. What if a miracle were to occur? How would she then navigate such a scenario? Even without the what if, numerous concerns clouded her mind. Thus, she could only ignore that uniqueness, Mo-Si, perceptive to the little female beast's emotional turmoil. Sensed the sorrowful aura emanating from her up until mealtime. Qin Tong remained distracted. While roasting meat, she accidentally burned her hand, visible blisters forming. Mo-Si was the first to notice Qin Tong's injury, rushing to her side. His handsome features marred by a deep frown, his brow furrowed as he grasped her hand tightly. Nearby, the male beasts quickly caught wind of the situation, and Gu Lan swiftly called for Jing Jia. Qin Tong struggled, attempting to withdraw her hand from Mo-Si's grasp, but her efforts proved futile. Jing Jia cast a cold glance at her burned hand, his expression unreadable, yet inwardly he berated her weakness. Having encountered the same hot stone, Muin and I had only suffered a slight redness, which faded quickly, while this female beast had turned her injury into such a spectacle. Jing Jia took Qin Tong's hand from Mo-Si's grasp. His indifferent gaze flickered momentarily. Such small claws, such a frail female beast. Surely with a mere squeeze, they would shatter. Qin Tong was still quite fearful of Jing Jia, preferring him over Mo-Si, yet she was more averse to having Jing Jia touch her. She twisted her wrist, straining to pull her hand free from Jing Jia's grip. Unlike Mo-Si, Jing Jia was not gentle. Rather, her struggles only prompted him to tighten his hold, the veins on the back of his hand standing out, indicating the force he exerted. Fortunately, it was only a brief moment before Jing Jia relented. You do well to behave, he said, his tone deceptively soft, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. Jing Jia had never treated a burn before, as the tribe had lacked fire in the past. His cold gaze narrowed as he inspected the blisters, poking at one of the plump bubbles with his finger. Do you know how to treat it? Qin Tong gritted her teeth, stifling her frustration as she quipped, Why don't you apply some medicine instead of poking me? However, these words remained unspoken, kept safely within her mind. After several minutes of silence, Jing Jia remained unmoving. Dear shaman, if you truly don't know how, could you kindly release my hand? I can tend to it myself, Qin Tong said with a smile. A string of words flowed from Qin Tong's lips. Yet Jing Jia only caught the word shaman, glancing up at her. Sensing the confusion in Jing Jia's gaze, Qin Tong took a deep breath and revealed a standard smile. First, rinse it with water, and then apply some honey. However, the blisters had grown so large that further cooling with water seemed futile. She merely wished to extricate her hand from Jing Jia's grasp. Yet honey, indeed, possesses genuine properties for treating burns, albeit through unconventional methods. Unfortunately, there was no burn ointment available here. What is honey? Jing Jia inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Qin Tong's smile faded. Could it be that there was no honey here? That didn't seem right. Wasn't there bee pupae? How could there possibly be no honey? It wasn't that honey was entirely absent, but rather it was simply not referred to by that name, leaving Jing Jia bewildered. Liza approached, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the blisters on Qin Tong's hand. What is this, little female beast? She asked, her curiosity palpable. Qin Tong widened her eyes in disbelief as Liza, without a second thought, poked at the blister. Jing Jia squinted and turned her head, while Mose furrowed his brow. Casting a concerned glance at Liza, the surrounding beastmen were equally taken aback by her actions. Realizing how easily the blister had burst, Liza was further astonished. The attention on her made her increasingly anxious. And her voice came out dry as she explained. Just then, a high-pitched wail broke through, amplifying the tension. Qin Tong's cries intensified Liza's nerves. Hell moved his neck and shrugged, inching closer to Liza. Liza, nervously swallowing, stepped back only to collide with a solid wall of flesh, discovering it was another beastman. The sound of thudding echoed, and chaos stirred clouds of dust. I was wrong. Please stop. Don't pluck my fur. Ah, don't hit me. Qin Tong saw this scene unfold and abruptly ceased her cries, narrowing her eyes toward the source of Liza's voice. The beastmen were indeed rather fierce in their actions. Chapter 48. You are not white. The sky blushed with hues of red and gold. The sun poised to descend. Qin Tong sat side by side with Liza, and as she gazed at Liza's face, she couldn't help but chuckle. What once appeared to be a handsome visage now resembled that of a pig's head. Little female beast, why are you still laughing? Liza asked, exasperated. Qin Tong covered her mouth with her uninjured hand. Are you all right? Yet her laughter threatened to spill forth again. Little female beast, she gestured dismissively. I'm not laughing. Not laughing. But as soon as the words left her lips, laughter erupted again. It was simply irresistible. These beastmen were too ruthless, even turning on their own kind so mercilessly, focusing their ire on faces. Liza stood up, clearly intending to leave, but Qin Tong quickly grabbed her arm. Don't go. I promise I won't laugh this time. I truly need your help. She wished to make a torch and required Liza to accompany her in search of materials. She had only read about torches in books and wasn't sure if she could succeed. It wasn't that she didn't want to ask Mose for assistance. Rather, he had left early in the morning with shrouded in mystery about the task at hand. Liza was the most familiar face to her, so she had no choice but to seek her help. Additionally, there was another reason. She couldn't bear to look at the other beastmen who wore no furs. As Qin Tong rode on Liza's back, they meandered along the river, in her understanding. A torch didn't need to be an exact replica. It merely needed to preserve the flame. She envisioned it resembling a fragrant candle, akin to the incense used at gravesides, burning slowly to maintain the ember. Though she lacked the skills to craft either a torch or incense, she believed she could amalgamate the two concepts. Now, she needed to find some bamboo and leaves rich in oils. Liza led Qin Tong in circles, yet they still couldn't locate the desired items. What exactly are you searching for, little female beast? Qin Tong raised her head from the underbrush, glancing at Liza before returning her gaze to the ground. For her, Liza was merely a guide, a mode of transport, and a bodyguard, nothing more. Even if she explained, Liza wouldn't understand. Suddenly, Qin Tong let out a shriek. Liza rushed over, her intention to inform her that this area yielded nothing, ready to change locations, but she turned and inadvertently pricked her arm. Are you all right? Little female beast? Liza asked, alarmed. She couldn't allow a female beast to be harmed, or he'd be in trouble returning to the camp. Qin Tong remained still. Little female beast? Liza queried, perplexed by her immobility. This, Qin Tong exclaimed, pointing to a thorny branch nearby. This is a branch of the mountain hibiscus. I remember it being hollow, If we can't find bamboo, this should suffice. She took her knife and scraped away the thorns. Eliza approached, casting a glance before diving in. Wow, that's bold. No, that's ferocious. Qin Tong was taken aback, astonished by Eliza's audacity. Aren't you afraid of hurting your hand? Is this what you came out for? It's not even edible. Eliza assumed, thinking Qin Tong sought food, only to discover it was for that peculiar leaf. Qin Tong was astounded by how beastmen describe things solely in terms of edibility. She took the branch wrapped in leaves and assessed its size. It was just right. Having located the most crucial item, she felt no urgency and decided to rest by the riverbank. Qin Tong removed her shoes and dipped her feet into the water. Feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort, a serene smile gracing her face, Eliza mimicked Qin Tong, sitting by the riverbank. What is this? She asked, pointing to the discarded shoes. Qin Tong glanced at them and splashed her hand in the water. Reflecting on her shoes, she felt grateful to that senior. She had wanted to impress him and insisted on wearing the same style, purchasing these shoes. That senior was an avid mountaineer, hence the specialized footwear. Fortunately, she had followed suit. Otherwise, given her ignorance at the time, she might have worn high heels for climbing. Now, the only intact item from her ensemble was these shoes, which had yet to fail her. Without them, traversing such treacherous terrain would have driven her to madness. What are you laughing at? Little female beast, you're not going to start mocking them again, are you? Qin Tong snapped back to reality. Shaking her head, she merely recalled those absurd moments with amusement. Indeed, it was quite ludicrous to find herself in this predicament for the sake of Amiens. It seemed that being infatuated had its consequences, and she couldn't fathom why she had ever thought those here were more appealing than that senior. You still haven't told me, Eliza pressed, her curiosity piqued as she had long wanted to ask. Qin Tong pondered for a moment. If she mentioned shoes, Eliza would likely inquire further about what they were. They're like your horns, a means of protection. This answer left Eliza more bewildered. But my horns can't be removed. Did your horn break off? Eliza asked, horrified. Qin Tong remained unfazed, her heart steady, saying nonchalantly, yes. She genuinely couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, even if she did, they would only grasp it partially. Her response elicited a sympathetic gaze from Eliza. Without warning, Eliza plunged into the river, transforming back into her beast form the moment she hit the water, sending splashes everywhere. Qin Tong wiped the water from her face. Eliza, you'll pay for this. It was truly inconsiderate of her to jump in without warning. Upon hearing this, Eliza stood awkwardly in the water. Fortunately, Qin Tong was merely jesting and held no anger. She picked up a nearby small stone and tossed it near Eliza, creating a splash. Seeing that Qin Tong was not upset, Eliza began to play along. Despite her beast form appearing cumbersome, she was surprisingly agile, skillfully dodging the splashes Qin Tong sent her way as twilight approached. Qin Tong suggested to Eliza that they catch a few fish in the river before heading back. Earlier, she had discovered something promising while searching for oily leaves, a leaf that bore a striking resemblance to perilla. Perilla paired with fish was a perfect combination. Qin Tong first went to gather the perilla while instructing Eliza to catch fish. Upon returning from her task, she was momentarily stunned to see a multitude of fish, both large and small, gathered by the riverbank. Considering the beastmen's hearty appetites, she decided to take them all relaxed. She settled onto Eliza's back. Aren't you a rhinoceros? Why aren't you like eating only plants? Qin Tong suddenly pondered this question. She recalled that in the animal kingdom, rhinoceroses were typically herbivorous. I'm a white rhinoceros, of course, I eat meat. White rhinoceros? Where's the white in you? Qin Tong replied with a look of disbelief. To her, Eliza appeared to be an ordinary rhinoceros, just larger in size. Little female beast, we are called the white rhinoceros tribe, not because we're white. But you're not white at all. We're called Kabai, but you're not white in the least. Chapter 49. High difficulty. The sun had fully set, and the light within the jungle gradually dimmed. Fortunately, they were nearing the camp. It wasn't that Qin Tong had memorized the route. Rather, she believed she could hear the sounds of beastmen frolicking nearby. A massive figure approached Qin Tong, who was preoccupied with her branch and failed to notice. However, Eliza had already been aware and quickened her pace toward the looming shape. Eliza, you nearly made me fall. The abrupt acceleration caught Qin Tong off guard, causing her to tilt to one side. That moment, She also caught sight of the shadow of a colossal beast. It was Mose. Upon returning with Mose had not seen Qin Tong and, after inquiring with other beasts, learned that Enliza had taken the young female beast to the riverbank. However, the sun was nearly setting, and Enliza had yet to return with the young female beast, which left Mose feeling uneasy. He resolved to personally check the riverside and, as fate would have it, encountered Enliza returning with the young female beast. Before Enliza could speak, Mose inquired, "Why are you only now returning?" His tone carried an undertone of reproach. Enliza did not retort. It was indeed dangerous to take the female beast out after sunset. "We must hurry back." "No more talking," she urged. Qin Tong, unable to comprehend their beast language, simply understood that they were communicating. All she desired was for them to return swiftly, as she seemed to hear a sound akin to a child's crying. In this primitive society, what child could be crying? The sound was exceedingly eerie. The young female beast had spoken, prompting Mose to comply. Yet, as they made their way back, the sound of crying grew ever closer. Qin Tong glanced at Mose, who stood behind Enliza. He seemed oblivious to the sound. Swallowing hard, she pondered, could it be that only I can hear it? Moreover, why was the sound drawing nearer? Was it a case of a ghostly phenomenon? Once such a terrifying thought took root, her imagination spiraled into the bizarre, conjuring up all manner of frightful speculations, sending chills racing down her spine. Mose quickly noticed Qin Tong's distress and transformed into his human form, standing beside Enliza. "What's wrong with the young female beast?" he asked. Enliza also paused, warily scanning their surroundings, which appeared untroubled. They were nearing the camp, and there should be no danger. The night had fully descended, and Qin Tong could only make out Mose's silhouette. "Mose, did you hear anything?" she inquired anxiously. "What?" Enliza responded. Mose surveyed the environment once more, confirming that no threat was present. "Nothing," he replied candidly. Their exchange only heightened Qin Tong's fear. "May Buddha be merciful, may heaven protect us. Amen." Mose, capable of seeing clearly in the dark, was acutely aware of the terror reflected in Qin Tong's eyes. "Young female beast, do you sense danger?" he asked gently, his voice softening as he observed the young female beast's demeanor. Upon hearing Mose's words, Qin Tong's fear subsided slightly. How could she forget that two formidable beings were at her side? Even if something peculiar were to appear, surely they could handle it. "It's nothing," Qin Tong feigned calmness. Mose contemplated whether the young female beast had sensed danger from afar, but his unease persisted, prompting him to climb onto Enliza's back. "Enliza, let us return swiftly." Strangely, the sound grew clearer. "Mose, tell me, did you hear anything?" Qin Tong pressed again. Mose was perplexed by what she meant by hear. "Hear what?" "The sound," she insisted. "What sound?" Enliza echoed, equally curious. "The terrifying sound in unison," Mose and Enliza replied. "There is none." Qin Tong felt an urge to curse. What did this mean? Were they toying with her merely because she was kind-hearted? The sound indeed seemed to draw nearer. Qin Tong perked up her ears, straining to listen, and suddenly squinted. Though her vision was poor, she sensed movement among the trees ahead. Could it be? Right there in that tree? Nervously, she leaned closer to Mose. "The tree is moving. Do you see it?" Mose glanced up and nodded, affirming, "I see it." Now it was Qin Tong's turn to be astonished. "But you said you couldn't hear it. How can you see it? Then why did you say you couldn't hear it?" Qin Tong retorted, her irritation mounting. Mose narrowed his golden eyes, incredulous, his voice low and hoarse. "Is this what you mean by a terrifying sound?" "Yes," Qin Tong affirmed. "In this quiet forest, the sound of a child crying. Is that frightening?" Enliza, clearly taken aback, halted in place. "What is this?" Mose seemed to understand. "That's the sound of Muani and Linti," he explained, finding it bewildering that the young female beast could be so frightened over such a sound. As if she had no inkling of what it was, fortunately, there was no real danger. For beastmen, how could such a sound be deemed terrifying? Rather, it was pleasant. He wondered why the young female beast didn't grasp even this. "What? Who did you say?" Qin Tong exclaimed, her face expressing disbelief. "This crying has nothing to do with Muani. I distinctly remember Muani's voice not sounding like this. It is indeed Muani," Enliza reiterated, having prepared for an actual threat. only to find that the terrifying sound was merely this: impossible. Qin Tong protested, eager to debate within Liza. Mose took Qin Tong's hand and assured her, this is true. Qin Tong was utterly bewildered. How could this possibly be Muani's voice, especially scaring her on the way back? What could she be doing in that tree? Although still somewhat skeptical, she had no reason to believe Mose would deceive her. Mating, Mose calmly uttered. Mating? Are you serious? Qin Tong exclaimed, feeling as if struck by lightning, utterly perplexed. In Liza, let us go. Mose offered no further explanation, eager to return for meat and avoid lingering there, as they passed beneath the tree. Qin Tong craned her neck to look up but could see nothing with her poor eyesight. She was nearly convinced, recalling that cats made similar sounds during mating. Surely, the fierce cat could be classified as a cat. Right? Good heavens, she lamented. Muani is truly becoming more outrageous. She could have done it elsewhere, but why in a tree? Is this some sort of challenge? Even if she sought a challenge, why not choose a more distant location? Young female beast, you really are foolish, Liza teased. Qin Tong refrained from responding. As a human, how could she comprehend such animalistic inclinations? She recalled that during the last live broadcast, Muani had not made such sounds. Now, all she wanted was to cry out to the heavens, restore my innocence. Until they returned to the camp, Qin Tong remained unable to recover from the shock of Muani's audacious challenge. Once the fish was grilled, Muani returned right on time. Qin Tong found herself hesitant to meet Muani's gaze, merely sighing, life in a primitive society is truly carefree. Chapter 50. The Fire Starter. Tonight's fish, enhanced by the addition of perilla, was even more delectable. The unique aroma of perilla neutralized the fishy scent, prompting Qin Tong to indulge in several pieces of fish meat. Young female beast, if you eat so little, you won't grow strong, Jelen often urged, attempting to encourage Qin Tong to eat more. Each time, Qin Tong would nod in agreement, yet her habits remained unchanged. Since learning that Jelen was a female, her perception of Jelen transformed to that of a maternal figure, reminiscent of her own mother, who would fret about her eating habits. Moreover, how could a human's appetite compare to that of a beast man? This was already Qin Tong's effort to eat more. In comparison to the beastmen, she still consumed relatively little. After satiating her hunger, she began to tidy up the branches of the mountain hibiscus. The branches of the mountain hibiscus could not be compared to bamboo. Bamboo was solidly hollow, while the mountain hibiscus contained something within, similar to a sponge, requiring the extraction of its inner contents. What do you need this for? Can this also be eaten? Muani asked, picking up the branch Qin Tong had set aside. Qin Tong felt exasperated by the beastmen's tendency to categorize everything by whether it was edible. No, it cannot be eaten. If it cannot be eaten, then what purpose does it serve? Muani's curiosity was insatiable. Qin Tong cast a glance at Muani, observing her contented expression, and was reminded of the awkward incident from earlier. After exchanging a few words, she slipped away. The next day, Qin Tong awoke early, unable to shake the thought of the fire starter that occupied her mind. She ground the charcoal into powder and mashed the leaves of the zhangye tree into a paste. The seeds of the zhangye tree could also be pressed for oil, and she had discovered this fact only after extensive reading. The flora and fauna in this place were often mismatched, primarily in size, but fortunately, their appearances remained largely unchanged. Otherwise, Qin Tong would have found herself even more troubled. The branches of the mountain hibiscus she had processed last night were placed by the fire to dry overnight. And now all the materials were gathered. Both charcoal and zhangye were highly flammable. By mixing the charcoal ash with the leaf paste and rolling it into strips to dry, it would behave like incense. Now, all that remained was to combine the components, which could be stirred with a twig, but rolling was a different matter. With a long sigh, Qin Tong gazed at the pile of dark substance before her, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to begin. Yet, for the sake of future warmth and sustenance, she steeled herself. Perhaps due to a lack of sufficient zhangye leaves, the mixture seemed to lack stickiness, making it difficult to form. After several attempts, the desired consistency was finally achieved. Jing Zha emerged from the cave and spotted Qin Tong squatting beneath a tree, seemingly engaged in some mysterious activity. As he approached, he was startled to see the small female beast's hands covered in black. Hearing the sound, Qin Tong looked up and recognized Jing Zha but chose to ignore him, returning her focus to her task. Jing Zha, however, remained nearby, watching intently. He could no longer underestimate this female beast. She was more intelligent than any he had encountered before, and he was curious about what she was creating, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Taking a slender twig, she smeared the viscous substance onto it and soon fashioned a strip. Qin Tong carefully lifted it, noting that it held together. This was a significant milestone, prompting her to laugh with delight. "What is this? How can it bring you such joy?" Jingjia wondered, intrigued but perplexed by the odd black creation. Qin Tong cautiously placed it on a clean leaf, declaring, "This is a fire starter." In her excitement, she neglected to address Jingjia's question. A fire starter? The revelation astonished Jingj. He understood that the female beast could control fire, but this dark mass bore no resemblance to anything he considered a fire starter. It was not that he doubted her. It simply appeared unconvincing. Bending down, Jingjia reached for the rolled strip, but Qin Tong, quick to react, stopped him, insisting it should not be touched. "Then why can you?" Jingjia felt that the female beast was deceiving him. With a smirk that concealed her amusement, Qin Tong extended her soot-blackened hands towards Jingjia. Inviting him to try it, he recoiled in distaste. As a member of the Silver Fox clan, he took great pride in his pristine white fur and despised the idea of becoming dirty, even in human form. Qin Tong shot him a disdainful look, thinking how ridiculous it was for a grown male to be so averse to dirt. "Why is this a fire starter?" Jingjia persisted, still eager to understand. "Once it's finished, you'll see," Qin Tong replied, hesitant to explain further, fearing embarrassment if her attempt failed. After preparing the mixture, it still required drying. Jingjia waited patiently, checking in on Qin Tong throughout the day. Anxious not to miss the moment of revelation, he felt a complex mix of emotions regarding the possibility of creating a fire starter. On one hand, he hoped it would work, but on the other, he wished it would not, for if it did, the Di Fahan tribe would no longer need to trade for fire. The cost of acquiring fire was steep, requiring vast quantities of food and even lives. Retrieving fire from the neighboring tribe involved a perilous journey through the jungle, often requiring many strong adult beasts. Numerous beasts had perished along the way, and even if they successfully traded for fire, it could mysteriously vanish before their return. If this female beast could truly create fire, future generations of the tribe would be spared from undertaking such dangerous expeditions. Yet, the thought of fire being easily made left him with a sense of unease. As his father had perished on the road to procure fire, as the day progressed, word of Qin Tong's endeavor to create fire spread throughout the tribe. By evening, she retrieved the dried charcoal strips and placed them upon the fire. Watching the charcoal ignite slowly, Qin Tong laughed in triumph. She had succeeded. However, the others were baffled, unable to comprehend why she claimed to be creating fire when it was merely igniting what was already there. Disappointment washed over Jingjia's face. It seemed fire could not be conjured after all. The expressions of the other beasts mirrored his dismay. Qin Tong then produced a hollow branch, placing the burning charcoal within and encasing it with a larger twig. Raising the makeshift tool high, she declared, "With this, the fire starter can be preserved." The beasts regarded her with skepticism, their disbelief evident. Observing their silence and doubtful expressions, Qin Tong retrieved the charcoal strip, gently blowing on it until sparks flew. Gathering some dry grass from the ground, she placed it atop the charcoal and blew vigorously, igniting the grass. The surrounding beasts were left in stunned silence, followed by an eruption of cheers. Chapter 51. Fire standing in the center. Qin Tong held the glowing charcoal aloft, her face aglow with joy. The ecstatic roars of the beasts resonated with her delight, and she felt their happiness as vividly as she had when she first produced a lighter. Witnessing them transform into their beast forms, their cries a testament to their joy. Among those present, Jingjia appeared the most composed, but beneath the surface, he was profoundly shaken. He had not witnessed how this female beast had brought fire to the tribe. He had only heard tales from others. Since Qin Tong introduced fire to the tribe, it had burned continuously, day and night, with vigilant beasts guarding it to ensure its safety. They, too, harbored fears of losing the fire. Despite knowing the female beast could conjure it, the anxiety lingered within them. Jingjia approached Qin Tong, taking the charcoal strip from her hands. "Can this truly preserve the fire starter?" "No," Qin Tong replied, shaking her head. Jingjia gazed at her with confusion, urgency in his voice. "Did you not say it could be preserved?" Retrieving the charcoal strip, Qin Tong placed it back into the hollow branch, explaining, "This fire starter can only be preserved for a limited time. Once it burns out, you'll need to replace it with another to maintain the flame." Jing Zha's eyes widened in realization. So, it can be taken to other places? Indeed, Qin Tong affirmed with a smile. "Impressive, isn't it?" Jing Zha nodded, acknowledging her brilliance. The tribe had never possessed fire since his birth. Even Mose had once led beasts to trade for it but had failed to bring it back. As a shaman, he had been unable to control fire, leading to its loss, a burden he had carried with guilt. Had he known this method at that time, perhaps they would have succeeded in returning with fire. "Teach me to control fire, female beast," he implored. Jing Zha gazed at Qin Tong earnestly and spoke sincerely. Qin Tong, taken aback by Jing Zha's unexpected candor, realized this was the first instance she had witnessed such genuine communication from him. Although Jing Zha had previously spoken in a gentle manner, she was aware that it was merely a fade. Despite her lack of affection for him, Qin Tong was reluctant to reject Jing Zha. She understood the vital significance of fire to these beasts. If one day she were to return home unexpectedly, it would be imperative that they did not lose their source of fire. Even to this day, Qin Tong still held onto the hope of returning home. That night was a wild celebration for the beasts, a revelry that would not soon subside. The following day, Jing Zha arose early. The female beast informed him that instruction could only commence once the sun had risen. Qin Tong had recalled another method for igniting fire, friction, specifically through the technique of drilling wood. If they were to learn to control fire, it was essential to address the issue at its roots. After all, should they ever find themselves without fire, it would be akin to regressing to a time of liberation. Before dawn, Jing Zha appeared at the cave on the hillside. With Mose being the first to notice his arrival, his golden eyes flickered open, calm and collected. Upon merely glancing at Jing Zha, he retreated. When Qin Tong arose and spotted Jing Zha outside the cave, she felt a twinge of surprise. It seemed Jing Zha was indeed eager to learn the art of fire control. Fire posed a significant danger to the beasts, especially in the jungle. Thus, Qin Tong's first lesson would focus on extinguishing fire, an essential preliminary step. Mastering the art of extinguishing flames was far more critical than the ability to ignite them. In the jungle, a single spark could lead to catastrophic destruction, potentially annihilating countless lives. Qin Tong meticulously explained various methods of extinguishing fire to them. And it was not just Jing Zha who learned, but also Mose and Gulan. There were numerous techniques to quench flames, and Qin Tong spoke earnestly, while the three listened with rapt attention. In the jungle, the quickest way to douse a small fire was with dirt, followed by beating it with branches. For larger blazes, cutting off the source of the fire was paramount. After an extensive discourse lasting nearly half an hour, they came to understand that fire was not as perilous as it seemed, provided it could be controlled effectively. Next, Qin Tong instructed Mose to gather some dry twigs and grasses. She intended to demonstrate the method of drilling wood for fire herself. However, she overestimated her own abilities. Within mere minutes, her hands were blistered and bleeding. "Tong, aren't you supposed to be teaching fire control? What is the purpose of this?" Gulan frowned. Qin Tong did not respond but urged Mose to emulate her actions. Unlike Gulan, who voiced his questions, Jing Zha observed intently. Minutes later, a wisp of smoke finally emerged, and Qin Tong excitedly leaned down, instructing Mose not to cease. Mose, astonished by the smoke, halted his movements, but upon Qin Tong's encouragement, he resumed. With a few gentle puffs, a flame began to flicker to life. Mose stopped entirely, while Gulan and Jing Zha stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. "Is this truly how fire is obtained?" Gulan's voice was hoarse. Qin Tong nodded in affirmation. Jing Zha cautiously approached the flame, only to retract his hand abruptly, confirming the existence of fire. Observing their astonished expressions, Qin Tong chuckled softly. They were even more amazed than the previous night, rendered speechless as they fixated on the flickering flame. "Tong, you are truly brilliant," Gulan suddenly exclaimed, enveloping Qin Tong in a tight embrace. Qin Tong beamed, relishing the praise. She felt genuine joy for the beasts. If they could master the art of drilling wood for fire, they would always possess a source of flame. Jing Zha concurred with Gulan's sentiments, recognizing that this female beast was exceptionally clever. It seemed imperative to retain her in the Defane tribe. Even if she belonged to another tribe, she must be kept. "Female beast, how did you acquire this knowledge?" Jing Zha inquired nonchalantly. Qin Tong extricated herself from Gulan's embrace. Her gaze fixed on Jing Jia, uncertain of his intent. Was he probing her? Regardless of whether it was a test, Qin Tong hesitated to reveal the truth. Ji Lan noticed Qin Tong's hesitation and said, "If you do not wish to speak, then so be it." Jing Jia remained silent. Whether she spoke or not was inconsequential, for as Mose had remarked, this was their territory, and they held absolute advantage. Qin Tong continued to elaborate on the knowledge of fire. "Is there more?" Mose queried, having assumed that after such extensive discussion, they were finished. Of course, there are numerous methods for igniting fire in primitive society. The drilling wood technique is undoubtedly the most reliable, although various other methods exist. Jing Jia listened attentively, asking questions whenever he encountered confusion, and Qin Tong was forthcoming with her knowledge. Once Qin Tong had imparted all her knowledge, she was met with fervent gazes. "Is there something on my face?" Qin Tong inquired, touching her cheek. They simultaneously shook their heads. Jing Jia scrutinized Qin Tong with intensity, sensing that she must hail from a remarkably powerful tribe. Far beyond their imagination, Jing Jia's intuition echoed Mose's sentiments. Mose contemplated that this petite female beast was an absolute necessity to possess. Chapter 52. The Foolish Roe Deer. "Is there something on my face?" Qin Tong asked, furrowing her brow at Lai Wu. Lai Wu chuckled but did not respond. Yuan and I approached from a distance, cradling a vividly colored mushroom. "Little female beast, can this be consumed?" Qin Tong's lips twitched. Certainly, that was not edible. The color alone suggested it would lead to an untimely demise. "No, you must discard it." Upon hearing this, Mu and I quickly tossed the mushroom aside. "Little female beast, isn't meat more delectable? Why desire this?" It found the mushroom unpalatable and was puzzled by the little female beast's preferences. "It is necessary to balance meat and vegetables," she mused. However, this was not the case for the beasts. Only she required such balance. Reflecting on this, she realized how fragile humanity truly was. Foraging for ingredients in the primeval forest proved relatively easy, and before long, they had gathered an abundance of mushrooms. Throughout the day, the beasts regarded Qin Tong with sympathetic gazes, leaving her perplexed. Unable to contain her curiosity, she tugged at Fu Yili's arm. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Fu Yili evaded her gaze, further piquing her interest. "Speak up, or I shall slice your bird." Fu Yili shielded its prized possession with both hands. "Little female beast, will you speak or not?" Qin Tong brandished her fruit knife. "Its Enli Sha, he mentioned your horn is broken." Fu Yili blurted out in fear. Qin Tong's expression darkened. That blabbermouth Enli Sha had recklessly divulged her secret. She had merely intended to tease him, and now it was common knowledge that her horn was broken. No wonder Lai Wu and Muin and I had been casting her such odd glances today. Rek and the others returned with a wild buffalo, busily preparing the meat. Qin Tong dashed over, her excitement overshadowing the gruesome scene of butchery. All she could envision was the rich, flavorful beef tallow. The thought of beef hot pot made her mouth water. Rex sliced off the beef tallow that Qin Tong desired. "Little female beast, this is not palatable." He intended to offer her another cut of meat. "No, I want this piece." Qin Tong was determined to obtain the tallow. She enlisted the help of a beast to fetch water from the river to cleanse the tallow, chopping it into smaller pieces and placing them in a stone pot. The aroma of the rendered tallow soon wafted through the air. Muin and I appeared as expected. Muin and I, are you spying on me? How is it that you always show up when food is present? "I don't understand," Muin and I replied innocently. "Little female beast, this smells delightful," it said, saliva dripping from its mouth. Lai Wu and Lai Wei approached, asking if it was edible. Since becoming acquainted with Qin Tong, they had grown more relaxed around her. The enticing scent of the beef tallow attracted the attention of other nearby beasts. "Little female beast, can this be eaten?" They typically discarded such meat, believing it unpalatable. Qin Tong ladled the prepared tallow into a stone bowl. Noticing her fondness for these bowls, Mose crafted several more. The rendered beef fat yielded several large bowls of tallow, with a small amount left in the pot to salt the mushrooms they had gathered that day. The combination of tallow and mushrooms produced an irresistible aroma that even Muin and I, who typically disliked mushrooms, found delectable. "Little female beast, this smells wonderful." The beasts craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Amused by the scene, Qin Tong recalled that not long ago, she had been a culinary disaster. Yet now she was capable of creating dishes that made others salivate. After sauteing the mushrooms for a while, she added water and beef bones to stew. "Can we eat now?" Muin and I inquired, holding a stone bowl and mimicking Qin Tong's eating style with 2 small sticks. Muin and I believed the little female beast to be quite clever, as this method would prevent burns, evidently learning from its previous experience with the hot stone slab. "We must wait, at the very least. It should stew longer. I lack experience and suspect the mushrooms from last time were not cooked long enough." Resulting in my dizziness, it was not until the broth had transformed into a milky white color that Qin Tong reduced the heat. She retrieved a few dried berries she had discovered by the river the previous day. Having picked 2, crushing the berries, she dipped a piece of beef into the mixture, savoring the fragrant and spicy flavor that danced upon her palate. Qin Tong's eyes narrowed in delight. Having come to this place, she had almost forgotten the taste of spice, but at last, she could relish it. "Little female beast, what about me?" Muin and I called out, lifting its stone bowl, hesitant to approach due to the steam rising from the pot. "Just a moment." Qin Tong offered a generous piece of meat from the pot to Muin and I. Lai Wu and Lai Wei were not left out either. This time, Muin and I was not particularly fond of the meat. She preferred it to be a bit firmer. While Mu and Ni's tastes were not aligned, there were other orcs who enjoyed it, namely Lai Wu and Lai Wei. They not only relished the meat, but also took a liking to the mushrooms they tried for the first time. "Little female beast, your meat is different from mine," Muin and I complained, having discerned the discrepancy in flavor. Qin Tong swallowed the piece of meat in her mouth, teasingly asking, "Do you want to try?" A glint of mischief flashed in her eyes. Muin and I nodded, feeling that the little female beast's meat seemed more delectable. With a knowing smile, Qin Tong offered a piece from her bowl to Muin and I. Without a moment's hesitation, Muin and I swallowed it whole. But as anticipated by Qin Tong, she promptly spat it out. Extending her tongue and wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, she exclaimed, "Little female beast, you are tormenting me." Hearing Mu and Ni's commotion, Li Jiang and Lint rushed over, surrounding Muin and I and anxiously asking, "What happened?" Muin and I could not articulate the issue, merely pointing at the stone. "What is wrong with her?" Lint asked Qin Tong with a serious expression. Qin Tong shrugged her shoulders, saying, "Just have her drink some water. She'll be fine in a bit." Zhu is similar to Sichuan pepper, with a hint of spiciness. Indeed, after drinking water, Muin and I soon felt relief. With a grave expression, she remarked, "Little female beast, the meat you eat is terrifying." Qin Tong chuckled lightly, "Whose fault is it that you have a greedy palate?" Meanwhile, Jingjia, observing from the tree, became intrigued by the contents of Qin Tong's bowl. He jumped down, pinched a piece of meat from her bowl, and tossed it into his mouth. Qin Tong shot him a disapproving look, thinking it unsanitary, while simultaneously curious about his reaction. She closely watched the changes in Jingjia's expression, and indeed, like Muin and I, he quickly spat the meat out, his face contorting. Qin Tong stifled a laugh, thinking that curiosity could be perilous. Spicy foods like Sichuan pepper are inherently stimulating for animals, even for humans. The sensation of spiciness often signals harmful reactions. Zhu, being quite similar to Sichuan pepper, is even spicier. "Why do you eat such dreadful things?" Jingjia lamented. Qin Tong placed a large piece of meat in her mouth, asserting it is undeniably fragrant. Stir-frying should enhance the aroma. Jingjia cast her a disdainful glance, hastily making his way to drink water. Upon seeing Jingjia leave, Enliza darted over, exclaiming, "Little female beast, I want to try too." Qin Tong rolled her eyes at Enliza, wondering why he thought he deserved a share as well. "You want to eat?" Enliza nodded. Qin Tong suddenly felt that he might be hopeless. After all, if Jingjia had such a reaction, why would he still want to try? Declaring with resolve, Enliza believed he was tougher than Jingjia, thinking, how terrible could something that a little female beast can eat be? Sure enough, after Enliza spat out the meat, he dashed towards the riverbank, transforming into his beast form. "Little female beast, I want to try." He insisted, "I want to as well." Qin Tong's lips twitched in disbelief, wondering what was happening. Were they all foolish? Knowing it would be detrimental, they still succumbed to their curiosity? Chapter 53. By me a bag of salt. Qin Tong could hardly contain her laughter as she observed the orcs one by one succumbing to their fate in pursuit of curiosity. They all experienced the horrors of Zhu, leaving her uncertain whether to deem them endearing or foolish. She also pondered if their enemies had similarly poisoned them out of curiosity. Even Mose attempted the reckless endeavor. After drinking water and regaining composure, the orcs gathered around the campfire, while Chin Tong remained the sole one still eating, even preparing a handful of wild vegetables. The orcs looked at her with strange expressions, no longer expressing a desire to taste her food, not even Muin and I. Chin Tong genuinely wished to recommend the fern to Like, given his herbivorous diet, believing he would enjoy it. Unfortunately, upon witnessing the orcs collapsing one by one, Like had no intention of trying Chin Tong's fare. Having eaten to her satisfaction, tonight marked Chin Tong's best meal. Jellin nodded in approval for the first time, affirming that such nourishment would lead to strength. The atmosphere tonight felt markedly different. Typically, after a hearty meal, the orcs would engage in playful banter, but tonight, they all appeared lethargic, indicating the significant impact of Shu Song. Suddenly, Chin Tong burst into song, capturing everyone's attention with her melodious voice. Although the orcs could not understand the words, they recognized the cheerful rhythm. Being inherently simple in nature, the orcs quickly regained their lively spirits. In tune with Chin Tong's singing, they began to perform a primitive dance. Though simple, the dance was characterized by its rawness, with bones creating a basic rhythm accompanied by the rustling leaves, all harmoniously blending together. The orcs lived joyfully, easily satisfied. Upon returning to the cave, Chin Tong remained exhilarated. Reluctant to rest, sitting at the entrance to admire the moonlight. Mose glanced at her, taking a seat beside her. Chin Tong's gaze flickered, but she offered no resistance. A silence enveloped them. Little female beast. What is your tribe like? Mose inquired curiously, his interest piqued with each interaction. Chin Tong turned her gaze to Mose, noting how his golden eyes shimmered in the moonlight. She did not wish to share. Fearing they might discover her origins, pressing her lips together, she refrained from answering. Mose did not press the issue, aware of her reluctance to disclose such information. Yet, the sound of her voice had captivated him. He had never known that a tribe's voice could be so enchanting. When Chin Tong mentioned it was a song, he realized it was something he had never encountered before. Just as Mose assumed Chin Tong would remain silent, she spoke. My tribe is far away. Perhaps I can never return. Her voice was somber. Far away? Is it beyond the Mukalu jungle? Even farther, as distant as the moon. Chin Tong replied, pointing at the moon. Mose gazed up at the moon with a troubled expression. Murmuring, the moon? What did you say? He found it implausible to reach the moon. The moon is unreachable, Mose thought to himself. How could a tribe be unreachable unless the entire tribe had perished? Chin Tong continued to gaze at the moon, stating, in my tribe, one can reach the moon. Mose widened his eyes in disbelief. How could that be possible? The moon cannot be reached. It is intangible. Little female beast, you are deceiving me. Chin Tong chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying the deception. The night was truly beautiful, with a cool breeze stirring Chin Tong's hair. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Chin Tong had yet to rise. Mose felt something was amiss. The little female beast usually rose to greet the sun. Chin Tong appeared pale and weak. Though she was awake, she felt drained and exhausted. Mose quickly noticed her unusual condition and called for Jingjia. Upon hearing that something was wrong with Chin Tong, Jellin could not remain seated and hurried to join Jingjia. Upon discovering their arrival, Chin Tong struggled to sit up, but her body lacked the strength, and she ultimately surrendered. Jingjia wore a serious expression, even slightly solemn. The orcs gathered around, all eyes fixated on her. Jingjia instructed one of the orcs to go and hunt for prey. Hearing Jingjia's command, the orc dashed away, and even those outside the cave followed suit. The nearby jungle fell silent, birds soared above, and the ground trembled with the movement. Before long, the male orcs returned, each carrying their catch. Jingjia received a particularly small fawn. Chin Tong thought she might have caught a cold, reasoning that a couple of days of rest would suffice. Before she could finish her thought, Jingjia appeared before her, holding the fawn. Instinctively, Chin Tong felt a surge of wariness. The scene felt eerily familiar, causing her face to pale further. What was this? She knew it was a deer. What she wanted to ask was, what was the purpose of this? Jingjia did not give Chin Tong the chance to resist. He made a cut on the deer's body, forcing her mouth open and letting the warm blood flow into her throat. By the time Chin Tong realized what was happening, she had already choked on several mouthfuls. She tried to close her mouth, but Jingjia's grip was too strong, and she felt as though she was being force-fed. The flow of blood was so vigorous that it spilled out, splattering her face and body. Qin Tong attempted to push the deer away, but Jelin held her hand back. "Tong, don't struggle. Jingjia is trying to save you," Jelin said, filled with concern. Tears welled in Qin Tong's eyes. Her body was overwhelmed with exhaustion, and this violent treatment led to severe resistance. Seeing that the blood could no longer be forced into her, Jingjia finally ceased his actions. Once released, Qin Tong immediately expelled all the blood. Jingjia was unable to intervene in time. Qin Tong felt as if her stomach was emptied, and it continued to convulse. She could not even muster the energy to curse, unable to halt the relentless vomiting. Jelin and Mose watched anxiously as Qin Tong struggled. "Jingjia, why is the little female beast like this? She expelled everything." Mose lamented, gently supporting Qin Tong. "She hasn't consumed blood for too long, which is why she feels weak," Jingjia explained. Mose and Jelin understood this. Orcs would weaken if they did not consume blood. They had never seen the little female beast consume blood before. She always prepared her meat over the fire before eating. They had assumed that the female beast, like, did not require blood, unaware of the severity of her condition. "What should we do now?" Golan, filled with concern, inquired. Qin Tong understood. She was in dire need of salt. Indeed, having been here for such an extended period, she had not consumed any salt, which explained her recent feelings of lethargy. The nervous system requires sodium ions, and salt regulates the distribution of water within the human body. Having gone without salt for so long, it was inevitable that issues would arise. Upon reflection, Jingjia was undoubtedly correct. Drinking blood was feasible, yet she was human, not a beast, and thus unable to partake in such a practice. The mere thought of drinking blood reignited the nausea she had barely managed to quell. "Let it drink once more," Jingjia mused, believing that if it could be consumed, it would suffice. Qin Tong recoiled, exclaiming, "Hurry and fetch me a packet of salt." Chapter 54. The Sheep Cart and the Blessing Salt? Jingjia replied, bewildered, while Golan and Mo shared a similar expression of confusion. They were unaware of what salt entailed. Fearing that they might continue to offer her blood, Qin Tong hastily clarified. "Salt is the savory substance." "Savory?" Qin Tong nodded vigorously. "If I consume that, I shall feel better. Drinking blood would lead to my demise." Jingjia furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical of Qin Tong's assertion, and moved closer to her. Moc stepped in front of Qin Tong, thwarting Jingya's advance, for he believed the words of the little female were trustworthy. Continuing to force her to drink blood would only exacerbate her condition. "Little female, what is salt?" Moc grasped Qin Tong's hand tightly. Qin Tong stared blankly at the man before her, the concern and anxiety in his eyes unmistakable. After a few moments of stunned silence, she finally responded, "It is a white, savory substance." Qin Tong was uncertain if salt existed in this world, but she would rather perish than be reduced to a life of blood drinking and raw flesh. Golan listened intently to Qin Tong's description, contemplating for a while before a thought emerged in his mind. "Tong, is that substance large? Large? Is there a size for salt?" Qin Tong decisively shook her head. Upon hearing Golan's words, Jingjia too recalled that substance, but upon learning that the little female contradicted his assumption, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Moc, gently soothing Qin Tong's back, encouraged, "Little female, think again. Whatever can be found, I will certainly procure it for you." With her eyes closed, Qin Tong contemplated how to articulate her thoughts so they could comprehend. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and asked, "Golan, where is that large substance?" She recalled a type of salt that could indeed be quite substantial, found among the antelope tribe in the Wainika jungle. Qin Tong's eyes sparkled with realization. "That's it. I need that." Upon hearing Qin Tong's confirmation, Golan, Jingjia, and Moc wore solemn expressions. The antelope tribe was a herbivorous clan, and if they were to exchange for that item, the De Fane tribe had nothing to barter. Previously, they could trade prey or animal skins with the ape tribe for fire, but the antelope tribe had no need for such items. Seeing the somber expressions on their faces, Qin Tong felt a sinking feeling. "Is it so? Why do you all look so glum?" "Tong, you must understand, if we wish to trade with the antelope tribe for that item, our tribe has nothing to offer in exchange. Animal skins could be bartered in other tribes. Yet the antelope tribe had no use for them. Their thick fur rendered such items unnecessary. Ultimately, only prey remained, but the antelope tribe was herbivorous. Inside the cave, the atmosphere grew heavy with doubt. Qin Tong fell silent. In a primitive society devoid of currency, exchanges were solely conducted through barter, yet what one desired was not always attainable, as one might lack what the other wanted. Qin Tong hesitated, realizing that even acquiring salt in this primitive world was no simple task. She recalled Gu Lan's mention of the difficulties of trade. He had previously recounted the challenges faced in obtaining fire. If her presence compelled the beastmen to traverse great distances to gather numerous items for exchange, she would feel an unbearable weight on her conscience. Another rule governed their exchanges. The item offered must exceed in value what one wished to obtain. It seemed she would have to relinquish her desire. Qin Tong could not bear the thought of her entire tribe gathering countless items solely for her sake. MOC raised his gaze, locking eyes with Qin Tong, whose disappointment was palpable. Qin Tong swiftly composed herself, resolving that there must be alternative means of compensation. With that thought, she managed a smile. MOC assisted Qin Tong in lying down before stepping out of the cave. "You can't be seriously considering a trade?" Lei Ke remarked, though he stood outside. He could hear their conversation clearly. MOC fell silent, yet his expression spoke volumes. He yearned to procure the item and did not wish to see the little female unhappy. He preferred her eyes sparkling with joy. "MOC, this is perilous," Lei Ke cautioned. Realizing his voice had risen, he lowered it. "The Wainy Ke jungle is quite distant, and with winter approaching, what if we cannot return to the tribe in time?" Gu Lan approached from behind. "Lei Ke, do you intend to let the tribe lose such a clever female? She can drink blood and consume meat like you," Lei Ke instinctively retorted. "Lei Ke," Gu Lan bit his lip, his tone laced with warning. Had they all forgotten the significance of a female to their tribe? Jingya was one matter, but Lei Ke was another. It seemed a thorough reprimand of the tribe's beastmen was in order. Such misconceptions would inevitably lead to trouble. Realizing Gu Lan's dissatisfaction, Lei Ke fell silent. "It's merely a trip to the Wainy Ke jungle. How dangerous could it be?" MOC said nonchalantly. Yet, Gu Lan felt a twinge of concern. Lei Ke's worries were valid. Observing MOC's demeanor, it was evident he had made up his mind. "MOC, do not forget one critical detail. What shall we offer in exchange with the antelope tribe?" Now, only Jingya and Qin Tong remained inside the cave. Qin Tong cautiously regarded Jingya, who still held the fawn, fearing he might act again. Having expelled blood, the cave resembled a gruesome crime scene. Grotesque in its appearance, Qin Tong's discomfort escalated. Initially, she felt weak and unwell, but now she battled the urge to vomit as well. Moreover, was the reaction to her salt deficiency truly this severe? She still suspected she might be falling ill. Yet, the lack of salt was indeed genuine. Jingya observed Qin Tong's wary demeanor and found it somewhat amusing. He tossed the fawn to the ground, casting a cold glance at the blood dripping from his hand before lifting it to his lips. Licking the crimson fluid, Qin Tong, already on edge, fixated on Jingya's actions. His thin lips stained with blood appeared a deep crimson, and a smile played upon his features, exuding a charmingly wicked allure. In that moment, Qin Tong's heart raced wildly, and she inhaled deeply. Jingya had not anticipated that this female would be so easily frightened, a flicker of delight appearing in his gaze. Chapter 55. Emotion outside the cave. MOC's face bore no trace of compromise. He had resolved to personally venture into the Wainy Ke jungle. Ji Lan did not dissuade him. Once a decision was made, they must prepare the items for exchange. "Let us use the sweet fruits," Jingya suggested languidly. Ji Lan turned. "Where shall we find so many sweet fruits?" "Then let the beastmen venture out to gather them," Jingya reiterated. MOC raised no objections, and neither did Lei Ke voice further concerns. With the chieftain's agreement, what more could he say? Once the decision was made, all the beastmen complied without complaint, promptly setting out to search. Stealthily, Lei Ke pulled MOC aside. "MOC, sending so many beastmen out. What if the hyena tribe attacks?" Lei Ke recalled that the hyena tribe would not simply let matters rest. They were surely biding their time for an opportunity. By allowing the beastmen to venture out, were they not placing themselves directly in the hyena tribe's path? MOC acknowledged Lei Ke's reasoning. "Let us patrol the outer perimeter with Gu. This way, we will be alerted should the hyena tribe strike." Lei Ke accepted MOC's strategy and ceased further objections. Lai Wu had heard of Qin Tong's illness and had dragged Mu and I along to visit her. "Little female, are you all right?" Mu and Inai grasped Qin Tong's hand, visibly anxious. Qin Tong shook her head. She desperately wished to cleanse the bloodstains from her body, unable to endure it for even a moment longer. Mu and I wish to go to the riverbank. Now, she felt weak and dizzy. In need of assistance, MOC had vanished without a trace, and Qin Tong was left with no choice but to turn to Mu and Inai for help. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu and Inai agreed, transforming into her beast form and accompanying Qin Tong to the riverbank. What struck Qin Tong as peculiar was the absence of any beastmen around the camp as they passed through. Mu and Inai, where is everyone? This felt amiss. Usually, except for those out hunting, the camp was bustling with beastmen. They have gone to gather sweet fruits, Lai Wu replied. Why? All for a mere sweet fruit? Is it truly worth such effort? They wish to venture to the Antelope clan, Muani murmured. If they are to go to the Antelope clan, then Li Jiang must surely accompany them. Qin Tong was momentarily rendered speechless. She had not anticipated this response. They were willing to undertake such actions for her, a person of ambiguous origins. She understood the rarity of sweet fruits, and it was astonishing that all the beastmen had set off. Theo claim she was not moved would be a falsehood. She felt unworthy of their dedication. Do the antelopes particularly enjoy sweet fruits? Qin Tong asked in a dry voice. The Antelope clan favors a herbivorous diet, and sweet fruits are especially cherished, as they are universally beloved by ordinary beastmen. The Antelope clan certainly does not lack in food, yet sweet fruits from the Wainaki jungle are quite scarce. Although the Macallan region is somewhat similar, it offers a considerably greater abundance. Theo procures sufficient food for trade. It is imperative that all the male beasts venture out. Qin Tong, feeling discontent, cleaned herself thoroughly. Muani noticed Qin Tong's unhappiness and reassured her, do not worry, they will surely return with what you desire. Qin Tong managed a forced smile, still unable to find solace. She did not wish for so many to toil because of her. She felt a sense of panic and guilt. Upon returning to the encampment, Qin Tong inquired in detail about the Antelope clan from Muani. She was uncertain if the antelopes here resembled those from her world. If they did, she would need to carefully consider their habits. Based on Muani's description, she could almost confirm that they were quite similar to the original antelope. Original antelopes enjoy tender tree shoots and tend to live in groups, but they have a significant flaw. They are easily parasitized. Once infected, it is not easy to resolve, so it seemed prudent to approach the matter from this angle. Qin Tong had not contemplated halting the beastmen's plans to procure rock salt. She too wished to survive, harboring her own selfishness, and did not want to let them down. What she could do was devise a way to obtain greater leverage to trade with the Antelope clan for rock salt. She closed her eyes and reflected on all the knowledge she possessed. She recalled that tea bran, when ground into powder, could kill parasites as well as their eggs, including pathogens affecting the gills. Could it be possible to eradicate the parasites on the antelopes? She needed to conduct an experiment. After sharing her thoughts with Muani, Qin Tong received support. The beastmen were certainly returning with plentiful provisions. As soon as the sun rose, they would head to the Wainaki jungle. With a command from Mose, the beastmen began to cheer. Qin Tong, still feeling dizzy, watched them rallying, until she returned to the cave. She remained in a gloomy mood. Tonight was a full moon, and the moonlight poured in, illuminating the cave. Qin Tong lay on a pile of grass. The animal hides had become dirty and were still damp from washing, leaving her no choice but to rest on the grass. Will it be dangerous, Mose? Qin Tong did not specify what danger she referred to, but Mose understood her concern. No, Mose replied softly. He did not want to distress the young female beast, so he refrained from speaking the truth. The young female would not take it for granted as other females might, and thus he could not disclose it. Qin Tong was an astute individual. How could she remain unaware? For the first time, she scrutinized Mose, who lay on the ground. He was indeed very handsome, but alas, she was human. Mose? Mose's golden eyes, previously closed, opened again. I need to relieve myself. Qin Tong felt utterly drained. Mose had carried her back, and had it not been for that, she would not have summoned him. Relieve yourself? What does that mean? Mose was genuinely perplexed. Qin Tong's face flushed crimson as she shouted. To excrete? Really, must you ask so thoroughly? Mose rose from the ground, transformed back into his human form, and lifted Qin Tong, striding toward the cave entrance. Startled, Qin Tong clung tightly to Mose, her heart racing inexplicably. In the moonlight, Moses' handsome face was illuminated before her. Moses' heart raced as well. With Qin Tong pressed against his heart, her pulse quickened. Qin Tong bit her lip, her face as red as a ripe apple. Moses set Qin Tong down beneath a tree. "Do you need my support?" The mere utterance of this phrase deepened the flush on Qin Tong's already crimson face. "No," she stammered, feeling embarrassed at the thought of a boy assisting her. After squatting down, she glanced back at Mose, who had turned away. "Could you move a bit further away?" She felt quite mortified. Upon hearing this, Mose took several large steps forward. Only then did Qin Tong feel at ease to attend to her physiological needs. "I am done." Mose turned around and naturally covered the spot with soil. Qin Tong's face was burning. "Your scent is rather distinctive. It needs to be concealed, lest a ferocious beast catch wind of it," Mose added, sensing Qin Tong's discomfort. Qin Tong nodded, her face still flushed. Chapter 56. Departure. As the sun rose, shrouded in brilliant crimson clouds, rays of sunlight pierced through the gaps, cascading down like countless golden ribbons. Led by Mose, the main force of the tribe was prepared to embark on their journey to the Wainike jungle. It had been decided. They would bring tea bran, fire starters, and sweet fruits to trade with the Antelope clan. Qin Tong anxiously watched Mose and the others set off. The previous night, she had explained the uses of tea bran to Mose, emphasizing that it was acceptable if they could not return with anything, as long as everyone remained safe. Jingjia had personally researched the medicinal properties of tea bran. It was indeed useful. However, fearing that the Antelope clan might discern its true nature, Jingjia had deliberately added other ingredients to mask the original scent. Though this was kept from Qin Tong, Mose was certainly aware of this and had agreed. Such a valuable medicine, they would not easily allow the Antelope clan to learn how it was created. This was not uncommon. Other tribes with advanced medical knowledge would also trade their medicines while keeping the methods concealed. After all, no one wished for other tribes to acquire their medicinal secrets. Mose approached Qin Tong. "Little female, I will definitely bring back that salt," he assured her. Qin Tong smiled brightly. "I believe in you." The command. The beast surged forth, kicking up clouds of dust in the jungle. Startling the birds within, Qin Tong watched them depart with concern, her thoughts fixated not merely on retrieving the salt, but on their safety. She had heard from Jelen that the journey to the Wainike jungle was quite distant, requiring a considerable amount of time, and that was under favorable circumstances. Unforeseen events could lead to unknown outcomes. Jingjia did not accompany them but chose to stay behind to care for Qin Tong. Initially, Jingjia had intended to go, but concerns for Qin Tong's well-being prevailed, considering how fragile young females were. This was Jingjia's genuine sentiment. Mose led dozens of beastmen, galloping until the sun had entirely set. They decided to wait until dawn to continue their journey. Mose calmly issued commands. Tailj found a relatively clean spot to sit down. "Are we truly going to trade fire starters with the Antelope clan?" one of the male beasts questioned. Generally, fire starters are not easily exchanged with another tribe. Just like the former leader of Saphir, acquiring fire starters once entailed not only the exchange of food but also assisting the Monkey clan in seizing territory from another tribe. Now, would they readily trade fire starters with another clan? At first, I believed that the exchange would merely involve the sweet fruit, but I was taken aback to discover that it also required fire seeds and the miraculous powder created by the small female beasts. The powder from the small female beasts can effortlessly eliminate the parasites infesting the fur of the beastmen. Such a wondrous substance must also be traded with them. Mose understood their concerns. With fire seeds, they could proudly declare themselves a powerful tribe. Therefore, how could Mose possibly part with the fire seeds so readily? To dare to exchange them would imply a lack of fear of the Antelope tribe. This was the strategy conceived by Mose and Jingjia, who even unraveled a past mystery. They comprehended why the ape tribe had exchanged fire seeds with the Difang tribe. It was because the ape tribe knew that the Difang tribe would not be able to maintain control over the fire seeds, and they would soon vanish, even if traded. This realization struck Jingjia after hearing Qin Tong's teachings about fire. If the ape tribe could control the fire seeds for such an extended period without them dissipating, it indicated their profound understanding of fire management, including the knowledge that fire seeds are prone to disappear. Yet, they remained silent. Jingjia did not believe that the ape tribe was unaware that the Difang tribe could not reclaim fire seeds. Presently, they were merely mimicking the ape tribe. The Antelope tribe had never possessed fire seeds, thus they would surely lack the ability to control them. Hence, this exchange held little significance. Mose refrained from sharing this sentiment with the beastmen, as Jingya had instructed him to ensure that the exchange was made unwillingly, for only then would the antelope tribe be deceived. Just as the ape tribe had done before, having exchanged so much food, they still sought the Defong tribe's assistance in claiming territory, leading them to believe that they would ultimately acquire fire seeds. That time, they had been convinced that they could indeed bring fire seeds back to the Defong tribe. Only after gaining control over the fire seeds did they realize the ape tribe's cunning plan. Had it not been for the small female beasts, they might have remained oblivious to the deception. Mose retrieved the roasted meat from the basket and shared it among everyone. This had been prepared by Chin Tong early in the morning, tailored to the beastman's taste, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Chin Tong had considered that if they wished to eat cooked meat, roasting it on the journey would attract the attention of other beastmen, given the unmistakable aroma of barbecued meat. Enlisha leaned against Tailj, noticing that the piece of meat in Taelj's hand was larger than hers, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Mose, why is Taelj's meat bigger than mine? Mose cast a casual glance and continued distributing the meat. Seeing that Mose ignored her, Enlisha quietly sat back down. She turned her gaze to the piece of meat that Taelj had taken a bite from, swiftly snatching it from him and stuffing it into her mouth. Taelj, with a stern expression, shifted his neck and forcefully pinned Enlisha to the ground, demanding the meat back. Enlisha's eyes darted, and she quickened her chewing, hastily swallowing the meat. The veins on Taelj's forehead throbbed. Clearly indicating his growing anger, he raised his fist, ready to strike Enlisha, but suddenly halted, his gaze shifting to the forest behind her. The beastmen who had been watching Enlisha's antics instantly became alert. Taelj released Enlisha and transformed into his beast form, as did the others. Mose stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of everyone, his beastly eyes fixed intently on the shadows. Unexpectedly encountering an ambush so soon after departing their territory was a disheartening turn of events. Meanwhile, Chin Tong remained seated by the campfire, feeling uneasy and uncertain about their safety, her eyelids twitching incessantly. Elan sat beside her, reassuringly saying, "Little female beast, do not worry. Mose will return with the salt." Chin Tong nodded, but her dizziness persisted, leaving her in a state of lethargy. She wondered if she would still be able to endure until they returned with the salt. If her condition continued to deteriorate, she might have no choice but to resort to drinking blood. She did not wish to die nor to let everyone down, as they were risking so much for her sake. Thus, consuming a little blood seemed trivial in comparison. Now, she could only hope for their safe return, which was her utmost desire. Mose remained tense, scanning the shadows, while Taelj's demeanor was serious. He sensed a formidable presence within the forest, a considerable number of them. And a thought flickered in his mind. He feared it might be the hyena beasts. If they made their move, it would signify that they were encircled. Should that be the case, they would likely lose their companions. And the atmosphere grew unbearably tense. The forest echoed with the roars of beasts. Upon hearing the growls, the fur along Taelj's back bristled. The beastmen stood vigilant, watching the shadows intently. The throat of Liqiang emitted a low growl. After the growls persisted from the shadows, Taelj suddenly relaxed, recognizing the sounds as belonging to other beastmen. The others also noticed this, their tension easing somewhat, yet they remained in their beast forms. Within the forest were the Bighorn sheep tribe. Although referred to as sheep, their combat prowess was equally astonishing, with their massive horns capable of piercing through opponents during battles. While the male beasts were not intimidated by the Bighorn sheep tribe, they could sense their overwhelming numbers, which gave them pause. Although the male beasts were formidable, they could not overpower the sheer quantity of the Bighorn sheep. When provoked, the sheep exhibited explosive strength rivaling that of ferocious beasts, which was another reason for their caution. Furthermore, the possibility of other beastmen appearing added to their concerns. Similarly, the Bighorn sheep tribe did not make any offensive moves, clearly hesitant to act recklessly. The aura emitted by Mose and his companions was indeed terrifying. The Bighorn sheep tribe sensed the scent of bloodline, a scent that instilled fear in ordinary beastmen. Thus, despite their numbers, they dared not charge forward. The true intention of the Bighorn sheep was not to devour them. At heart, they were herbivores, merely wary of Mose and his group encroaching upon their territory. The beastmen spent their first night outside in a state of vigilance. As for Chin Tong, she felt an overwhelming emptiness in the cave, a vastness that frightened her. Typically, Mose would assume his enormous beast form, occupying the clear space in front of the grass pile. Tonight, however, her gaze fell upon an expanse of emptiness. It was not just the cave that felt desolate. Habit is a formidable force. It had not been long since she had grown accustomed to Mose's presence. And now, with his absence, her heart felt hollow. She wondered how he was faring, and tonight, Chin Tong was destined to suffer from insomnia. Even the comforting presence of her stuffed toy, Mickey, offered little solace. Unbeknownst to her, she was not alone. Outside the cave lingered another figure. Jingya Ji Lan had arranged for this, as he was concerned about Chin Tong being alone on the hillside. With the tribe's strength not fully restored, should any other beastmen intrude upon their territory, the little female beast, lacking combat capabilities, would require special vigilance. Although Jingya was reluctant, he complied with the arrangement. As the sun rose, Mose continued leading the beastmen onward. Having spent the night in mutual vigilance with the Big-Horn Sheep tribe, they pressed on without rest. They dared not pause, fearing an assault from the Big-Horn Sheep and wishing not to waste time. Chin Tong's dizziness had intensified today, and she began to experience symptoms of blurred vision, yet she refrained from informing Jingya. She feared that if he discovered her condition, he would insist on forcing her to drink fresh blood again, a prospect she dreaded. The very sensation and taste were utterly repugnant. However, she could not ignore these symptoms. By the time Mose and the others returned with the salt, her health might have deteriorated beyond repair. Gulan arrived early at the cave, escorting Chin Tong down. Knowing she would want to wash by the river, he kindly accompanied her. This gesture made Chin Tong feel somewhat embarrassed. Curiously, she did not feel the same embarrassment around Mose. At the riverbank, she encountered Lai Wu and Lai Wei. Chin Tong's arrival initiated a trend among the beastmen for morning washing. Initially, it had been only the female beasts, but soon the male beasts, noticing the gatherings, began to join in as well. This pleased Chin Tong, as they had adopted such a beneficial habit. She chuckled lightly, finding the two sisters amusing. Wherever they went, they were always together, and she wondered if they also sought out boyfriends as a pair. Upon spotting Chin Tong, Lai Wu dashed over. "Little female beast, are you still feeling unwell?" Chin Tong shook her head. "Much better." Yet the beastmen could see through her lie. Her complexion was clearly poor, pale, and waxy. The Difang tribe did not boast a large population, at least not in Chin Tong's eyes, so the absence of a dozen or so beastmen was quite noticeable, contributing to a less lively atmosphere. Especially with the loud Enlisha missing, which diminished the noise by half. Reflecting on this, Chin Tong found herself missing Enlisha. She usually found him annoying, yet today, she longed for that familiar clamor. Today, Wu Tuo brought meat for Chin Tong. Like was preoccupied, patrolling the outer perimeter. Chin Tong had specifically requested the most tender piece of meat, for she wished to experiment with cooking it akin to a steak, preferring it not to be overly cooked. Hoping this method might alleviate her discomfort. Since the incident with Zhu Yu, Mu Annie had lost interest in Chin Tong's food, evidently shaken by the experience. Strangely, Mu Annie had yet to appear today. The meat from the young deer was indeed tender and smooth upon entry, though the gamey flavor was quite strong. It seemed that aside from steak, other meats were unsuitable for such medium-rare preparation. While it was not particularly delicious, it was also not unpleasant. Just as Chin Tong finished her meal, Jingya unexpectedly appeared. "Little female beast, this medicinal powder is truly remarkable." Jingya held a horn cup in his hand, filled with insects captured from an unknown beast, seemingly lifeless as they floated within. Chin Tong cast a glance, nearly retching at the sight, covering her mouth and urging Jingya to take the grotesque vessel away. Jingya, equally agitated, almost forgot that the young female beast had an aversion to such creatures. He moved the cup aside and queried, "My lady, did you not state that only the parasites residing within the orcs could be exterminated? Why then, can those from the tree be dealt with as well?" It was only then that Chin Tong realized these insects were not from a beast. However, she remained perplexed as to the purpose of killing tree-dwelling insects. Questioning whether they could even survive submerged in water, she certainly did not attribute their demise to the tea residue, believing them to have drowned. Yet, she had wrongly misjudged Jingya. He had earnestly attempted several times before finally collecting them in the horn cup, and they had not merely perished from drowning. Jingya suspected that the female beast might be a shaman even more formidable than himself. Once the insects were out of her sight, Qin Tong turned her head and murmured, I am not entirely certain. She hesitated to express her thoughts that they had simply drowned. Are you unaware? Jingjia exclaimed, astonished. As a shaman, one should certainly explore various ailments when a remedy is at hand, testing its efficacy across different conditions. What was the matter with this female beast? Indeed, it is of no use to us, Qin Tong replied nonchalantly. After all, humans could not be infested by such parasites, as aside from their abundant hair, their other bodily features were not as lush. The issues related to human hair were limited, primarily concerning lice, something humanity had long since triumphed over. Why is it of no use? Jingjia continued to be astonished. Such a useful remedy remains unused. Because there are far more effective solutions, Qin Tong retorted. She had never experienced lice herself. How could she possibly know? Unbeknownst to her. This statement struck Jingjia profoundly. Though he had considered that the female beast hailed from a powerful tribe, he had not anticipated the extent of her prowess. Such a valuable remedy seemed insignificant in her eyes. Chapter 58. Medical arts. Although the tribe was merely missing a small faction of orcs, it had rendered the settlement remarkably quiet. It appeared that orcs, much like humans, lacked genuine unity. Joy seemed halved in their absence. The orcs were more tense than usual, with increased patrols likely due to the loss of so many vital members. Thus they were exceedingly cautious. Upon learning of Qin Tong's origins from a strong tribe, Jingjia wished to discuss herbal medicine with her, which left Qin Tong at a loss. Many plants were unfamiliar to her, and although she had diligently studied encyclopedias, the flora in this realm bore little resemblance to the illustrations within those texts. Without careful examination, she could not distinguish them. Nonetheless, for Qin Tong, this proved advantageous. As they conversed about herbs, Jingjia displayed considerable enthusiasm, sharing his knowledge freely. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tong set about learning about the local vegetation. After listening to Jingjia for some time, Qin Tong finally identified a pressing issue. Jingjia's methods of utilizing herbs were predominantly raw, seemingly devoid of any cooking process. Jingjia, why not heat the herbs? She inquired. Heat? He echoed, perplexed. Yes, heating them allows the medicinal properties to be more potent, Qin Tong explained earnestly. Jingjia, bewildered, responded, I have never heard of such a method of treatment. While Qin Tong was no healer, having lived in a modern civilization had certainly exposed her to various practices. You can boil two herbs with the same medicinal effects together, thus amplifying their efficacy. She was unsure if her reasoning held merit, but it centered around the principle of enhancement. Jingjia, being a physician, would surely comprehend. Though Jingjia could not fully grasp her meaning, he understood enough to ask, Is this your tribe's method of healing? Yes, our tribe often boils various herbs together, yielding considerable results, Qin Tong replied, satisfied that Jingjia had grasped her point. What combinations do you use, and what do they treat? He inquired eagerly. I cannot say. She shook her head, for she had no medical training. How could you not know? Are you not a shaman? Jingjia grasped her hand in desperation. Jingjia's passion for healing was unparalleled, and discovering a new method of treatment delighted him immensely. Hearing Qin Tong's claim of ignorance genuinely alarmed him. Qin Tong, how did you manage to heal before? He pressed, recalling that she had employed a remarkably effective technique to staunch Enlisha's bleeding. Even treating wounds inflicted by the lion beast, he found it hard to believe that a non-shaman could achieve such feats. It must have been a coincidence, she shrugged, though he countered, what a coincidence it must be. All three were external injuries, relatively simple. Had they been internal, you would have likely been at a loss. Coincidence? Jingjia was incredulous, finding it hard to fathom that such remarkable healing could be so casually dismissed. My lady, could you teach me? Teach you what? Qin Tong was bewildered, wondering if he truly expected her to impart medical knowledge, of which she possessed none. The technique that promotes wound healing, akin to what you did for Mose. He urged, his gaze bright with eagerness. This animated expression was one Qin Tong had never witnessed before. Although the primal society was filled with striking individuals, Jingjia certainly belonged to the most handsome of them all. Qin Tong, who had never been one to refuse, found it even harder to decline now that Jingjia was so captivating. Being a beauty enthusiast, she had no reason to reject him. Where shall we begin? She asked, using begin rather than teach, for she felt unqualified to teach anything, merely sharing her knowledge with Jingjia. She believed that with his capabilities, he would eventually eradicate ailments from the tribe. Having recognized Jing Zha's aptitude for grasping concepts since the day he learned to control fire, she proposed they commence with the technique of stitching flesh. Just hearing Gulan's description had left Jing Zha in awe, and he was eager to learn how it was accomplished. For the orcs, such injuries were commonplace, making it the topic of Jing Zha's greatest interest. Qin Tong picked up a branch and began to illustrate on the ground. When the wound is excessively large, it becomes challenging to heal, and the blood will not cease to flow. An adult orc roughly has about 10 bowls worth of blood. She substituted the term 10 for a more visual reference. Pointing to the nearby stone bowls for context point 10, Jing Zha, still unfamiliar with numbers, was puzzled. After pondering briefly, she continued, it would take several stone bowls to contain the blood. How do you know this? Jing Zha inquired. His gaze sharp as he scrutinized her. Qin Tong faltered, wondering if he was questioning her integrity regarding the blood. Of course, there have been orcs who have tested this, she replied tersely. Upon hearing this, Jing Zha's eyes fixed intently on her, as if silently asserting that she was indeed that orc. Qin Tong suddenly felt as though she had shot herself in the foot. Had she known? She could have simply explained how to stitch without elaborating so extensively. Ignoring Jing Zha's penetrating gaze, she continued, thus, one cannot allow continuous bleeding. Otherwise, one might meet the beast geode. To stop the bleeding is simple. If the wound is too large and blood flows incessantly, one must use a bone needle to sew the flesh together. Much like stitching animal hides, she concluded, glancing at Jing Zha to gauge his comprehension. Jing Zha furrowed his brow, wincing at the mere thought of it. Despite being a male beast, he felt a twinge of pain, though he outwardly displayed no signs of distress. Moreover, before stitching, one must sterilize the bone needle and thread in boiling water. Qin Tong added, nearly forgetting this vital detail. Not disinfecting could lead to infection, perhaps resulting in a swifter demise. Boiling water? Jing Zha inquired. Yes, the water I drink, the kind that is boiled in a stone pot. She clarified. Why? Have you encountered instances where the bleeding has ceased, yet they still met the beast god? Qin Tong asked. Jing Zha paused, realizing he had indeed witnessed such occurrences, feeling sorrowful for being unable to save them. That happens often, he confessed, that it is because you did not treat it with boiling water, which harbors bacteria. As Qin Tong spoke, she suddenly felt as though she had dug herself into a deeper hole. Realizing this conversation could extend indefinitely. What are bacteria? Jing Zha inquired, perplexed. Qin Tong placed her hand on her forehead, lamenting her predicament. Chapter 59. Lynx, my lady, I wish to hear more, Jing Zha expressed with fervor. Despite much of it being bewildering, the novel information Qin Tong shared captivated him, and he felt certain that mastering her teachings would render him remarkable. Qin Tong propped her chin on her hand, her mouth growing weary. Please, allow me a moment's respite, my lady. Do continue, Jing Zha urged, his persistence unwavering. Qin Tong helplessly gestured toward the sky. Jing Zha looked up, bewildered. What is up there? The sun has set. Jing Zha spent nearly an entire day conversing with Qin Tong, meandering from discussions of external injuries to the intricacies of herbal concoctions. Regardless of accuracy, Qin Tong poured forth her thoughts without restraint, confident that Jing Zha would experiment with the herbal remedies. No worries, there's a source of fire here. Clearly visible, she stated. Rolling her eyes, Qin Tong replied, I'm heading back into the cave to sleep. I'll accompany you. Jing Zha blurted out, a sentiment that echoed in her heart, for there were indeed numerous questions she wished to pose to the female beast. Qin Tong regarded Jing Zha with disdain, questioning, is this an outright display of impropriety? Without engaging further, she turned on her heel. I'll teach you when the sun rises. Qin Tong realized, with a sinking feeling, that if the conversation continued, her carefully crafted persona would soon unravel. Having exhausted her resources, she felt increasingly compelled to leave, her pace quickening. After all, was it appropriate to drag a patient along like this? Though it required no physical exertion, it was mentally taxing. Thus, Qin Tong's relatively smooth day came to an end. In stark contrast, things were not as favorable for Moss and his companions, who found themselves still in motion, with no respite in sight. They had run tirelessly, reaching the edge of the Muckaloo jungle, and would soon be able to escape its confines. However, the fringes were fraught with peril, suggesting that another restless night awaited them. Enlisha, like a rag doll, leaned against Tailge. Among the beastmen, Enlisha bore the brunt of fatigue, as the others were suited for prolonged running, while he, in his heavier form, found it more laborious to keep pace. "Weren't you the first one to rush out to help the little female beast retrieve the salt?" Tailj mocked, noting that Inlisha had insisted on joining the fray. Inlisha, catching the sarcasm, straightened up and, shaking off his hands, prepared to pounce on Tailj. Li Jiang watched with keen interest, as if to say, the show is about to begin. "Inlisha, go for it." The other beastmen joined in the raucous encouragement. "Inlisha, pierce Tailj with your horns. Yes, transform into your beast form." Yet, before their playful scuffle could escalate, Moss interrupted, "Is there another scent?" Though the statement was made casually, the seriousness underlying it was palpable, and the male beasts recognized that Moss was not jesting. The atmosphere shifted as the jovial laughter of the male beasts dissipated. Tailj remained casually leaning against a tree trunk, his expression still composed, though the erect ears indicated his seriousness. "Surely this cannot be happening. First, we encountered the large-horned sheep clan last night, and now this?" Yet, fate had conspired against them, leading them straight into the hunting grounds of the lynx clan, who were far less docile than the former. The male beasts instinctively assumed battle stances, aware that something was amiss, yet they had yet to identify the nature of their adversaries. This uncertainty was the most terrifying aspect. They found themselves ensnared in the enemy's trap, oblivious to the identity of their foes and the manner of their impending attack. Li Jiang transformed into his beast form, yet even the keen-sensed extreme wolf could not catch the scent. Upon receiving this information, the male beasts adopted an even more serious demeanor, with several of them shifting into their beast forms. "Inlisha, wait for me to catch it and prepare it for a midnight snack," Tailj stated, a term he had learned from Qintong. "You knew?" Li Jiang inquired, to which Tailj rose from the ground, leisurely stretching his neck before elegantly morphing into his beast form and slightly raising his wolf head towards Li Jiang. A gesture that spoke volumes. It was self-evident that their purebred red wolves would not allow the extreme wolf to surpass them. Although the scent was well concealed, Tailj still caught a faint whiff from the tree above, identifying it as belonging to the lynx clan. The fates indeed seemed to conspire against them, as the lynx were solitary creatures, and thus there would not be many nearby. In that moment, Tailj felt a sense of relaxation, even a hint of excitement. The lynx and wolves were two incompatible species. The lynx relished stealing prey from wolves and often cast covetous glances their way. This animosity was the root of the enmity between the two clans. One could hardly say that the male beasts had encountered misfortune when dealing with the Defan clan. Had they been any other type of beastman, they might have fallen victim to the lynx. The lynx were acutely aware of Moss and his companion's prowess, yet they took pride in their own abilities, relishing the opportunity to hunt creatures stronger than themselves to showcase their clan's superiority. When capturing prey, they remained vigilant of their surroundings, displaying exceptional patience, often lying in wait for several days and nights until the opportune moment arose, striking with surprising swiftness. Their adeptness at concealing their scent made it exceedingly difficult for other beastmen to detect them. Tailj had only received a slight breeze's assistance, as his position was fortuitously located at a windbreak, allowing him to catch that subtle trace of scent emanating from the lynx. While they were skilled at hiding their odor, there were remnants that lingered. Tailj approached a tree, asking, "Will you come down, or shall I ascend?" A faint rustling above indicated a refusal from the lynx. This was characteristic of their kind. They would not pursue prey relentlessly, shifting targets if their initial attempt failed, with their intentions crystal clear. Upon noticing the movement, the nearby beastmen recognized the intent to flee and hasten towards the tree. Tailj, in his beast form, obstructed their path, asserting, "Jaikia, they are mine." With that, he swiftly climbed the tree, leaving no room for descent. At that moment, Li Jiang also caught the scent, though reluctant to admit it. He acknowledged that Tailj had indeed detected it sooner. As an extreme wolf, he too harbored an aversion towards the lynx, being part of the wolf lineage. Had Tailj not made his intentions clear, Li Jiang would likely have pursued the lynx himself. The lynx were swift, and Tailj was no slouch either, darting gracefully between the branches of the trees, where the advantage lay firmly with the lynx. Tailj pursued with fierce determination, for they were adversaries now. Upon realizing their foe was a lynx, the male beasts reverted to their human forms, leisurely sitting down, a stark contrast to their earlier tension. Just a mere lynx, they reassured themselves, placing their faith in Tailj. Li Jiang stood at the base of the tree, gazing into the distance, observing how the movements above grew ever more distant. "Are you worried Tailj might let the lynx escape?" Jaikia queried. "Perhaps, given that Li Zhang also harbors a dislike for the lynx." Came the reply. "Li Zhang, have you ever had your food stolen by a lynx?" Upon uttering this, the male beasts erupted into laughter. Chapter 60. Bloodshed. With a resounding thud, 2 lynxes were cast down from the tree. The male beasts below merely cast a calm glance at the scene. "Tailj, you're slow," Jaikia remarked with a grin. Rising to inspect the lynxes, noting the fierce struggle that had ensued, their necks broken. As Jaikia's words fell, Tailj leapt down from the tree. "Who are you calling slow?" he retorted coldly. Jaikia swallowed his jest, recognizing that he was no match for Tailjd's wrath. Tailj found a spot to settle and elegantly groomed his disheveled fur, maintaining an air of dignity throughout. With the lynxes dealt with, they were momentarily safe, though only temporarily, as the night stretched on. Fortunately, they were safe for the time being, allowing the male beasts a brief respite. Moss decided to take on the role of sentinel, permitting the others to rest. Above in the treetops, the night was shrouded in clouds, the moon's light obscured. Moss gazed into the distance, his deep golden eyes somewhat unfocused. He pondered how the little female beast was faring. Having just departed from the tribe, he found himself yearning for her presence. It was a sentiment he had never expected to feel towards a female beast. Meanwhile, back at the tribe, Qintong found herself once more plagued by insomnia. Even with Mickey cradled in her arms, after a long day, she tossed and turned, unable to find slumber, as the night deepened and time slipped away. Qintong eventually drifted into sleep, while Moss awaited the dawn with longing. Today, Qintong finally spotted Muani, who had been absent for a day. "Muani, where did you go yesterday?" Muani hesitated, feeling shy about confessing to the little female beast that he had been reluctant to leave Li Zhang, resulting in him crying in the cave. Relieved to know Muani was safe, Qintong felt a weight lifted from her shoulders. After being comforted by Linti, Muani returned to her usual lively self, and with her presence, the atmosphere brightened somewhat. Muani had a knack for making Qintong laugh effortlessly. "Little female beast, you look truly lovely when you smile," Muani remarked, gazing at Qintong's face with a dazed expression. Qintong felt her cheeks warm at the compliment. Responding, "You are beautiful too." "Really?" Qintong nodded with a smile. Though Muani might not fit the traditional mold of beauty by modern standards, possessing a certain charm, she certainly drew the affection of many male beasts in their primitive society. Seeing Qintong nod in agreement, Muani broke into a wide grin. Today, Jingjia had not sought out Qintong, and she wondered what he might be up to. She had anticipated that he would come to her first thing in the morning, just as he had the day before, incessantly engaging her in conversation until she felt ensnared. Muani sat beside Qintong under the sunlit trees, while Qintong, feeling stifled, began to sew animal hides. She wanted to try her hand at making pants, as wearing animal skin skirts daily left her feeling exposed, lacking a sense of security. Essentially, she felt she needed a pair of safety shorts. The absence of safety shorts beneath her skirt made her feel uncomfortable and awkward, as a moment's carelessness could lead to an embarrassing revelation. Watching Qintong sewing, Muani asked, "What are you making, little female beast? Why are there 2 long strips?" As she spoke, with both hands tugging at the half-stitched animal hide trousers. Qintong pulled the pant legs back, declaring, "This is a pair of trousers." Before her words could fully settle, Qintong anticipated that Muani would inquire, "What are trousers?" with a look of knowing expectation. Qintong patiently elucidated their purpose to Muani, only to receive the response, "It's just like when in beast form." Qintong was momentarily taken aback, though Muani's assertion seemed somewhat valid. Indeed, it was akin to the fur garments worn in beast form. When it came time to eat, Hell approached, holding a piece of meat he had carefully roasted. "Here, little female beast," he stammered, his voice quivering. Not just his words, but also the hand that held the meat. Qintong shook the animal hide, glancing up at the unfamiliar orc before her. "Hell, you can roast meat now?" Muani chuckled. Directing her gaze at Hell, Hell's face grew even warmer at Muani's comment, and he replied, "I just learned." Qintong recalled that Enlisha had mentioned someone who wished to play matchmaker. She glanced at the meat in his hand, recognizing the orc's customary roasting technique. "Who did you learn from?" "Yudo. He said this way is the tastiest." Hell answered with utmost seriousness. Qin Tong sighed in exasperation. No wonder it turned out like this. It truly bears Yudo's signature style. With a forced smile, she accepted the charred piece of meat. Thank you. While she certainly couldn't eat it, she didn't want to dismiss his kindness, especially with how red his face had become. Hell, upon seeing Qin Tong accept the meat, walked away joyfully, saying nothing, his departure almost resembling a hasty retreat. Turning around, Qin Tong noticed Mu Annie intently watching Hell's retreating figure. Little female beast, he wants to mate with you, Mu Annie declared, convinced of her deduction. Cough, cough. Mu Annie's words were indeed startling. Really? She insisted, nodding vigorously, fearing Qin Tong might not believe her. Qin Tong shoved the meat into Mu Annie's hands. Stop talking nonsense. He merely offered a piece of meat. I didn't. It's true, Mu Annie insisted. All right, you can eat the meat. Qin Tong feared that Mu Annie might utter something even more shocking. Mu Annie took a bite of the meat in hand. Contemplating pursuing Hell in the spring it seems it belongs to you now, little female beast. Qin Tong was taken aback. Was it truly that Clichd? The corners of her mouth twitched. You can continue developing things in the spring. Hell can be yours. I think Kisan Jie is also quite good. I'll find him in the spring. Mu Annie expressed satisfaction with her decision. That's so hasty? You could have both, she said, finishing the meat and licking the juices off her fingers. When will you bleed again? This was an abrupt thought for Mu Annie, who remained fixated on the scent emanating from Qin Tong. Qin Tong didn't quite comprehend. Bleed? Why would I bleed? Can we not wish for something better? After cleaning her hands, Mu Annie leaned closer to Qin Tong, pointing at her animal hide. It's here that you bleed. The chill breeze passed, and Qin Tong stared down in a dazed oh my. Shaking off Mu Annie's hand, she hastily adjusted her animal hide skirt. What a rogue! Qin Tong finally understood that the bleeding referred to this. Little female beast, when will you bleed again? Mu Annie was reminded of her third mate. Ever since little female beast had stopped bleeding, they had been unable to mate. Brown bears have very few fertile periods, and now, she eagerly anticipated the return of Qin Tong's blood. Qin Tong's expression darkened. She wished to ignore this topic. Did Mu Annie really think of her menstrual cycle as that kind of remedy? It was quite absurd. Chapter 61. Soap Mu Annie, undeterred, continued to inquire about the scent Qin Tong exuded. If Qin Tong mentioned she could replicate it, Mu Annie would likely rush to find out how. This nearly provoked Qin Tong's ire, her eyes rolling to the heavens. The traumatic events that had transpired during her menstrual cycle were something she truly wished to avoid experiencing again. After all, who could endure having a live broadcast at their doorstep every day, with someone aiming a weapon at them? Seeing Mu Annie's eager expression made her wish to transfer her menstrual cycle to her. Don't ignore me, beast. Tell me quickly. Mu Annie tugged at Qin Tong's hand. Mu Annie, what mischief have you been up to? Lai Wu approached from a distance, followed by Lai Wei. I haven't done anything, Mu Annie defended. Feeling too shy to disclose what she had said to Qin Tong, knowing Lai Wu would mock her. Lai Wu came closer, curiously picking up the trousers Qin Tong had stitched. Little female beast. Why do these animal skirts look like this? Little female beast says this is trousers. Trousers? Lai Wu and Mu Annie shared identical expressions upon hearing the term for the first time, and as expected. The next question followed suit. What are trousers? Qin Tong covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Indeed, her prediction proved accurate. Little female beast, what are you laughing at? Lai Wu asked, perplexed by her amusement. Qin Tong shook her head with a smile. Mu Annie snatched the animal hide trousers from Lai Wu, demonstrating what they were. Lai Wu and Lai Wei were baffled. It was not yet winter, so what purpose did they serve? This line of thought aligned with Mu Annie's perspective. Thus, the three female beasts engaged in a spirited debate, convinced that Qin Tong was wasting animal hide and that it was uncomfortable. Qin Tong sat aside, observing their discussion. The interactions among the orcs were truly fascinating. One moment, it seemed like a quarrel was brewing, and the next, they were amicably conversing. Shall we go to the riverbank? Qin Tong interjected, breaking their chatter. She wished to visit the river, intending to make soap. As using plain water felt insufficiently cleansing. Sure, Mu Annie replied, not questioning the purpose of the trip, for if little female beast wanted to go, it was undoubtedly right. With Mu Annie leading the way, Lai Wu and Lai Wei followed suit. Little female beast, Shall we catch fish beasts by the river? At the mention of fish beasts, Mu Annie's mouth watered uncontrollably. If Qin Tong were not on its back. Witnessing Mu Annie's eyes gleaming with excitement and drool trickling down its mouth would surely startle her. If you want to eat, of course, you can catch some in the primitive society. Fish were both succulent and sizable, offering a unique flavor when roasted. Upon reaching the riverbank, Lai Wu and Lai Wei dashed into the water, clearly wild and playful. Qin Tong busied herself by picking an abundance of flowers by the river, with Mu Annie trailing closely behind to assist. Little female beast, are we making the thing to wear on our heads? Mu Annie inquired, believing they had enough flowers for that purpose. Qin Tong shook her head, pondering how they immediately associated flowers with garlands. What is that for? Mu Annie continued to ask at 80 times. Qin Tong felt like she was raising children, bombarded with countless questions that required answers. You'll find out when we return. Mu Annie's discontent was palpable. It wanted to know right then and there. Indeed, it was just like a child. Throughout their return journey, Mu Annie incessantly questioned until someone finally snapped, Mu Annie, are you foolish? Stop asking, little female beast has said you'll know when we get back. Lai Wei shouted at Mu Annie, incensed by this, halted its sprint and bared its teeth at Lai Wei in beast form. This frightened Qin Tong, who grasped Mu Annie's fur tightly. We must cherish peace. Let us not fight. Lai Wu intervened, Mu Annie, you've scared the little female beast. Upon hearing this, Mu Annie ceased its aggressive posture. At that moment, Qin Tong broke into a cold sweat. Were orcs truly this bold? Regardless of their opponent's beast form, they would confront them head-on? Did they not realize their own size? Lai Wei's beast form was at least 10 times larger than Mu Annie's. Yet Mu Annie dared to challenge it? Truly fearless. As for Qin Tong, she feared for her safety, worried she might be flung away if Mu Annie lost control. Upon returning to the camp, Mu Annie dashed forward, seemingly eager for a confrontation with Lai Wei. Qin Tong anxiously attempted to intervene, but Lai Wu held her back. Little female beast, don't interfere. They'll be fine after a fight. Such scenarios were commonplace. Orcs were combative, but they would resolve their differences quickly. Since Lai Wu assured her it was all right, Qin Tong decided to mind her own business, retrieving an empty stone bowl to collect the flower petals. Little female beast, let me help you, Lai Wu offered, taking the stone bowl from Qin Tong. Thank you. Call me by my name. Please don't keep referring to me as little female beast. It feels like an insult. Qin Tong thought to herself, still struggling to adapt to the orc's nomenclature. Lai Wu looked up. Is that all right? Of course. Names are meant to be called. What's wrong with that? Lai Wu smiled. Initially, it had been slightly put off by this little female beast, who, despite her fragility, garnered the attention of many male orcs. It once feared she might possess a terrible temper, but now realized that little female beast was not only kind but also a very good female beast. Qin him? Qin Tong jumped at the increasing sweetness in Lai Wu's tone. Stop it. Let us get back to work. She hurriedly interrupted Lai Wu, wishing to avoid any further overly sweet exchanges. Qin Tong instructed Lai Wu on how to pluck the petals while discarding the cores. So this is for eating, right? Lai Wu confidently inquired, still believing that she might have guessed correctly. Qin Tong was nearly overcome with laughter. Indeed, the orcs were quite endearing. It appeared that Lai Wu was just as curious, though she did not press for answers as persistently as Mu Annie did. This is for making soap. Lai Wu spoke up. Soap? Is it delicious? Just as Qin Tong was about to respond, Mu Annie returned. Leaping onto Qin Tong, little female beast, it tore away my fur. Qin Tong nearly lost her balance but managed to steady herself, soothing Mu Annie's back with her hand, scanning for any injuries. After a thorough examination, she found no visible wounds. However, she did notice Lai Wei approaching from behind Mu Annie, bearing several scratches, thankfully not severe. Where are you hurt? Qin Tong gently asked. Right here, Mu Annie replied, bending her head to point at her forehead. It was no wonder Qin Tong had missed it, for even now, as Mu Annie pointed, there was no visible injury. Little female beast, look closely. I saw it tear away so much of my fur. Mu Annie lamented, her voice quivering. Lai Wei could not bear to see Mu Annie in such a state. Crying after losing a match was truly embarrassing. Provoked by this remark, Mu Annie sprang to her feet. Who are you calling a crybaby? Just watch. I'll make you cry. No one is crying but me, she retorted defiantly. Chapter 62. Soap too watches I make you cry this time, Lai Wu declared, shaking her hands. Determined to subdue Mu Annie after the latter had clawed her so mercilessly. Stop fighting. Help me with this flower instead, Qin Tong interjected, eager to prevent any further conflict, fearing that one might truly end up in tears. With Qin Tong's intervention, Mu Annie reluctantly sat down. Observing Mu Annie's compliance, Lai Wu also ceased her intent to continue the altercation. Little female beast, can this be eaten as well? Mu Annie forcefully tore a flower from its stem. Qin Tong was puzzled. Why did everyone assume it was food? Could it not serve another purpose? It was no wonder Mu Annie thought so. In their culture, anything served in a stone bowl was typically edible, leading Mu Annie to naturally believe this was the case. Tong is going to make soap, Lai Wu chimed in. Upon hearing this, Mu Annie shot Lai Wu a fierce glance. You dare to call her by name? Tong agreed, Lai Wu replied with a hint of pride. Why should you get to call her that? Mu Annie protested, feeling slighted since she had played with the little female beast first and believed she should have been allowed to name her. Among the orcs, there was a custom. One could only call another by their name once they had been introduced. If one had not shared their name, it was forbidden to use it, which explained why the little female beast referred to Qin Tong as such. Qin Tong had only told Gulan her name, thus only Gulan had called her by it until now. Little female beast, why won't you let me call your name? Mu Annie expressed her dissatisfaction, feeling deceived since the little female beast had claimed to like her and that they were friends. I never said you couldn't, Qin Tong replied, bewildered. When did I ever say you couldn't call me by my name? Mu Annie pouted. So I can call you, right? Yes, Qin Tong nodded, glancing at the hopeful Lai Wei behind her. You can call her too? Why do we need to ask for permission to call names? Qin Tong voiced her curiosity. Lai Wu, astonished, looked at Qin Tong. Tong, you didn't know. An orc can only be named with their consent. Qin Tong was left speechless. Was it truly so peculiar? Wasn't naming simply for the purpose of being called? Why must it require approval? There's no reason. It's just how it is, Mu Annie stated matter-of-factly. Qin Tong sighed, considering it a bizarre custom, filled with oddities and lacking a proper explanation. However, she suddenly recalled that she had named many orcs. Was she in trouble? What happens if I called them? She queried. Lai Wu paused, seemingly unsure. I suppose nothing will happen. Then why maintain such a strange practice? It seems pointless, Qin Tong expressed her confusion. It's been this way since we were cubs, Lai Wu admitted, indicating that even she did not fully comprehend. Qin Tong pursed her lips, and Mu Annie carelessly tossed the flower in her hand, regardless of whether it still had a stem, directly into the stone bowl. Mu Annie, that's not how it's done. Tong said we need to extract this part, Lai Wu said, taking out the unprocessed flower from the stone bowl. I'll do it my way, Mu Annie retorted, feeling unjustly slighted since Lai Wu had gotten to call the little female beast's name first. In her boisterous demeanor, Mu Annie was genuinely carefree, but when she acted up, she was truly troublesome. Qin Tong helped Lai Wu gather the entire flower. Tong, you haven't told me what this is for yet? Mu Annie queried. Qin Tong decided to reveal the secret. This flower is used to make soap, which is a substance that cleanses the body thoroughly. Isn't water enough? Mu Annie challenged. Does washing your hair with water yield the same results as using tea residue? Qin Tong countered. Mu Annie pondered for a moment, realizing it was not the same. After using that black substance, her hair felt much smoother. Suddenly enlightened, her eyes sparkled. Will there be some for me? Observing the 3 pairs of gleaming eyes, Qin Tong replied, of course. Upon realizing that the flower could create something so remarkable, Mu Annie's pace quickened, and soon all the flowers were gathered. What do we do next? Mu Annie asked eagerly. Qin Tong handed her a stone. Mash the petals into a paste. And what about me? Lai Wei inquired. Having witnessed the excitement generated by the tea residue, both were eager to participate with this new substance. Qin Tong retrieved the wood ash. You can put this in the bowl and add some water. And me? Lai Wu felt left out as the others had tasks. Qin Tong shrugged. There's nothing left. Making soap requires only a few ingredients. And she chose to rest on a stone. Feeling quite fatigued, Mu Annie quickly completed her task, then looked at Qin Tong with an expectant expression. Tong, look what I've done. Qin Tong produced a piece of fabric, a remnant of her torn clothing, which was particularly precious in this primitive society. She could hardly bear to discard it, even if it was dirty. She wrapped the petal paste in the fabric and squeezed out the juice. Let me try, Lai Wu said, seeing Qin Tong squeeze so vigorously. Taking the object, her orc strength made the task much easier, and soon the flower juice was extracted. Lai Wei also returned with water. The next step fell to Qin Tong. She needed to clean the cloth and filter the water from the wood ash, thus completing the alkali solution. Then she placed the alkali solution over the fire to evaporate excess water and increase the concentration of the alkaloid. As the heating continued, the alkali solution began to transform. Finally, she added the previously rendered tallow, stirring thoroughly with a stick. Mu Annie watched Qin Tong's actions intently. Is this all we need to do? Qin Tong shook her head. We need to stir for a long time until the saponification is complete. Let me try, Lai Wu exclaimed, eager to participate, finding it all quite entertaining. I want to try too, Mu Annie declared, unwilling to be left out. Qin Tong handed the stick to them and sat down to rest, acknowledging that her body was still quite fatigued, and her dizziness had not yet subsided. Mu Annie quickly seized the stick, mimicking Qin Tong's motions as she stirred. Before long, she exclaimed, Tong, it's changing. Lai Wu and Lai Wei clamored to take the stick from Mu Annie, both eager to experience the magic for themselves. Qin Tong approached to pour in the flower juice, while the three continued to grapple for the stick, each reluctant to relinquish their hold. Hurry and stir. Stop playing around, Qin Tong urged, observing their childlike antics as they jostled for the task. Eventually, Lai Wei managed to wrest the stick away, exclaiming, Tong, this is amazing. As the stirring progressed, the saponification became more pronounced. The vibrant purple flower juice blended beautifully, and as it diluted, its color became even more appealing. The delightful fragrance of flowers began to waft as the mixture heated. Chapter 63. Soap 3. Once saponification was complete, they set the mixture aside to cool. Mu Annie and Lai Wu remained by its side, unwilling to leave, despite Qin Tong's assertion that it needed to cool overnight before it could be cut. They were transfixed, as if under a spell. They could not comprehend how it transformed so suddenly right before their eyes. Mu Annie even fetched her two mates to join in the observation, animatedly describing the process with exaggerated gestures. The orcs were drawn in, gathering around the pot of soap. Yudo even dipped his fingers into it to taste, only to spit it out immediately. Yuck! This tastes terrible. Having finished her meal early, Qin Tong returned to the cave on the hill. Witnessing the lively scene unfolding before her, she was inexplicably reminded of Mo's. She mused that if Mo's were present, the atmosphere would be even more vibrant. Although Mo's rarely spoke, it always seemed that the tribe was more relaxed in its presence. She wondered if Mo's would be astonished by the finished soap. Surely he would be, given that even Jingya had expressed surprise. Perhaps she had not slept well for 2 consecutive nights. Tonight, Qin Tong retired early. Mo's, you should rest now. Tage took the initiative to speak, and Moss emerged from the tribe, having not had a moment's respite. Moss drew his gaze back from a distance and nodded. He had already patrolled the area and found no signs of orc habitation, nor did he sense any danger. Tage and Moss exhibited differing vigilance. Moss preferred to be on guard in conspicuous locations, while Tage favored the shadows, relishing the sensation of controlling everything from the dark. After leaping down from the treetops, Moss found an elevated spot to conceal himself, his figure and presence vanishing in an instant. In the dead of night, Qin Tong awoke, discomforted by the need to relieve herself. Her first instinct was to glance at the ground, and upon seeing the emptiness, she remembered that Moss was not present. This realization troubled her, as she hesitated to venture out alone. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Tong decided to rise. After all, one could only endure such discomfort for so long. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, she was startled by a shadow on the stones. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be Jingja or Jelen, certainly one of them, as Qin Tong recognized the beastly form, the moment Qin Tong approached the cave's mouth. Jingja lifted his beastly head, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opening wide. Little female, the sun has yet to rise. It was indeed Jingja, and Qin Tong felt a wave of relief wash over her, though she was perplexed as to why he was at the cave's entrance. Jingja, what brings you here? Are you going out? Jingja observed Qin Tong as she ventured into the woods and quickly followed. Qin Tong, feeling urgent, did not wish to engage in needless conversation. I need to relieve myself. Please do not follow me. To avoid any misunderstanding, she stated her intentions plainly before hastily entering the forest. Jingjia remained rooted in place after hearing her words. Having swiftly attended to her physiological needs, Qin Tong glanced at the liquid that had vanished into the ground. After a moment's hesitation, she kicked a bit of dirt over it. Recalling how Moss always performed this ritual, she decided it was best to adhere to the same practice. Upon her return, she discovered Jingjia still standing there, dazed. The urge to sleep had lessened considerably after her relief. So Qin Tong took a seat on a rock. Once Jingjia transformed back into his human form, he sat beside her. Every time Qin Tong found herself in this spot, she marveled at the beauty surrounding her. Gazing at the splendid scenery and breathing in the fresh air, it seemed that everything was not as dire as it once appeared. "The moonlight tonight is exquisite," Qin Tong remarked. Jingjia turned his gaze toward the moon, responding with an ambiguous tone that suggested a lack of agreement with Qin Tong's sentiment. Curious, she turned to him, surprised by the tone he had adopted, which hinted at some underlying sadness. "What makes you feel it is not beautiful?" Jingjia's expression remained impassive as he quickly concealed whatever emotions had flickered in his eyes. "It is beautiful." Qin Tong could undoubtedly discern the insincerity in his words, but chose not to confront it. Allowing a silence to settle between them, Qin Tong remained quiet, absorbed in the moon's beauty, while Jingjia's thoughts drifted far away. A gentle breeze swept through, causing Jingjia to regain his focus. Here, it was just the two of them. Seated closely together, as the breeze wafted by, the scent belonging to Qin Tong inevitably wafted into Jingjia's nostrils. Rising to stretch, Qin Tong announced, "I am going back to sleep now, good night." It was only after she returned to the cave that Jingjia exhaled deeply, realizing he had instinctively held his breath. "Good night," Jingjia murmured to himself, puzzled by this new expression. The breeze continued to flow gently. Jingjia sensed the lingering scent, even though the female had already returned to the cave. Did it linger because she was still nearby? He took a careful sniff, realizing the aroma emanated from the forest. Shifting into his beast form, he rushed forward to locate the source of the scent. Discovering it was due to his earlier hasty burial. With an expressionless demeanor, he dug into the earth to cover it properly, stepping on it twice for good measure. Finally satisfied, he returned to the cave entrance. Sunlight streamed through the cave's opening, its brightness rousing Qin Tong from her slumber. After lingering in bed for a moment, she reluctantly rose, only to find Jingjia absent from the cave's mouth. Though Jingjia was gone, Muin and I was waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Qin Tong emerge, she exclaimed, "Tong, you have finally awakened, had you not? I might have thought you were entering hibernation." Qin Tong felt a bit embarrassed. Thinking that her lingering in bed was not quite so dramatic, Muin and I had arrived early to wait at the cave's entrance, and had even ventured inside to check on Qin Tong. Retreating only upon discovering her still asleep, she had been eagerly anticipating that wondrous soap, as was her routine. Qin Tong first cleaned herself thoroughly before heading out with Muin and I to inspect the soap. After a night of cooling, it had solidified. Qin Tong clearly discerned several claw marks on the surface, knowing immediately that they were made by curious orc inhabitants, including Muin and I, as she spotted the distinct paw prints belonging to her. They were the most recent and the highest among the impressions. Qin Tong felt no urge to chastise them, understanding their curiosity given that they had never seen such a thing before. The cooled soap appeared even more vibrant than when it was hot, looking exceedingly appealing. Taking out a fruit knife, Qin Tong neatly divided the soap and arranged the pieces in order. Muin and I could hardly contain her excitement as she picked up a piece. Inhaling its fragrance, "Tong, it smells like flowers, does it not?" It took so many flowers to make just this little bit of soap. After dividing all the soap, Qin Tong counted the pieces and felt there were not enough to go around. Muin and I, having obtained her soap, dashed off, presumably to show it to her mate. Qin Tong watched Muin's retreating figure with a sense of resignation, realizing she would have to deliver the soap herself. Beginning with Jelen. Upon hearing that Qin Tong was once again creating something wondrous, Jelen's eyes lit up with delight as he asked, "Tong, what remarkable properties does this possess?" Last night, the orcs had been abuzz with speculation, claiming it was something extraordinary, a fervor undoubtedly fueled by Muin's extravagant descriptions. "It is not so remarkable. It is merely for cleansing the body," Qin Tong explained. How could a simple soap nearly be mythologized? Chapter 64. Neglect. The sky was a clear azure, and the brilliant sun streamed through the dense foliage, creating beams of light that illuminated the misty glade. Moss furrowed his brow, casting a worried glance toward the horizon. Moss, is something amiss? Tage inquired, having seldom witnessed such an expression on Moss's face. Moss concealed his concern and replied, "It is nothing. Let us prepare to depart." Tage's eyes reflected Moss's retreating silhouette beneath the blazing sun. The beasts were restless. The Vinnick forest, with its trees gradually thinning, revealed large swathes of exposed rock amid the grasslands. Without the cover of the woods, the beasts became strikingly conspicuous, particularly this motley assortment of creatures. Moss and his band of orcs halted atop a high ridge. Beyond the rocky ascent lay the territory of the Antelope clan. Moss's golden mane glittered brilliantly in the sunlight. All the male beasts understood the significance of Moss's words. The Antelope clan was a vast group. Although the Antelope lacked formidable combat prowess, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Yin Kuya stepped forward from behind Moss, stating, "If they do not change their course, we shall feast." The thought of tender antelope meat made Yin Kuya's mouth water. The other male beasts appeared to agree with Yin Kuya, except for Tage. Tage believed that Yin Kuya's perspective was overly simplistic. They were unfamiliar with the Vinnick forest and should remain vigilant at all times. Point 1. Should not relax their guard simply because their opponents were antelopes. Elisha tossed a glance at Yin Kuya, admonishing, "Stop thinking solely of food. We are here to trade for salt, not to dine." The young female beast cautioned against fixating on meals, suggesting that such a mindset would lead to becoming mere gluttons. Although she was unsure of the term glutton, her tone suggested it was not a compliment. Yin Kuya was left speechless. He did not grasp the meaning of dining, rendering him unable to retort. Moss did not give Yin Kuya the opportunity to speak further. "Let us proceed," he commanded, leading the descent down the ridge, with the male beasts trailing closely behind. "Chief, there are other orcs approaching," Meiji announced, rising. "What kind of orcs? Did you see clearly?" "I did not." "Then hurry and investigate." Before a response could be given, Meiji's expression changed dramatically as the sound of foreign calls echoed from outside the cave, a signal of impending danger. At the forefront, Moss led the male beasts forward cautiously, while the antelopes scattered in panic. "Tage, is this your idea of caution?" Yin Kuya whispered. "With just a gentle bite, they could become our meals." "What danger could there possibly be?" Yin Kuya's assertion stemmed from the fact that their mere presence sent the antelope fleeing in terror, with some of the young ones trembling in place, too frightened to escape. This display led Yin Kuya to dismiss the antelope beasts entirely, feeling quite at ease. Tage refrained from responding, mentally critiquing Yin Kuya's arrogance. Were it not for their presence in the antelope territory, he would have surely silenced Yin Kuya. If the antelope beasts were truly so feeble, they would not constitute such a large clan. Yin Kuya was indeed foolish. He failed to notice the sharp hooves and horns of the antelope beasts on either side of them. Despite their seemingly terrified demeanor, their eyes betrayed a cunning intelligence. The antelope beasts watched the unfamiliar outsiders with trepidation, initially believing they were there to attack their tribe. To their surprise, this Tiger-Lion Beastman sought an audience with their leader. "Tiger-Lion Beastman, you cannot proceed any further." An orc obstructed Moss's advance, inquiring, "What brings you to our tribe?" Moss halted, his expression indifferent. "Are you the leader?" The orc remained silent, clearly not fitting the role. Yin Kuya stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the orc before him. "Bring your leader out." Upon hearing Yin Kuya's words, the antelope orcs collectively stepped forward, declaring, "Our leader will not meet with you." Why would a leader come forth to meet orcs of uncertain origins? Unsatisfied with the response, Yin Kuya roared, "Pathetic orc. It seems you wish to be torn apart by us." In response, the antelope orcs emitted a chorus of calls. Unbeknownst to them, the antelope orcs had formed a surrounding circle, encasing Moss and his companions, who had not even realized they had been encircled. When they entered, the antelope orcs had parted to allow passage, yet the orcs behind did not disperse, but instead formed an extensive encirclement. Slowly closing in, Moss and Tirgu simultaneously recognized their predicament. The Tiger Clan orc sneered, "Shall we see who pierces through whom first?" The orc spoke viciously. Yin Kuya turned his tiger head. Observing that the surrounding antelope orcs had lowered their heads, presenting their horns at him. "Give it a try," he retorted. If the Tiger Clan could be intimidated by the antelope's horns, it would indeed be a disgrace. Yin Kuya's provocation urged the antelope orcs to advance a step closer. Inside the cave, Mai Ji heard the voices of her kin outside, feeling a surge of anxiety as her numerous tribesmen refused to retreat. "Leader, there are all sorts of orcs," said a returning scout. "What do you mean by all sorts of orcs?" the leader questioned. The scout gasped for breath. "There are tiger-lion orcs, and red wolves." Mai Ji stared in astonishment as her kin listed over a dozen names of orc species, the chaos rendering her speechless. "Leader, they wish to see you." Mai Ji struck the opposing orc with a bundle of hay. "You haven't even clarified what they want before asking me to go out. What if they suddenly pounce and attack?" She could not risk going out as she listened to the names of these orcs. She suddenly recalled a certain tribe, pondering why the orcs from Deen Fa tribe would come here, especially in the Wainika jungle. She remembered that Saphir's tribe had a tiger-lion orc. Had he successfully transformed? It had been quite some time since Saphir had met the beast god, hadn't it? "Go, send Lusa to find out what these orcs seek in our tribe." "Understood." The orc hurriedly dashed out to convey the message. The atmosphere outside had reached a boiling point. Tirgu observed the surroundings with unblinking eyes, noting that the orcs closest to them were exceptionally robust, evident from their imposing physiques. Although he disapproved of Yin Kuya's foolishness, he agreed with one point. The antelope orcs' meat would likely be quite delectable. Assuming they could ensnare them this easily, the antelope orcs were rather foolish. Did they think they were the orcs of Wainiku? They hailed from the Dfan tribe. Tirgu's gaze turned frosty. Daring to present their horns to him, the antelope orcs truly sought an audience with the beast god. "Yin Kuya?" "Return," Moss called back the impetuous Yin Kuya. Chapter 65. Exchange. Moss summoned Yin Kuya back. They had not come to engage in battle, but rather to barter salt for the young female orcs. "We come to trade with you," harboring no ill intent, Moss stated coldly. "Trade? Trade what?" "Your tribe possesses nothing of value that this tiger-lion orc would desire," Lusa responded. The land of the antelope tribe was predominantly highland, barren save for grass and rocks, leaving Lusa perplexed as to what could be exchanged. "We seek your salty stones." "You wish to trade stones?" Lusa was bewildered. Such items were likely only favored by their own kind. What would carnivorous orcs want with such things? Moss, unwilling to engage in further futile dialogue, pressed, "May we meet your leader now?" Lusa hesitated, eyeing Moss, contemplating the authenticity of their claim. If they were indeed here to trade, surely they must have brought their goods. Enli Shah stepped forward, placing 2 baskets before Lusa. "What is this? Such a meager offering for trade?" Lusa scoffed. "Is your tribe so impoverished that you would barter with such a paltry amount? Concealed beneath animal hides, rendering everything invisible? Surely you aren't suggesting 2 pieces of animal hide in exchange?" Enli Shah lifted the hides, revealing 2 baskets of sweet fruits. Lusa, initially inclined to mock further, fell silent upon sighting the sweet fruits. Such delicacies were exceedingly rare. All orcs knew this, and in Wainiku, they were even scarcer, particularly in proximity to their tribe, where not a single tree could be found. Lusa had never encountered so many sweet fruits before, and the intoxicating aroma made it swallow its derisive words. The tiger-lion orcs indeed showed some sincerity. However, since they were here to trade, Lusa wondered how they would easily consent to let them go, uncertain if other orcs would come to their tribe to barter in the future, as their tribe lacked enticing goods to attract others. "Tiger-lion orc, you intend to trade this for our stones?" "Our stones are quite rare," Lusa asserted, blind to the irony of its own words, for its tribe was most abundant in such stones. Moss understood Lusa's implication indeed. "We have more as expected." Jing Ya's words rang true. To successfully procure salt, they could not present everything at once, but must reveal their goods gradually. "It appears you are out of items," Lusa remarked, observing that no orc possessed this peculiar item. Curious yet perplexed, he wondered how it could contain goods, and resolved to inquire about it later. Transformed into human form, Enli Shah produced another item from her possession. "And this?" Lusa chuckled derisively. "You bring forth an item that can be grasped in a single paw to barter? Is this truly a trade, or merely an insult to the antelope tribe?" Enli Shah's indignation flared. This was a creation of the young female orc and a remarkably wondrous item. The male orcs behind her glared fiercely at Lusa. "This was crafted by our tribe's most formidable shaman," Enli Shah stated, her tone laced with pride, as if to declare, "We possess a shaman." "Do you?" Indeed, not every tribe had access to a shaman. tribes without one were often left to the whims of fate. While those with shamans were not to be trifled with. Luce's eyes widened in surprise. They hailed from a tribe with a shaman. Eagerly, it gazed at the item in Enli Shah's hands. Wrapped in a piece of animal hide, it resembled the earlier sweet fruits, leaving its contents indiscernible at present. Luce thought that if it were indeed crafted by a shaman, it should possess healing properties. "What is that?" Luce inquired, a hint of anticipation in its voice, eager to see what the mightiest of shamans had created. Moss approached Enli Shah, placing a hand atop the item in her grasp. "We should first discuss the trade." Upon hearing this, Luce's fervor waned. "Without knowledge of the goods to be exchanged, how can we proceed?" Moss turned his head, signaling Enli Shah to reveal it. Enli Shah unveiled the item. "Earth?" Luce's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, these orcs had come to insult them. Taking a step back, the surrounding antelope orcs stirred restlessly, preparing to advance. Moss, engulfed in rage, exuded an imposing aura. He had anticipated that the exchange would not unfold smoothly. Yet he had not expected the antelope orcs to regard them with such disdain. A lion's roar echoed through the air, compelling the previously aggressive orcs surrounding them to lower their stances. Their earlier bravado dissipating, Tirgu leapt onto the back of another male orc, surveying the surrounding antelope orcs. The outer ring of antelope orcs had begun to falter, many lying down, indicating that Moss had successfully intimidated the scene. These antelope orcs were indeed foolish. Their lack of aggression did not signify fear of the antelope tribe. Moss and Tirgu had long prepared for the possibility of an unsuccessful exchange. Otherwise, they would not have ventured forth, as the orcs here were the mightiest of the Dfan tribe. Should the trade fail, they were ready to seize what they needed by force. How could they possibly fail? The items the young female orcs sought could not be returned, rendering their efforts futile. The lion's roar subsided. The haughty demeanor of the antelope orcs had vanished. Luce's face had drained of color. "Tiger-lion orc, what do you intend to do? Do you still wish to trade?" The pressure of their bloodline proved formidable. Luce's prior arrogance had evaporated, its voice trembling. "We come with sincerity," Moss asserted. Were it not for the hope of future exchanges for salt, he would have crushed this antelope orc, allowing them to bully what they deemed weak. Even when negotiating with the ape tribe for fire seeds, the ape orcs had never dared speak to him in such a manner. The audacity of a mere antelope orc to address him with such insolence was laughable. "Enli Shah, explain to them what this is." Moss coldly instructed. Enli Shah pinched a handful of powder. "This can eradicate the pests that cling to your fur." "You foolish orcs thought it mere dirt." Upon hearing this, the antelope orcs craned their necks to examine it closely. "Really?" Luce queried, its tone bereft of its earlier arrogance. "Perhaps we should find an orc to test it." Moses' thin lips parted slightly. Yin Kia cast a disdainful glance at the surrounding group. The gazes of the antelope beasts were so fixated on the powdered medicine that it baffled her why Mose didn't simply tear them apart and send them to meet the beast god to obtain what they desired. She found this dim-witted group exceedingly detestable, daring to act so insolently towards her. What was there for a tribe, devoid of even a shaman, to be proud of? It was merely by chance that there were items desired by the young female beasts here. Otherwise, this band of antelope beastmen would never have had the audacity to behave so brazenly in her presence. With a low atmosphere of suppressed fury, Yen Kia glared fiercely at Luce, contemplating whether she could devour him upon her departure. For he appeared rather plump, causing her saliva to drip onto the ground in anticipation. Luce, turning his head, caught sight of Yen Kia's expression and was so startled that he fell directly to the ground. Chapter 66. The stench of urine. Yen Kia smiled with satisfaction at Luce's frightened state on the ground. Now he understands the might of the Tiger clan, doesn't he? Mose glanced back at Yen Kia, prompting her to restrain her expression and feign innocence towards him. How was she to know that this beast man was so feeble that he would be frightened to such an extent? What was the point of his earlier bravado? Who will give it a try? Enli Shah inquired. Luce, trembling as he stood, cautiously glanced at Yen Kia before turning to a nearby beastman. Xiao Lu, why don't you give it a shot? He dared not volunteer himself for fear of encountering something unpleasant. These beastmen were not to be trusted. The beastman stepped forward, casting a timid glance at the object in Enli Shah's hand. Unfazed by its trepidation, Enli Shah tossed a handful of powdered medicine at the antelope beastman. assuring that the insects on its body would soon perish. The antelope beastman anxiously watched its companion. And Xiao Lu was equally apprehensive. Before long, Xiao Lu began to feel an overwhelming discomfort, his body shaking uncontrollably. Lu's heart raced with anxiety as he observed Xiao Lu's distress. How could this happen? Thank goodness it wasn't him who volunteered. Lusa took a few steps back. The antelope beastmen were on edge, nearly adopting a defensive stance when, suddenly, various insects began to shake free from Xiao Lu's body. It really works. It can kill the insects, one antelope beastman exclaimed with excitement. Lusa felt a wave of relief wash over him. All right, let us exchange. He turned to the nearby beastman, instructing him to inform the chief that they had come to trade. At last, the chief of the antelope clan made his appearance. Mose regarded Meiji with a cold indifference. The chief of the antelope clan was indeed timid, keeping such a distance. Did he think he was safe from attack at this range? Are you from the Difang tribe? Upon seeing Mose, Meiji quickly confirmed that he was indeed the tiger-lion beast from the Safer tribe. I am the chief of the Difang tribe, Mose. Mose stood confidently, allowing Meiji to scrutinize him. You are the chief. Safer has gone to see the beast god. Meiji expressed surprise, not expecting Safer to genuinely venture to meet the beast god, with a glint of cold light hidden beneath his golden eyes. Mose's lips parted slightly. Do you wish to meet the beast god as well? He disliked it when others mentioned Safer ahead of time, especially when Meiji wore a look that suggested he was somewhat pleased. The formidable beasts behind Mose glared angrily at Meiji as well. The antelope beastmen hastily positioned themselves in front of Meiji. I mean no offense. I merely did not expect to recognize your Safer chief. Meiji added, though unspoken was the thought that Safer would rather tear him apart. Earlier, Meiji had felt nervous at the prospect of encountering a beastman from the Difang tribe, fearing that Safer might have come. But he never anticipated that Safer had truly gone to meet the beast god. Mose, clearly skeptical, chose not to dwell on these matters further. What he sought was salt. There would be ample opportunities to teach them a lesson later. You see the items. Can we proceed with the exchange? Meiji gestured for the beastmen to step aside. Certainly, but our tribe's stones are also quite scarce. We can only provide a little in return. He had heard the beastmen speak of the miraculous medicine from the Difang tribe, but the quantity was far too little for their needs. Mose had anticipated their response and transformed into human form, producing a small branch. What if I have fire as well? Meiji took a few steps forward, then retreated. Tiger-lion cub, do you think to deceive the beasts? He had never heard that the Difang tribe possessed fire. All he held was a mere branch. What fire could you possibly have? Drawing forth a charcoal stick, Mose blew forcefully, and faint sparks quickly blossomed into a small flame. Meiji could no longer maintain his composure. He truly had fire. To bring fire all the way to the Wainik jungle was remarkable. The ape tribe was known to possess fire, yet it had never been heard that they could transport it such a distance. Especially drawn from a branch, the surrounding antelope beastmen recoiled in fear from the flame, creating a wider space around Mose. Is it still scarce? Mose inquired. Meiji trembled slightly. Their tribe had once contemplated trading with the ape tribe for fire, but they had nothing of value to offer in exchange. They never expected fire to arrive at their very doorstep. It seemed their tribe was destined to grow stronger, even capable of migrating to other territories. With fire, they could become powerful enough to seek better lands, no longer confined to a place strewn with stones. It is no longer scarce, Meiji replied, his voice tinged with excitement, astonished by the newfound strength of the Difang tribe and their possession of fire. Mose's gaze flickered subtly. Just moments ago, Meiji had mentioned scarcity, yet upon seeing the fire, his demeanor changed entirely. Truly cunning, but fire was not so easily obtained. Lusa, go fetch some stones for Chief Mose, Meiji instructed. And what about the fire? Mose glanced at the fire in his hand and of course, I can provide it to you. He extended the charcoal stick forward, yet not a single antelope beastman dared to accept it. Quickly, go! Meiji urged a nearby beastman. The antelope beastman trembled, reluctant to approach, having heard since childhood that touching fire would lead to destruction. Meiji, frustrated by the sight of the quaking beastman, stepped forward and kicked him. Is it any wonder you are called weak by other beastmen? Can't you see the tiger-lion beastmen are handling it without fear? What are you so afraid of? Go, Meiji scolded. The unfortunate beastman collapsed to the ground. Unable to rise, it seemed to exude the stench of urine. Taelj looked disdainfully at the prostrate beastman, wrinkling his nose. Did he think himself a young female beast, relieving himself before so many others? The odor was utterly foul. Veins bulged on Meiji's forehead as he caught sight of the contemptuous gazes from the Defong tribe beastmen. Feeling utterly humiliated, he turned to another beastman. Xiao Lu, you go. Hearing his name called, Xiao Lu trembled as he stepped forward. Terrified, yet knowing that the chief was already angry, he had no choice but to comply. Shaking all over, he moved slowly, as if such slowness could delay his impending doom by fire. Yin Qia looked on in disdain, perhaps forgetting that not long ago, she too had feared fire, now looking down upon other beastmen. Enli Sha burst into laughter, finding the sight of the beastman utterly comical. The insects would likely flee faster than he could dodity this. Meiji's expression darkened significantly as he approached, delivering a swift kick to Xiao Lu's backside. Xiao Lu stumbled forward, right into the flame that Mose held, letting out a piercing scream. Author's note: Antelope Beastman. This is absurd. Our beastman is named Xiao Lu. Author: I couldn't think of a name. Antelope Beastman. So you used your own surname? Author: Is it not acceptable to take my name? Antelope Beastman. Fine. Antelope Beastman. Can someone please remove the knife from beside my bird? Chapter 67. Roasted whole lamb. With a scream, the fire erupted, followed by the unmistakable scent of burning flesh. The cries persisted as Xiao Lu darted in every direction, his fur visibly igniting, and the more he ran, the faster the flames spread. In a stroke of misfortune, he dashed straight into the herd of antelope beasts, causing a wave of panic. Before Xiao Lu could come near, the antelope beasts scattered, plunging the scene into chaos. Xiao Lu continued to scream. Seeing his companions flee in terror, devoid of assistance, he turned to run towards Meiji. Upon seeing Xiao Lu charging towards him, Meiji exclaimed in horror, "Stop him!" He did not wish to meet a fiery demise as well. Mose was equally startled, never expecting to ignite him. Enli Sha, in fright, clung tightly to Taelj's beast form as Xiao Lu approached Meiji. Any beastman tasked with stopping him quivered in fear, seeking to evade the flames. "Stamp it out," Mose called out, recalling the young female beast's advice that if one could not use dirt or branches to smother the flames, they should use their hooves. The antelope beastmen quickly raised their hooves, aiming for Xiao Lu's head. Before long, the flames extinguished, for his hair had already burned away. The antelope beastmen dispersed after a while, revealing a charred head covered in soot, dirt, and scattered hoof prints. Xiao Lu lay there, moaning in agony. "Drag him away," Meiji said, frowning in disgust. "Truly, one more disgraceful than the last. Chief Mose, you may set down the fire." McGee feigned nonchalance as he spoke, while Moss cast a fleeting glance at it, remarking that placing it down in such a manner would lead to the destruction of this place. The young female beast had previously stated that directly tossing fire onto the grass would result in the incineration of an entire patch. However, Moss had omitted a crucial detail, that this applied to dry grass. Nevertheless, Moss was not entirely in the wrong. His awareness of safety was commendable. "What shall we do then?" McGee exclaimed, alarmed. This place could not be allowed to perish. They still had to live here. They had yet to transform by harnessing the fire into a formidable tribe. How could they permit the flames to obliterate their home first? "Fetch stones," he commanded. The antelope beastmen swiftly gathered a pile of stones and arranged them in a circle as per Moss's instructions. Only then did Moss let the carbon stick fall to the ground. McGee, unfamiliar with controlling the flames, did not inquire further upon witnessing Moss's actions. He was simply content knowing that the fire was within the stone heap. Lusa brought over the rock salt, and Moss instructed Enlisha to pour the sweet fruit into a basket to contain the salt. "Moss, may I inquire what purpose this stone serves?" McGee asked with curiosity, pondering the significance of the stone in exchange for fire and medicinal herbs. If it held substantial value, they must ensure its preservation for future trade with other tribes. Moss, feigning profundity, replied, "Our tribe is in short supply of stones, so we shall take it back for examination." McGee quickly grasped that Moss was reluctant to divulge the truth, but ceased further questioning. Reasoning that if it were indeed valuable, they would surely return to trade again. "Yes," Lusa observed Enlisha, filling the basket with salt. He pointed at it and asked, "Kabai Rhinoceros Beastmen, what is this wondrous object?" Inlisha shot him a disdainful look, having no intention of revealing anything to the foolish antelope beast man. Could you possibly spare this for us? We would be willing to exchange a large stone. Lusa, noticing Inlisha's indifference, shifted tactics. Inlisha glanced at Moss, who nodded in agreement. Very well. Upon receiving the basket, Lusa was elated and instructed the beastmen to fetch a larger stone. How is this accomplished? Lusa inquired hastily. The Defon tribe seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge unknown to them. When had the Maloka jungle grown so formidable? Inlisha evaded Lusa's probing questions, considering it impossible to divulge that this was the brainchild of the young female beast. Due to the recent commotion, the antelope beastmen had developed a deeper fear of fire. Even with the stone circle formed, the flames remained small, and they dared not approach. Presently, the antelope beastmen were akin to the Defon tribe at its inception, thrilled yet terrified. Too fearful to draw near, however, their trepidation was far greater than that of the Defon tribe at the beginning. Moss, somewhat unconsciously, cast a glance at the flames, concerned that the fire might extinguish before they departed. Although the young female beast had assured him that it could burn for a considerable time, some time had already passed. Moss exchanged a knowing glance with Telj. Inlisha, hurry up. We must return to the tribe. He urged. McGee, momentarily shaken from his excitement over acquiring fire, suggested, Moss, let us eat our fill before we depart. McGee had many questions he wished to ask and hoped to converse further with the tiger-lion beast. Telj regarded McGee as if he were a simpleton. Did this antelope leader intend to feast upon the antelope beastmen? If so, he wouldn't mind, though he was uncertain whether Moss would approve. Yankia would have gladly lingered longer. Finding the antelope beasts particularly succulent, McGee, look at them. Moss turned to glance at the males behind him. McGee followed his gaze. Yankia's eyes narrowed, drool hanging from his mouth, as he appeared poised to devour. With the other beastmen displaying similar, albeit less pronounced, eagerness, McGee, feeling anxious, made a swallowing motion. Lusa, quickly present the stone to Chief Moss. We must hasten to send these ferocious beastmen away. I wish to know no more. Wrapping the scattered rock salt in animal hides, the males prepared to depart. Chief Moss, do remember to seek me out for future exchanges. McGee feigned calmness, smiling. He was quite satisfied with this trade, having exchanged only a few stones for the fire. Moss's gaze flickered momentarily, pondering whether McGee would retain such joy, his expression still adorned with a smile. Return to the tribe, Moss commanded. The antelope beastmen stepped aside, clearing a path. The males showed no sign of hesitation, racing away with fervor. The ground trembled beneath the thundering of their massive forms, stirring up dust that lingered in the air for some time. Have they truly departed? Lusa inquired beside McGee, wondering if these fierce carnivorous beastmen had genuinely come merely for stone. Lusa remained tense, fearing a sudden attack from the carnivorous beastmen. McGee kept his gaze fixed on the direction Moss had left, suddenly laughing and instructing his kin to seek out more stones. Convinced that these stones would prove useful, McGee himself had been on edge. He found the words of the carnivorous beastmen highly unreliable, yet he was astonished that they had indeed left. Once he confirmed that Moss had truly departed, McGee finally felt at ease, his heart swelling with joy at the unexpected acquisition of fire by the antelope tribe. McGee turned to take another look at the fire, cautiously approaching the stone pile. Upon leaning down, his expression drained of color. Meh. Where is the fire? Chapter 68. Mountain Flood 1. Even after having traveled some distance, Yankia could not shake thoughts of the antelope beasts from his mind. Were it not for Telj keeping a watchful eye at the rear, he would have attempted to sneak back, for leaving empty-handed from a pile of meat felt cruel. Yankia contemplated falling behind discreetly. Yankia, can you no longer run? Telj's gaze met Yankia's in the void. Telj was well aware of Yankia's intentions, but could not jeopardize Moss's plans. I am not satiated. I cannot run, Yankia admitted, having been exposed. He decided to surrender. The leading Moss slowed his pace, suggesting they first find meat to satiate their hunger before setting off again. It was indeed time to eat. I shall go hunt. Yankia's eyes gleamed with excitement. Inlisha tensed, sensing Moss's growing irritation. As expected, Moss's countenance darkened. Telj, go. Yankia dared not defy Moss and obediently found a place to wait. Moss, they have all agreed to trade salt. Why did you still give them fire? Yankia was particularly perplexed. How could fire be so casually exchanged? Moss certainly had his own reasoning. The Antelope tribe was vast. If they discovered that the Defon tribe possessed fire, many other tribes would soon learn of it as well. Moss wished for other beastmen to know that the Defon tribe had acquired fire and had grown stronger. This was the very intention that Chief Saphir had sought to realize before the beast god. It was also what Moss aimed to accomplish now. The Defon tribe would undoubtedly grow even stronger. This was Moss's conviction. Telge found the Tiger tribe beastmen to be remarkably foolish. Had they never witnessed fire in their tribe? Fire was not something that could be controlled so easily. There was no need to speculate. The Antelope tribe's fire would soon vanish. Moss, do not ignore me, Yankia persisted, unable to comprehend. Telge stole a glance at Moss, a faint smile playing on his lips as if harboring a sense of schadenfreude, before dragging Enlisha off to hunt for food. Moss had no intention of acknowledging Yankia, instead gazing upwards through the layers of foliage. Peering at the sky, sensing the temperature shift in the air, it was evident that rain was imminent. Moss's heart tightened slightly. His gaze towards the heavens betrayed his concern. They needed to hasten their return to the tribe. Likewise, a sense of worry lingered in the eyes of the Defon tribe. Golan gazed up at the sky for an extended period. Qin Tong walked back and forth beside Golan, noticing that he remained transfixed. Seemingly observing something. Golan, is there an aircraft in the sky? After a moment, Golan finally lowered his gaze. Upon seeing the worry etched on Golan's face, Qin Tong murmured as she looked up, could there really be an aircraft? There was nothing in the sky, not even the sun. Was he concerned about the sun? Golan, what troubles you? It is going to rain. Qin Tong squinted her eyes, glancing upwards once more, noting that it did not appear to be rain-ready. How can you tell? Did beastmen possess the ability to forecast weather? This was a skill she felt she ought to learn. It is quite oppressive, and there is a distinct scent in the air. Jelen spoke earnestly, while Qin Tong stretched her neck and took a deep breath of the air, which seemed no different from yesterday, except that today felt a tad warmer. Although she was uncertain whether Jelen's observation was accurate, she found him impressive, thinking how cool it was that he could even predict the weather. Mose, too, detected the odors permeating the atmosphere, and naturally, the other beasts noticed as well. After they had feasted on meat, without needing Mose to say anything, everyone understood instinctively what needed to be done. Even Yankia put aside thoughts of the antelope meat that lingered in her mind, now solely eager to return to the tribe quickly. As they set off again, the beasts no longer wore expressions of jest. They dashed towards the tribe with all their might. The air felt heavy, the pressure began to drop, and an eerie silence enveloped them as the swaying leaves froze in stillness. Dark clouds gathered, casting a somber hue over the sky, while the air was thick with the pungent scent of earth. The beasts ran from dawn till dusk, striving to return to the tribe before the torrential downpour. The winds began to stir, and soon raindrops struck the beasts, escalating from mere droplets to a torrential downpour. Their fur became thoroughly soaked, clinging to their bodies and rendering them quite disheveled. Mose, should we continue back to the tribe or seek shelter in a cave for the night? Tyrge inquired, concern evident in his voice about the potential dangers posed by such a downpour. Mose shook off the rain from his coat and suggested they find a cave. He, too, was mindful of his companion's safety. While he yearned to return to the tribe and see the young female beast, the well-being of his comrades was equally paramount. I'll find one. I know where there are caves, Tyrge assured, having been in this area before. Once they entered the cave, instead of drying themselves off first, Mose hurried to check on the salt. He had heard from the young female beast that this salt would vanish upon contact with water. Therefore, as soon as the rain began, Mose instructed Enlisha to safeguard the salt, covering it with numerous leaves, fearing that such a torrential downpour might still make it disappear. Luckily, they had made it into the cave just in time. Outside, darkness enveloped the landscape, and the howling winds bore a hellish quality, hinting at impending thunder. Mose, the salt has not been affected by the rain, Enlisha exclaimed with relief, for they had come out specifically for the salt, which could not afford to vanish, lest the young female beast feel disheartened. This cave had once been a dwelling for beastmen. For reasons unknown, it had been abandoned, and it was filled with dry grass. Mose retrieved a fire starter and ignited a small fire, the flickering yellow flame illuminating the cave. Yankia glanced at the fire starter in Mose's hand. Mose, didn't you give this to the antelope tribe? Tired shot Yin Kia a sideways glance. Are you still unable to comprehend? Are you truly that dim-witted? Do you wish to fight? Yin Kia, who had always found Tired insufferable, felt the urge to confront him. Tired's wolf-like eyes glinted coldly. Can you truly defeat me? I am a tiger beast. How could I possibly lose to a mere wolf beast? Yin Kia retorted defiantly. Li Jiang, overhearing, interjected. If you mean to speak of Tired, just call him the Red Wolf Beast. If you're hinting at a fight, Yin Kia, I, too, am a wolf beast. Yin Kia paused awkwardly. Given the rain, Mose did not wish for them to continue squabbling. It was best to keep things calm, especially since the cave was not particularly spacious, forcing them all to remain in human form to shelter from the rain. Should a fight break out, transforming into their beast forms would be uncontrollable. With a fire still flickering inside the cave, it was wise to exercise caution, lest they meet a fate akin to that of the antelope beast man. Initially, Mose had no intention of explaining, but seeing Yin Kia's stubbornness, he decided it best to clarify, especially since the other beastmen also seemed curious yet had not asked. I did not give the fire starter to the antelope tribe. Mose stated flatly. Yin Kia looked bewildered, for he distinctly remembered seeing Mose toss the fire starter into that pile of stones. How could you not have exchanged it? Yin Kia tilted his head, scrutinizing Mose's serious expression before glancing at the branch in Mose's hand. Mose, you are far too cunning. So you were deceiving the antelope beastmen? Yin Kia realized, feeling a mix of relief and irritation, having believed Mose had lost his wits by actually giving the fire starter away. Tired waved dismissively. I expected you to figure it out. I should have known better than to have expectations of a tiger beast. Foolish beasts will always remain foolish. Yin Kia caught the disdainful look from Tired and retorted. So you wish to fight, do you? Then let us go. Tired rose from the ground. Yin Kia clenched his fists. I won't even need to transform into a beast form. This declaration caused Tired to take the situation more seriously. What began as banter had ignited a true confrontation. The rumbling thunder began as a low, muffled growl, gradually intensifying as it reverberated through the jungle. A series of sharp cracks of thunder pierced the sky, followed by a blinding flash of silver light, and in a heartbeat, a deafening clap of thunder erupted. As the thunder crashed, Qintong let out a startled cry. Inside the cave, visibility was non-existent. Outside, the tempest raged. Qintong curled up on the animal skins, feeling a wave of fear wash over her. Hearing the scream, Jingjia rushed into the cave. Young female beast? Recognizing the voice, Qintong quickly extended her hand. After a moment's hesitation, Jingjia reached out, and once Qintong grasped Jingjia's hand, she held on tightly. As usual, Jingjia remained vigilant outside the cave, but the rain had drenched him entirely. Thus, when Qintong grasped his hand, she felt the water-soaked fur. Realizing that Jingjia had been standing guard in the rain for quite some time, this thought eased her fear somewhat. Knowing she was not alone on the hillside calmed Qintong's anxious heart. Though she could not see Jingjia's features in the dim light, she knew he must be soaked, as she could barely sense any warmth from him, likely due to his prolonged exposure to the rain. Jingjia's expression was somewhat unnatural, his throat suddenly feeling dry. Fine. It's just rain. Qintong nodded in the darkness, understanding that Jingjia could perceive her. Once her fear subsided, Qintong belatedly released Jingjia's hand. Thank you. Jingjia withdrew his hand, feeling a strange warmth where she had grasped it, thinking it was merely the young female beast's warmth. I'm going out, Jingjia said, feeling uneasy in the cave and eager to escape into the rain. Qintong quickly reached out to stop him. With the rain falling so heavily outside, how could he venture out? What if he caught a cold? Inside the cave, it was pitch black, and relying on instinct, Qintong reached out to pull him back, grasping hold of something. However, in the next moment, she froze. This was not his hand. Her face instantly flushed crimson, feeling an intense heat. She quickly withdrew her hand, stammering, I unsure how she had ended up touching him there. She felt overwhelmed, blaming the beastmen for their lack of clothing. Qintong attempted to rationalize that it wasn't her fault, but the lingering heat in her hand wouldn't dissipate. Her face remained flushed, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Internally scolding herself countless times for being so reckless, she thought it better to have just called out to him instead of reaching out. Jingjia was equally taken aback, not expecting the young female beast to touch him there. He dashed out of the cave and into the rain. Qintong was filled with regret. She hadn't meant to do it. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair in agitation. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she halted. Ah, I didn't wash my hands. Jingjia could hear Qintong's voice, and upon hearing that, his expression darkened. Yin Qia, you will regret this? Mose had initially intended to prevent their bickering, but upon hearing Yin Qia declare he wouldn't need to transform, he decided against intervening, as they were merely sheltering from the rain. It was a rare sight to witness Tyrge so incensed. Typically, he was the one provoking the other beasts. This was the first time he had been the one pushed to anger. It seemed Yin Qia was quite dissatisfied with not having feasted on the antelope beast and needed a means to vent. Indeed, Tyrge's hall had consisted entirely of bird beasts, devoid of any meat. Yin Qia, you wouldn't dare to lose, would you? Li Jiang taunted. Yin Qia shot him a fierce glance. I absolutely will not. And no sooner had he spoken than Tyrge knocked him to the ground. Pinning his knee against Yin Qia's waist, who do you think you're challenging? Yin Qia elbowed back, seizing the opportunity to swiftly roll over. You're the one I'm challenging. The flames flickered as the two beasts' silhouettes danced on the cave walls, locked in a heated struggle, while outside, thunder and rain clashed violently. Yin Qia was slammed against the cave wall, and whether it was the force of the impact or the cave's instability, a slight tremor rippled through the cavern. Mose sensed something was amiss, rising to his feet with a serious expression directed towards the cave entrance. The roar of a landslide echoed through the valley, and the tremors within the cave grew more pronounced. Mose turned, his eyes darkening with urgency. A flash flood is coming, he bellowed. In an instant, the beasts sprang to their feet, faces pale with alarm as they raced out of the cave. Boulders and mud surged down like a stampede of frightened wild horses, an unstoppable force barreling from the mountaintop. Seeing the chaos, the beasts hastily sought higher ground, but the flood surged, uprooting trees in its wake. Mose's golden eyes narrowed. He suddenly halted. Mose, run! Tyrge shouted, sensing Mose had stopped. Mose seemed to ignore Tyrge's warning, turning back towards the oncoming flood. Get out of here, Tyrge yelled, halting in his tracks, and Enlisha followed suit. Mose, where are you going? The flood is already upon us. You all go ahead. Mose let out a cry. They've all forgotten the salt at that moment. Enliza also recalled, Tegger, it's the salt. We haven't fetched it yet. As Enliza spoke, he turned to run back, but Tegger blocked his path. Have you all lost your wits? The antelope clan is plentiful. What about Mose? Li Jiang leaped down from the tree. You all go to safety. I'll take a look. Tegger again stood in front of Li Jiang. I'll go. What, are you the only one capable? Li Jiang retorted. Is it only you who is formidable? You're injured. Muani will scratch me, Tegger countered, silencing Li Jiang. Be careful. Tegger nodded. You take them to safety. I don't need your instruction. Li Jiang called for Enliza to leave quickly. Tegger dashed in the opposite direction, eager to catch up with Nos. At this moment, Mose was oblivious to the danger, solely focused on the little female beast. The frown on its face was truly unappealing. As the leader of the tribe, it had promised the little female beast and would certainly fulfill that promise. The mountain flood rushed past Mose, sharp branches grazed its side, yet Mose seemed to feel no pain, pressing onward with unwavering resolve. Tegger pursued Mose closely, always one step behind. The sound of the rain mingling with thunder was deafening. Mose, come back. Mose had indeed heard Tegger's voice, but its mind was consumed with thoughts of the little female beast's salt. Chapter 70. The Mountain Flood 3. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the sky. Torrential rain fell, accompanied by thunderous claps, as if the heavens were in fury, and the rain was howling. The muddy torrents from the mountain surged violently, roaring and rushing, sweeping up branches from the forest. Water splashing everywhere. Tegger skillfully dodged the mud flow, yet the cave where they had rested was already engulfed by a mudslide. Mose, unaware of when it had been scratched by a branch, felt blood streaming from its abdomen and began to slow down. It was searching for the right moment to dash into the cave from earlier, but a mudslide cascaded down from above. Mose, don't go in. We can exchange for salt with the Antelope clan later. Tegger finally caught up, but was still a tad late as Mose had already leapt. Tegger's eyes widened. Mose, be careful. The mud flow above the cave entrance was surging downward. Mose gathered its limbs, leaping firmly into the cave. Tegur finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, panic returned as the entrance seemed on the verge of collapse. "Mose, get out quickly, it's going to cave in," Tegur shouted. Mose emerged swiftly from the cave, casting a glance at the entrance that was already beginning to loosen, its expression grave. The mountain flood above churned violently, and Mose was certain that a moment's carelessness would see it swept away in the torrent. Its limbs slightly bent, gathering strength, golden pupils constricted, every muscle in Mose's body tensed. This was a life-and-death matter, with no room for error. "Mose, I'll help you keep watch above." Tegur was now even more anxious than Mose. Having seen the full peril of the entrance, Tegur swallowed nervously. "Mose, listen to me. When I say leap, you leap over here." Mose nodded. "Do you trust me?" Tegur asked. Mose gave Tegur a knowing look. Silence between them spoke volumes. They had faced countless life-and-death situations together. Trust needed no words. Tegur's inquiry stemmed from self-doubt. It feared that a lapse in observation would bring harm to Mose. "Hurry," Mose urged, noticing Tegur's hesitation. Tegur always overthought things. Taking a deep breath, Tegur carefully scrutinized the surging flood above. "Mose, leap over." Tegur identified the opportunity, noting that there were fewer obstacles in the flood now. A nimble leap, yet Mose's foot slipped. They had not noticed the mud beneath, soaked through by the rain, and the side had been eroded by the flood, making the soil soft. Mose lost its balance just like that. "Mose!" Tegur exclaimed in alarm. In a critical moment, Mose tossed the salt to Tegur, only to be swept into the muddy waters, the current quickly pushing Mose into the flow. "Mose!" Tegur roared, instinctively catching the salt. The rampaging flood, mixed with broken branches and stones, cascaded down from above, continuously flooding the low-lying valley, adding numerous wounds to Mose's already battered body. Seizing the moment, Mose grasped a floating log, flipping over to hold on tightly. Tegur wrapped the salt in animal skin, binding it to itself, and swiftly headed in the direction where Mose had been swept away and the tribe. Golan anxiously gazed at the deluge outside, uncertain of Mose's fate. Golan instructed Rek to venture out and see if he could find Mose. Golan stood there until dawn broke, the rain gradually diminishing. Seeing the rain ease, Golan felt a moment of relief. If it continued, the tribe would soon be in distress. It was only at daybreak that Rek encountered Li Jong and the others. "What do you mean it's just you? Where are Mose and Tegur?" A sudden realization struck Rek. Mose was missing. Had something happened? As he made his way, he had seen countless plants destroyed by the flood, trees uprooted, and his heart sank even further. They might not have returned to the Mukalu jungle yet, but now with Li Jong and the others present, Mose and Tegur were nowhere to be found. How could Rek not be anxious? "Mose went back for something," Li Jong said, his face grim. "For something?" Rek replied angrily. "Can't you see how dangerous it is? What more do you need to fetch, as the leader? How can you be so reckless?" No wonder Rek was furious. A leader should guide the tribe towards strength, not disregard safety so blatantly. Rek looked up at the sky. The rain was nearly over. "We must find Mose." Li Jong and the others had originally planned the same. They scattered to search for Mose and Tegur. However, after a long search, they found no trace. The rampaging flood had washed away Mose and Tegur's scent, leaving them with no clues to follow. They found no signs near the cave where they had rested, and after a night of rain and mud flow, there were likely no traces left, as time slipped away. Eliza, return and gather everyone to search. Rek sensed something had gone wrong. Otherwise, Mose wouldn't have taken so long to appear. They needed to find Mose before night fell. Tegur was far too clever not to have left a trace. If even Tegur's clues had vanished, a terrible premonition gripped Rek's heart, yet he dared not voice it. When Eliza returned with news, Qintong happened to descend from the hill, intending to find Golan. She coincidentally ran into Eliza, who was relaying the news of Mose's disappearance. Qintong stared at Eliza in shock. "What do you mean disappeared? Is it lost? After such a heavy rain last night?" "Eliza, what do you mean by disappeared?" Qintong asked urgently. "The little female beast, the place where we rested last night, was washed away. Mose went back for salt, and now it's gone," Eliza said, a twinge of guilt surfacing, as it had always been him retrieving the salt, and he had forgotten it this time. Washed away? Qintong had never experienced a flood, so the concept was foreign to her. She couldn't fathom what washed away meant. Nor did she anticipate the terrifying occurrence of a mudslide. Qing, don't worry. Mose is the strongest male of the Difeng tribe. He will be fine. Golan's words were hollow. Had it not been serious? Rek wouldn't have sent Enliza back. Enliza, lead the way, Golan instructed, turning to Enliza. We must depart swiftly. Qintong grasped Golan's hand. I want to go too. With unwavering resolve, she clung tightly to Golan, unwilling to let go. Mose had gone to fetch salt for her. How could she simply wait here? She too wanted to help. Little female beast, it's very dangerous. Golan tried to pry Qintong's hand away. I want to go. Qintong insisted, refusing to compromise. It was precisely because it was dangerous that she felt compelled to go. Mose and the other beasts had put themselves in peril for the salt she desired. How could she idly wait for news? Even if she could do little, she wished to contribute in whatever way possible, else she could not sit still. Chapter 71. The valley not long after leaving the tribe. The scene before them was one devastated by the flood, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Qintong had never witnessed such perilous scenes before, unable to imagine the terror that had unfolded in the valleys last night. Although the rain had ceased, the traces of mud flows remained, with water still gathering in low-lying areas. The trees had been uprooted. What kind of force was required for that? The rainfall here must have exceeded that of their tribe. Little female beast, Mose is the strongest male of the Difeng tribe. He will surely be fine, Enliza reassured, keenly sensing the little female beast's emotions. Enliza and the others needed to act swiftly. So they moved quickly, with Qintong transitioning from sitting to lying down. Enliza, he will be fine, right? Qintong's voice was hoarse. Enliza leapt over a puddle. He will. The conviction in his voice was unwavering. Mose would be fine because he was the leader. Because he was Mose. Qintong lowered her eyelashes. Soon, Enliza reunited with Rek and the others. Rek, have you found anything yet? Jingya, in a state of urgency, questioned. Yes, Jingya has also arrived. I am concerned that Moc might be injured. Which is why I have come as well. Lei Ku shook his head, his expression far from pleasant. Upon spotting Enlisha with Qintong on her back, his eyes narrowed in anger. What is going on? Why have you brought the female beast out? Enlisha instinctively took 2 steps back, while Gulan acquiesced. Ultimately, Gulan could not withstand the onslaught of Qintong's tears and relented. Albeit with the caveat that Yifu accompany them. Gulan feared for their safety on the journey, and with Yifu present, he felt a modicum of reassurance. After lingering on Qintong for a few seconds, Lei Ku finally averted his gaze. Enlisha, you must ensure the safety of the female beast. We shall separate to search. The other beastmen offered no objections and swiftly dispersed. Enlisha, what about us? Qintong was taken aback, questioning Lei Ku's intentions. Did he mean to suggest they were merely a nuisance? Enlisha transformed back into human form. Let us wait for them here. What do you mean, wait here? We must assist. Qintong fumed, exasperated that she had come to help, not merely to observe, and protested against being left behind. Leaning against a nearby tree trunk, she attempted to advance. Enlisha stepped forward to block her path. Little female beast, you cannot. This area is perilous. The flood has ravaged it, and we cannot ascertain if there are any tribes nearby. Encountering other beastmen could lead to dire consequences. Qintong fixed her obsidian gaze firmly on Enlisha, as if to say, if you prevent me from going, I shall be displeased. Little female beast, where do you intend to go? Enlisha relinquished her resistance. Aware that angering the female beast could lead to repercussions, Qintong surveyed the chaotic surroundings, uncertain of where to venture next. Tell me how Moc went missing. Throughout their journey, she had not had the chance to inquire about Moc's disappearance. To locate someone, one must first understand how they vanished. Otherwise, aimless searching would yield no results. Enlisha revealed that Moc had realized he forgot the salt and had returned to retrieve it. Where is the cave? Qintong inquired. Little female beast, we have already searched near the cave. They had initially scoured the vicinity of the cave entrance, which had been obliterated. Take me there. Qintong remained undeterred. Convinced that since Moc had returned for salt, he must have headed toward the cave entrance. Observing the devastation wrought by the mudslide, her concern became palpable indeed. The area near the cave had been destroyed. Had Enlisha not mentioned a cave existing here last night, Qintong would have never suspected it. Her hands trembled slightly. MOC returned here and then vanished? Yes, Enli Sha affirmed. Qin Tong pondered the possibility that MOC might have been buried within the cave. Sharing her thoughts with Enli Sha, he immediately shook his head. That cannot be. If MOC were here, we would certainly detect his presence. With the keen sense of smell possessed by beast men, we would not overlook it, so there is no need to dig as you suggested. Yet, Qin Tong remained unconvinced. Countering, if their sense of smell is so acute, then how come we cannot detect where MOC and Tai Ergu are now? Qin Tong voiced her thoughts, and Enli Sha found himself at a loss for words. It must be that the heavy rain has washed away the scents and traces. However, if MOC and Tai Ergu were nearby, we would certainly be able to smell them. Upon hearing Enli Sha's explanation, Qin Tong finally abandoned her desire to excavate. She scrutinized the surrounding destruction, noting the snapped tree trunks and uprooted smaller trees, with mudslide remnants scattered everywhere. Raindrops began to fall again, initially sporadic but quickly intensifying. Another downpour, the duration of which was uncertain. Little female beast, let me find you a place to shelter from the rain. Enli Sha, fearing that the little female beast might fall ill from exposure, had hoped the rain would cease. Qin Tong ignored Enli Sha, crouching down to closely observe the flowing water. Little female beast, we must move quickly. The female beast is more susceptible to illness than the male. Qin Tong followed the water's flow downstream. Enli Sha, have you searched below? MOC would certainly flee upwards, not downwards, Enli Sha replied. All this mud and water will ultimately flow into the valley. MOC would not be foolish enough to head toward the valley, so you haven't searched below. Qin Tong's voice suddenly rose. But MOC would not go to the valley below. We must go below. Qin Tong's face lit up with excitement. Enli Sha shook his head. It is raining now. Little female beast, we cannot go. The rain will cause the valley to be struck by mudslides again, and descending would be dangerous. Qin Tong remained resolute, determined to descend. Enli Sha quickly grabbed her arm. Little female beast, I assure you that MOC would not be below. How could someone so capable run downhill? But what if he is injured? This was Qin Tong's greatest fear. She knew MOC was strong, yet natural disasters like floods and mudslides could overwhelm even the mightiest. Enli Sha paused in surprise, then regained his composure. Surely not. Qin Tong shot him a glare. You all haven't considered this possibility, have you? Enli Sha scratched his head, realizing that Lei Ku had only instructed them to disperse and search. Everyone had assumed MOC would not head toward the valley, hence they had not thought to search below. What a foolish oversight. Seeing the expression on his face, Qin Tong felt no confusion. How could such an obvious matter escape your consideration? We must hurry down. Qin Tong wiped the rainwater from her face. Truly, she was exasperated by this group of dimwits. Their habitual approach to searching for someone was utterly misguided. Enli Sha, carrying Qin Tong, raced down the slope. If what the little female beast said was true, if MOC were injured, what of Tai Ergu? Would he be injured as well? Their thoughts had been focused solely on the possibility of MOC encountering other beastmen or being trapped somewhere, as if no one had ever considered that he might have been washed away by the rain. Chapter 72. MOC's injury. Enli Sha hurried down, encountering Jingya midway, who bore a grave expression. Enli Sha, where are you headed? Jingya's warm voice resonated. After yesterday's incident, Qin Tong was apprehensive about facing Jingya. Now, she dared not look at him, feeling her ears flush at the sound of his voice. The little female beast wishes to go down and search, Enli Sha replied candidly. Jingya turned his gaze to Qin Tong. You have come to the same conclusion? Qin Tong awkwardly turned away. I heard that Lei Ku and the others have searched many places, but they have yet to explore below, so I thought we should take a look. Jingya tilted his head. These foolish beasts. Upon his arrival, Jingya quickly discerned their chaotic search pattern. After inquiring about their previous locations, he realized they had never ventured down to the valley, which was simply foolish. Rain fell steadily, drenching Jingya's silver hair, while his delicate features were not spared from the rain's caress. Tiny droplets clung to his curled eyelashes, and his silver hair clung to his chest. Qin Tong was momentarily captivated by Jingya amidst the rain. As he resembled an ethereal being fallen to the earth, his cool, exquisite face accentuated by his silvery hair, which enhanced his otherworldly presence. Anyone would be awestruck by the sight of Jingya. And at that moment, Qin Tong felt her gaze was ensnared. The water cascading from the tips of his hair traced over his well-defined abdomen, heading toward another region, and it was only then that she snapped back to reality. Flustered and hastily lowering her head, her cheeks aflame. Jingya had already noticed Qin Tong's gaze. Being looked at by the little female beast in such a manner inexplicably brought him a sense of delight. "Let us depart at once," he urged, anxious that the rain might intensify. Transforming into his beast form, Jingya led the charge downward, with Enlisha following closely behind. Before long, Jingya suddenly halted, prompting Enlisha to stop abruptly as well. Qin Tong, caught unprepared, lurched forward and nearly stumbled. "Jingya, why have you stopped?" she exclaimed, nearly tumbling over the little female beast. "There are traces," Jingya stated gravely. Upon hearing this, Qin Tong struggled to approach the source of the traces, hoping it might lead to MOC. She stumbled toward the site, believing she could be of assistance, only to discover it was a set of paw prints, something beyond her comprehension. "Whose paw prints are these?" Qin Tong queried, perplexed. They did not resemble MOC's. His paw prints were large enough to obliterate half the tree with a single step. Enlisha sniffed the air, excitement evident in his voice. "These are Tai'er Ji's paw prints. It seemed the little female beast, and Jingya had indeed been correct. They were beneath this location. Enlisha felt a pang of regret for not having thought of it sooner. Jingya, having caught the scent, confirmed that only Tai'er Ji's scent lingered here, with no trace of MOC. Could they have separated? He pondered. "Enlisha, you head that way. Tai'er Gu should be in that direction." Without hesitation, Enlisha dashed off. Qin Tong puffed her cheeks in frustration, unsure of how to proceed. She did not want to be alone with Jingya, feeling exceedingly awkward. Jingya, seemingly oblivious to Qin Tong's discomfort, beckoned her to come along. With a sigh, Qin Tong climbed onto his back. "MOC should be just below us," Jingya stated calmly as they resumed their journey. "Isn't it only Tai'er Ji's paw prints here? How can you be so sure of MOC's location?" By the scent, It caught the faint scent, the metallic tang of blood belonging to It, seemed that Mose had indeed sustained injuries. Jingya did not inform Qin Tong about Mose's condition. It was perhaps better for her to learn of it later, lest the young female beast become anxious. Qin Tong's heart leapt with joy, and she excitedly tugged at the fur on Jingya's back. At last, they had found Mose. Jingya increased her pace as she descended, as if driven by an urgent anticipation. The scent of blood grew increasingly potent. How grievously had Mose been wounded to emit such a strong odor of blood? Jingya deftly leaped over a fallen tree trunk and soon caught sight of Mose in the distance. Her silver-gray pupils contracted sharply, and Jingya was startled as well. From cub to adulthood, she had never witnessed Mose so severely injured. Now, she dared not even ascertain whether Mose had departed to meet the beast god, for she sensed no trace of his presence. Qin Tong also spotted Mose's silhouette, though she could only see his back. She recognized him instantly, the broad shoulders and striking golden hair. In that fleeting moment, tears welled in Qin Tong's eyes. Mose should not be in such a state. He ought to be commanding and regal, or perhaps languid and carefree. The thought alone caused her tears to fall like pearls strung loose. Jingya transformed back into human form and hurried to assess Mose's condition. Qin Tong, however, dared not approach, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Jingya turned Mose over, sighing with relief. He was still alive, albeit with a feeble breath. Indeed, Mose was still Mose. She had known he would not abandon them. Suddenly, Mose coughed twice. Upon hearing the sound, Qin Tong wiped her tears with the back of her hand and rushed over. "Mose, how are you?" As she drew near and beheld the wounds on Mose, her freshly dried tears began to cascade anew, her voice thick with sobs. Mose merely choked and had yet to regain consciousness. Jingya was diligently examining Mose's wounds. Many of them had turned white from exposure, looking particularly gruesome, but at least they had ceased to bleed, except for a wound on his abdomen. That wound continued to seep blood slowly. The scent of blood that Jingya detected emanated from it. Hearing Qin Tong's cries, Mose gradually began to awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Qin Tong, who was weeping like a sorrowful child. "Little female beast, I brought salt back for you." Mose's voice was hoarse as he attempted to turn his head to find Tailj. Upon hearing this, Qin Tong's sobs intensified, and she stammered, "I don't want salt anymore. I don't want it." Mose stiffened at Qin Tong's words. Not want it? Why not? Is it because I returned late? Do you not want me to be hurt? Qintong gazed at Mose with red-rimmed eyes. Mose chuckled, realizing that the little female beast did not wish for him to be injured. Such a unique female beast she was. Unlike others who would blame the males for returning late or not bringing enough meat, she would rather forego her desires than see him harmed. How could he not cherish such a female? Jingya playfully slapped Mose's abdomen, still smiling. Look at your wounds. You nearly met the beast god. That particular wound was long and deep, and after such a lengthy duration, it continued to ooze blood. He wondered how he could still smile given his condition. Mose attempted to raise his hand to wipe away Qintong's tears, but found his arm unresponsive. Jingya, my arm. Mose's face turned pale. Chapter 73. Dislocation. Upon hearing this, Jingya's face mirrored Mose's pallor. Qintong, noticing their sudden change in expression, feared they had encountered a grave injury. Is the injury on his arm severe? Jingya cautiously lifted Mose's arm, revealing what seemed to be a fracture. Her voice trembled slightly. Qintong immediately ceased her tears, her mind racing with questions. Oh, what if it's broken? Why the sudden change in demeanor? The wound on his abdomen looks more terrifying to me. And so what if it is broken? Qintong voiced her confusion. Jingya's expression was grim. If Mose's arm is broken, he cannot lead anymore. A leader cannot have a broken hand. While in human form it may be manageable, in beast form, he would be incapable of movement. How could he possibly lead? A leader must guide the tribe towards strength and be able to protect them. If Mose's arm is broken, the Difang tribe will need to find a new leader. Why? Does your tribe still discriminate against the injured? Because Mose will no longer be able to protect the tribe? Jingya's voice was laden with sorrow. Qintong was left bewildered, momentarily forgetting her tears. Why? Why so many questions? He won't be able to move in beast form anymore. Jingya shouted. Can't you see how devastated Mose is? Why? Jingya's frustration mounted as she stood, wanting to strike Qintong. Mose was already so distraught, yet the female beast kept asking questions. A male beast who lost his ability to fight would be forgotten by the tribe. They did not need a male beast who lacked combat prowess. Didn't he break his leg before? Qintong pointed at Mose. Mose looked at Qintong with confusion. I broke my leg? Jingya mirrored his shock. Mose broke his leg? Qintong pushed her hair back and explained. He was bitten by a dog, and that's when his leg was fractured. Dogs? Jingya had never heard of such a creature. Was it the hyena incident? Mose suddenly recalled. Qintong nodded. Wasn't he at just a few bites? Mose had always thought he had merely suffered some bites and had immediately gotten back on his feet upon waking, albeit with some lingering pain. Jingya had only heard that Mose was treated by a female beast but was unaware of the fracture. Can you treat broken bones? Jingya asked, her tone filled with surprise. She had not been taught how to treat fractures. When Mose heard that Qintong could treat broken bones, his expression softened slightly. During that hyena attack, Qintong had first treated Enlisha, and everyone had been astonished by her suturing. When treating Mose afterward, they had been less surprised, as Qintong had been too quiet to explain clearly, and the beastmen had only assumed Mose had sustained a few bites. Thus, they had remained unaware that Mose had previously broken his leg. They merely thought that Qintong had a unique method of treatment. Qintong was puzzled as well. Didn't I put a splint on it last time? How could they think it was just a few bites? Their minds must be quite limited. Qintong pushed past Jingya to examine Mose's arm. It doesn't seem broken. Both Mose and Jingya stared at her anxiously. Qintong examined again more carefully. Could it be dislocated? She noticed noticeable swelling around the elbow, almost deformed. She was uncertain. What is it? Jingya asked. It seems to be dislocated. Qintong replied honestly. What does dislocated mean? They asked in unison. Qintong contemplated. It means the bone is out of its original position. Jingya grasped the concept, but Mose was utterly bewildered. Can you treat it? Jingya inquired. Qintong shook her head. I only know how to use a splint for fractures. Mose probably healed because he was merely bitten by the hyena, and his recovery was largely due to the beastman's remarkable healing abilities. Mose's expression dimmed instantly. Was even the little female beast unable to help him? Qintong noticed the despondence in Mose's gaze. Jingya, you could try it on me? Jingya frowned. This was the first time she had heard of such an injury. How could she possibly treat it? I can guide you. I've seen how to treat a dislocation. So I have a general idea of how to pull it back into place. Why don't you do it yourself? Jingya was puzzled. If the female beast knew how, Why not take action herself? Qintong certainly wished to do it herself, but she lacked the strength and the courage. After hearing Qintong's explanation, Jingya agreed. Follow my instructions and quickly reposition the bone. Qintong's voice held a hint of tension as she spoke. Although Qintong was anxious, Jingya appeared calm, showing confidence in Qintong's ability. A faint crack echoed, and Mose cried out in pain, after which Jingya released her grip. Is that it? Qintong knelt down once more to feel Mose's elbow. Mose seemed to sense a decrease in discomfort and lifted his hand slightly. All done, little female beast. I'm better now, Mose declared joyfully, his anxious heart finally at ease. At that moment, Jingya also smiled. Surprised that the treatment had been so straightforward, the female beast truly possessed a wealth of knowledge. Seeing that Mose's dislocation had indeed been corrected, Qintong maintained a serious expression. Not why it's still not healed. Mose's previously relieved heart tightened again. I can move. Isn't that good enough? He said, anxious. Qintong shook her head. Certainly not, if it is properly healed the first time. It may dislocate frequently in the future. To emphasize the severity, she feared Mose might once again resist the necessary immobilization. Mose's face paled at the thought. We need to immobilize the arm and let it heal for a while. Qintong remarked, fixed. As soon as Mose heard the word fixed, it brought back memories of the last time when his leg was caught by a board, which was truly unbearable. Yet, in order to avoid such a situation from recurring, he resigned himself to the idea of being bound. Qintong glanced at herself and then at Jingya. It appeared that she was the only one adorned with animal skin, as Mose, having gone to the Antelope clan, was not wearing a fur skirt. Ultimately, Qintong decided against offering her animal skin skirt, instead allowing Jingya to bind a few tree vines first. The dislocated joint was finally addressed, and Mose gradually relaxed, leaning wearily against Jingya, his eyes lowered, a shadow cast upon his pale face. This was a vulnerability that Qintong had never witnessed before, stirring feelings of both sympathy and guilt within her. However, the more pressing issue of the abdominal wounds remained unresolved. The moment Mose moved slightly, blood began to seep from the injury. Gazing at the gruesome wound, her guilt surged to its peak. Had it not been for her, it was likely that Mose would not have sustained such severe injuries. Qintong stood rigidly to the side, her back tense, her eyes betraying a deep sense of remorse and regret. The rain began to intensify, drumming against their bodies. Jingya lifted his gaze and scrutinized Qintong, who was lost in her self-reproach. He truly was unlike the other female beasts. Chapter 74. Fever. The sky gradually darkened, ominous clouds looming as torrential rain poured down relentlessly. Female beast, we must hasten our return, Jingya said, casting a worried glance at the heavens. Qintong nodded, assisting Mose as they moved. Jingya, what should we do about the bleeding? Indeed, with any movement, the blood flowed anew. Jingya shook the water from his head. We'll discuss it upon our return. Otherwise, if the rain worsens, we shall be trapped here. He howled a few times towards the sky, soon receiving a response. Let us proceed. Rek and the others, having heard Jingya's signal, began to converge towards him. The rain cascaded like a beaded curtain, and thunder rumbled in the distance. Qintong leaned over to shield Mose's face from the rain. Mose raised his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, his deep-set gaze sparkling with mirth. Radiating warmth from within. Feeling embarrassed, Qintong turned her head away. What are you laughing at? You are shielding me from the rain, Mose replied, lowering his eyelashes, the laughter in his eyes spreading like a gentle bloom. It turned out that male beasts could also be protected by female beasts. Although it was merely shelter from the rain, to Mose, it symbolized something profound, igniting a spark within him akin to a star igniting the icy waters of a lake. I see the rain has entranced your eyes, Qintong remarked, her cheeks flushing. Mose lay on Jingya's back, facing upwards, while Jingya sprinted at remarkable speed towards where Rek and the others were gathering. Qintong felt a pang of worry for Tailgu, uncertain whether Enlisha had found him yet. Upon reaching the gathering point, they found Rek and the others had indeed reunited with Jingya. Fortunately, Enlisha had found Tailgu, who bore injuries, though not as grave as Mose's. It seemed he was merely unconscious. The moment Qintong laid eyes on Tailgu, her eyes welled with tears once more. The price paid for salt was staggering, and had she known, she would have forsaken it altogether. Little female beast, Do not cry. Emosi comforted her repeatedly. Qin Tong stiffly turned her head, feigning strength as she wiped away the corners of her eyes. I am not crying. Fearing they would be trapped by the rain again, they hastened back, racing against the downpour. By the time they returned to the tribe, darkness enveloped the sky, and the rain showed no signs of abating. Gulan had been anxiously awaiting their return, and upon seeing them, he finally felt relieved. Jingya brought Mo-Si directly into the cave, urgently needing to treat him. Due to the rain, the fire outside had long been extinguished, leaving only a small fire pit in the cave for illumination. Female beast, quickly help Mo-Si stitch up his wounds, Gulan urged. Although the female beast had taught him before, he had not had the chance to practice recently and preferred that she do it instead. Qin Tong shot Jingya a glare. Me? The last time had been an emergency. Jingya was unconscious then, which was why she had mustered the courage. Now, she was far too apprehensive. But Jingya did not give Qin Tong the chance to refuse. I still need to check on Tail Gu. With that, Qin Tong could no longer voice her objections. She could not possibly prevent Jingya from attending to Tail Gu. She nodded and watched Jingya depart. The bone needle was ready, but the thread needed to be prepared anew, and Qin Tong's hands trembled as she unraveled it. Mo-Si smiled gently. Do not be afraid, just treat me as you did Enli Sha. I trust you. Qin Tong forced a smile and nodded. Ji Lan brought in the boiled water, and Qin Tong followed the steps she had once learned, disinfecting and then washing her hands with warm water. Kneeling beside Mo-Si, she hesitated while gripping the bone needle. I will be stronger than Enli Sha, he asserted. Having heard of the incident when Enli Sha was stitched, Qin Tong chuckled softly. Perhaps you are not as strong as Enli Sha after all. There was no anesthesia here. The pain of stitching was unknown, and strength alone could not endure it. Mo-Si, witnessing Qin Tong's smile, returned it. I will not. Since Mo-Si had said so, she had no reason to hesitate further. Taking a few deep breaths, she began the stitching process. Indeed, the pain from the sutures proved too much for even Mo-Si to suppress, and he let out a pained gasp. Qin Tong paused. I will be gentler, it's fine, Mo-Si insisted, maintaining his composure. He did not wish to lose face before the little female beast. Qin Tong lowered her head and continued stitching. Though Mo-Si refrained from vocalizing his discomfort any longer, yet the muscles of his abdomen trembled, revealing just how agonizing it was. Once the stitching was complete, Qin Tong set down the bone needle, as if a weight had been lifted, and tears fell to the ground. Little female beast, why are you crying again? Mo-Si inquired, struggling to sit up. Qin Tong quickly stopped him. It is all my fault. I have brought harm upon you. Since her arrival, Mo-Si had been injured twice. The previous time, he had scarcely recovered before suffering again. Mo-Si's face was slick with cold sweat from the pain. But upon hearing Qin Tong's words, his expression softened. Little female beast, I am very happy. Qin Tong murmured in acknowledgement, turning her head. Mo-Si smiled. This injury is worth it. Qin Tong could not comprehend Mo-Si's sentiment. Who would find value in being injured? His dark pupils were clear and bright, filled with curiosity about the meaning behind his words. Because the little female beast cried for me. Upon hearing Mo-Si's almost confessional words, warmth surged to Qin Tong's ears, and her face flushed. Elan burst into the cave, shattering the intimate atmosphere. Tong, hurry and check on Tail Gu. Qin Tong sprang to her feet, following Gulan out. In another cave, the beastmen surrounded Tail Gu with Jingya crouched beside him. What has happened to Tail Gu? Qin Tong asked anxiously. Jingya stood. Female beast, you have arrived just in time. Tail Gu's injuries are minor, but he has yet to awaken. Upon hearing this, Qin Tong felt overwhelmed. You are the doctor. Why are you asking me? Tong, last time Jingya was asleep, you were the one who treated him back to consciousness. Right? You can do it again, Gulan chimed in from behind Qin Tong. Qin Tong shot a reluctant glance at Jingya. He was well aware of how she had roused him last time, and that incident had created a rift between them. Jingya, unfazed by Qin Tong's thoughts, urged, come and take a look. With so many beastmen watching, Qin Tong had no choice but to brace herself and step forward. Initially, she had only intended to take a cursory glance, but the moment her fingers brushed against Tail Gu's hand, she sensed something amiss. He has a fever, doesn't he? She remarked, noting his body was overwhelmingly hot. Did they not realize this? Wasn't Jingya supposed to be the doctor? Qin Tong quickly instructed the beastmen to boil another pot of water and use animal skins to sponge his body. Hoping he would sweat it out, "Is this all we can do?" Jingya inquired. Furrowing her brow, Qin Tong responded, "Are you the shaman, or am I?" Unable to contain her sarcasm, she added, "Why is everyone asking me? Perhaps I should just take over the position of doctor. Go find some herbs to brew for him to drink," she commanded. Qin Tong spoke with a hint of irritation, while Jingya was equally helpless. The orc's expertise lay primarily in treating wounds, and it had never encountered a fever before. Fortunately, Jingya's unspoken thoughts remained unheard by Qin Tong. Otherwise, the sarcasm would have been more biting. In Chapter 75. The incident of blushing, Jingya could sense Qin Tong's disdain towards it, yet it had never heard of fever before. It recalled instances of cubs and female beasts falling ill from rain. But none resembled the symptoms exhibited by Tiger. The fever-afflicting Tiger served as a reminder to Qin Tong. With such terrifying wounds, would Mose also begin to run a fever in the dead of night? Qin Tong couldn't help but marvel at the overwhelming power of nature. Even such a formidable orc was not immune to injury. The remaining wounds on Mose were treated by Jingya, which eased Qin Tong's doubts regarding Jingya's identity as a healer. It was fortunate that Jingya was skilled in wound treatment. Otherwise, Qin Tong might have doubted its legitimacy as a doctor. As the night deepened, the rain continued to patter down incessantly, as if it intended to fulfill an entire year's worth of rainfall. Mose lay atop a pile of grass, perhaps too exhausted to remain awake, while a small fire flickered in the cave. Qin Tong rested beside the grass pile, occasionally waking to check Mose's forehead. The flames danced, crackling softly, sending sparks into the air, which drifted away with the breeze. The warm glow of the fire dispelled the cold of the rainy night and chased away the darkness. Qin Tong's gaze remained fixed on Mose's delicate features. A scar from a previous injury lingered beside his brow, a mark he bore for her sake. Lowering her gaze, she noticed another scar on his abdomen. Suddenly, Qin Tong felt as though she owed an immense debt. Her hand unconsciously reached out, tracing the rugged contours of his face. Cautiously brushing against the scar on Mose's cheek. "Little female beast," a voice broke the silence. Startled, Qin Tong realized she had been lost in thought, and her hand was still resting on Mose's face. Embarrassed, she quickly withdrew it. "You were stealing touches," Mose said with a smile in his eyes. He noticed that upon his return, the little female beast's attitude towards him had shifted, and he was quite pleased with this change. Qin Tong pinched her heated ear, her tone earnest. "I was merely checking to see if you had a fever." Fearing Mose might not believe her, she nodded vigorously, trying to convince herself as well. Mose chose not to press the issue, shifting closer. "Come up and rest." Qin Tong shook her head. She was well aware of her tendency to toss and turn in her sleep, and sharing a bed with a boy made her feel bashful. While the grass pile was not a proper bed, it could certainly be considered one after sleeping there daily. "I move around too much in my sleep. I'm afraid I might touch your wounds." She confessed, "I am not afraid, as long as I can be close to you." Unwilling to join him, Qin Tong's refusal left Mose unable to sleep. "Does it hurt, Mose?" she asked, her expression somber as she bit her lip. "Little female beast, I do not feel pain." "How can you not feel pain with such deep wounds?" she countered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Before arriving here, she had never considered herself a person prone to tears. Yet now they flowed freely. Mose observed the guilt suppressed in the depths of Qin Tong's eyes. Earlier, he thought her injuries were a blessing. Now, he had changed his mind, not wanting her to suffer so. "I truly do not feel pain," he insisted, his voice soothing and gentle. Yet, the more he insisted, the deeper Qin Tong's guilt grew, and she wept herself to sleep atop the animal hide in the dim light of the flickering fire. Her delicate skin appeared fair and luminous, but her brow remained furrowed even in slumber, her eyes slightly swollen from crying. Mose gazed quietly at Qin Tong's sleeping face, his brow furrowing in concern. He regretted allowing himself to be injured. Struggling to shift his body, he propped himself up, feeling a slight seepage from the stitched wound, though it was minimal. Carefully, he moved Qin Tong onto the grass pile. Perhaps Qin Tong had remained tense throughout the day or was simply fatigued from crying, for she now slept soundly. Mose lifted her without her stirring. Although Qin Tong was not heavy, Mose's injuries made the task difficult. Fortunately, she lay close beside the grass pile. Mose winced in pain as he checked the stitches on his abdomen. relieved to find them intact before lying down beside Qin Tong. He had grown accustomed to sleeping near the little female beast. Whenever he ventured out to fetch salt, he found it impossible to sleep without her presence. Now, he could finally rest peacefully. The following day, the rain had finally ceased, and the sun emerged. Its rays illuminated the cave, where the two figures atop the grass pile remained in slumber. Technically, only one was asleep. Mose had long been awake, but chose to remain still, not due to his injured leg, but because Qin Tong clung tightly to his arm. Qin Tong appeared to be having a pleasant dream, her lips curving into a smile. Unbeknownst to her, she dreamt of something delectable, suddenly biting down on Mose's arm, only to find it unyielding. She nibbled at it, murmuring in her sleep, "This chicken leg isn't cooked." Not only was the chicken leg uncooked, but it was also a bit tough. Qin Tong groggily opened her eyes, only to be met with a broad expanse of muscular chest. Squinting, she lifted her gaze. Mose looked at her with mirth in his eyes. Qin Tong's eyes widened as realization dawned upon her. Lowering her gaze, she noticed her legs entwined with Mose's. The contrast between her fair skin and his sun-kissed complexion was stark, and her exaggerated position had caused her animal hide skirt to shift, leaving her without her strawberry shorts, pressed against Mose's leg. "Ah, ah, ah." Qin Tong's shrill scream echoed across the hillside. She quickly withdrew her legs and tumbled off the grass pile, causing Mose to grunt in pain under her weight. Qin Tong hadn't anticipated that her movements would inadvertently hurt Mose. Flustered, she stood in the center of the cave, her face flushed with embarrassment. She wanted to check if Mose was injured, but the memory of the previous moment made her hesitate, ultimately dashing out of the cave. Once recovered, Mose let out a delighted laugh. After Qin Tong rushed out, she sprinted down the hillside without pause, making her way to the camp in one breath. The orcs greeted her, yet she paid them no heed, heading straight into Gulan's cave. Jilan, surprised to see her, asked, "Qing, what brings you here?" Qin Tong grasped Gulan's hand, placing it on her chest. Jilan paused for a moment, wondering if Qin Tong wanted him to feel her heartbeat, and, thinking so, pressed down firmly. "No." Qin Tong quickly shook her head, removing Gulan's hand. "Isn't my heart racing?" Gulan nodded. "It is indeed racing." "What happened?" Qin Tong, too embarrassed to confess the incident, replied, "I don't know. It just won't stop." "Won't stop?" Gulan was taken aback. Stopping meant encountering the beast god, a notion that had originated from the little female beast herself. Qin Tong was at a loss for words, her thoughts jumbled. Jilan, recognizing Qin Tong's disarray, guided her to sit down and speak slowly. Qin Tong's cheeks still bore a rosy hue, and despite several attempts to organize her thoughts, she struggled to articulate her feelings to Gulan. In Chapter 76, titled like, Qin Tong hurriedly recounted the events to Gulan. Gulan finally grasped the situation, secretly relieved that Mose was making progress. Otherwise, he would have been frantic. With a smile, Gulan inquired, "So, do you like Mose?" Had it been the old Qin Tong, she would have immediately denied any feelings. However, now she found herself hesitating. She could not bring herself to utter the words "I do not like him," as this moment left her somewhat vulnerable. When did this begin? Qin Tong tugged at her hair, clearly struggling to accept this revelation. She found it impossible to reconcile her feelings for the orc, yet instinctively could not resist her affection for Mose. Once the word like surfaced, her mind spiraled back to those nights without Mose, tossing and turning in anxiety. Reflecting on her sleepless nights, she pondered how much of it was due to fear and how much was simply the discomfort of his absence. Gulan did not interrupt Qin Tong's contemplation, quietly exiting the cave to grant her space. Qin Tong reminisced about her first encounter with Mose, recalling the awe she felt upon seeing his beast form and the striking beauty of his features. She reflected on the little moments they had shared, which had once seemed ordinary but now appeared tinged with a rosy hue, as if viewed through a filter. The more she reflected, the more her heart raced, and the harder it became to calm her thoughts. Outside the cave, Gulan glanced back at the entrance for a moment before sprinting towards the mountain's peak. Mose had been waiting for Qin Tong to return, but instead, he was greeted by Gulan. Hearing a noise, he looked outside, expecting to see the familiar figure he longed for, only to see Gulan, his expression shifting back to its usual stoic demeanor. "Are you disappointed to see me?" Gulan teased. Mose replied coolly, "Not at all." Jilan settled beside Mose naturally, remarking, "Qing went to find meat." Mo's eyes widened in surprise. Jilan shot a glance at Mo's. "You finally made some progress." Those words transformed Mo's previously stoic expression into one of warmth, his gaze now filled with delight. "What did she say?" Mo's asked impatiently, eager to learn what the little female beast had confided to Gulan. "Don't be too quick to celebrate." Gulan promptly doused Mo's with a bucket of cold water. From the glimmer in Tong's eyes, it was evident that she seemed to be grappling with some hesitation and strong reluctance. Mo's would need to persist in his pursuit of Tong. After a lengthy interval, Qin Tong finally mustered the courage to emerge from the cave. Matters that were unclear could be postponed for later. For now, the tribe had 2 ailing members, and it was imperative to prepare some nourishing food to revitalize them. Qin Tong personally sought out Lei Ku to acquire meat. Upon hearing that Qin Tong intended to use the stone pot to boil water for Mo and the others, Lei Ku mistakenly assumed she desired birds and resolutely refused to comply. After Qin Tong explained multiple times, Lei Ku understood that she was not after birds and reluctantly agreed to assist her in procuring meat. She was not naive. Having realized that they were quite averse to consuming the restorative soup, she resolved not to prepare it again. Although she believed the soup to be genuinely beneficial, she chose to abstain to avoid a repeat of the Jingjia incident. This soup required several hours of simmering, and Qin Tong prioritized delivering it to Amosa. As Qin Tong held the soup, she hesitated momentarily at the cave entrance, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Little female beast." Mo's voice resonated from within the cave. Mo had already detected Qin Tong's footsteps and noted that the little female beast lingered at the entrance, hesitant to enter. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tong steeled herself and stepped inside. Upon seeing Qin Tong, Mo's face radiated joy. Although aware that the little female beast had not entirely accepted him, progress was still a positive development, and he merely needed to continue his efforts. Qin Tong took the initiative, stating, "I have prepared soup to help restore your strength." Before Mo could express his delight, the moment he heard her words, the smile vanished from his face. "It's not another bird's soup, is it? It's hot. Let it cool for a while." Mo hastily concocted an excuse, eager to find a way to evade the situation. Qin Tong shot him a glance. "This is meat soup." Was he so transparent that he feared she wouldn't realize? Mo awkwardly chuckled, relieved to discover it was not bird soup after all. With one of Mo's arms immobilized, Qin Tong held the bowl to feed him. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, the posture seemed somewhat intimate. She stood beside the grass pile, leaning forward, cradling the bowl towards Mo's lips, her upper body nearly resting against him. She could feel his warmth. Her ears began to heat up once more. Mo gulped down the soup in several large swallows, exclaiming, "It's delicious." Golden sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, filtering through the mist in the forest, casting beams of light. "Tong, what are we searching for?" Mu and I trailed behind Qin Tong. "It's the grass we just saw in the illustration." Qin Tong replied, pursing her lips as she diligently searched through the underbrush. Mo's wound had shown signs of redness and swelling that morning, and she needed to find some herbs to brew for him. Qin Tong had nearly exhausted the encyclopedia, identifying several herbs beneficial for wounds. "Why are we looking for grass? It's not edible." "We're not like Lai Wu," Mu and I remarked, growing impatient after a while and darting off to chase butterflies. Qin Tong let her be, as she had not intended for Mu and I to assist. Her role was primarily as a navigator. After searching for some time, Qin Tong raised her head, frowning. This was not the world she once knew. And it was possible that those herbs did not exist here, which posed a dilemma for her. Suddenly, Mu and I exclaimed loudly, "Tong, is this it?" Qin Tong hurried over, taking the grass from Mu and Ni's hand and examining it closely. "Mu and I, this is wonderful. It's exactly what we need. This herb, known as Huawei in traditional medicine, could clear heat and detoxify, as well as cool and stop bleeding." Qin Tong was somewhat desperate in her search. While this remedy was not ideally suited for external wounds, she believed that consuming it for its detoxifying properties would suffice. Since Jingjia had also provided some topical remedies for Mo, Qin Tong decided to prepare something for internal use. However, to Qin Tong's surprise, Mo recoiled at the sight of the brewed medicine. Despite being a muscular man, he frowned deeply upon catching sight of the soup potion in her hands. His gaze remained fixed on her hand as he pursed his lips. "Little female beast, may I refuse to drink this?" Instantly, Qin Tong's heart raced. Hey, that's not your usual demeanor. Why does your tone seem so delicate? Qin Tong maintained a stern expression, insisting, you must drink it. It will aid in your recovery. Traditional medicine was not easily accepted by beastmen. Even among modern humans, few could tolerate it, so she could empathize with Emosi's reluctance. Drink it, and I promise you a surprise. What surprise? Emosi inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he looked at Qin Tong. Leaning closer, she whispered, it's something good. OC blinked in confusion. Something good? Is it what I think it is? His eyes reflected Qin Tong's figure, and upon seeing her nod, his expression brightened with surprise. He swiftly snatched the stone bowl from her hands, furrowing his brow as he gulped down the entire bowl of soup medicine.